Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We are all doomed, said one philosopher. It is inevitable. It is fate. It is destiny. Our lives hang on a slender thread from one day to another. We place our daily existence in the hands of total strangers and pray for the luck of the draw. We do it when we drive down the highway, when we fly in an airplane. We do it when we elect a president. It is not death we fear, but the inevitability of it. The destiny of one, the destiny of millions, can rest in the hand of a single person.
That's right. Ignore the truth. Go make your report. Tell them a lie.
Dr. Baylor, it's all in your mind.
You can't allow this project to continue. It's flawed. It's dangerous. There is only death. You alone have the power to stop it.
You're talking insanely.
You fool. Are you also blind? We will be destroyed, and you are the only one with the power to save us.
Our mystery drama, Death on Project X, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Victoria Dan and stars Larry Haynes. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Details. In the infinity of government bureaucracy, have you ever wondered about those workers whose job it is to look after the tiny pluses and minuses? The supposedly insignificant paperwork that maintains the order of our society. For them, the sum total of any of our lives is written on a slip of adding machine tape. This is in no way to demean those who pursue these rather thankless back-office careers. But even the dullest of jobs is never totally predictable. And obscurity can often end with a call to the front desk.
You're probably wondering why I've sent for you, Jenkins.
Jenkins is on sick leave, sir. I'm Hughes.
What happened to Krebs?
Transferred to another department, sir.
Well, what about...
Haggerty retired last month.
Hughes, huh?
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been with the Project Planning Office?
5 years.
And, of course, you've served on the review board before?
No, General.
No? You worked for the planning office all this time and you've never gone on a field inspection?
No, sir.
Well, then how can you possibly be acting assistant director?
Seniority, sir.
What was your previous position?
Until last week, I was supervisor of accounts and records.
Accounts and records? No. You won't do. You won't do it all. Hello, Haskins. General Glynn here. What do you mean sending me this Hughes fellow? He has no experience. What? Are you sure? He is. Well, no. All right, I'll get back to you. This is incredible, Hughes, but according to the director, you're the only available staff member familiar with Project X.
Yes, sir. The accounting section is acquainted with every detail of every project.
Well, let's hear what you know, Hughes.
Yes, sir. Project X, filed under Category 723, Miscellaneous Research, Secret Type D, Defense. Total expenditure to date, $1.87 billion. Location, 1/2 mile underground. Craig installation. Personnel, 89 men, 43 women.
That's enough, Hughes. You certainly know the raw facts, but knowledge is no substitute for experience.
No, sir.
This department is overextended. Just find us an excuse and we'll drop Project X.
Drop Project X, sir?
Or Project W or V or whatever we find sufficient grounds for termination.
General Glynn, what would you call sufficient grounds?
Bad morale for one, and misuse of funds for another. Yes, I'm sure you could spot that particular one, Hughes. And, of course, there's also the high-risk quotient. Now, in other words, you have reasonable doubt that adequate safeguards exist to ensure a margin for error.
Well, I'm supposed to be able to determine that, sir. I'm no scientist, sir. I'm an accountant.
Hughes, I've got my hands full as it is.
General, the responsibility. I mean, I've never...
I know that, Hughes. And you know that. But so help me, don't you let them know it's your first assignment. I did want you to have a look at the main generating plant, Mr. Hughes.
Oh, it's very impressive, Colonel.
Not to mention efficient. As the project's chief power source, it can't be beaten for maximum utilization of fuel anywhere.
Yes, I've seen the figures.
Mr. Hughes, I just want you to know that the Project X staff is completely at your disposal.
I appreciate your cooperation.
Yes, that's it, cooperation. The research we're doing here at X, it's at least important enough for a little common courtesy. I'm sure you've run into some real belligerent types on other inspections, haven't you?
Yes, I have, certainly.
If we're finished here, I'd like to take you on to the primary testing facility. This, of course, is the main lab. You won't find another as well equipped in the entire country.
At a cost of nearly $67.2 million, I should think not.
You certainly know your figures.
Well, details have always intrigued me, Colonel. Facts, figures, these things are the black and white. They are the ultimate indicator of success or failure.
You sound just like an accountant.
Well, you might say I'm interested in seeing the financial outlay for this project is justified by its progress, Colonel.
In other words, the boys at the planning office still want to know if they're getting their money's worth. Well, I assure you, Mr. Hughes, at Project X, you certainly are. By the way, I'd like you to join me for dinner. If you have no other plans.
Thank you, Colonel. I'd be happy to. Memo to General E.F. Glynn. My first day at Project X. Record most favorable first impression. Project director extremely cooperative. Facilities well planned and in good order. Staff efficient and congenial. No evidence of any morale problems. Come in. I said come in. Oh, that's strange. Nobody's there. Wait a minute, what's this? That's a note. Who'd write me a note? Let's see. Beware, the end is near. Beware, the end is near. And what kind of a message is that?
You say someone slipped the note under the door to your quarters?
Yes, that's right, Colonel.
Strange.
Colonel, do you have any staff members here who might be a little unstable?
Mr. Hughes, our people are carefully screened to avoid just that.
Over 130 men and women engaged in top-secret defense research, constantly under stress, and there are never any difficulties?
Well, of course, we're human. Occasionally, some of our people experience depression, fatigue, but it's normal.
And you say there's no morale problem?
Here? No, not at all. I'm sure even you noticed how well our people seem to work together. Do you have any conception of how crucial our research is? Do you think I'd risk it all on demoralized personnel?
Well, Colonel, sir, I merely inquired. I wasn't insinuating.
I told you we have nothing to hide. We're an open book.
Then you won't mind if I paid a visit to your infirmary?
Of course not.
I'd like to meet your staff psychiatrist.
Staff psychiatrist?
Yes, I just think a brief talk would clarify things for me, Colonel. I'm sure there are no real problems, but I pride myself on being thorough.
Can I help you?
Well, I'm looking for Dr. Baylor. My name is Eli Hughes. I'm from the Project Review Board.
Oh.
You must be Dr. Hillary, the Project Medical Director?
Yeah, that's correct.
You have an unusually high efficiency rating, Doctor.
Yes, I do what I can.
Well, I wanted to speak with Dr. Baylor concerning cases of fatigue.
Fatigue?
Well, according to the Colonel, the only personnel problems here stem from sheer physical exhaustion.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Hughes. You'll have to come back when Dr. Baylor's available.
Well, maybe you could tell me, Dr. Hillary.
Well, I'm afraid not. I am rather pressed for time.
In other words, you don't wish to cooperate with an official government inspector.
Mr. Hughes, don't try to pull rank on me. This is your first time out.
That's not true, Doctor.
It is written all over you. You don't even understand what we're all about here, now do you?
Well, I most certainly do.
You don't know anything. Adrian.
Hello, Dr. Hillary.
Who is the man?
Adrian, I'd like you to meet Mr. Hughes.
Hello. Can you swim?
I beg your pardon?
Swim. Can you swim in the water?
In fact, I don't.
But you must. We're going to be with the fishes, so we must know how. Isn't that so, Dr. Hillary?
Yes, Adrian, that's true.
Doctor, what is she talking about?
I didn't mention the seahorses. We're going to be with the seahorses, too.
The seahorses?
Yes. We'll all be together. The fishes, the seahorses, and the people. That's a fact. Doctor, have you been practicing your underwater breathing like I told you to?
Yes, I certainly have.
That's good. That's very good.
Doctor, could we step outside for a moment, please?
Adrian, we have to go away now, but we'll be right back.
Okay.
Would you explain to me what that was all about?
You mean Adrian?
Well, that girl talks like an idiot.
An idiot? Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Hughes. That girl happens to be Dr. Adrian Orriman, the chemist.
That girl?
Yes, assistant to Professor Shoup, the man behind the X Factor.
Oh, I don't understand. What happened?
Well, a few weeks ago, she just snapped.
Just like that?
Yes, I'm no psychiatrist. I'm a surgeon. But I can tell you this. She was very dedicated, a perfectionist. She wasn't satisfied with the final conversion formula.
Shoup's formula?
Right. She insisted that there was an error somewhere. It just didn't feel right, was how she put it. In any case, she went for days without sleep, without food, looking for some imagined error. Well, she finally cracked from sheer fatigue.
Oh. I'm very sorry.
Are you? Are you really?
Yes, Doctor, I really am.
Well, you shouldn't be. To feel sorry is to care, and to care is to become involved.
What's wrong with that?
He's here, isn't he? The man from Project Review?
Jerry, this isn't good for you. Now, you should stay in bed.
I'll go. I will, just as soon as I talk to him. You're the man, aren't you?
I'm Eli Hughes from the planning office.
Please listen to me.
Jerry, I want you to stop this.
But he has to know. He has to know how sad it is. A tragedy, that's what it is.
Jerry, you can talk to Mr. Hughes later. Now, we're busy now.
I'll go, but please, tell him how sad it is.
Yes, I'll tell him.
Because he shouldn't be afraid to cry. Tell him. Make him see. He'll cry, too.
Yes, Jerry.
Because it's so sad.
Dr. Hillary, that woman is crazy.
Yes, I know.
That's all you can say?
What else can I say, Mr. Hughes? I've already told you.
Yes, I know. You're a surgeon, not a psychiatrist. Well, what does the project psychiatrist have to say about this?
Mr. Hughes, Dr. Jerry Baylor is the project psychiatrist.
The Bible says, "Physician, heal thyself." Obviously, we have just met the perfect example in Dr. Baylor. If this woman is the resident psychiatrist, what can we expect from her patients? Are the lunatics indeed running the asylum? That is, if Dr. Baylor really is a lunatic. After all, who are we to say? We don't make hasty judgments here. We examine all issues carefully. We'll be back in a moment with Act Two. For the past 5 years, Eli Hughes lived a carefully ordered life in an adding machine world where 2 plus 2 always came out 4. Suddenly elevated to the rank of project investigator, he has been sent out on a seemingly routine check of a top-secret research center. And he must make a judgment based on only 2 things: experience and instinct. Lacking the first, we can only hope he has a little of the second. Instinct, that subliminal sense that tells us something is wrong.
Colonel, what I want from you is an answer.
An answer to what, Mr. Hughes?
That woman I met just 10 minutes ago in your infirmary. According to my records, she's still on salary as a full-time staff psychiatrist.
I'm aware of that.
Well, then perhaps, Colonel, you can explain to me your reasons for not reporting this situation.
Mr. Hughes, What do you really know about Project X?
I'm acquainted with all the facts.
Oh, I'm sure you are. You know the statistics, what we spent. What do you know about us? What are we doing here?
You're doing research.
What kind of research?
Complex research for the defense program.
Do you know the nature of the research?
Yes, you're developing another weapon.
No. Not just another weapon. The ultimate weapon. This weapon will render all others obsolete.
Yes, I've heard that before.
No. This is the highest level of achievement we can ever hope to reach. Nothing will be as sophisticated. X is capable of destruction on a level that is incomprehensible.
Colonel, I was talking about Dr. Baylor.
So am I. The X factor is the cause of Dr. Baylor's breakdown. Let me explain. There are over 130 men and women working on this project. They have actually constructed a device which, if ever put into operation, could obliterate an entire country in a matter of moments.
Moments? Well, I don't see what this has to do with...
Let me finish. Our people are working on the ultimate weapon. Can you imagine the moral and ethical implications? The guilt resulting from association with the most devastating weapon ever built by man? Dr. Baylor worked around the clock with some of our people. She listened. She cared. Unfortunately, she had no one to discuss her own doubts and guilt she had absorbed from others. The strain was too much.
You mean she broke from the pressure?
That's right. And so you understand
yes,
why...
I'm sorry, Colonel. I had no idea, but... Still, this must be reported. The woman must be sent home.
Why?
Well, because this woman is a government employee drawing a $37,000 salary.
That's your reason?
Well, Colonel, isn't that reason enough?
We're speaking of a broken woman, Mr. Hughes.
Yes, I understand that.
Well, if you understand, then where is your compassion? How can you send this woman back into a world she no longer fits into? Her record forever ruined.
I can't help that.
At least here, she does no real harm.
That woman is harmless?
Absolutely. She still has the delusion that she's helping her fellow workers. She feels useful. Would you take that away from her?
Well, I'm not trying to. I mean, I have to follow regulations.
So you'd send her away and strip every last vestige of dignity from the woman?
Do you have any idea how overextended this project is? She no longer qualifies as a member of your staff.
And how do you know what qualifies someone as a member of my staff? Now, listen, Eli. Now, let's forget the formalities for a while. I want you to erase from your mind the stereotype of cold-hearted military officers. I care about this project. And I care about these people. And I think what's good for one is good for the other.
But I'm talking about efficiency.
And I'm talking about humanity.
Well, you can't have both.
Who says so? Maybe you've been behind your desk too long. Or maybe you've been on so many field inspections that we all begin to look alike to you.
No. In fact...
In fact, what?
Nothing. You'll have to excuse me, Colonel. I have work to do.
You're making your first mistake, Mr. Hughes. You are becoming personally involved with this project.
I am not.
If something is disturbing you, why not just put it in your report?
Because I want to be fair about this.
I know you've just been talking with the colonel. As a result, you've made your second mistake.
What are you talking about?
I mean, you just can't leave well enough alone, can you? You're beginning to doubt yourself. Doubt this project. Is it really worth all the expense, all the trouble?
And what do you think?
Well, I can't answer. I refuse even to let myself think about it. If you want answers, why don't you talk to the man who made it all possible?
And just who are you talking about?
The man behind the X Factor, Professor Shoup.
But I want your opinion.
I already told you I have no opinion. And if I did, I certainly wouldn't advertise it. To you or to anyone else.
Project X is the only sure way to a permanent and lasting peace.
The ultimate weapon, Professor?
But of course.
Well, I don't understand how a weapon will bring peace.
Isn't it obvious?
Well, frankly, no.
If we have the means of destroying our enemies before they are capable of responding, who would ever dare attack us?
Well, what if you did use it? Wouldn't it destroy everything?
No. Let me explain to you what the X Factor really is. It is the power to harness the elements contained beneath the Earth's crust and channel them for our own use. A virtually unlimited source of natural energy combined with the power to control it, actually direct it.
In other words, pinpoint destruction.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, I had no idea.
That is why it will bring us peace, because to contemplate war in the face of Project X is to be faced with obliteration without hope of escape. The choice will have to be that of trust and peace.
Yes, I never thought of that.
You must admit it all puts the matter quite in perspective, does it not?
It certainly does, Professor.
So you'll be leading us tomorrow, Eli?
Yes, Colonel. I thought about what you said about Dr. Jerry Baylor. I'm not going to make any mention of it in my report. It's not necessary to the case.
Thank you.
As far as I'm concerned, if you consider Dr. Baylor to be a member of the Project X staff, I won't dispute it.
What brought about this sudden change of heart?
Colonel, I am not a man affected by sentimentality.
Oh?
My primary interest is saving the government unnecessary expense. As a full-time staff member, Dr. Baylor receives a yearly salary of $37,500. If, however, she were discharged from her position here and put into the care of the Army Medical Center, annual cost for maintenance and therapy would approximate $52,000, not to mention the monthly stipend to her dependents, bringing a total expenditure per annum to well over $63,000. Keeping the doctor on at Project X will be a savings to the government of $26,500.
You're very efficient, Mr. Hughes.
I try to be. What are you doing in my room?
They said you were leaving.
Yes, that's right, Dr. Baylor.
But you just arrived.
Well, I've been here 3 days.
That's not long enough. Don't you realize that?
Doctor, I find that the time was sufficient.
I know what you're going to tell them.
How could you?
You don't have to be a mind reader. Everything's fine here. That's what you'll tell them. Everything's ship-shape and okay, but you're wrong.
Dr. Baylor. Jerry, I really have to be packing.
That's right. Avoid me.
No, I'm not trying to
I
avoid.
understand. I know the kind of person you are. You've taken orders all your life, and now you're afraid to make trouble.
No, that's not true.
It's true, and you know it. But I upset everything. I'm the broken cog in the wheel. Well, just you listen to me, because I'm a psychiatrist. I know what I'm talking about.
Yes, of course you do.
Don't patronize me.
Jerry, I understand your situation. Really, I do. In fact, I think you're quite a remarkable woman to have endured what you have, but I have already filed a primary report, and it's time for me to leave.
But you can't go. Not until you see the reality. The reality of Project X. You can't permit it to continue.
I had doubts about the usefulness of this research myself, but then Dr. Shoup explained it to me, and it does make sense.
Shoup is out of his mind. He is out to destroy us all.
How can you say that? He's a believer in peace.
You're wrong. He wants to destroy us, and he will, unless you stop him.
Jerry, believe me, what you're going through now is due to fatigue. You've been stretched to the limits of exhaustion.
You fool. Are you blind? Destruction is near. Why won't you believe me?
Jerry, don't you see? It all has to do with the fact that you absorb other people's guilt, the ethical and moral.
No. I have beheld the future and have paid the price. The horror was too great for anyone to remain sane. But you, Eli, you can save us. But you won't. No, you're right. You're right, Eli. Don't permit yourself to care.
Leave now before you begin to doubt. Don't let yourself care, or you'll be destroyed. Leave now, this minute, before it starts to eat away inside you.
Jerry, what is it?
Before it's too late. Before the caring destroys you.
Jerry, what's wrong?
I see under the facade. You are sensitive, like the others. You are vulnerable.
Jerry, what's the matter?
Before it kills you.
Jerry. Answer me. Jerry. Well, how is she?
Mr. Hughes.
What happened, Doctor? Why did she faint?
She didn't faint. She's dead.
Dead? That's impossible.
She's dead, Mr. Hughes.
No, I don't believe that. Why, only a few minutes ago she was standing right here talking to me.
I know.
Well, how could she die just like that?
The truth, Mr. Hughes, is that Jerry Baylor is dead because she had no desire to go on living.
That's a reason?
It has to be. Because other than that, there is no reason under the sun why this woman should be dead.
The road to resolution starts with doubt. The best way home's the farthest way about. So said the poet. Doubt. It begins as a wispy thread of curiosity. It would have been so simple, so easy to have gone back and declared that all was well at Project X. But now doubt, the ultimate weapon of man's own conscience, has been planted inside the practical, well-ordered mind of Eli Hughes. And that is going to prove very unfortunate for him when I return with Act 3. The will to live. There is no power on earth quite like it. And even doctors are at a loss to explain the most critical patients whose sheer tenacity brings them back from death's door. Conversely, many people believe that there exists also the will to die. But what about Dr. Jerry Baylor? Could we say then that she actually died of despair? Of some terrifying vision?
This woman should not be dead.
The fact still remains, Doctor, that she is. Now, there has to be some sound medical explanation. There always is.
All right. Her heart stopped beating, so she died. In fact, though, she wanted to die, so her heart simply stopped beating. Now, do you understand the difference?
No.
Life was an utter torment for Jerry. Each day became more and more difficult to face. Visions of total annihilation. She was firmly convinced that it was actually going to happen. Well, the thought was unbearable.
How are you going to list her death?
Natural causes? What else can I say? That's how I recorded the other two.
Other two? What other two?
Yes. This is the third death we've had here in the past 6 months.
Well, I wasn't informed of any deaths.
Yeah, that's correct. Now that you bring it up, they occurred away from the installation on 2 staff members who had recently resigned from the project. Officially, they were no longer connected with Project X, although I consider the deaths to be work-related.
How did they die?
One in an accident, the other cardiac arrest. Both had previously been under the care of Dr. Baylor.
I see. Doctor, would it be possible for me to look through Jerry Baylor's office?
I thought you were leaving, Mr. Hughes.
Not just yet. Nothing so far, nothing. Now, she had to keep some kind of records, I'm sure of it. But where... Wait a minute. One of these. Tapes. Maybe it's on tape.
Tape 3. Received news today of Dr. Vanetti's death. The second death in under a month. There must be a correlation.
She did put it on tape. Well, maybe now I can get some answers.
In conclusion, both of the deceased scientists had the following in common. They worked in the same lab. They both had previously expressed anxieties to me connected with the safety of Project X. Both admitted to an overwhelming sense of doom. Both had unusually high sensitivity ratings.
Sensitivity ratings? Now, what can she mean by that?
It's sort of an unofficial scientific term, Mr. Hughes. A sensitivity rating is a scale that Dr. Baylor used to classify the intuitive nature of her patients. Now, she believed that some people have a greater sensitivity to stimuli than others. Now, she was almost afraid to use the words extrasensory perception, but she believed that some people have a kind of antennae that enables them to detect danger present in any everyday situation.
A kind of sixth sense, Doctor?
If you go along with her theory, I guess you could call it that.
Well, that would explain what happened to those two scientists, and even Dr. Baylor.
Well, you can believe that. I don't. I just think that what happened to the three of them, like what's happening to Adrian inside that room there. Some people can't cope with stress. It's as simple as that.
I don't know, Doctor. What about this girl, Adrian?
You met her. She cracked after Jerry was no longer able to function as staff psychiatrist.
Well, maybe there's a connection somehow. I'd like to talk to her again.
Well, if you want, Mr. Hughes, but I really don't think it's going to give you any answers. Unless, that is, you already have one in mind.
Hello, Adrian.
Oh, hello.
Do you remember me?
You're Mr. Hughes.
You can call me Eli.
Okay. Eli, have you learned to swim yet?
No, but I will.
You better hurry up. You don't have forever, you know.
Yes. Adrian, did you know a man named Dr. Vannetti?
Who?
Dr. Vannetti. He was a chemist like yourself. Both you and Dr. Vannetti came to work at X around the same time.
Dr. Vannetti?
Yes, he worked alongside you and Professor Shoup.
Professor Shoup?
Yes, that's right, Adrian. Now, maybe you can tell me about Dr. Vannetti.
No, I don't want to.
All right. I don't want to upset you.
Do you see these figures, Professor Shoup?
What are you talking about?
Do you see our calculations, Shoup? You've made a mistake. Why won't you double-check your figures against ours? Professor Shoup, why are you so stubborn? Your calculations are off.
What calculations?
I can do a backstroke and hold my breath underwater for almost 1 whole minute.
Adrian, what calculations are you talking about?
I don't want to talk to you anymore today. You're too serious.
I hope you don't mind me disturbing you, Professor Shoup.
Oh, of course not, my boy. Now, you were asking me about Dr. Vannetti and poor Adrian.
Yes. Did you all, how do I put it tactfully? Did you all get along well?
Very tactful, my boy, but unnecessary. In fact, the three of us got along famously. Just famously we did.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because Adrian mentioned something to me about some calculations being off.
Oh, poor Adrian. She was so very distressed about Dr. Vannetti. They were very close, I understand.
In other words, there are no calculations.
Well, certainly there are. The calculations on my conversion formula. We start testing next week, and I'm very excited, and so is the Colonel.
I take it that Dr. Vannetti disagreed with you on some of your figures.
He certainly did. But I set him straight quickly.
Yes. Professor, who double-checks you
Everything is double-checked by the most qualified member of this staff. Me.
You're joking, aren't you?
Mr. Hughes, I double-check myself. Now, on along. I have got work to do.
I think you're taking this all too seriously, Eli.
Colonel, I heard him with my own ears. He said he double-checks himself.
Well?
I don't know about you, but I call that an extremely unscientific attitude. Now, I certainly intend to mention it in my report. I'm beginning to have my doubts about Professor Shoup.
Oh, now, look, you have to understand, the professor is a genius, an absolute genius.
Colonel, I find your attitude very unprofessional. I'm raising serious doubts to you about the emotional stability of your chief scientist. Now, how can you just dismiss it with a shrug of your shoulder?
Because, well, it's this way, Eli. We're testing X on a very small scale next week. And as a favor to me, I'm asking you to let this all ride until after the test takes place.
Now, you're not serious. Now, what if Dr. Raymond Vanetti and Dr. Adrian Oramad were right and the professor was wrong?
That, Eli, is extremely unlikely.
Well, I'll go along with that, Colonel. The question is, can you afford to take that chance?
So you're going away?
Adrian, I wanted to thank you.
Thank me?
Yes, you helped me make a very important decision. I'm going to make my report today. Terminating Project X.
Terminate?
It means that Professor Shoup won't be able to carry out the testing next week. I thought it would make you happy to hear that.
Eli, you can't stop it. It's too late.
No, it isn't.
You can see it, can't you, Eli? You're one of us. I can see that.
One of us?
You have it. The sensitivity. You know what's going to happen. The miscalculation in the conversion formula will set off a disastrous chain reaction.
Adrian, I already told you I'm going to stop the test.
No, they'll stop you. They won't let you.
Goodbye, Colonel. I'm glad there are no hard feelings.
Not really, Eli. We do have a full week before the test. Something might always come up. The last word does belong to the General.
Well, I'm sure the General will support my findings.
Perhaps, Eli. But when he hears the results of our testing, I don't believe he will.
Well, you'll be shut down long before the testing, Colonel.
Eli, we can't be closed until you make your report.
In case you forgot, Colonel, I'm leaving today.
Not really.
What are you talking about?
You're a civilian. This is a classified operation. We have to debrief you, and that's going to take time.
Well, I've got a level 3 security clearance.
I'm just being technical, Eli. I have the option to detain any non-military personnel for a routine security check.
How long will this check take?
Exactly 1 week.
1 week? Well, that'll give the professor time to begin his tests.
It will?
Colonel, this is deliberate.
It is.
But you can't. I mean, you can't carry on those tests. If the calculations are even slightly off, there'll be a terrifying chain reaction. You're dealing with the forces of nature. We're talking about cataclysm. Unleashing the violence from beneath the Earth's crust, the elements raging uncontrollably.
Eli, I think you've been taking this all a bit too seriously.
You think I'm crazy, do you? Maybe I am. Maybe man wasn't meant to foresee his own destruction. But it will happen, Colonel, unless I stop it. Only I have the power to stop it, and I must, or else we perish. Civilization will perish. And I must go at once and make my report.
Eli, you're not going anywhere. Not for a long, long time.
No, lie down, Mr. Hughes.
How long have I been here, Dr. Hillary?
Almost a week.
Doctor, it still isn't too late. There's still time.
I told you, Mr. Hughes, not to become emotionally involved. Now, look what it's done to you.
No, it doesn't matter. Not really. I can't stop destiny.
Please, don't tire yourself.
She was right. Jerry was right. It's a mistake to care. It'll destroy you if you care.
Please, Mr. Hughes. Eli.
It won't be long now, Doctor. We'll all fall in. Down to the bottom of the ocean. Back to the fishes.
Well, rest now.
The fishes and the seahorses.
General Glynn? Yes, come in, Corporal. I want you to take a letter to the director of Project X.
Ready, sir.
To the attention of Colonel Lilly, Project Director. Sir, in lieu of a progress report from Investigator Eli Hughes, our Secondary Review Committee has voted to send a replacement sometime in the following few weeks. In the interim, as Project X poses no immediate threat to the safety of this country, permission is hereby granted for you to continue with your research. Signed, Major General E.F. Glynn, Commander-in-Chief of Military Forces, Atlantis.
Atlantis? You mean we didn't tell you that this story was about Atlantis? Well, after all, we never exactly told you it wasn't. One thing is for sure, though. We don't have to tell you how this story ends. Undoubtedly, you have already heard the ending. Atlantis was destroyed. I'll be back in a moment. Is man bent on destroying himself? This story was offered merely as a fable to make you think and wonder. That's what this program is all about. To expand the imagination, heighten the senses, tantalize the curiosity. Was there really an Atlantis? What could have happened to cause such an advanced civilization to vanish from the face of the earth without a trace? Our cast included Larry Haynes, Robert Dryden, Catherine Byers, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I have before me a gleaming crystal ball. I pass my hands over it, and I can see the future. If it really worked, of course, I could rule the world. But all it shows me is the world in the year 2176, 200 years from now. And I regret to say, it's a very frightening picture.
Keith, they're after our child. What happened? How did they find out?
Celia, listen to me, darling. You can't let yourself go.
We can't let them accommodate, Eric. We can't.
You mustn't panic. That's what they're hoping for.
But what are we going to do? How can we stop Vignor?
I don't know yet. But there's one thing I do know for sure. If we panic, our son is doomed.
Our mystery drama, Area 13, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Through a glass, darkly. That is how we perceive the future. The fantasies of our science fiction writers have come true through the years with an almost frightening precision. Space flight is here. Other planets are being talked about and explored for colonization purposes. But through all the visions runs a thread of despair. Today, we take a leap 2 centuries into the future and join a meeting in progress. A meeting of the accommodators, the rulers of the one world we now have in 2176. The meeting is chaired by Kryle, provost of the accommodators.
Rulers and counselors of the planet, it is the considered opinion of your provost that we are faced with a grave crisis. The matter came to my attention only yesterday, which explains the emergency nature of this extraordinary session. It was included in a routine report of our sentinel from Area 13. I have taken the liberty of extracting from the computer the portions of the tape that comprise the crux of the matter. I urge our closest attention as I replay those portions now.
Computer readouts indicate presence of non-registered, unaccommodated child in Area 13. Attempts to identify child have all proved fruitless. All information fed to Comp Master came back with same reading. Insufficient data. Please advise.
The silence I hear in the chamber properly reflects the gravity of the situation and explains the presence of our esteemed friend Vignor at this meeting.
Since the provost has mentioned my name, I would like it to be put on the record that I think, with all due respect, that he is overreacting.
Reasons?
Computer error, for one.
Yes, possibility, but remote.
Assuming for the moment our Sentinel's information is correct and that somewhere in Area 13 there is a non-registered, unaccommodated child, where is the crisis?
As you well know, Vignor, our genetic makeup is different. We can experience neither anger, nor joy, nor remorse. But we do have the capacity for and the desire to use power.
I know all that. Why was I summoned? What are my orders?
They will be given to you privately by me in complete confidence. Very well, councilors, this meeting is now dismissed with council members assured that this grave matter will be dealt with promptly and efficiently. And I think we will find my office more comfortable.
I assume you intend sending me to Area 13.
It is correct. I call your attention to your genetic chart on the screen behind my desk.
I really don't understand why you've gone to so much...
Please, Vignor, it's vital that you understand the importance of this mission. Now, you are a unique blend. Your mother was artificially inseminated with an unusual helix formation, which produced an individual with the characteristics that make you so outstanding in your designated work. But...
Yes?
These two characteristics are empathy and a certain measure of understanding. On this assignment, I warn you to be extremely aware of them, because we must discover the identity of this child.
Understood. But one child, Kryle?
You completely understand that the population must be controlled. One pebble dropped in the wrong place at the wrong time can cause an avalanche. You must not fail, Vignor.
Why are you so late? I've been waiting here by the fountain for over an hour. I've almost given up hope and gone back to work.
Celia, I couldn't get away from the hospital on such short notice. We were running tests on what appears to be a new viral strain, which fortunately seems relatively harmless. What's the matter? Did we have a problem?
Marissa called to tell me about the arrival of a new teacher at Alpha. She asked me to arrange housing.
And that made you send me the emergency signal and meet here where we can't be taped?
You know how friendly I am with Marissa. She says Alpha doesn't need a new language teacher.
Meaning what?
I'm afraid they found out. Keith, I'm terrified.
Celia, darling, look, give me your hands. Now, just look at me.
Keith, we never should have done it.
I want to quote to you from one of the banned books, and listen closely. The guilty flee where no man pursueth.
But our son is being pursued. I know it. I feel it.
But there's still no facts to support your feeling.
Well, how about my intuition? You've always claimed to have great respect for it.
All right. Let's assume for the moment that there is something to justify your feelings. What do we do?
I don't know.
Just hand over Eric, our son, and say, here he is, accommodated?
No.
And that would also bring up the question of what the council would do with us. Have you thought of that?
Heaven help me, I have.
Well, I have, too. Maybe they'd forgive us and leave us alone if we gave up our son.
Never. We made a decision 9 years ago, and we're going to stay with it.
I always knew I married the right girl. Now, come on, darling. Let's take a realistic look at what we can expect, assuming that this new language teacher is what you think he is.
If he is, Eric, you and I are doomed.
No, not necessarily. Look at it this way. It took them 9 years before they even got suspicious. So we've covered our tracks well.
Not well enough.
Again, I disagree with you. Look at the facts. If they knew that Eric was an unreported child who hadn't been accommodated, they'd just have walked into the school and plucked him out of it.
Well, that's true.
So even if this new teacher is a spy, he's here trying to locate Eric. And we have no choice but to see that he doesn't locate him.
Well, how do we do that?
By holding fast to our original plan, which worked for 9 years. And above all, not to give this fellow even a whiff of the fact that we have anything to fear.
Oh, Mrs. Luton. Mr. Luton. Sorry to shout after you like this, but I'd just come from your house because Marissa told me you were the one to see about living space. Lucky I ran into you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Vignor. Oh, didn't Marissa give you my name?
Of course, it slipped my mind.
You do have a place for me to stay.
Of course. It's not very elegant.
Oh, as a teacher, I'm really not used to elegance. But why don't we go back to your house for a chat?
Well, I'd like to, Mr. Vignor, but I'm due back at the hospital. As a matter of fact, I never should have taken this brick.
Why did you? Oh, don't take that as a thrust, Doctor. I'm very well aware that all work and no play makes an unaccommodated citizen very unhappy.
Well, all right, if it won't take too long.
Not long at all. Matter of fact, I can not only arrange my room, but also get your feelings about the children's needs at Alpha. I'm seeing all the parents. I really have a great deal to do, and if I'm to succeed, I'd better fill you in right away. Briefly, the Educational Alliance has been concerned with the results coming out of Alpha in the language field. Now, as an expert in language and an expert in child psychology, I'd like to hear your feelings about this.
Well, we have no feelings because, frankly, we haven't noticed any problem.
No, of course you wouldn't. After all, you're unaccommodated parents of an unaccommodated child. And with everyone equal, there should be no language problem at all.
You do realize that we're monitored here?
Of course.
How did you know that we were unaccommodated?
Oh, come now, Doctor. I would never have been sent into this area without a thorough briefing. Besides, there's always the factor of the high visibility that all unaccommodated citizens share.
Mr. Vignon, to be perfectly honest, I find this conversation very disturbing.
In what way?
Well,
You find the monitor inhibiting?
No, not at all. We accept that as part of our conditions. We understand the privilege of being unaccommodated, and we're happy to pay the price.
Happy? Now, there's an adjective that is only in the vocabulary of the unaccommodated. Isn't that so, Mrs. Luton?
We're also capable of experiencing sorrow, Mr. Vignor.
But there's no reason in our civilization for sadness.
Mr. Vignor, can we come back to the reason for this meeting? The children, remember?
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't made myself clear. When any problem arises concerning the education of the children, the council feels it is an area for concern. Now, as you well know, with a tightly controlled population, there should be no problems with education at all. Now, even though I intend to speak to all of the parents in this area, the only ones I think that can be of help are the unaccommodated parents.
Why?
Well, I should think the answer is obvious. All accommodated parents will be satisfied with whatever progress or lack of it their children are making, whereas...
Both Keith and I are perfectly satisfied with the progress of our son at Alpha.
Excellent. That gives us a starting point. Although I know your son, Richard, is that his name?
Yes, that's his name.
Yes, that Richard is unaccommodated. He was registered according to the regulations, and I'm relieved to find that his progress is normal. Now, have you had any occasion to observe any of the other children?
No.
Well, I suppose that might be too much to expect, but I was hoping that you or your husband could give me some hint as to...
As to what, exactly? I'm still confused about what you're looking for, Mr.
I'm looking for help, Doctor. Now, at the risk of boring you, I have to remind you about a subject you know a great deal about. Our genetic population plan. Now, since all accommodated children are born artificially with rigidly controlled HELEX systems, it becomes a major source of concern when our computer bank indicates some malfunction, no matter how slight. Now, if I may say so, Doctor, you and your wife represent 1/500th of our fail-safe lifeline. That is, you reproduce normally with children that we know to be unaccommodated. Now, I was hoping that perhaps in your position at the hospital, you might have come across something unusual in the way of illness in one of the children.
Oh, well, no, if anything of the sort had occurred, I would have reported it immediately.
Of course you would. How could you do otherwise?
I have no right to ask this question, but I'm curious. What is your genetic pattern, Mr. Vignor?
Well, Dr. Luton, I may someday satisfy your curiosity. But at the moment, I feel we don't know each other well enough. So, if your wife will be kind enough to hand me the card with the address of my quarters, I'll say goodbye for now.
Life in the year 2176. A grim picture? Perhaps, but if we stop and think, how far away are we from leading lives such as the citizens in Area 13? Maybe it won't be as long as 200 years. As for me, I sincerely hope it'll be a lot longer. We'll be back with Act 2 shortly. The sounds of the future. Will they be the harmonious music of the spheres? Or will they be disturbingly dissonant sounds that herald a darker design? Here's one view of one world in the year 2176. We continue our story in the office of the administrator of the Alpha Institute, in what is designated as Area 13. She's talking with the newly assigned language teacher.
I wanted to talk to you about these vocabulary tests which are scheduled for tomorrow.
Yes?
I thought perhaps we should discuss them.
Well, fine. Let's do so.
It's difficult for me.
Why?
Well, you probably know that I am not patterned for questioning orders.
Certainly you're patterned for dealing with problems in your field.
Of course.
The tests are educational. Therefore, you should be able to discuss them.
Well, it just seems to me that these tests are structured more to measure a spirit of independence rather than a language skill.
Well, that's interesting. How do you reach that conclusion?
Well, this question, number 4, which reads, pick the right word to complete the following sentence. I am very good, bad, lost, me.
Well?
I am me, of course, is bad grammar. But I'm puzzled as to why it was included at all. It seems to point in quite another direction rather than language.
What direction?
I really don't know. I suppose I could be mistaken.
Could you?
Of course I must be. I don't know what made me bring it up in the first place.
Well, let me congratulate you. You're really a very well-accommodated citizen.
Oh, thank you.
Of course, you were only half mistaken. Several of those questions don't properly belong in a language test.
I see.
For some unexplained reason, in my genetic pattern, there is an abundance of curiosity. I don't know how or why it happened, but it did. And that's the reason for those questions. Merely to satisfy my curiosity.
Oh, Marissa, what a delightful surprise.
I was afraid you might still be at work, and Celia, I am very upset. It's about
As a matter of fact, Marissa, you were lucky to catch me. I've got a date with Keith, and I'm late now.
But I need to talk to someone, and...
I'm not going to run out on you. I was just going to suggest you come along with me. We can always send Keith on an errand to find some excuse so we can be alone. So come along now, Marissa. Oh, Marissa, now we can talk.
I really don't understand why you and Keith come here. It is so noisy, and it's not even near your house or the hospital.
Oh, this is where Keith and I first met. You know how we unaccommodateds are. It's romantic to us.
I suppose it means something to you, but it is beyond my past.
Oh, forget about that. Now tell me why you came to see me.
It's just that I have a feeling. No, I suppose all I can say is I just don't feel right.
How about seeing Keith? He might be able to...
No. Keith is the same as any other doctor. He would just send me to an adjuster.
You think there's really something wrong with your harmony structure?
There must be.
Well, what makes you say that?
Because I know I should not be feeling the way I do. Ziegler told me that the language tests were all right, and he even explained about those questions. But I still
What is this about Vignor and language tests? What does he have to do with your feelings?
Vignor is the new language teacher at Alpha. And those tests are not really vocabulary tests. They are neither valid nor reliable for vocabulary tests.
What do you think they are?
Individuality tests, self-will tests, if that makes it any clearer.
That makes it very clear. Why do you think a language teacher would give tests in that classification?
I do not know. I cannot understand it, and that's what troubles me. I also do not think...
Yes?
Nothing.
No one can help you if you don't communicate, Marissa.
I know, but...
You don't trust me?
Oh, it is not that. You and Keith have been so close. I sometimes don't understand why someone like me should be so well accepted by you and Keith.
That invisible line that's drawn between accommodated and unaccommodated citizens is really not factual. Now, what disturbs you about Vignor?
It's just that he does not seem to be or behave like a real language teacher. It is not just the tests. His whole attitude is somehow different. And it feels wrong.
Perhaps he's unaccommodated.
I don't know. I do not think so. But he's different. He bothers me.
Why?
If I tell you, do you promise you will not tell a soul except Keith?
I promise.
I am worried about my son. I do not know why, but I feel Vignor's presence here threatens my son.
Now I'm sure you understand why I asked you to meet me here in the park before dinner.
Of course, darling. We can't be monitored here beside the fountain.
Well, what do you think?
Celia, I think you're right. I think your instinct is dead on target as usual.
Much good that does us. Our son is going to be accommodated. Or worse.
Well, you're assuming that Vignor will find him.
Oh, let's face it, Keith. We're up against the state, the counselors, Carl. What chance do we stand against them?
Only one, my love. We are unaccommodated.
Meaning?
Meaning that we're unpredictable. That's our only chance against all the computers, all the machinery that's arrayed against us. Remember, it's mechanical.
And terrifyingly efficient.
Well, we fooled it for 9 years.
Well, how did they discover it now?
They haven't. Hold on to that, Celia. They're only suspicious. It's up to us to throw them off the track again.
But there's Marissa. She's already disturbed. Well, what do you think it will take to make her break?
I'm afraid very little, but remember, she knows nothing.
But strangely enough, she feels she should be worried about her son. She's desperately looking for an excuse to have him recessed for the time that Vignor's here.
She mustn't do that.
Oh, I know. Well, I think I managed to persuade her to hold off. But she's carrying a tremendous guilt load.
Well, what has she got to feel guilt for?
Oh, Keith. She's accommodated, and she's been told that the tests are really what they claim to be. Even daring to harbor a suspicion that what she's been told is incorrect is breaking her pattern. The question is, what do we do?
I have to think.
Do we have time?
I don't know, Celia, but if we act without thinking, we're playing right into their hands. All we have is ourselves and the brains we were born with. And if they aren't enough to outthink a patterned human robot, then we might as well pack everything in and forget about us, our son, and the world.
You have reached trial.
This is Vignor with my first progress report from Area 13. Will it save time if I assume that you've already heard a transcription of my talk with Alpha Administrator Marissa Finlayson?
I have indeed heard the discussion. So far, your report has given me nothing.
An analysis of my discussion with Finlayson points to several significant factors.
Which are?
Her stress behavior is irregular for an accommodated citizen.
Yes, granted. What else?
I, therefore, shall want an instant super check on her patterns and background.
It has been activated. More information, please.
My conclusions are that there's something that I have been unable to trace. But very definitely something out of the ordinary in Alpha Institute.
Irregularity is irksome, but not as dangerous as having an unreported individualist child in Area 13. Are you reporting such an individual?
No, not yet. If I make such a report, you will have the name of the child.
I expect it. The report on Marissa Finlayson is here.
Can you scan it for me?
Finlayson. Program for executive in educational field. Everything normal through childhood and adolescence. Since pattern was specifically designed for work with children, she remained unattached as programmed. Was selected for insemination for an accommodated male child in 2167. Birth normal, child normal, and registered as pattern for engineering.
Any behavioral changes since you became a mother?
None noted.
Ever visited an adjuster?
No record. What prompts that question?
You heard her question me on the purpose of the tests. Now, isn't that inconsistent with her pattern?
Possibly.
I'm curious to know why, when I pushed her, that she ran to see her unaccommodated friend, Celia Luton.
The Lutons were our prime target. They had a normal birth of an unaccommodated child 9 years ago. Periodic checks on the child as ordered have been scrupulously followed. Everything is completely regular.
The question of the unusual close friendship between Finlayson and the Lutons still nags at me.
Perhaps I can offer an explanation that will satisfy you.
It might save some time.
As you well know, there is one factor which the programmers have been unable to control. There is no gene they've been able to isolate to govern it. And that is the amount of parental concern evidenced by members of both sexes. It varies from male to male and from female to female. I suggest that since Finlayson was strongly child-oriented and she and the Lutons both have one child, that is the link which binds them and would account for their association. Well?
Trial, you just might have hit upon something that I overlooked. I'm thinking I might reveal my true identity and my purpose.
To what end?
Well, I'm curious to study the reactions of the three people we've been discussing.
And I remind you that I and the Council are interested only in the success of your mission.
I'm sure you already prepared an alternative in the event that I should fail.
Of course. We shall do a complete min-lobotomal sift screen of every child in Area 13.
Won't that drastically affect the unskilled labor population and give you a large oversupply in those fields?
Unquestionably. It would also throw off the balance in the skilled fields that we had carefully planned. But that is infinitely preferable to leaving the problem unsolved.
Trial, just to satisfy my curiosity, what do your computers say would happen if an unaccommodated child went undetected into adult life on this planet?
The story you're hearing is supposed to be taking place in the year 2176. I wonder whether any of the citizens of that world had heard of the old saying, curiosity killed the cat. Or, conversely, the answer, satisfaction brought it back. We'll find out exactly how Vignor, the undercover man of 2176, went about satisfying his curiosity right after these messages. The year is 2176. 4 centuries after the Declaration of Independence. However, in the world of the future, as we see it, not only is that historic declaration forgotten, but independence is a word to be feared, and independence of thought and obscenity to be stamped out. We resume our story with Vignor, the undercover representative of the Planetary Council, calling on Celia and Keith Luton.
I hope I'm not intruding on your evening at home, but I have 2 confessions to make. That is, if you 2 charming people will take the time to listen.
Well, Celia and I are always happy to have visitors, but we're not adjusters nor even compensators, and listening to confessions is out of our line.
Well, my confessions aren't all that earth-shaking. As a matter of fact...
Do you honestly think this is the time and the place for confessions, Mr. Vigner, no matter how unimportant they may seem to you?
Oh, you mean the monitor? Well, nothing I have to say that a sentinel would be shocked to hear. My first confession is that I intruded on you without an invitation simply because I was lonely. Now, you know my home is in Area 4, and you and Marissa are about the only people that I know here.
Well, then you were perfectly right to come here.
My second confession is much more interesting. You see, I am not really a language teacher.
I really don't think we should hear any more.
I need your help.
Oh, I'm afraid there's no way we can help you.
Well, how do you know? You don't even know who I am or what my problem is.
We're not interested.
I'm here representing the council, and I need your help.
Oh. Are we to take that as a directive?
No. Nothing so formal. I'm merely requesting a friendly discussion.
Of course, just a friendly discussion on a monitored, recorded conversation.
Surely you 2 must be used to that by now?
Well, we're not used to discussions with council representatives.
Oh, by the way, everything that we say here must be kept completely confidential.
Except for the sentinel on the monitor, of course.
Now, things would go much more smoothly if you'd relax and just look upon me as a sort of colleague.
Oh, that's too much. You come here as a council spy. Admit you're not what you're supposed to be, and ask us to involve ourselves in whatever scheme you have in mind and treat you as a colleague?
You're not even curious about my mission?
All we want to do is to be left alone.
Not even a question as to why I come to you rather than anyone else in the area?
All right, Mr. Fickner, why are you here and why did you choose us?
I am here to trace a rumor, an unverified report on an unregistered, unaccommodated child in the area. I chose you, obviously, because you're the only unaccommodated citizens in the area.
Well, our son has been registered.
I know. Still, the council asked me to come here. Now, I was wondering whether you had noticed anything different about any of the other children in Alpha.
But I'm sure you've been informed that we have no more than the usual casual contacts with the children in Alpha, other than our son. I still don't understand why you have come to us.
You know, in ancient literature, they had a saying which went, set a thief to catch a thief. So,
Mr. Bittner, I think we have every right to resent the implication that we're lawbreakers. We've lived up to the letter of every regulation. We have monitored and observed every minute of the day and night, and I want the Sentinel to note that.
All I meant was that in searching for an unaccommodated child, it would be only natural to turn to unaccommodated citizens who would quickly recognize that singular, quick brightening of the eyes when something occurs that pleases an unaccommodated child. That, in short, makes him happy.
Both Celia and I are happily busy with our work, and we had no reason to be particularly observant with any children.
How about your friend, Marissa Finlayson?
What about her?
My question. Has she exhibited any erratic behavior recently?
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to be more specific.
For an accommodated person, she seems to hold some unaccommodated ideas.
Ridiculous. As a female, I'm closer to Marissa than Keith, and I've never heard her express any opinion for which she wasn't patterned.
I have. It was in connection with a test that I'm giving to all the Alpha children.
A language test?
Supposedly. I informed Finlayson that was its purpose, and despite my telling her, she questioned it.
But she's patterned as an educational expert. If she saw that something was wrong, wouldn't it be her pattern to point it out?
It's only that thought that prevents me from recommending an adjustment. Now, I was hoping you and your husband might have a talk with her and find out what, if anything, is causing these reactions.
We're not spies.
Of course not. But you also have a stake in the success of my mission.
Well, I can't quite see how your success or failure will affect us.
Well, I'll be quite frank. Unless I hand in a satisfactory report to the council, they will order a lobotomal screen sift for every child in the area, including, of course, your son.
Then you agree with me that this Vignor isn't a language teacher?
I didn't say that, Marissa. It's just that I can see you're upset.
And I do have something to be upset about. The language tests will be given tomorrow, and then Eric will be in trouble.
Well, what makes you so sure?
Eric has influenced me. Now, I know you are going to say it is ridiculous that a 9-year-old boy can influence someone, but there are things about him that have startled me. Oh, Celia, take my word for it. He is different.
And you believe this difference will show up on the test devised by Vignor?
I am sure of it.
Well, I can't see why you're so upset, Marissa. Even if what you say is true and Eric should test out irregularly, he'll simply be sent to an adjuster, and then everything will be fine. Isn't that so?
It isn't only Eric. It is I, Celia. I do not think you can understand what he has meant to me. He has such a new way of looking at things and questioning some things I've never understood. I think if anything should change Eric, I would need an adjuster. Perhaps I need one anyway.
Have you spoken of any of this to Vignor?
No. I suppose I should have, but...
No. Never. Never, never even mention it to him. Marissa, that's a directive. Just keep your doubts entirely to yourself, and don't ever breathe a word of them to Vignor. We've been here half an hour, and we still don't know what we're going to do.
We have to think of something.
No use. We're trapped, and Eric...
Honey, don't give up. We can't give up.
I can't help thinking that maybe if we'd reported Eric and registered him, he would have been better off.
No, now you're thinking the way they want you to. You know what Eric's life would have been. Monitored 24 hours a day. The only place he could ever talk is in the park with a fountain. They'd have made him a doctor, whether he wanted to be or not. He'd have practiced medicine the way they tell him to. They'd pick an unaccommodated girl for him to marry, and he'd reproduce on order.
And now he'll be turned into a vegetable.
Well, maybe not. Yes. Maybe we can still win this battle. Celia, you gave me the idea when you told me how much Marissa's concerned about her son.
Well, how does that help?
She'll help. Don't you see? She'll help us repeat what we did when Eric was born.
I don't follow you.
Come on, think, darling. Remember how all this started? Do you recall how we were joking about what a coincidence it would be if our child and Marissa's were born almost at the very same time?
I'm not likely to forget that. It was then we started thinking seriously if the children were of the same sex and were born just a few hours apart. We could exchange children. And that way give Eric a chance to grow up unaccommodated and unmonitored. I never held Eric in my arms. Never once.
Celia, darling, we knew what we were doing when we agreed to let Marissa believe Eric was her son, to raise him as hers, while we brought up her child. We did talk about it, remember?
Well, we never talked about it ending up in this hopeless, terrifying mess.
Don't give up yet, Celia. Don't forget we were successful once.
But that was in the hospital, where you were in complete charge. You had access to the records. You could issue directives to the staff.
Don't you see? Marissa's the administrator at Alpha Institute with complete access to the tests. All we have to do is persuade her to switch papers, substitute Eric's for Richard's, and everything will appear to be normal. After all, her son, Richard, whom we are raising as our child, is reported as unaccommodated, and it's only natural that he should test that way.
Well, of course, and then Richard's paper will show no trace of independence. Oh, but, Keith, that means we have to tell Marissa. Then she'll know everything.
No, not everything. You will tell her you're doing this because she came for help. We tell her nothing about Eric. Not that we're his real parents or that he is unaccommodated.
But Marissa's accommodated. Can we trust her?
I don't know, Celia. I'm beginning to think so. I'm beginning to have hope not only for Eric, but for this whole planet. I mean, look at the effect Eric has already had on Marissa. You told me she's thinking differently.
But what about Vignor? Won't he be looking for tricks?
You leave Vignor to me. The first thing you have to do is find out how the papers are collected and marked and classified. Now, you get on that right away, honey.
And where do I meet you when I've got the information?
The admitting room at the hospital.
Oh, but isn't that monitored?
Yes, it's monitored but not recorded. There are too many conversations. The only recording is the actual admission procedure. Now, darling, I love you. Good luck. Well, how'd it go?
She's on tranquilizers. But she agreed.
And the language test papers?
Special printed questions according to Vignor's orders. No names. Each child's registration number encoded at the top of the paper. Answers computerized and results printed out.
That's great. We couldn't have hoped for anything better.
Now, what are you going to do?
I have hundreds of hospital forms with every child's registration number encoded on top.
Yes, but those are hospital forms.
But the numbers aren't. Now, I'll check Richard and Eric's registration numbers and pick up a couple of forms. Then you'll have Marissa extract the 2 test papers before they get to the computer.
And what about Vignor?
Just get me the time when he's giving the test, and I'll take care of him.
Keith, I just thought of something terrible. If you succeed, Vignor fails. And if he fails, every child in the area will be given a lobotomal sift screen. There's no way we can save Eric.
We only have Vignor's word for that. I'm sure it's an empty threat. No, you just get me those test papers.
All right, Dr. Luton, now that I'm here, can you tell me what is so vitally important that I have to leave my classroom in the middle of testing and rush over?
Well, Mr. Vignor, I think I found the child that you've been looking for.
Well, congratulations. You really amaze me, Doctor. Can I have his name and address?
Of course. His name is Robert Claster, and his address is right here. He was the victim of an accident, and he died on the operating table at 2 a.m. this morning.
Now, Dr. and Mrs. Luton, I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. If we'd known, we'd have left word.
I have some shocking news for you. You see, you were wrong about the identity of the unreported child. He wasn't Robert Claster.
He wasn't?
No. And I've established the identity of the child in question beyond any doubt. Would you be kind enough to accompany me back to your house?
Why? What you...
Since you're vitally concerned, I think you should hear my oral report, which will be given first to the Sentinel and then supplemented in writing. Now make yourselves comfortable, because I'm afraid you're in for a shock when you hear what I've discovered.
I think we've had enough of this cat and mouse game. Go ahead with your report.
I shall. And get yourself under control, Doctor. This is Vignor reporting on possible unregistered, unaccommodated male child in Area 13. Investigation showed that this report was triggered by clerical computer error in the use of the reverse production filmstat machine. For some reason, the machine had been programmed to interchange test papers of male child registered number 4519 and male child 3861.
But that's Richard's number.
I'll have to ask you to remain silent, Mrs. Luton, until the report is completed. Male child number 3861 is accommodated son of Marissa Finlayson. Name, Eric Finlayson. Number 4519 is Richard Luton, registered unaccommodated child of Dr. and Mrs. Keith Luton. With the resulting interchange on all tests, there was a notable variance in results, which led to misunderstanding. Case report completed and closed. Signed, Vignor. I can see why this is your favorite spot, Dr. Luton.
All right, Vignor, you can stop playing around. It's quite obvious you know everything. But what Celia and I want to know is, why did you do it? Why did you lie in your report?
If I tell you the truth, you won't believe me.
Try me.
Curiosity, Doctor. I have a tremendous amount of curiosity in my pattern. And I confess that I cannot resist trying to find out just what will happen to this controlled environment if one male, unreported, unaccommodated person grows into adulthood.
Men see the future differently, but there's no gainsaying the ever more frightening strides that science is making. We long ago discovered the power to destroy ourselves, and now we're faced with the even more frightening power of being able to control reproduction and the making of man. But so long as there is one mind in the world capable of independent thought, then there's hope. Because man's mind is capable of anything. Everything is in it, the past as well as the future. I'll be back shortly. Each of us has our personal and different pictures of what the 22nd century may be like. But the most horrific picture ever drawn is continued in a very frightening scene. It is the year 2200. There's only one man left alive on the entire earth. He sits alone in his small room, and suddenly he hears a knock on the door. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Ian Martin, Marion Seldes, and Joan Lovejoy. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to our world where real demons exist in this strange and brooding land behind the creaking door. Yes, we offer you real ghouls. No artificial anything. Curiously enough, authentic ghouls are not decaying bodies rising from the slimes of time. They are found almost anywhere, cleverly disguised as pleasant and attractive people. In fact, the people you're about to meet live in an attractive and fashionable home in Rose Hill, one of New York City's more affluent suburbs. They are young and attractive, all right. But to hear them talk...
The mixture's ready. In fact, it looks better than usual.
The blood was very rich when I drew it.
Good. This one's going to be a complete success.
It better be, considering who we're dealing with.
Nothing is going to go wrong. We've had our mistakes, but then who hasn't? Lucifer isn't perfect.
Robert, don't blaspheme at a time like this.
Our mystery drama, The Waiting Room, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Larry Haynes and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The forces of darkness don't always linger in the shadows. Sometimes the most evil beings take the guise of sincerity, honesty, and openness. Who would imagine, for instance, that evil could be found in a swinging, noisy, jumping discotheque in New York City, a place of music, swirling lights, and life? Let's visit just such a disco now. And while the forces of evil may not be too immediately apparent, as our story unfolds, well, don't say I didn't warn you.
This place looks promising.
It's supposed to be the hottest disco in town.
See anyone you like?
Let's circulate. Keep your eyes open.
Certainly jammed.
Mm-hmm. Nice young crowd, too.
How about that couple over there? The one's just going back to their table.
Mm-hmm. Not bad. Let's try that. Excuse us, wonder if we could join your table. The place is so crowded it looks like we'll have to double up.
Sure, come on, sit down. We're all in this together.
Oh, thanks a lot. I'm Bob Carson. This is my wife, Rhoda.
Oh, Marty Lanning. My wife, Charlotte.
Hi.
How are
You two look as if you're celebrating. Corsage, champagne.
Our first wedding anniversary.
Oh, congratulations.
Thanks.
Do you live in the city?
The village. You?
Suburbanites. We're from Rose Hill.
Rose Hill, pretty classy. Oh, we lived in the village ourselves. I love it.
What's your line, Marty?
I'm a phys ed instructor at Columbia.
Do they need a good coach at Rose Hill High?
I don't know.
We could always ask.
Oh, there's another one of our favorites. Excuse us.
Yes, certainly be our guest.
Come on, Charlotte. Let's dance.
Back soon. We never miss a number.
I like them. What do you think?
I agree. They do fine. Maybe, we ought to shop around a little more.
Waiting room's getting awfully crowded.
Yes, I know.
I think they're ideal.
Well, we can try. If they don't measure up, we can always let them go.
Here it is, Lundy Lane. Wow. These homes.
They're okay.
Imagine being invited to Rose Hill for the weekend.
Okay, what do we look for now?
Oh, 2 white pillars and a sign that says Carson.
We sure hit it off with Bob and Rhoda Carson.
I like them right away. I mean, they're rich and all that, but they make you feel comfortable.
Oh, I see 2 pillars up ahead. That must be it.
Yes, there's a sign.
Some driveway. You can't even see the house.
Marty, look at that bird on the left pillar.
What? Well, it looks like a crow. It is a crow.
It's huge.
I didn't think crows got that big.
There it goes.
Oh, we startled it when we turned in.
This really is country.
Wow, there's the house.
It's just what you'd expect at the end of a drive like this.
Sure is quiet.
It's so peaceful in the country, so they say.
Yeah.
Marty, what's the matter? You sound so down all of a sudden.
All of a sudden, I don't think I want to go through with this weekend.
Why?
I don't know. I'm here, and suddenly I want to go back to New York.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, we can't do that.
Well, I know we can't, but... Charlotte, look. Up there.
Where?
That window on the left wing of the house.
It's the crow.
Sitting on a perch on the windowsill.
It belongs here?
I don't know. I've heard of people training falcons. Maybe the Carsons train crows.
Hello, you two.
Well, here we go.
Oh, cheer up, Marty. We'll have a good time.
I saw you drive up. We're delighted you could make it.
Hi, Rhoda.
It's quite a bungalow you've got here.
Now, just leave your things in the car. Robert will get them later. Come on around to the pool. Oh, we have another guest for the weekend. I'd like you to meet him.
Say, Rhoda, is that your crow we saw? It was on one of your windowsills.
Mm-hmm, that's Caligula. You'll see him from time to time. He won't bother you. He's a friend of ours.
This place is just heaven.
Oh, Bert. Meet Charlotte and Marty Lanning.
Hi.
This is Bert Thompson.
Oh, nice to know you.
Hi, Bert.
Oh, sit down, everyone. I'll get the martinis going. Oh, and there are fresh bathing suits in the bathhouse if you want to take a swim.
Quite a layout, isn't it?
Fabulous.
Rhoda says you're from the village.
Yeah, Christopher Street.
I'm on West 44th. And I sure appreciate a weekend away from the city.
Say, Bert, what does Bob do for a living? There must be stocks or something to keep a place like this.
You mean you don't know?
No, they never mentioned it.
Well, I thought you and the Carsons were friends.
No, we only met last Saturday night at the Pearl Fishers on 3rd Avenue.
Oh, I thought I was the newcomer. I met them last Sunday at Jones Beach. They had their blanket next to mine. We got to talking, and they invited me here.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, we thought you knew them.
Not till last Sunday.
Well, it seems to be a hobby of theirs, inviting strangers home for the weekend.
What do you think of our candidates?
So far, so good. We'll know better by dinner time.
Yes. You know, that Thomas chap has the physique if his history is right. We'll start tomorrow night.
And take the couple on Sunday. We've got to ease the tensions in the waiting room. I'm getting worried.
Relax, my dear. It's nothing new. We've been at this for centuries.
Come on in, you cowards. The water's fine.
I've had enough for one day.
I should think a former Olympic swimmer would live in the water.
I'm out of training. Swimming strictly for pleasure now.
I wish some of my students were in good a shape as you.
Well, you never really lose it.
You must have been healthy all your life.
Never a sick day in all my 24 years.
Oh, that's good. Very good. No allergies in your family? No history of cancer? Heart trouble?
My great-grandparents are still living.
How wonderful.
And you're relaxed, too. You're not the nervous type.
Robert, I think you ought to get the barbecue fire going.
Yes, that's a good idea. Give me a hand, Bert.
Oh, glad to.
We'll be ready to eat in an hour.
So you and Charlotte are practically newlyweds.
Yeah, we met in college, but we waited till I got my master's.
You both seem to be in good health, too.
Oh, fitness is my business.
Well, good. Stay that way.
You and Bob seem unusually interested in fitness.
Oh, we are. It's very important.
I mean, our fitness. Why did Bob want to know about Bert's family history?
Hey, Marty, give me a towel, will you?
Oh, Robert didn't mean anything by that. It's just, polite interest.
Oh, water's wonderful. Oh, I don't see why you don't go in.
Oh, maybe later.
I'm going to start laying out the salads. Now, you two just relax. I'll have some chores for you later.
I'm going to go get dressed.
Charlotte.
What?
There's something... I don't know how to put my finger on it.
Marty, what's the matter?
There's something here that's... Oh, well, nothing. Forget it.
Good night, Charlotte.
See you in the morning.
That's the last of them. They've all gone to bed.
Good. I'll lock up, and then we'd better make some preparations.
Good. I'll meet you in the waiting room. Oh, my lovely creatures, how restless you are tonight. There you are. Fresh water. These should hold until the morning. I'll freshen it all up tomorrow.
All secure. Not a sound from any of our guests. The suburban air must be too much for them.
I'll be glad when we're finished. The birds are terribly restless.
We're never finished, Rhoda.
You know what I mean. Suppose they get suspicious. Suppose they decide to leave before
They won't leave until we're ready to have them leave. Caligula will see to that.
I hope so.
Really, Rhoda, you act as though this was our first time.
I'm always nervous just before we begin. So many things can go wrong.
All right. Suppose we do begin and try to concentrate, huh? Now, let's get the formula started. Did you get the blood?
Yes. I think you ought to double the dexachlorine.
Yes, that's a good idea. I don't want to take any more chances on halfway happenings.
Alcohol?
Less of that if we're increasing the dexachlorine.
That all right?
Good. Now, 3 drops of the blood. Perfect. Yes, it's working. All right, seal it up and give it 24 hours. And tomorrow night at this time, we'll start the first one on his way. Now, Caligula is going on patrol.
Marty.
Oh, what? What's the matter?
There's something outside the window.
What? What do you mean, something?
Listen.
I don't hear anything except the crickets.
Something's watching us. I feel it.
We're on the top floor. You want me to see if someone's clinging to the vine?
Don't be sarcastic.
Well, you're the one who said I was imagining things.
All right. Go back to sleep.
No, I'll take a look. But in the morning, I think we'll just tell the Carsons that we... Grief, it's that crow.
Oh, get it away! Oh.
It was on the windowsill.
Keep it out! Keep it out!
It's all right. It's gone.
Oh, where is it now?
It flew off into the pine trees.
Oh, that was such a shock.
That's what was looking at us.
Oh, gosh. I guess it has the run of the place. We're the intruders to him.
I don't know.
Oh.
There was something about the way that bird looked at us when we drove in. Do you remember? Sitting on the pillars?
Yeah.
That's no ordinary bird. Crows don't react this way to people.
What do you mean, Marty?
That crow didn't land on our windowsill by accident. I told you yesterday when we drove up I didn't want to stay. I couldn't put my finger on it. But there's evil here. Real evil.
Marty.
And I don't think there's anything we can do to get away from it.
It would seem that a pleasant weekend in the suburbs is strictly for the birds. It's certainly turning into an ordeal for a couple of New Yorkers named Charlotte and Marty Lanning. But maybe they're overreacting. So what if a crow happens to land on their windowsill? So what if the Carsons seem unusually interested in their state of health? So what if the house seems pervaded with evil? So what? Well, we'll find out when I return shortly with Act 2. It's time now to return to our weekend in the country. Our 3 guests have no idea what their strange hosts are up to. And as a matter of fact, neither have I. But from the things they say and do, I'm sure it bodes evil for Bert, Marty, and Charlotte. It's morning now, and somehow the mysteries of night don't seem so menacing in the morning light.
Good morning.
Hi, Bert. You're up early.
I jogged 2 miles before sunup.
Oh, you put me to shame.
I'd have gone further if I had more sleep. Those damn birds kept me awake half the night.
Any sign of our host yet?
Yeah, Rhoda's in the kitchen. Said she'd serve breakfast out here on the patio.
You mean Caligula paid you a visit, too?
Caligula?
Yeah, the Carsons' pet crow. It was watching us till I got up and chased it off.
No, this wasn't a crow. It was a whole bunch of birds.
A bunch of birds?
Yeah. They seemed to be inside the house.
Oh, we didn't hear anything like that.
Your room's on the other side from ours. Are you sure they were inside?
Well, it sounded like it.
I wouldn't be surprised at anything strange around here.
What's with the crow you mentioned?
You haven't seen it? It has a perch outside one of the upstairs windows. It was waiting for us when we drove in yesterday.
It wasn't waiting, really. It just happened to be sitting on the pillars by the drive.
And it just happened to be looking in on us last night?
Marty thinks it's spying on us.
That's just what it's doing. That bird is trained.
Well, why would it be watching us? This is just a fun weekend, isn't it?
I'm not so sure.
Oh, Caligula's just curious, Marty. I'm so sorry he disturbed you last night. More coffee, anyone?
Well, it's just a little disconcerting to wake up and have a huge black bird on your windowsill.
Shades of Edgar Allan Poe.
Cheek of the devil, there it is.
Oh, it's flying right toward us.
I think it's joining us.
He's landed right on your chair. Well, good morning, Caligula, you naughty bird. You kept our guests awake.
Oh, that's Caligula. He's big, all right.
You have him trained, don't you?
Well, in a way, I suppose. But he has an independent spirit, don't you, Caligula?
Now that I see it up close, it
what?
The eyes are so strange.
Well, they're just crow's eyes to me.
Oh, they have an intelligence.
Well, of course birds are intelligent. But only bird lovers seem to acknowledge it.
That's weird. Those eyes almost look familiar.
It's the first time he's seen a crow that close.
Oh, it gives me the chills. I'm afraid I'm not really a bird lover, Rhoda.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Marty, you've insulted him.
No, not really. Caligula never stays long.
Look at him fly.
I was telling Marty and Charlotte I heard birds all night. From my room, it sounded as though they were in the house.
Of course. We have a small aviary upstairs. Of course, sometimes the birds are restless at night. Would you like to see them?
I'd love to.
Well, come along then. I'm afraid our country living can be distracting at times.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm late.
Morning, Robert.
Oh, I was just going to show our guests the aviary, Robert.
All right, you go along. I'll get some coffee.
We won't be long.
I thought we'd spend the day on the yacht. I called Rusty, told him to get it ready.
Lovely idea.
Oh, they're all so beautiful. It seems a shame to keep them cooped up.
Oh, they don't mind. They're safe from harm.
They certainly know you. Look at the way they all flock to your side of the cage.
Yes, you're my lovelies, aren't you? Now this large black, that's Eva.
They all have names?
Well, of course. And the blue jay is Napoleon. And this little finch here is Carl. How are you, sweet? And this one's the Fuhrer. He has a mean streak, but we love him.
I don't see how you can keep track of so many.
Oh, but they're all special to us. Each one has its own distinctive personality.
That one seems to like you, Bert. Look at him.
It's giving me the eye, all right.
Oh, look at that. It's rubbing its head against your finger.
Affectionate little thing.
Birds give me the creeps. I don't like the way they stare.
Oh, you're just a city boy, Marty.
Well, shall we go? Robert wants to go on the yacht. I know you'll all enjoy it. Bert's been accepted.
Good. I didn't think there'd be a problem. And the others?
There seemed to be a favorable response. Nothing individual, but favorable.
Well, now we can relax. Until tonight.
Oh, pardon me. All that sun and salt air today. I can't keep my eyes open. It was heavenly, though.
And all that food. Yeah, I think we'll both turn in, if you don't mind. We want to get an early start for the city tomorrow.
Oh, please, do as you wish. It is getting late. Today was tiring.
Good night, everybody.
I think I'll go up, too. You want to ride into the city tomorrow, Bert?
Oh, sure, if you don't mind.
Good night.
Night.
How long do you think?
We'll give him an hour. I have some things to attend to down here.
I'll meet you in the waiting room.
The mixture is ready. In fact, it looks better than usual.
The blood was very rich when I drew it.
This one's going to be a complete success.
It better be, considering who we're dealing with this time.
Nothing is going to go wrong. We've had our mistakes, but then who hasn't? Lucifer himself isn't perfect.
Robert, don't blaspheme at a time like this.
Relax, my dear. This will be one of our biggest successes.
I dread facing him if it isn't.
I think after all these centuries, you'd realize that we are in control. We may have our orders, but the fact remains that we are in control of the waiting room.
Are you going to wait the full hour?
No, I don't think so. Caligula is going to check on the landings now, and then we'll get started. Oh, open the window for me, will you, dear? So I can let him out?
Of course.
Make it quick. Oh, I'm bushed. But it's been such a pleasant weekend. I don't know why you wasted so much time being suspicious.
I don't either. It was just a feeling I had. I guess I made more of everything than I should have.
Thinking that crow was spying on us was really, well, not silly exactly, but a bit overdone.
I'll still say those eyes were familiar. When it sat on Rhoda's chair this morning, I knew I'd seen those eyes before.
Well, nothing's happened. The Carsons have been wonderful. They just like birds, that's all.
You're right, I guess. I'll be glad to head back for good old Manhattan tomorrow.
Good night, honey.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Shh. Outside the window. Shh.
What?
Shh. I thought I heard that crow again.
Can you see anything?
No.
Come back to bed.
Oh, it doesn't matter. The heck with it.
See you in the morning.
Night.
Good, you're back.
Thanks.
Well?
The Lannings are in bed. Marty heard me outside the window, but he didn't seem to care. He's completely unsuspecting.
They're planning to leave in the morning.
But we both know they won't be.
Can't we take them tonight, too?
We don't have to. Don't worry about them. We'll get to them tomorrow afternoon. Let's get down to the business at hand. Now, you get things ready, and I'll go for Bert. Bert? You still awake?
Yeah, just a second.
I'm sorry to bother you.
It's okay. What's up?
I need a hand for a minute. Do you mind?
Oh, not at all.
Follow me.
Yes, my lovely, we're on our way. Just be patient. The waiting's almost over. Oh, Robert. Oh, hello, Bert.
What are we doing in here? You said you wanted to help with something.
Yes. You're going to help us.
What is this? What's going on?
Relax.
I just want you to lie down. Here.
Lie down? On that?
Lie down, please.
What are those straps for? What are you doing?
Rhoda, the syringe.
You're crazy. I'm not staying here.
This will calm your nerves. Just a little pinprick.
Look, I don't know what you're doing, but... Ow!
I'm not going to hurt you. This doesn't hurt at all. You won't know anything is happening.
What are you doing with that bird? Why is it out of its cage?
Just lie down. You can't resist.
No, I can't resist. I don't want to.
I'll adjust the straps just as a precaution.
Just a precaution.
He's going under fast.
Yes, so much the better.
Robert.
What is it?
In the south wing. The light just went on in the landings room.
Oh, damn. All right, finish the straps. I'll be right back.
I knew I heard it in the house.
So what? It's none of our business.
Will you go and see?
Oh, all right. I feel like a fool. It's a bird, all right. You happy now?
Well, it sounds as though it's in trouble or something.
Look, the Carsons have hundreds of birds. They'll take care of it.
That's the point, Marty. They're not doing anything for it, or it wouldn't be so frantic. I think we should tell them. Come on.
Darn it, Charlotte. You think they can't hear it, too?
Well, I'm going to find out what the matter is. Something's wrong.
What is this all of a sudden? You wanted to leave well enough alone. It's none of our business. It's their home. It's their bird.
Are you coming with me or not?
All right, I'm coming.
Marty, Charlotte, is something wrong? You're not ill.
Oh, no. We were just coming to find you. There's something the matter with one of your birds. Don't you hear it?
Oh, yes. Rhoda's with it now.
Well, it sounds so frantic. What's the matter with it?
Just a minor upset. Some species are very susceptible. There. It's quiet now. Please, go back to bed. I'm sorry it disturbed you.
Come on, Charlotte.
I assure you there's nothing to worry about.
All right. I'm sorry I made such a fuss. Good night again.
Good night.
What did they want?
They heard the bird. They were coming to investigate.
It's good we caught them in time. The bird and the vessel are both under.
Good. We're ready then.
The wait is over, my Führer. The wait for you is over at last.
What time is it, hon?
Oh, 7 o'clock. We better get down for breakfast.
What's it like out?
Beautiful. Clear. Oh, there's Bert by the pool. Morning, Bert. We'll be right down.
The Carsons won't mind if we leave right after breakfast.
That's funny.
What?
Bert. He looked up when I called, but then he turned away and hurried into the house.
So?
Well, he could have waved and said hello or something.
No, that's true. Oh, maybe he hasn't had his coffee yet. I'm dying for mine. Let's go. We'll load the car later.
Okay.
If you think that's best.
I do.
Oh, I guess some Carsons must be in the kitchen. I hear voices.
It is impossible for me to remain any longer.
I agree, my Führer. The sooner the better.
And again, I must compliment you on your choice of a vessel.
The German accent.
The young man's
What's
body
he doing?
is perfect. It was worth the wait.
We're happy you're pleased, Führer. We thought we made a good choice.
What a relief to be free at last. I'm most anxious to get back to Germany. And I shall use the cover identification of, what's his name?
Bert Thomas.
Bert Thomas. Splendid American name, too. Makes it much easier.
I suggest you take a cab to the station. Arrangements have been made in New York for everything.
Good. And you're sending the other?
Today, Führer.
Splendid. And I'll be on my way. You both do an excellent job. It will take us a while to regain control, but this time we'll certainly line up a more dependable group of allies.
Marty, is he kidding? Am I dreaming?
Maybe we both are.
Hitler?
Hitler? The spirit of Adolf Hitler released from the waiting room? But then we did hear that conversation, if we can believe our ears. And if we are to believe them, we know that Hitler is once more abroad, this time in the body of a healthy young American man. That's what's happened so far. What is yet to happen, we'll learn when I return shortly with Act 3. Well, I've returned as I promised with Act 3, but I'm not sure I want to return to that creepy house and that weird Carson couple. I'm afraid we have no choice, though. We simply can't leave Marty and Charlotte alone with such people. And I'm rather curious to learn if that really was Adolf Hitler who walked out in the body of the fellow we knew as Bert Thomas. It was a neat trick. And perhaps we'll learn how it's done.
They've gone out the front door. What'll we do?
Come on, out to the patio. We've got to act as though we didn't hear anything. And we've got to leave here fast. I don't know what's going on, but we're getting out of it.
That was Bert we heard and saw. But they called him Führer. He talked about going back to Germany.
It doesn't make sense. It isn't true. It couldn't be. It's a crazy charade they're all playing, and somehow I think we're the ducks. We don't know anything about the Carsons or Bert Thomas. I don't know what they want from us, but they're not going to get it.
What do you think they meant by the others? I mean, Bert, whoever he is, said, you're sending the others?
I have a hunch it has something to do with us, but we're not waiting around to find out.
Oh, I can't help thinking about that bird last night. And Robert showing up in the hall just as we went out.
Yes, I know what you're thinking.
But none of it adds up. It doesn't explain what happened to Bert.
Charlotte, look at this.
What?
A spot of fresh earth by the house.
What are you doing?
I'm just poking around with a stick. Fresh dug earth usually means something buried.
Artie.
A dead bird.
I'm sure that's the bird Rhoda said they called the Führer because he had a mean streak.
The bird is dead. And Bert's...
Oh, Marty. It can't be.
Come on, back to our room. We're getting our things and... Uh-oh.
Where did it come from?
I don't know, but Caligula has his eye on us.
I didn't even hear him land. There wasn't a sound.
Neither did I. But he's there, all right. And I don't think he wants us to get by.
We can get past him, can't we?
I don't know. With that beak and those claws, if he's as trained as I think he is...
You mean he has us trapped?
I don't think we'll go anywhere he doesn't want us to.
How can a bird like that...
Look at it closely. Look at the eyes.
You talked about the eyes yesterday. What do you mean?
Look at them. Don't you see?
What?
Those are Robert's eyes.
Artie.
Come on, Charlotte, we'll try it. Around the front of the house.
Oh, get it away.
Get off.
Oh, get it away.
Get off, you.
Oh, what's happening? What's happening?
This way, quick. Back this way.
Oh, he won't let us get away. It's there everywhere we turn.
Yes. Everywhere we turn.
Oh, why?
There's no use fooling ourselves. The Carsons have us right where they want us.
Not quite. You'll both come with me, please.
Rhoda, what is this? Oh, please, Rhoda, what are you doing to us? We came up for a pleasant weekend.
And now you'll serve our purpose. Come inside.
No, we won't. You listen to me, Rhoda. I don't know what's going on here, but I want to know what happened to Bert. What's all this Führer stuff? What are you trying to do?
How do you know about that?
We heard and saw him this morning.
That was a mistake we should not have made. Come inside.
No, we're leaving now.
Caligula's already shown you how futile that idea is.
Why, Rhoda? Why us?
It has to be. You've been chosen and accepted. Now come with me.
First of all, forget about any more resistance or violence, Marty. There's no escape.
You have no right to keep us.
And arguments are useless, too.
What are you going to do to me?
What we did with Bert. Exchange a soul for a soul. I'm sorry you have to be strapped down, but it's necessary.
What did happen to Bert? Why was he putting on that Hitler act?
Oh, that was no act. He now is Hitler. Don't you see now what the waiting room is?
I think I'm beginning to.
In each of our little feathered friends here is a spirit waiting to be released. A spirit waiting for a new body and another chance to finish what they started in another life. Last night we gave Adolf Hitler his new chance. Adolf Hitler now inhabits Bert Thomas's former body. Only Rhoda and I know the process of transformation.
Then there are others?
Oh, hundreds, as you can see. But the spirits we care for here tend to be what you and the world would call unsavory. Criminals, murderers, political tyrants. Have you ever thought what might happen in the world if Adolf Hitler and Napoleon Bonaparte were allies?
You are crazy.
Oh, think what you like. The fact is that soon, very soon, These two giants will combine their genius for destruction.
Oh, you're going to turn me into Napoleon?
Well, I see you take it lightly, eh? No, it doesn't matter. There are many preparations before the final tyranny envelops the world, but we know what we're doing. We've been practicing for centuries.
Robert, stop talking and let's get on with it, please.
This is the start of the grand finale. All the evils of history released on Earth at once.
Shut up. You're giving away too much. Now, stop it.
All right. Give me the syringe. Marty, you are the first person other than Rhoda and me to ever witness a transformation. It's quite miraculous.
Stop. Please. Whatever madness you're doing, don't do it to Charlotte.
Her appearance won't change at all. Just a short sleep, and then you'll see.
Oh, here's Eva. She's ready, but she's very upset. I don't know what's the matter with her.
Well, she's excited because she knows she's on her way back to Argentina to prepare the way for Juan. And in such an innocent and beautiful body. You see, Marty, the Perones, of course, are most important.
Oh, more restless than usual. I don't like it.
Well, put her in the electro-look, Kaiser. She's all right. There's nothing wrong.
No, something is definitely wrong. I don't think we should go through with it now. Releasing Hitler first may have been a mistake.
What's done cannot be undone. We will continue. Right now. Stop. Stop that.
I can't control her.
Get it off me.
I can't. They're all going wild.
Off.
They've gone crazy. Robert, it's out of control.
Close the cage.
It's out of control. I can't.
Satan,
They're
close
all
the cage.
over me.
Get back. Get back, you devils. Get back.
Help me, Robert.
I can't.
Charlotte, I'll get the straps off. We've got to get out if we can.
Marty, what's happening?
The birds are attacking. We haven't a second to lose. There. That's one way. Now your feet.
Get away.
That's it. Get up, Charlotte, quick. They're not after us. They only seem to be after the car.
Rhoda, I can't see. My eyes, I can't see anymore, Rhoda.
Let's go. Run.
I can't anymore. I can't change.
Down the stairs and outside fast. Sit down here, Charlotte. We're safe now.
Oh, it's not real. It can't be. It can't be happening.
They're still flying all over the house. They're tearing it apart.
Marty, let's get out of here. Now, please.
Hey, look, up there. They're all flying out of the house. One great flock.
Oh, they're after us now. Marty.
No, look. They're flying off. All together.
Oh, thank heaven. They're gone. They're gone.
Just like that.
Now's our chance. We've got to leave.
There's not a sound from the house.
I won't go back there.
I have to. I have to see. You stay here.
No, I won't leave you. I won't be alone.
Come on, then. Good Lord, look at it.
It's horrible. It's a shambles. The drapes, the upholstery.
It's like a cyclone hit it.
Let's not go upstairs.
I have to, Charlotte.
Oh, those beautiful paintings. Slashed to ribbons.
It's unbelievable. You can't believe they could cause destruction like this.
I can't go in that room, Marty. I can't.
Wait here. Don't come any closer, Charlotte. You shouldn't see this.
Them?
Yes. What's left of them.
Oh, Marty. Let's go. I'm going to faint.
Come on downstairs and sit down. I'm going to call the police.
What time is it?
8:30. It's only been a half hour since we first came down and this whole thing started.
Oh, I wish the police would get here. What are you going to tell them? No one could believe what we've been through.
We'll tell them the story. That's all we can do.
They'll think we're crazy if we try to tell them Hitler's alive. Or that Napoleon and Eva Peron are flying around as birds. They'll think we killed the Carsons and wrecked the house.
I know. But I saw too much not to believe it.
I wonder where Bert or Hitler is.
Here come the police.
Oh, thank God.
Morning. You the people who called?
Yes, I'm Marty Landing, and this is my wife, Charlotte.
Yeah, sorry I took so much time getting here. I had another call to answer. What's the trouble here?
Come inside. You'll have to see for yourself. I'll give you the details.
Wow. Never seen anything like this in Rose Hill.
The birds did it. It all began...
Wait a minute. You said birds did this?
I know, it sounds impossible. The whole thing's been impossible, but what I'm going to tell you is true.
Where did these birds come from?
The Carsons kept them as pets in a room upstairs. The birds went crazy. They did this to the house, and then they flew off. The bodies of the Carsons are upstairs.
It's the truth, officer. It was hideous.
The Carsons are dead.
It's not a pretty sight.
I gotta get to my radio. Gotta get help out here and get out an alert fast.
What, an alert?
Yeah, we got real trouble. That call I was on before I came here was at the railroad station. A flock of crazy birds attacked a guy waiting for a train.
What?
Yeah, according to the witnesses on the platform, they came out of nowhere. Hundreds of them. They flew around as though they were after something in particular. Then they swooped down on this poor guy. That was the end of him.
Marty.
Do you know who he was?
Yeah, he had identification. A young attorney from the city. His name was Bert Thomas. What's the matter? You know him?
He was a guest here, too. He left earlier this morning.
Oh, this gets deeper all the time. Why would the birds go after Thomas the way they did the Carsons?
I don't know.
Oh, we got a flock of crazy birds out there. Heaven help Rose Hill if we don't get them. They are killers.
Yes. Indeed they are.
They'll never catch the birds. But don't worry about a flock of killer birds being on the loose. They've already done in their intended victims. The resurrection of Hitler, if you believe it, proved to be too much even for history's most hardened criminals. So the waiting room is empty. And until someone comes along to take the Carsons' place, those birds will just be birds. I'll return with some more thoughts on the subject shortly. We hear so much about the evildoers, those of yesterday and today, and so little of the good. Much of the good in the world seems to go unnoticed. I suspect, though, that evil is the tip of the iceberg, because somehow we like to dwell on it and give it more visibility. But underneath the surface lies that vast concentration of good, so overwhelming in its power that throughout history, evil, in the end, has always been defeated. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Marion Seldes, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The soul is imperishable, and so is its every fragment. Every delight makes its mark upon it. Every show of love colors it. Each pleasure leaves an impression. Likewise, all wounds, all shocks, even small cuts, scratches, and abrasions, all are preserved in the cracks and crannies of the human spirit. The story we're about to bring you is the story of one woman's spirit and its hidden places.
Just for a second there, I thought I saw him. Who? He was swimming toward me. Who was it you saw? Larry? Or was it John? Which? Or was it somebody else entirely? Who was it?
Our mystery drama, Silent Shock, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. No tiniest fraction of a life is lost completely. No slightest sensation, no vagrant thought, no dart of feeling, no flutter of desire dies until the life is finished forever. And for all we know, not even then. Listen now to the story called Silent Shock.
Oh, yes. I was so right to take this place. I can see the ocean from every window. The ageless, the indifferent sea. Who wrote that? Somebody. The crashing of the waves on the shore, like tumbrils ricketing down old cobblestones. Hey there, that's not a bad line. Where's my notebook? Here it is. And pencil. Now, waves like ancient tumbrils. Oh, no. It's no good. I can't unpack my heart with words. That's Shakespeare, I think. Yes, from Hamlet. Oh, why can't I write things like that? Unpack my heart with words. I'll never write a line that I can stomach. Oh, Lord, I'm stifling. I'm choking. I need air. Sea air. There. Ah, there. Oh, wash me clean. Fill my lungs. Cleanse my soul. Yes. There. Strongly it bears him along in swelling and limitless billows. Nothing before and nothing behind but the sky and the ocean. Samuel Taylor Coleridge. He wrote that. Oh, yes. This is the place where I can think things through, get it all straight in my head, get it all together. Isn't that what the young people say these days? Something like that, anyhow. If I were young, that's what I'd be saying. Do they know, the very young, that 30 years later they'll still be trying to get it all together? Better they don't know, or they give it up, because the struggle will grow tougher and harder, and they will grow weaker and wearier. Entree. Avanti. Come in. Oh, Mrs. Denham.
Just thought I'd see if there's anything you need, Mrs. Gunther.
Nothing, not a thing. Only a thing.
Will you want to dress for dinner?
Why should I?
I've ordered fresh asparagus. Vinaigrette.
Oh, then I really should dress, shouldn't I?
Please yourself.
Pale green, do you think, for the asparagus? Or a print for the vinaigrette?
Whatever you say.
No. Mrs. Denham, no. I think I'll have dinner up here. You're sure? If you have another of those charming little pink capsules.
I brought you one.
Oh, aren't you thoughtful?
I'll get you a glass of water.
Oh, Mrs. Denham.
Yes, Mrs. Gunther.
Just how much am I paying you?
What's that?
How much am I paying you?
Here's your water, and here's your little pink pill.
Oh, thank you.
Now, You're sure you don't want to dress and come down for dinner?
No, I think I'll take a tiny nap. And then when I wake up, I'll make a few phone calls.
Whatever you say.
You're very good to me, Miss Denon. I'm so glad you came to work for me. And I'm so glad I took this place. I'm really very happy about the whole thing.
That's good. I'm glad.
For once, I did something right. So often I haven't.
I'll be up after a while with your dinner.
Thank you, Mrs. Denham. Thank you very much.
Have a nice nap.
Oh, Mrs. Denham.
Yes, Mrs. Gunther?
Do you mind my asking, what's your first name?
It's Harriet, Mrs. Gunther.
Harriet. That's a nice, dependable name. Would you mind very much if I called you Harriet?
No, I don't mind.
And what's the name of the yard man?
Who?
The yard man, the man who works around the garden, the man who cleans the beach and drives the station wagon and all that.
Oh, I believe his name is Casper. Casper Royce.
Casper. Not such a dependable name. Do you think?
Well, I don't know. After all, it's just a name.
My name's Catherine.
I know.
Would you call me Catherine?
If you like.
Sometimes I'm called Kathy. Sometimes lately, not too often, I'm called Kate.
Which do you like best?
To begin with, would you call me Catherine? I know it isn't strictly proper for an employer and an employee to be on first-name basis, but, would you?
Of course, if that's what you'd like.
Thank you, Harriet.
You're welcome. Catherine? Rest well, Catherine.
Thank you, Harriet. The gaudy, blabbing, and resourceful day is crept into the bosom of the sea.
Yes? Hello?
Larry, it's me. It's Kate.
Oh. Oh, yes.
Guess where I am.
Where?
The most beautiful place you ever saw. Right by the ocean. I can see it from my window.
Must be beautiful.
And hear it day and night. You want to hear it? I'll take the phone over to the window. There. You hear it? Do you hear it?
Yes, I do. It must be quite a place where you are.
Oh, it is. It is. It's terribly expensive, but who cares? Not me, I assure you. Larry?
Yes, Kate?
Do you miss me? Oh, say you do, even if you don't say that you do. I need to hear you say it in the worst way. Larry, are you there?
I'm here, yes.
You're not still brooding over that little quarrel we had, are you?
Which one was that?
The last one, of course, when you stormed out of the motel.
Oh, that one.
And you called me all those things.
What things?
You know what things.
No, I don't. What things?
Oh, you couldn't have forgotten already?
What things, Kate?
Oh, possessive, demanding, you know.
Oh, those things.
And worse things, too. Insatiable, stifling. You said I drew a circle around you and I wouldn't let you step across the line.
Is that what I said?
And when I begged you to come back and told you I'd try to do better, you said, too late. The boat has sailed.
Kate? Are you there? Kate?
I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Never better. Larry, you know what I think would be nice? The nicest thing I can think of?
What's that?
For you to come here. It's such a beautiful place. With the sea and the sun, and it's a lovely house. And I have aquamarine sheets on my bed. And a chaise longue draped in Chantilly lace. Aren't you tempted?
Kate.
We could fall in love all over again. I know that we will. And we'll take long walks by the sea and breathe the good air and skip stones. Remember how good you always were at that, and I could never learn how. Well, I'll practice. And when you get here...
I have to hang up now, Kate.
Oh, do you?
I really do.
Well, I'll call you again soon. And you think about coming up here for a visit. Will you do that?
I'll think about it.
And I'll start collecting stones for us to skip. Nice, flat ones.
All right. Goodbye for now, Kate.
Does that mean you'll come? Oh, he hung up. Well, I guess I said everything I had to say. After all, what is there to say to someone who was once your lover and isn't anymore? And when she took unto herself a mate, she must espouse the everlasting sea.
Hello?
John, is that you?
Hello?
This is Kathy, John.
Oh, Kathy. How are you, Kathy?
Fine, I'm just fine.
That's good.
How are you?
Fine.
John, have you forgiven me?
For what, Kathy?
Well, for running off with Larry.
Oh.
I was such a fool. John, I'd like to come back. Would you take me back? I know it's a lot to ask after what I did, but John, I'll be ever so good this time if you'll just take me back. It'll all be like it was before. Remember when we first got married? Remember how sweet it was? Well, it could all be like that again if you just give me another chance.
Kathy.
John, listen. I'll tell you what. Why don't you come up here and we'll talk about it? I've rented the loveliest place right on the ocean. Say you'll come.
I'll try, Kathy.
You'll do it if you love me. Do you, John? Do you love me at all? Oh. Well, what can you expect from a cast-off husband? Not much, I guess. Father, be there, please. Be there. Oh, Father. Daddy, answer the phone. Daddy, please. Papa. Oh, Papa. Oh, Papa, please. Please, Papa.
There's more asparagus.
I'll have some.
She asked me to call her by her first name.
Well, that's all right.
She wanted to call me Harriet. I said, fine, sure. Go ahead.
No harm in it.
That's what I figured.
One thing bothers me.
What's that?
The telephone. I'd like to take it out.
She doesn't use it much.
Yeah, but when she does...
It bothers you?
Well, it's not that it bothers me. It's just that I can't be absolutely sure of answering it myself.
No, I suppose you can't.
And I can't trust anybody else to answer it. You know what I mean. Ships that pass in the night and speak each other in passing. Only a signal shown and a distant voice in the darkness. So on the ocean of life we pass and speak one another. Only a look and a voice. Then darkness again. And silence. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. In Act 1, you were introduced to 3 people inside a house and 2 voices on a telephone. Between those inside and those outside, all during our intermission, the implacable sea has never ceased to throb. Listen now to the second act of Silent Shock.
La, 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 la.
Morning, Mrs. Gunter.
Oh.
Hey, nice morning.
Are you Casper?
Casper Royce, yes, ma'am. Oh, you don't remember me, do you, from before?
Before what?
Oh, never mind, just before.
I'll be perfectly frank with you, Casper. I don't even remember hiring you. But I guess I did.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, what you got there?
This? Oh, this is just a pile of stones. Flat stones, stones for skipping. You know, like this. Only, I can't do it.
Oh, it's all in the way you hold it.
I used to know somebody who could do it. I thought he might be coming to see me. That's why I collected all these stones.
Well, I see somebody coming down the beach. You think maybe...
I don't know. It could be, I guess.
Well, I'd better get on with my work.
You're doing a very good job here, Casper. I wish to commend you for it.
Thanks, ma'am. I appreciate that.
La, 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 la.
Hello. How are you?
Hello, Larry.
You mind if I sit down?
If you want to.
Oh, I do.
Then by all means do.
That's quite a pile of stones you got there.
Why did you come here, Larry?
Didn't you want me to?
More than anything.
That's what I thought.
Only
Only one.
now that you're here, I don't want you here.
Why is that?
Because I don't love you anymore.
You don't?
Not at all. Not a bit.
Why is that, do you think?
Why is anything? Foolishness to think there's a why to anything. A brain could burst and spill all over trying to figure out whys. Don't you know that? Everybody asks questions, nobody gives answers, and there you have the whole thing in a nutshell. In a seashell, perhaps I should say. That's why I hate it. I hate it.
Hate what, Kate?
The ocean! The damned ocean!
I thought you loved the ocean, Kate.
Well, I don't. What's that poem? What are the lines? I have no memory anymore, and my memory used to be the best thing I had. Now I can't remember anything. Oh, yes. An ocean is forever asking questions and writing them aloud along the shore. And that's true. That's so true. And I walk along this shore looking for questions.
You know the story about Gertrude Stein, don't you, Kate? When she was dying, she said to her companion, "What's the answer?" And when her companion shook her head, Miss Stein said, "All right, then. What's the question?"
Oh, that's good. That's very good. That's very, very good. I didn't know you knew things like that, Larry. You amaze me.
Do I?
You can go away now. You've given me something to think about.
All right.
And I'm going inside. Away from this damned, hateful sea!
Any progress?
I think so. Some.
She came in for lunch.
Where is she now?
Back on the beach again.
Can't stay away.
Tell me something. Do you really think it's worth it?
Oh, yes. Definitely. Yes.
Taking such a long time, such a lot of work.
That's all right.
And lately such expense.
Never mind. It's all going to be worth it. The rewards will be tremendous. So just hang in there, Harriet.
Afternoon, Mrs. Gunther.
Oh, Casper. Hello.
Yeah, she's still calm. Good for skipping stones.
Oh, I don't care about those anymore.
You want me to clear them away?
No, leave them. The sea will take them eventually. The sea takes everything eventually, so just leave them there.
You enjoy wading in the ocean?
I like it. Anyway, it's something to do.
You ever go swimming?
Oh, no. No, I can't swim. Nobody ever taught me.
Not hard to learn.
Not if you're young, maybe.
I didn't learn till I was 50. And I'm pretty good at it.
Really? You mean that?
Oh, I could probably teach you if you'd care to try.
Well, I don't know. I'm afraid of the ocean.
Nice calm day like this one. Nothing to be afraid of.
It's funny, just this morning, I thought I hated the ocean. But I can't stay away from it. Don't you think that's peculiar?
Oh, I don't know if it is.
Do you know Lord Byron's poem?
I don't know any lords, and I don't know much about poetry either.
Lord Byron was an Englishman, 18th century. His real name was George Noble Gordon.
What's the poem?
And I have loved thee, ocean, and my joy of youthful sports was on thy breast, to be borne like the bubbles onward. From a boy I wantoned with thy breakers, and trusted to thy billows far and near, and laid my hand upon thy mane, as I do here.
That's very nice.
And laid my hand upon thy mane. Imagine writing that. Imagine seeing the ocean like a great imperious lion, so regal, so indifferent, so
Imagine being so talented you could see that and write it down. Oh, Lord.
You all right, Mrs. Gunter?
Why can't I write something like that? It isn't fair. It isn't right. What's the matter with me?
Nothing's the matter with you, Mrs. Gunter.
I didn't mean to upset you, Casper.
You didn't upset me. You upset yourself.
Well, whatever. You go on about your work. I'll play around in the water for a while longer.
All right, Mrs. Gunter. Don't go out where it's too deep.
I won't. Don't worry. Entrusted to thy billows far and near, and lay my hand upon thy mane, as I do here.
Hello.
Hello. What do you want?
Just to talk to you, that's all.
I don't know what we have to say to each other, John.
I thought there might be something.
I thought there might be too when I called you, but now I don't think there's anything.
What made you change your mind?
The way I've been feeling lately.
Tell me about it, Catherine.
Don't you dare call me Catherine. Don't you dare. You never called me Catherine, never, so don't start now.
I'm sorry.
I have never given you permission to call me Catherine, never. Kathy, that's okay, that's all right, but never Catherine. Is that understood, John?
I said I was sorry, Kathy.
There's a fog rising, I think.
Yes, it looks that way. Maybe we should go inside.
Pretty soon the foghorns will start up. Do you see what I see?
I don't know. What do you see, Kathy?
A ship. A big ship.
I don't see any ship.
You never saw any of the things that I saw.
What do you mean by that, Kathy?
It's terrible to see things that other people don't see.
Yes, I can imagine.
Yes, it is a ship. A big white ship. Far out. Way far out.
I don't see it. The fog, probably.
I can see it through the fog. That's the difference between you and me. I can see through fog and you can't. You only see what's right in front of your face.
Yes, you could be right. Probably right, anyway.
I am completely right.
Well, maybe I'd better leave, Catherine.
Maybe you'd better. In fact, I'm sure you'd better.
She's still out there.
I know she is, Harriet.
I thought she'd come in for dinner. Couldn't I go get her?
Leave her alone.
It'll be dark in a few minutes. It's getting chilly. There's a fog coming up. Don't you think so?
No, I do not think. Just leave her alone.
I hope you know what you're doing.
I hope so, too.
Because she certainly doesn't know what she's doing.
Don't be too sure of that.
You mean she does?
In a way. In a way. Just leave her alone.
I knew it. A ship. It is a ship. It is the ship. Oh, I've waited so long, so long. It's coming through the fog. It's there. It's there. I only have to wait. It'll come closer. The fog will lift. At the very least, the fog will part, and I'll see it. Big and white and powerful and majestic. Sailing strong, serene, on the breast of the sea. It's closer. Coming closer. I've only to wait and it will... Yes, it's coming in. It's coming into me. It's coming straight to me. To my arms. Straight to my arms. Oh, beautiful. Father, I'm here. I'm here. Father, I'm right here.
She's standing up.
Oh? Let her.
I can just barely see her. It's almost dark. The fog.
She's waiting for something.
For what?
She knows.
Do you know?
I think so.
Well, then...
It's no good my knowing. She has to know.
Oh, now she's stretching her arms out to the side.
Oh?
She's moving.
taking a few steps toward the water.
Oh?
She's going into the water.
Let her.
No, I won't. I'm going to stop her.
Leave her alone,
I'm going to
Harriet.
open the window and call to her. At least I can do that. Mrs. Gunther? Mrs. Gunther?
Leave her alone.
Father! It's Catherine! It's Catherine, Father!
She's walking too far out.
Father! It's me! It's me, Daddy!
Mrs. Gunther, stop! Come back!
Papa! It's Catherine!
We can't let her drown.
Here, Papa!
I'm going to stop her if you won't.
No, you're not.
It is wrong.
It's Catherine, Papa! I'm here!
She's over her head.
She is.
I can't stand it. I can't.
Wait. Be quiet.
It's all right. Doctor! Doctor! It's all right.
Probably no writer in English knew the sea better than Joseph Conrad. Yet, these are his words. The sea never changes, and its works, for all the talk of men, are wrapped in mystery. We shall return presently with the final act of Silent Shock. When we left you at the close of our second act, it is with some words of Joseph Conrad. As we begin the final act of our drama, we think it fitting to quote the great Polish writer again. I have known the sea too long to believe in its respect for decency.
Yes. Come in. Oh. Hello, Doctor.
How are you feeling?
All right, I think. Strange. But I'm all right.
No cold or sniffles or anything like that?
Should I have?
Well, you weren't in the water very long. Casper pulled you out.
Oh, yes, Casper. Imagine I didn't used to think I could trust him. Awful of me.
Tell me about feeling strange.
Well, I feel as though I've been through a lot.
Well, that's very true. You have been through a lot.
Did Larry come here? Did I see Larry?
In a way, you did.
And John, did he come here? And did I see him?
In a way, yes.
What happened to them?
You sent them away.
But I asked them to come. Why would I send them away?
Once they got here, you found you had nothing to say to them.
They weren't really here, were they? Not really.
Well, that all depends on what you mean by really.
You mean it's all in my mind? That's silly, Doctor.
That's not so silly as you might think. Mrs. Gunther, I have something to tell you. It may come as a surprise, even a shock, but I have to tell you. Your father is here.
My father?
He didn't let us know he was coming. He simply showed up at the house this morning quite unexpectedly.
He came on the boat last night?
No.
Yes, he did. I was right. He was on the big white ship I saw out in the ocean. And that's why I walked into the water. He was on that big white ship.
No, Mrs. Gunther. He came on an airplane.
Are you lying to me?
Have I ever lied to you?
Well, there's always a first time for a lie.
Not between you and me. There can be no lies between us. Do you want to see your father?
Why, of course I do. Of course I do.
Now, don't answer too quickly. Think about it.
I don't have to think about it. I've waited so long all my life. I walked into the ocean. Why wouldn't I want to see my father?
All right. If you're sure.
But I am sure.
You'll have a little time to think about it.
I don't need any time. I want to see him now.
No. I have to talk to him first. After I've talked to him, then you can see him. All right?
I guess so.
He's downstairs now, waiting for me. When I've talked to him, I'll send him up here.
No, don't do that.
No? Change your mind?
I don't want to see him up here. Tell him I'll be down by the ocean. Tell him to come down there.
If that's the way you want it?
That's the way I want it. By the edge of the sea. Tell him I'll be waiting.
I'll tell him. Oh, Mrs. Gunther, You like poetry, don't you?
Poetry is my passion.
Then let me quote you something from Catullus.
The Roman poet.
Yes. Catullus wrote in one of his most beautiful odes, I hate and I love. Why do I do so? Perhaps you ask. I do not know. But I feel it, and I am in torment.
Where is he? He knows I'm waiting.
I think he's with your daughter. He'll be here shortly.
I haven't got all day. Oh, you're the doctor?
Yes, I am. You've met my wife?
Yes, we've met.
Please sit down. Take my chair.
I'm here about these bills.
I've just come from your daughter's room.
Yes, your wife said that's where you probably were.
Wouldn't you like to know how she is?
How is she?
She's improved.
She's all right? I didn't expect that. I didn't think she'd ever be all right.
I didn't say she was all right. I said she's improved.
Well, how much? Improved how much?
Some.
You realize, don't you, what happens if she's ever really, really all right?
Yes, I do.
Tell me something. How does she happen to be here? When I went to England, she was at Edgeworth Sanitarium. It wasn't until I began to get these outlandish bills of yours that I knew she'd been moved.
I wrote you about that.
Well, you only wrote me that the sanitarium had been closed down.
And that my wife and I had taken Catherine to live with us. I was her psychiatrist at Edgeworth, and I thought she had a good chance for recovery.
Complete recovery?
That remains to be seen.
But I thought when she came here that it was just a temporary thing. I trusted you to take care of everything.
The other patients at Edgeworth went home to their families, or institutionalized elsewhere by their families. When we looked about for Catherine's family, where were you?
Well, I was in England, you know that, in London. I moved my business there after, well, you know. You know everything that happened, I'm quite sure.
Well, that was 15 years ago. You stayed in London for 15 years. No one's heard anything from you in all that time. Unless you call a monthly check hearing from you. And for the last few months, we haven't even had a check.
Well, because your bills got idiotically exorbitant. Look here, look at this. $1,000 for the services of a man named Casper Royce. There was never any charge like that when she was at Edgeworth. What could a man do to earn $1,000 a month?
Well, for one thing, he could save your daughter's life. We brought Casper here from Edgeworth. He's a good man, and he developed a fondness for Catherine, as we had. He was assigned to keep an eye on her at all times. And last night, he rescued her from the sea.
She tried to drown herself?
She tried to find you.
Oh, forgive me, Doctor. I'm not up on all this psychiatric mumbo-jumbo. I'm a simple man.
Now, let me try and make it a little clearer for you. The last time your daughter saw you was from a pier in the harbor. You were on a large white ship. She waved you. I suppose you waved back. I hope you did. And the ship sailed. She never saw you again.
Well, I couldn't stay here. You know that. The scandal, the publicity. I'd have gone out of my mind.
The way your daughter went out of hers?
Well, she was already unhinged.
Unstable. Yes. Highly neurotic, yes. But not quite mad. At Edgeworth, she was obsessively interested in poetry of all kinds. Even tried some herself, but most especially, she was interested in poems about the sea. She copied them down, memorized them. She still does, and recites them, too. It became clearer and clearer that she was waiting for you to come back in a big white ship from across the sea. And last night, she thought she saw such a ship, and she went out to meet it. Isn't it strange that the morning after she did that, you made your appearance?
Oh, I came by plane.
Yes, well, that's a petty detail, don't you think? The heart of the matter is that she knew you had come back. The man she'd waited for so long had come back. The man she'd loved all her life had come back.
Now, Doctor, you're not trying to tell me she sensed something, had an intuition, some kind of telepathic communication.
I wouldn't try to tell you anything. As you say, you're a simple man. But I wouldn't want you to think that she didn't see other men before you came. Actually, just yesterday, she saw her husband. Talk to him.
Saw John? Talk to John? That's impossible. I happen to know John's in Bangkok. He got married about 10 or 12
I didn't
years
say
ago.
he was here. I said she saw him. Talk to him.
Well, if he wasn't here, how could
she talk to me?
She thought you were John?
In psychoanalysis, the doctor's always a surrogate, a substitute, a stand-in for someone else. We never quite know how the patient sees us. If the patient ever sees us at all as we really are, as anything but some familiar figure from the troubled past. That's the way your daughter sees me from time to time. Well, yesterday she saw me not only as John, once her husband, but as Larry, once her lover.
Larry? Larry's dead?
Yes, Larry's dead.
He's been dead for 15 years.
I know.
She shot him. She shot him dead in the middle of a quarrel.
I know all that.
Well, if she ever gets out of here, and if she's ever declared sane, good Lord, she'll have to stand trial. Do you realize that? She'll be dragged into court to stand trial for murder.
I realize that.
Well, you can't let that happen.
I can't.
Would you?
Yes, I would. Peace of mind, emotional equilibrium are worth everything. Everything. I believe that. I believe it's worth every penny, every sacrifice, every effort. It's worth giving one's life for. I believe that, or I would not be doing what I am doing. I can't protect my patients and the other people in their lives, but I can work to protect them from themselves. And if one of them wants to walk into the ocean to meet a man, it's my duty not to just to keep her from walking too far, but to make her realize why she did such a suicidal thing. And to keep her from doing it again. Some other time, some other ocean. Some other man.
Well, I don't quite grasp your point of view.
I realize that, sir. Would you care to see your daughter?
Oh, I suppose I ought to.
It's entirely up to you. She wants to see you.
Will she know me?
I'm inclined to think that she will.
Which is her room?
She's not in her room. She's on the beach. She said to tell you she'd talk to you there. Look here. You can see her from the window.
Is that Catherine?
Has she changed so much?
Well, it's been 15 years, but she looks very nice.
I'll go down to the beach and talk to her for a few minutes first. Prepare her a little. And then you follow. Mrs. Gunther?
Yes, Doctor.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Where is he?
He'll be along in a minute or two. That's quite a pile of stones you've collected there.
Oh, these, yes. I wanted to learn how to skip them over the water, but I'm no good at it. How does he look?
Older, but you'll recognize him.
It's been a very long time.
Yes. There he is now, coming along the beach.
Is that my father?
I told you he'd changed.
Yes, he has. A little.
More than you have.
How do I look? Do I look, pretty?
Very pretty.
That's good. I want him to like me.
Catherine?
That's my father. That's Daddy.
Catherine, my dear.
My papa.
Damn him! Damn him! Get away! Get back! You're a traitor, a deserter, you're a betrayer, you're foul, you're a monster! Go back! Get up!
Now put down the stones, Mrs.
Get up! Go away! Go back! Go back!
Stop it, Mrs. Gunther. You're stoning the man.
Stop it! Stop it!
He left me. He went away, and he left me when I needed him the most. I loved him, and he left me. He's my father, and he left me.
It's all right. It's all right. He's gone. It's all right now.
I hate him.
I know.
I want him dead.
I understand. And tomorrow we'll talk it all out. Right now, let's walk back to the house. That's it. Remember what Catullus wrote? I hate, and I love, and I am in torment.
So the final word is by a Roman poet named Catullus, who lived in Sirmione, a peninsula stretching out into the beautiful Italian lake called Garda. These days we speak of ambivalence and sound very learned when we do so. But the torment is the same now as it was then, in the 1st century, before the birth of Christ. And who knows how long before that. We suspect to the start of civilization. I'll be back shortly. Our play is finished, and it's time to leave. In perpetuum frater ave atque ballet. Those, too, are the words of Catullus, but in the original Latin, and they translate, forever, brother, hail and farewell. But we can alter them slightly for the purposes of our little show. Till the next time, brothers and sisters, hail and farewell. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Ralph Bell, Terry Keane, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for another excursion into the world of the macabre, where we meet persons not quite like you or me, because they have had experiences that often defy explanation. It's a world of mystery where meaning is obscure, but such a world exists. Its phenomena may arise from the mind or from the appearance of an apparition, a person surely dead many years. That is what we explore, because such an experience can happen, even to you. You've heard the expression, if thought could kill. Keep that in mind. It is at the heart of what you're about to hear.
It's incomprehensible, Paul. But I saw it happen. I saw the portrait lose its colors and begin to crack, like a mummy exposed to the air. It's ruined. And a good thing, too. She was such a beautiful young woman. Now she's free.
After 70 years. And so is old Andrew Scott.
Our mystery story, The Woman in the Green Dress, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Michael Tolan. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It is easy to understand the meaning of necessity being the mother of invention. That is how we got the wheel and how we learned to convert steam into energy. But many an inquisitive mind, without being prodded by necessity, has stumbled onto discoveries that substantially have advanced civilization. Electricity, for example. Well, Paul Maiden is a designer of jewelry, and designs interest him. It is both his business and one of his hobbies, the other being photography. He's spending the weekend with Kirby Small in his fine suburban house.
Can you really take a picture in this subdued light, Paul?
No problem. Fast film.
Well, I could turn on.
No, Kirby. I like the natural light. The way the morning light surrounds the portrait. The sunbeam acts like a spotlight. Now, don't jump around. Time exposures are tricky.
That portrait fascinates you, doesn't it?
Now, hold it. There we are. I'll take another to be safe. Open up to another f-stop.
And Dora doesn't like the portrait.
There. That should do it. She doesn't?
Something about the painting makes her uneasy. You feel the same way, I guess.
No, I just wonder who she was. That's one reason. Another is the unusual color, the green silk dress. Most painters back then wouldn't choose such a color for a portrait. Did you ask Dora about the woman?
Well, she thinks it's some ancient relative, but she doesn't know. I found it in the attic when I brought down her suitcase.
How's the new grandchild?
Oh, just fine. Dora is staying with Susie for a week. I'm glad you could spend the weekend with me. We'll take some walks. Got an old church nearby. It's in ruins. Fine picture possibilities.
Good. What do you make of this, Kirby? Take a look at the lower right-hand corner of the portrait. What do you see?
Well, I did notice that. Some sort of coat of arms, I suppose.
But why, and what does it mean?
I've no idea. It's really quite beautiful.
The shape of a diamond, and it encloses 3 small birds. One with a branch in its beak. I've never seen anything quite like it.
Well, before the lady in the portrait jumps out of the picture and bites us, let's go for a stroll.
What a beautiful young woman. Chestnut-colored hair, fine features, and a proud expression on her face. How old would you say, Kirby?
Oh, early 20s?
No, I mean, how old is the portrait?
Oh, well, your guess would be better than mine, Paul. 50, 60 years, I'd say. Maybe older.
Even 70. And Dora has no idea who she is?
Nope.
Then she must have died young.
What do you think?
Oh, it's wonderful. And a shame. The church is a ruin, all right.
Well, the neighborhood changed, grew. So a new church was built. This one's in disuse. Only a very few parishioners cling to it and keep it going. Old folks. After Higby dies, he's the minister, I don't know if he'll be replaced. Oh, speaking of Reverend Higby, he's walking toward us.
Good morning. Oh, it's Mr. Small.
Good morning, Reverend. This is Paul Maiden.
Well, how do you do? How do you do, sir?
Paul's a very accomplished amateur photographer.
You're welcome to take pictures, young man.
Thank you.
Yes, I imagine that Mr. Small has explained the conditions you can see for yourself.
Yes, I'm sorry it couldn't be kept up.
Well, so am I. We do the best we can. There are a few volunteers. But there's no money for repairs. It's a pity. It's a small church, but authentic Gothic in design. You know, when I was appointed here 40 years ago, St. Luke's was prosperous. It sparkled inside and out. Today, it's in decay. The old graveyard filled with weeds, tumbling down.
How old is St. Luke's?
It was built in 1885. It's 92 years old.
Is the interior well preserved?
Unchanged. Yes, it's called the Vespers. Won't you join me inside? It's a short service. It's quite lovely. Afterwards, Mr. Maiden, I'll be glad to show you our relics.
Oh, I'd like to attend.
I'll wait for you after the service.
Maybe she worshipped here, Kirby.
Beg pardon?
The beautiful young woman in the green dress.
Mr. Maiden.
I enjoyed the service, Reverend Higby. Oh, don't let me interrupt.
Sorry, this is Miss Morrison.
How do you do?
How do you do? Why, isn't that... Why, of course, Mr. Small.
Hello, Jenny.
Wonders never cease. I hadn't seen you here for years. Or Dora. She's well, I trust?
Yes, thank you. She's in New York for a week. Susie had another little boy.
Oh, nice. Please remember me to them.
I will. I'll be outside, Paul.
All right. Excuse me, Miss Morrison.
I'll be with you in a few minutes, Mr. Maiden.
Is he... No, that's hoping too much. Not a new member.
No. He's just interested as a photographer. You were saying, Miss Morrison?
My great-uncle especially wanted me to apologize for not attending service the last 2 Sundays.
Yes, I understand. He is a very old man. He's over 90, isn't he?
Perhaps sometime next week you could call on him.
Gladly. Mr. Scott is our oldest member, and, well, except for his annual pledge, I don't know how St. Luke's could continue.
He's attached to the old church. Remember how he opposed building the new St. Luke's?
Yes, very well. And he's, infirm?
Not in body. Oh, he tires quickly, but he gets around. That's not his problem, physical health. It's his mind. He wanders more than usual, and, of course, it worries me.
Yes, of course. You think he's becoming senile?
I don't know. Talk with him about ordinary, everyday things, and he's informed and sharp. But then he drifts off into his memories and lives them.
Mm-hmm.
He seems to be possessed by his memories.
Possessed? Well, that's a dangerous word, Miss Morrison. Possessed by what?
I'd rather have you hear about it from him. Something that goes back years and years, when he was just a young man. Maybe he'll tell you.
Yes, well, I'll pay him a visit. If he's had something on his mind for all this time, he may want to share it with me. Andrew Scott's a good man, and God is forgiving.
You'll just drop in, not mention our little talk.
No, not unless he asks me. Why?
Because what he's often told me is blasphemous and makes me ashamed. Thank you, Reverend Higby. It was a lovely service.
Just what was that all about? Mr. Maiden?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm free now.
This is really a fine old church. Those stained glass windows are exceptionally fine.
Yes, well made, and the colors are unusually vivid. The pulpit is made of fruit wood and hand-carved.
And these plaques on the walls, the stone tablets?
In the olden days, the wealthiest parishioners had them engraved and set into the walls in memory of someone departed.
Ebenezer Scott, born 1865. Called to his Maker, 1928, where he is at peace. His epitaph shall be his name alone.
His son had that plaque placed there. Andrew Scott. I was just talking about him with Miss Morrison, who is his grandniece. Yes. He's still alive. He's in his 90s.
Well.
There's an interesting plaque. Here, look. Melanie Brent.
That coat of arms, I found her.
I beg your pardon?
But the diamond-shaped design with the 3 birds enclosed in it.
Yes, I was about to point that out.
Mr. Small has a portrait of this woman.
Does he?
I beg your pardon, Reverend Higby. It was rude of me, but...
No. What is it that excites you about your discovery?
Small found a portrait in his attic of a beautiful young woman.
And it's of Melanie Brent?
Well, I could swear it because the portrait has this same coat of arms or heraldic symbol painted in the lower right-hand corner. Now I can identify her.
Well, is that important to you? Why?
Well, because her expression is intriguing. She's wearing a green silk dress, and that diamond design has some meaning. I'm somewhat of an antiquary, and old relics and designs interest me. I just have to know her story.
Well, it is simple enough and tragic. She was born in 1886 and died in 1911. She was only 25 years old.
25 years old? How sad. I wonder,
Yes?
Would it be too much trouble to look through the church register for that period of time and...
No, certainly not. Now you've aroused my interest. But you'll have to give me a little time.
No, of course. I'd appreciate it very much. Melanie Brent is a distant relative of Mrs. Smalls, by the way.
Oh, is that so?
And now the old portrait has a name. Once it had a life. Who was she? Why did she die? How did she die? And what's the meaning of the unique design?
Come in, Jenny. Don't lurk there as if you're looking at a corpse.
You will be one soon enough if you don't stop wandering, Uncle.
No, humbug. It's my thoughts that keep me alive. Except for her nightly visits, I'd be glad to be dead.
Nonsense. What's the use of talking?
There is none. No, my girl.
Now, what about that medal?
I'm taking it to a jeweler on Monday.
You've had it a week, my dear.
But you insisted that I take it to a designer, not just any jeweler.
Yes, that's right. Have you found one? What about old Williams? He's still in business?
Dead 10 years. I found a man highly recommended, named Maiden. I don't remember his first... Well, if that don't beat the Dutch. I just asked him.
You sound like you're wondering, my girl.
At St. Luke's. I wonder if he's the same man.
Well, if he attends St. Luke's, he must be an antique.
No, he's quite a young man. He was taking pictures and admiring the church. Higby showed him around.
Yes, well, I do wish you'd see him soon, Jenny. That missing pearl may be hard to duplicate.
I understand.
Is there anything special on your mind, Jenny? There's a look of purpose on your face. Is it the usual?
You worry me, Uncle.
No, humbug. I'm fit. I feel fine. Get around when I want to.
You still insist that she is with you every night?
She has been for almost 70 years. I see her every night. And then I'm happy. We talk about what happened and how I avenged her.
No one believes your story, Uncle.
The facts bear me out.
They're all mixed up, crazy. They make no sense.
They make perfect sense. My testimony got him acquitted. And then with the help of God, I willed his death. And he died.
Uncle, you mustn't.
You think I'm daft? Am I, girl?
On this subject, what else can I think? Willed his death. Well, that's sacrilegious, Uncle.
I'll account to God alone when I join Melanie. And that will be very, very soon.
Her name was Melanie Brent.
And she died when she was only 25?
Yes. Why or how, I don't know, but Higby will find out from the church register. I'll drive out next weekend to see him.
Stay here, Paul. You're welcome, and I'll go with you to see Higby.
Oh, thanks.
Did he have any idea of what the coat of arms means, that diamond-shaped thing?
No, not offhand, but I've been giving that some thought. First, it's unique. 2 reasons. The design itself is one of a kind. At least I've never seen one like it.
Yeah. And isn't it unusual for a woman to have a coat of arms?
That's the other reason. I've never heard of one.
Well, what could it mean? 3 small birds and one with a branch in its beak.
At the end of which there's a pearl. You know what I think it all means?
Well, go ahead.
Faith, hope, and charity.
Could be, Paul.
In the Book of Common Prayer, faith is regarded as an outward and visible sign of inward and spiritual grace. Someone had absolute faith in Melanie Brent.
Some man, of course.
Who might still be alive.
Oh, no, Paul. Why, let me see. She died in 1911, 66 years ago. At 25, assuming it's a young man we're talking about, and he'd be 91 or older. There's no one around here. Now, wait a minute.
Well, who are you thinking of, Kirby?
Old Andrew Scott.
An interest in unusual designs, a portrait of a beautiful young woman in a green silk dress, her haunting expression, clues to a life long ended and forgotten. She is part of a family's heritage, their roots. You have them, so do I. You can be certain that they both are good and bad. What is the mystery that surrounds Melanie Brent? We'll search deeper when I return with Act 2. Maiden's curiosity about Melanie Brent's portrait is leading him to the story of the young woman who died 60 years ago when she was only 25. Well, it's a weekday now. Paul is in his jewelry store. An elderly woman approaches him.
May I help you, madam?
Miss, I'm Miss Jennifer Mort. Well, my goodness, of course.
Miss Morrison, I was introduced to you.
At St. Luke's by Reverend Higby.
Oh, I'm glad to see you again.
You know, when we met, I thought I know that name, Maiden, and now I know why. I've been trying to decide on a jewelry designer, and I settled on you.
Oh, thank you.
My great-uncle has an old gold medal. A small pearl is missing from it, and he wants to have it replaced. Let me show it to you. Here it is.
Well, heaven's sake.
You seem startled.
Well, I am, Miss Morrison. I know the design.
You've seen it before?
Twice. The diamond shape with the 3 birds enclosed in it. Ah, so that's where the missing pearl belongs. On the end of the branch being held by the topmost of the 3 birds. And it's on the portrait and on the wall tablet in your church.
It is?
It's the coat of arms or an emblazonment of a woman named Melanie Brent.
There's a portrait?
Yes. Mr. Small found it in his attic, and now it hangs in his living room. I've been trying to trace her genealogy.
May I ask why?
Well, curiosity more than anything else. Because it's a haunting portrait. The young woman is very beautiful, and she died when she was only 25. Well, perhaps you know the story.
It's better forgotten, Mr. Maiden.
Oh? Well, I don't mean to pry.
She is long dead, and so is the scandal.
I see.
He said there was a portrait, but we didn't believe him.
He? Your great-uncle?
It's his design, that diamond-shaped thing.
Would you object if I visited him, Miss Morrison?
Not if you'll be discreet. He's old and infirm. A shock could very well...
I understand.
You could repair his medal and return it to him.
Who was Melanie Brent, Miss Morrison?
I'd rather not say.
She must have meant something to your great-uncle.
He's still obsessed with her.
Well, hello, Mr. Maiden. And Mr. Small.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, Mr. Higby.
Thank you for seeing me again.
No, not at all, not at all. But I can't help you very much.
There's no entry in the church register about Melanie Brent?
I have it here. You may see for yourself.
Oh. Melanie Brent, born April 27th, 1886, baptized July 15th, died September 9th, 1911.
Her parents, the godparents, and half the page torn out. Now, who did that?
I have no idea. It is most unusual.
What would have been written there?
What she did for the church, her confirmation, probably her marriage, if she married, and a few lines about her death and her burial.
And half the page is torn out.
The scandal.
Scandal?
Miss Morrison said there was a scandal and that it had best be forgotten. Let me show you something.
The diamond escutcheon.
What a beautiful medal.
It belongs to Andrew Scott. That diamond-shaped design is on the portrait of Melanie Brent. It's carved on that wall tablet, and it's on this medal.
Andrew Scott and Melanie Brent.
No question about it. Miss Morrison said that he was obsessed with Melanie Brent. Mr. Higby, may I see the register entry under Andrew Scott?
Yes, why, yes. It would be in this register. Let me look. How did you get the medal, Paul?
She brought it in for repair. The pearl at the end of the branch was missing.
Oh, yes, here it is. Andrew Scott, born 1882, and so on, and the usual. Oh.
Yes?
Read it.
Engaged to wed Miss Melanie Brent, but service never performed because of her sudden and tragic death. May God have mercy on her soul.
Well.
What happened to them? What happened to Melanie Brent and to Andrew Scott? She dies suddenly just before she's to be married, and his memories about her are blasphemous? Did he kill her?
I noticed you speaking to Mr. Maiden, Miss Morrison.
So nice to see him at service again. Did you find time to see my great-uncle, Reverend?
I tried, but he was indisposed.
I half expected that.
Because of his obsession?
Well, perhaps he realized it's better kept to himself.
And with you?
It's nothing I want to talk about, Reverend.
But you're burdened with it, Jenny. Now, I'm a minister of God. Share it with me, and you will be comforted.
I just can't. It's too incredible.
Melanie Brent received a Christian burial, and Andrew Scott has always been a true church member.
Yes, I know that.
There's a scandal about them.
Yes?
Was your great-uncle instrumental in her death?
Oh, no. It was the other way around.
Well, I don't understand. Andrew Scott is still alive.
And prays for death so that he may join her forever.
Sit down, Mr. Maiden.
Well, thank you, sir.
Old-fashioned.
Pardon me?
Sir, it's old-fashioned. It's gone out of style. Used to be a sign of respect for one's elders, but these are different times.
I have your medal, Mr. Scott.
So, Jenny finally did something about it. That's good.
Well, here it is. The design is unique.
Yes, it is. I struck it myself.
And the birds, they mean faith, hope, and charity?
Well, how did you figure that out, young man?
Because of its association with someone in the past.
Well, this is good work, Mr. Maiden.
Oh, thank you.
The shade of the pearl is correct. Was that luck?
No, sir.
Oh?
I'd seen the pearl before.
Oh, well, you're not a member of St. Luke's Church, are you?
No, but I've attended Vespers there a couple of times with Kirby Small. He used to be a member.
So you noticed the heraldic symbol carved on the wall tablet, eh?
That was the second place I'd seen it. Kirby Small has a portrait of Melanie Brent, which now hangs in his living room.
Ah, yes. I knew it existed. Jenny's never believed me. Of course, she considers me a little addled, and, well, she may. She doesn't believe that I'm with her every night.
Well, Melanie Brent?
Yes, my boy. Does that seem fantastic to you?
That depends on what you mean. She appears to you?
Oh, yes, in a green silk dress.
That's what she wears in the portrait, Mr. Scott.
I know. You say it's in Small's house?
It was in his attic.
Jenny tries to persuade me to live in the present, but there is no present for me. My life ended in 1911.
But you had a very successful career.
Well, work was all that I had left.
Are you aware that half the page in the church register about Miss Brent has been cut out?
No, but I'll take your word for it.
Was it because of what Miss Morrison said was a scandal?
It was worse than that, Mr. Maiden.
May I ask? Oh, no, it's none of my business. I'm curious about Melanie Brent, but I won't intrude on your memories.
Why are you curious, Mr. Maiden?
Because, and you'll forgive me, well, if I'd ever married, I wish it had been to someone so lovely. That's sentimental, but it's true. I'm sorry you lost her.
I didn't lose her, Mr. Maiden. She was murdered.
Hello, Uncle Andrew.
My dear girl. Well, I am pleased to see you.
Was that Mr. Maiden I saw leaving the house?
Yes, I like him. He's gone to Small's house to bring me the portraits.
You tell him the story?
Only that she was murdered.
Leave it at that.
Yes, he'll want to know why.
You don't know why or how, Uncle.
The why is simple enough. Rob Claridge wanted her as much as I did, and she chose me. So he kidnapped her and later killed her. The how is also simple. Claridge was a young doctor. One of his surgical instruments had been driven through her heart.
Don't.
But she had her revenge, and I had mine. And that's what was miraculous.
Dr. Claridge couldn't be in church and outside on the green near the pond at the same time.
He was, though.
At his trial, you testified that he was sitting right in front of you during the service.
Yes, he was. I hated Claridge. I knew he'd kidnapped Melanie and had her hidden someplace. I saw her the night before she disappeared. She was wearing a green silk dress. That's the last I saw of her.
The police must have been drunk.
No. That is not true. There were two of them, and they found Melanie's body in the rushes in the pond. And they found Dr. Claridge fainted on the green, not 20 feet away.
But he was sitting right in front of you in church.
So he was.
Your story is impossible.
So it seemed. But during the service, I kept saying to myself, confess. And the force of my thought and the will of God transferred his soul outside where the constables found him.
Not him. His apparition, if anything.
What they saw, they told in court. And they saw Claridge.
But he was freed because you admitted he sat in front of you in church.
That's true, but my words, confess, drove into his soul. And soon after he took his own life. I willed it, Jenny.
And you don't see how incredible this is?
Well, it may seem that way to you.
It seems that way to anyone with common sense.
I prayed for Claridge's death.
That's sinful.
I prayed for revenge, and it was granted. God saw to it. Oh, there is truth in the old proverb. Revenge is a morsel reserved for God.
I can't bear hearing you talk like that.
Oh, I am sorry, Jenny. But I have lived for over 90 years, and Claridge's death is all that has sustained me.
If I understand what I've heard, I must say that I'm sympathetic to Jenny Morrison. Can a body be in two places at the same time? That's what Andrew Scott maintains, and the facts seem to bear him out. Dr. Claridge was in church with him, but the constables found this same Dr. Claridge on the green outside the church and near the pond where Melanie Brent was found murdered. Is it possible that Claridge could be in two places at the same time? We'll learn more when I return with Act 3. A miracle is an event which deviates from the known laws of nature. There are many instances of them, most of them found within the framework of religions. Visions appear before a person and reveal the future and the course he must follow to make it come true. Is that what confronts us here? A miracle? Is it conceivable that a body physically could be in two places at the same time? Paul Maiden has returned to Kirby Small's house for the telltale portrait.
He'd like to see the portrait, Kirby.
Well, of course. What's the story about Melanie Brent?
She was murdered in 1911. I don't know the details. I hope he'll tell me.
Murdered? Maybe that's why Dora kept the portrait in the attic.
But she doesn't know who Melanie Brent was.
That's true, but I think she sensed something about the portrait. I did, too. That haunting look. You felt it, too.
Yes, I did.
Give him the portrait, Paul.
All right. You have my color enlargement.
I must know the entire story, Paul.
Well, if he tells me, I'll tell you. I wonder why Jenny Morrison or Andrew Scott never told Dora. Jenny's Dora's aunt, isn't she?
Yes, but we never see her. That's another story. Leave it at this. Jenny's stiff-necked, bigoted. Jenny renounced her sister, Dora's mother, when she married me.
I see.
I think you do.
And Andrew Scott?
At the time I married Dora, he was another holier-than-thou. We went our way alone. It's mean to say it, but it's gratifying to discover that Scott and Jenny have a really big skeleton in their family closet.
That truly is an incredible story, Mr. Scott.
Yes, well, you don't have to believe it, Mr. Maiden. Nobody else does.
Dr. Claridge was brought to trial because the constables found him lying on the green near the pond.
They had to be drunk.
Oh, they were cold sober. I spoke to them outside the church. So did the old minister.
And they never changed their story?
No, sir. They repeated it in court.
And you had to testify that Claridge was sitting in front of you in a pew in St. Luke's.
His physical body, Mr. Maiden.
What other kind is there, Uncle?
Oh, only God knows.
It's extraordinary.
It's absolute nonsense. My great-uncle was so in love with a young woman that when she passed on...
Murdered, my girl. Don't avoid the fact and the word. What you're about to say, Jenny, is that I became a babbling idiot. You've thought that all your life.
I appeal to you, Mr. Maiden.
Well, I'd have to defer to Reverend Higby, Miss Morrison. This is beyond me.
Well, in fairness to Jenny, who cannot abide scandal, it's true that after Melanie's murder, I was driven. I was torn apart, probably temporarily insane. But I remember Rob Claridge's trial and what I heard there.
What did he have to say for himself, Mr. Scott?
He was an arrogant devil. He denied kidnapping Melanie and then stabbing her. But he could not deny that the weapon was his.
And your testimony freed him.
I'm an honest man. I trust God. Do you believe me, Mr. Maiden?
I want to, Mr. Scott. Isn't Reverend Higby the person to judge? The church knows about miracles.
I asked him to pay you a visit, Uncle, but you were indisposed, you said. Will you see him? Won't you confess to him that your thoughts are sinful?
I decline to see him for your sake, Jenny. The story is an embarrassment to you.
But now every Tom, Dick, and Harry knows it, so it's time it was laid to rest.
No, that's rude to Mr. Maiden, my dear.
Oh, I didn't mean him. I'm sorry, young man. But you'll tell Kirby Small, and he's sure to gossip about it. Dora will see to that.
Well, I don't think they deliberately try to offend you or Mr. Scott. Why would they?
That's neither here nor there.
There's a small skeleton in their closet. You see, Mr. Maiden, they had to get married.
Uncle.
Yes, and in my arrogant pride, Jenny and I turned away from them.
They sinned. You didn't sin, except in your mind, thinking you willed Rob Claridge's death.
He took his life because of his guilt.
Say that he did, Uncle. Say he murdered Melanie. Say he killed himself. Did anyone ever prove it?
The discovery by the constables of Rob Claridge Sprague fainted on the green drove remorse through his soul as surely as he drove that knife into Melanie's heart.
That's what you want to believe, Uncle. But I say again, it just couldn't be.
Then we'll leave it at that.
Mr. Scott, may I ask you a question about the portrait? Did you commission it, and when?
2 months before the wedding date.
And it was completed?
I intended to give it to Melanie for a wedding present.
You saw it completed before the murder?
Yes.
I have the portrait in the hall. Before I bring it in, another question. Did you sense a premonition in her expression?
No, not that I remember.
It's there.
You mean she anticipated her death?
Oh, no, that's provocative, Mr. Maiden. I also take it that you don't think that I'm entirely daft, that I have told you the truth.
The truth as you see it, Uncle.
Which, Miss Morrison, may be the truth. Melanie was murdered. Claridge was in church, never expecting to be tried. At the same time, the constables saw him on the green near the body. That's why he was tried.
And the fact of the trial is what led to Melanie's revenge. Oh, bring Higby. He must hear my story before I die.
I must apologize for involving you in all this foolishness.
Well, I involved myself, don't forget.
Ah, yes. The portrait and the diamond-shaped coat of arms. Well, there's all our dirty linen, Mr. Maiden. I can accept the murder, but I simply cannot believe Uncle's story. Can you?
Well, either his story is true and we doubt it, or he's dwelt so long on the young woman he loved and lost so cruelly that his hatred of Rob Claridge created the story in his imagination.
Self-hypnosis?
Yes. It sustained him for a long time. When did he become, obsessed with his memories?
After he retired. He was 70 then and wealthy. I urged him to travel, see the world, but he became kind of a recluse.
It's a tragic story.
Jenny?
We'd better go in. I'll bring the portrait from the hall.
Yes, Uncle, are you all right?
I must have dozed off. Is Mr. Maiden still here?
I have the portrait for you, Mr. Scott, which, by the way, Kirby Small wants you to have and to keep.
Oh, thank you. Place it over there against the wall, if you please.
Yes, sir. I'll take off the wrapping.
My goodness. What a striking young woman.
Shall I turn on the lights, Mr. Scott?
No, thank you. The early evening light is soft and warm. It was at this time of day that I last saw her alive. Wearing that same green dress. Oh, I thought she never looked so lovely. It was that night that she chose me over Rob Claridge.
She was very beautiful.
She still is very beautiful, Mr. Maiden. I see her every night.
I believe that.
But neither you nor Jenny believes what the constable saw on the green, do you? You explain it, Mr. Maiden. And what is this coming towards us now?
Heaven, help me.
The woman in the green dress is is stepping out of the portrait and coming toward us.
I don't believe my eyes.
Melanie. He's going toward her.
Uncle, he's falling.
No, I've got him. Here, Mr. Scott.
But he's still following the woman. And he's also in your arms. It can't be. It can't be in two places at once.
But we saw it, Miss Morrison.
Uncle!
He's dead, Miss Morrison. I'm so sorry.
You did see it, Mr. Maiden. Or am I the one who's crazy?
No, I saw it. There were two of him. One walked toward Melanie Brent and vanished. Not an apparition, a whole man. And the other is here in my arms.
Ah, Mr. Maiden.
Bad news, Reverend. He just died.
Oh, may God bless his soul.
Amen. It was sudden. It happened not 5 minutes ago.
And, Miss Morrison?
Well, under control now. The circumstances were so strange, you'd better hear them from both of us. Oh, please come in. It's the Reverend Higby, Miss Morrison.
I am so very sorry, Jenny.
Reverend, we have just witnessed a miracle. We saw my great uncle call to God, and he walked out of his body and into eternity.
You say that Andrew Scott willed Rob Claridge's death?
By driving his soul out to the green, where the constables swear they found him lying prostrated near the murdered body of Melanie Brent.
And we just saw Andrew Scott walk away with the woman while I held him in my arms dead.
Can it be possible, Reverend?
May I see the portrait?
You haven't answered my question, Reverend.
Oh, in a moment, my dear.
The portrait's in his study. Shall I?
No. I'll walk in there.
Look.
Is that the portrait?
Miss Morrison, something's happened to the portrait. Please come here.
In heaven's name, what happened to it? The colors are faded and flesh is sagged.
It's cracked and chips of paint have fallen away. It's what's left of a woman who was 25 and died almost 70 years ago.
Did you say the portrait depicted a young woman?
In glowing health, wearing a green silk dress. A beautiful young woman. It was in perfect condition when I unwrapped it.
What can it mean?
He moves in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform. You and Mr. Maiden have witnessed one of them. Miracles happen only to those who believe in them.
My great uncle did.
And now he's reunited with the woman in the green silk dress.
I don't think our story requires much comment from me. You believe or you don't believe what happened to old Andrew Scott. But before you make up your mind, I suggest that you reflect on the broad subject. Miracles do come to pass. There's a world apart within each of us, and a world apart from all of us, which we do not understand. Those are facts. Perhaps we should leave it at that. I'll be back shortly. Men's lives can be controlled, but not their wills or their thoughts. Andrew Scott's life ended. Melanie Brent was murdered, but he willed her revenge, and it was achieved. Because of what the constables saw on the green near the pond outside St. Luke's, and there was no gainsaying their testimony, even though it was incredible. But was it? Our cast included Michael Toland, Lois Kibbe, Guy Sorrell, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
That's another one of those words. Sure.
Yes, but suppose I devote a lifetime of hard work and I fail.
The devotion is your success.
Madame, you breathe rarefied air.
My name is Regina Summerfield.
How do you do? I am Walter Owen. Thank you. Thank you for talking to me, for spending so much of your time with a complete stranger.
But you're not a complete stranger, or even an incomplete stranger.
Oh, have we met?
Yes, I think we have.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I say this because I'm sure I would never have forgotten.
You're how old? 30?
Yes.
We met, I think, before you were born.
Oh, before I was born?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. He who sleeps in eternal noise is awakened by silence. Silence. As we all know, silence can sometimes be the loudest sound there is. Certainly, it can be the most eloquent. We spend so much time and energy learning to speak, as if it requires neither effort nor wisdom to know when to keep still.
I should like you to meet my husband, Lieutenant Everett Summerfield.
Your husband?
Of course. Everett, dear, this is Mr. Walter Owens.
Who?
Everett, Mr. Owens is also an artist.
Mrs. Summerfield, who are you talking to?
To my husband, of course. Can't you see?
No. That's just the trouble. I can't. I don't. Mrs. Summerfield, there is no one here.
Our mystery drama, First Childhood, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Eileen Heckert. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The years go by. We're aware of the breath in our mouths, the feeling in our bones, our image in the glass. Yes, we stumble through a universe of illusion, constantly threatened by quicksands of uncertainty and doubt. Yet, our basic hold on sanity is ourselves. We may know nothing else, but each of us knows who he or she is. Or do we? Really? That's too nice a day for all. Join us at a beach on the northeastern coast. A private, secluded place on a day when the brilliant sunlight dances on the sparkling waves and the air crackles. And as the poet might have said, just to be alive is paradise enow.
Good.
What? Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I startle you?
I was busy concentrating on this canvas. I didn't hear anyone coming.
That is rather a good painting.
Do you really think so?
I wouldn't have said so if I didn't. That doesn't mean I like it.
Oh, I see.
It shows promise.
Shows promise. Sort of as the kiss of death for an artist.
But you're not an artist.
Oh, why do you say that?
You don't have enough paint on your clothes.
No, you see, the idea is to get the paint.
Canvas either. There's not enough meaningful paint there. Oh, you've smeared pigment in profusion. But so few of those strokes signify anything.
You have...
Spoiled.
Are you a fortune teller?
Do you deny it? You're very handsome. You're charming. I'm sure women think you attractive. Men find you likable. You can have anything you want, except...
Except what?
Except art. You can't get that for nothing. You have to work for it.
Now, what makes...
It's obvious.
Well, what have you really got against this painting?
You don't have to be an artist to paint it.
Madame, I intend no disrespect. Your
sense of color. My hair is white.
I was trying to be tactful.
Was Rembrandt tactful?
I am not Rembrandt.
My point exact.
That an opinion should be based on more than prejudice, bias, or emotion. An opinion, hopefully, should have its foundation in fact, in evidence, in the authenticated truth.
You sound like a lawyer.
Well, it so happens that I am a lawyer.
Well, then how can you be an artist?
I'm a lawyer and an artist.
I noticed you listed lawyer first.
I'm both. Now, what business is it of yours? And what do you know about art, anyhow? And who asked you in the first place?
Those are 3 questions. And the answers are none, nothing, and nobody. And now, sir, if you'll excuse me.
No, Madame, I'm sorry. It's you who must excuse me. I'm not myself. I'm under a strain. I had no right to behave so boorishly. Please forgive me. While I may not be an artist, I can at least be a gentleman.
You could also be an artist.
You think so? Do you really think so?
Oh, I see your problem. You want assurances.
Well, I'd like to be sure that I could succeed.
That's another one of those words. Sure.
Yes, but suppose I devote a lifetime of hard work and I fail.
The devotion is your success.
Madame, you breathe rarefied air.
My name is Regina Summerfield.
How do you do? I am Walter Owens. Thank you. Thank you for talking to me, for spending so much of your time with a complete stranger.
But you're not a complete stranger, or even an incomplete stranger.
Oh, have we met?
Yes, I think we have.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I say this because I'm sure I would never have forgotten.
You're how old? 30?
Yes.
We met, I think, before you were born.
Oh, before I was born?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well,
is that so strange?
Yes, frankly.
Why? Where do you think you were before you were born?
Where do I think I was before?
Inside you, there's an essence. Now, something that makes you Walter Owens. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, on the face of it, I suppose I would agree. Now, I have to be careful with you, don't I? You have a way with words.
Oh, nonsense. I'm just a little old lady, and you're a brilliant lawyer.
Yes, we were talking about where I was before I was born. This unique essence that happens to be me, I think.
I didn't say unique essence. There's nothing singular about it. Many people can have the identical sort of essence. I know a man who seemed to have the same essence as you do when he was younger.
Oh, then I remind you of someone.
Oh, yes.
Who?
Would you care to dine with us this evening?
Well, I...
Please do. It'll be such a treat for Everett. My husband doesn't go out much. We can talk about art. You can see our place from here. You see the hill that rises up from the beach? That's the house on top.
It's beautiful.
Say you'll come.
All right. Mrs. Marchand.
Oh, wait, don't tell me. You're in room 212.
211.
I'm close.
Yes.
And your name is Mr. Owens?
No, Owens.
Oh,
Well, at least I was right about it, beginning with an O.
Yeah. Do I have any mail?
No, sir. Ah, I see you got your paint set with you.
A paint set?
Isn't that what it's called?
Yes, I suppose so. No mail,
Could I say something, Mr. Owens?
Owens.
Oh, yeah. Well, I remember when you checked in last night, you said you wouldn't be expecting any mail. Now you're hardly here one day, and already you're asking if you got any.
Yes, the mail habit's a hard one to break.
Now, this is a great place for painting pictures. Lots of artists come around. And you know what they paint mostly?
Tell me.
The Summerfield place. You can see it from everywhere on the beach. It's on top of the hill.
Yes. Yes, it's a magnificent mansion.
Oh, falling apart. 40, 50 years ago, before the war. I mean, the Second World War. Oh, that was a place to see.
Well, it's still very imposing.
Look close. It's falling apart. A pity you won't get to see the inside of it. She won't let hardly anybody in there.
But I will get to see the inside.
Yeah?
Yes, I'm invited there to dinner.
You're what?
Yes, I met Mrs. Summerfield about an hour ago out at the beach.
She spoke to you?
Yes, we had quite a talk.
Well, if that don't be...
So I'm dining tonight with the Summerfields.
The, Summerfield?
Yes, Mrs. Summerfield and her husband. I believe his name is, Everett.
Yeah, well,
What's the matter, Mrs. Marcia?
Look, what you have to understand is that there is no Mr. Everett Summerfield.
No, Mr. What are you saying?
I'm saying that there isn't any Mr. Everett Summerfield.
There isn't?
No, sir, there isn't. And she simply won't accept that.
Uh-huh. Oh, what happened?
Well, you see, Everett Summerfield was in the Navy. He was a lieutenant on board the USS Arizona, which was at Pearl Harbor.
Mm-hmm.
The ship was blown up on December 7th and sank to the bottom.
And he was killed?
Yeah, he was killed. But you see, they never did find his body.
I see.
She pretends he's come back. She talks to him, just as if he's sitting there, and she cocks her head as if she's listening to him. I swear it is scary. Yeah, it's quite a place, but she's not going to be able to keep it much longer.
Well, why do you say that?
Well, because she's got a relative, some niece or something, that's trying to get the place away from her.
On what grounds?
On what grounds? Well, the woman's a nut. I mean, I like her personally, but she is a prime candidate for the nut house. Look, you're going there tonight. You'll see for yourself. I mean, the curtains on the windows are rags. The upholstery's all worn out on the furniture. The place needs paint all over. But she thinks... You know what she thinks?
What?
She thinks the place is in shape for the President of the United States to be entertained in.
What you're intimating is she's crazy.
Intimating? It's a fact. Mr. Owens, it's a hard, cold, cruel fact.
Mr. Owens.
Good evening, Mrs. Summerfield.
Do come here.
Oh, thank you. I brought you this.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
It's a favorite dinner wine of mine.
Wine of mine? That sounds so pretty. I'm sure Everett will enjoy it. Perhaps it will help him sleep. Poor Everett, he's been out of sorts lately. I'm sure you must be starved.
No, we're not.
I whipped up... that's a modern term, but so descriptive. I whipped up dinner myself. We let the servants go. Well, why keep them? We don't use all the house these days, just a small part of it, and it's enough for the two of us. This is Everett's library, but he'll want to show it to you himself. And this is a small room that we use as a combined sitting and dining salon. Lovely, isn't it?
It's, yeah.
Yeah. Now, these are genuine Hepplewhites. The drape on the window, if you look a bit more closely, is a genuine Gobelin. That is, it's purported to be. But this is Limoges china.
I see.
The tablecloth is a type of pure linen that doesn't seem to be made anymore. It was the exclusive secret of an old family in Ireland, which is now extinct, I understand. But you can see the fine weave, can't you?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, absolutely.
And this cup is quite small, you see. Oh, so exquisite. It's a Cellini.
Oh, beautiful.
Please, forgive me.
For what?
Oh, I babble on and on about all these lovely things. It suddenly seems to me I must sound like a Philistine. Don't you think so?
No, not at all. Why do you say that?
Listen how I emphasize this as a genuine that. Cellini, Gobelin, Limoges. I'm trying to impress you with names.
It doesn't seem that way.
Oh, and how rare and expensive those things are.
Well, it's true. They do happen to be.
But I shouldn't brag about it. I can't help it. I was very poor. I never knew my mother. My father was the town drunk.
Oh.
Lovable man, but he had the sickness. He couldn't support himself, let alone me. And so I ate the bread of charity all during my childhood. It's a bitter, hard loaf. I never had a new dress or a doll or a toy. I was determined I would have money. When I was old enough to work, I was a maid to some wealthy summer people. They were big bankers and brokers from Wall Street. When I entered a room, they didn't stop talking. I mean, they never even noticed me. Well, why should they? Do you know how I became rich? Can you guess?
No.
By listening to their conversation. What do you want to do about consolidated engines, Jim? Why don't we buy Northmont Steel? She'll surely go up 10 points. And so on. And I bought too. I put my pennies together. I bought what they did, sold when they did, and soon I had money. A great deal of money. Oh, excuse me. We'll talk about it later. Here's Everett now.
Everett?
Good evening, Everett, darling. We have a guest for dinner, Mr. Walter Owens. I don't know. I didn't ask him. Are you Mr. Owens?
Am I what?
Are you from New York?
Oh, no. Philadelphia.
Everett. Why do you think everybody's from New York? Well, shall we all be seated? No, I'll carve the roast, Everett. You're always complaining about the knife. Yes, dear. Mr. Owens, in order to maintain domestic tranquility, will you do the honors and carve?
Yes. Yes, I suppose so.
Well, now, how many people are at that table? 2 or 3? And just who is Mrs. Summerfield? When we first met her, she seemed like a rather sharp, smart, with-it old lady. Everett is obviously supposed to be Lieutenant Everett Summerfield, who was killed many years ago at Pearl Harbor. What is he doing having dinner here tonight? Or is he? Things will either get clearer or cloudier when I return shortly with Act 2. Home is the sailor, home from the sea, said the poet. But some sailors can never come home again. They lie buried forever under a watery grave of warm green or cold blue. Lieutenant Everett Summerfield went down with his ship at Pearl Harbor on that terrible day. But not according to his wife, who is now having dinner with him many years later.
I hope you enjoyed your dinner, Mr. Owens.
Oh, yes. Excellent.
Some more coffee?
No, thank you. This is fine. Just fine.
Everett. Oh, my goodness. Look at him and listen to him. He's fast asleep. Honestly, Mr. Owens, that man can go off just anywhere. Or was it your wine? I just wish he wouldn't snore so loudly. Does it disturb you?
Does what disturb me?
Well, can't you hear that man snore?
Oh, I don't mind.
You're very kind. I was telling you how I became so rich by just listening to wealthy men talk. I was 19 years old, and I had almost $500,000. Can you believe it?
Yes, I could believe it.
I couldn't. But there it was in my account in my broker's office in New York. Meanwhile,
I'd fallen in love. Can you guess with whom?
Everett?
Yes, Everett. Everett Summerfield. It was a miracle.
Well, what do you mean?
A miracle that he would fall in love with me.
Why?
Well, why shouldn't I fall in love with him? He was tall and handsome and rich. But for him to love me, mousy little Regina Melson, a penniless orphan girl.
Yes, but you were rich.
But who knew that? No one, not yet. I was Miss Nobody who had nothing. And yet he fell in love with me. His parents were furious. And then they died. An automobile accident. And do you know what came out? Mr. Summerfield Sr. was broke. It was a disaster. But do you know what really bothered Everett? The thought that he might have to lose this house. This magnificent home. He always loved it. Well, you can see why.
Oh, yes, I can.
You can't imagine what happened when I said to him, "Darling, here's enough money to save the house." And we saved it. We were very happy until the war clouds began to threaten. Everett had a commission in the Naval Reserve. He volunteered for active duty.
Was he at Pearl Harbor?
Oh, yes.
Wasn't there a report that he had gone down with his ship?
Oh. You must have been listening to some of the town talk. Is that what you heard?
Yes. I believe so.
It was many years ago. I received a wire from the War Department. They said he was killed in action. But you know, I refused to believe it.
You refused? But why?
Because I knew it couldn't be true. He couldn't be dead. He just couldn't be. And so I was not going to believe it. I went to Hawaii to look for him.
But if he was reported killed in action, where could you look? Under the sea?
Well, there's no point in looking there. If he was there, he'd be dead, wouldn't he? No, I thought perhaps he'd been wounded, lost his identification, or he might have been suffering from amnesia. He could have been wandering around the island. I just knew I had to look.
Or did you ask the War Department for assistance?
According to the War Department, my Everett was dead. They wrote me a letter to that effect. Now ask me what I wrote back to them.
Well, what did you write?
I wrote, "If Everett Summerfield is dead, show me the body." They couldn't. And that's how I knew Everett must still be alive, and I was right.
Well, what makes you say that?
Well, I was right, wasn't I? Here he is today. But the truth is, I didn't find him.
You didn't?
No. In the end, he found me. I came home, I waited. I knew he'd return to the place he loved best, to the person he loved best. He did. One day, one lovely summer's day, he walked into the house. "I'll never leave this place again," he said. "I'll never leave you again." He hasn't.
How nice.
Are you perhaps wondering why I stopped to talk to you this morning?
Why did you?
I spoke to you about an essence that forms the core of each of us, remember?
I remember.
It reminded me of what was inside Everett before he went away to war. I didn't want to see you waste yours the way his was wasted. Everett wanted to be a painter, too. He was afraid he wasn't good enough, just as you are.
Yes, it's something to be afraid of.
Why?
Well, because if it should turn out that one is not good enough, what has one done with one's life?
Lived it.
But I know I'm a good lawyer.
Then why aren't you happy?
I'm very happy. Well, I was very happy, as a matter of fact, until I met you this morning.
Oh, I am sorry.
Well, you see, every so often I take some time off. I go somewhere and just paint furiously for a week or so. Well, I have to get it out of my system.
Can you ever really get it out of your system?
Well, it's getting late. Thank you for a fine dinner.
Everett and I are glad you could come. There's no point in trying to wake him. He'll get up in his own time. I'll say good night for him.
Yes, good night.
And please come again. Soon.
Well, hello there, Mr. Owen.
Good evening, Mrs. Marshak.
I'd rather you called me Dell. I can't get used to this Mrs. Marshak. I only been married to him a week.
Yes, were there any calls for me?
Now, look, you said you weren't expecting any mail or calls or anything.
Yes, well, actually, I'm not.
How was dinner at the castle?
Oh, quite an experience.
Does she still have any furniture left?
You know, it's very sad. She thinks she's surrounded by priceless antiques and works of art. It's pitiful. And yet she's such a bright lady.
It's love. She just could never get over him. It must be terrible to be in love like that. I could never be. Never. Well, that'll come to an end maybe by next week.
Oh, why next week?
Well, I was telling you about this niece. There's going to be a hearing in court.
A hearing? When?
I guess day after tomorrow. Judge Sterling is in town. He's staying here at the motel.
Judge Donald F. Sterling?
Yeah, that's the one. He comes from around here. Do you know him?
Well, where is he?
Well, I saw him go into dinner. He should still be in the dining room.
Judge Sterling.
Walter, had you dinner?
Yes, sir.
Well, sit down, have some coffee.
Thank you, Judge.
What are you doing up here?
Oh, just a little vacation.
You young lawyers get all the breaks. I'm working. This place is part of my circuit. I've got what I call a COL.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, it's my own private code for a crazy old lady.
Oh.
Well, I shouldn't say that. It's just that I hate these things. You get some greedy, shifty-eyed relative who wants the old gal put away for her own good, naturally.
Naturally.
And the truth is, the old gal would be better off being taken care of, but it's a messy situation. Well, anyhow, since I'll have to adjudicate this case, I'd better not discuss it.
Yes, sir.
The vultures have circled and landed.
What's that, sir?
That table near the window.
Yes.
That young lady, should I say woman, that's the cousin, somewhat distant cousin, but the only surviving legal relative of the late Everett Summerfield.
The late?
Yes. That's what this thing's all about. And her estimable attorney, Mr. Leroy Pillow. Unappetizing duo. But they may have the evidence on their side.
Oh, what evidence?
Enough to show that Regina should be committed.
You call her Regina. It sounds as if you know her.
Yeah, I've known her all my life. Well, first part of my life, anyhow. A little orphan girl. Work-worn little drudge before she was fairly into her teens. Her face and hands were always dirty. Heaven forgive us, we all made fun of her. All of us, little rich kids.
Judge, you say there's to be a hearing.
Yes, the day after tomorrow.
Does Mrs. Summerfield have a lawyer?
There's no one of record as yet. I suppose the court will have to appoint one.
Do you suppose the court could appoint me? I would like to represent Mrs. Summerfield.
You know what that means?
Yes. Yes, it means that I've taken on a very difficult case.
Oh, Mr. Owen.
Yes, I know it's late. May I come in?
Of course. Is something wrong, Mr. Owen?
Mrs. Summerfield, did you know that the day after tomorrow you are being taken to court?
Yes, I've been told to appear.
Do you know why you've been told to appear?
I suppose it's that Marston woman.
Yes, well, that Marston woman, as you call her, is out to have you committed to a mental institution.
On what grounds?
On the grounds that your faculties are impaired.
In other words, I'm crazy.
Well, I was only trying to say it nicely. Mrs. Summerfield, please, let me explain.
A pity you just missed Everett. He was quite taken with you. He went upstairs to bed.
Mrs. Summerfield, we must talk about Everett.
Oh, I'm delighted. I love to talk about Everett.
Well, first, let me tell you, as your attorney...
Oh, are you my attorney?
Yeah, I was just appointed by the court.
Marvelous. Now I need have no further worries. Not that I ever had any. Judge Sterling, I've known him since we were both children.
Judge Sterling is not so sure that he will be able to prevent that Marston woman from winning the case.
Judge Sterling is an honorable man. He would never permit justice to be mocked in his courtroom.
He may have no choice on the basis of the evidence.
What evidence?
Well,
Yes, Mr. Owen.
This insistence of yours that Everett is in the house. I mean, you see,
that will be quite enough, Mr. Owens. I see I have misjudged you.
Mrs. Summerfield.
Are you telling me that Everett is not in the house?
As your lawyer, I can
If
only...
that is your attitude, you can no longer be my lawyer.
Please, Mrs. Summerfield.
I must ask you to leave.
We'll all have to leave for a few moments until the arrival of Act 3. But what have we here? Evidently a tug of war between fact and fancy. Which side usually wins these affairs? Think a moment before you answer. We'll continue shortly. Cogito ergo sum, or I think, therefore I am, said the philosopher. Now, if you examine that, you see it's absolutely right. If you can think, it's proof you have to be. But that's only you. If you think for someone else, does that mean that they are also there? Once again, we discover that we should never get bogged down with philosophy when we're trying to tell a story. Onward.
Mrs. Summerfield, I want to help you.
How?
I want you to be able to stay here, to live here. I mean, after all, this is your own home. And you know that Marston woman's attorney will charge that you are no longer competent.
Let him.
Now, I have seen these things in court.
Have you?
Older people can easily be victimized.
Will my lawyer stand idly by and permit it?
Your lawyer can only deal with facts.
Oh, we're back to that.
One fact your lawyer will find difficult, if not impossible to overcome, is that you talk to people who aren't here.
Everett is here.
Let me put it this way. You talk to people who cannot be seen.
Is it my fault if others cannot see clearly, truly?
That's neither here nor there.
Don't say that. Realistically, everything has to be in one place or the other.
Yes, well, that is your best defense. Now, I will place you on the stand.
Oh, that must be an exciting experience. I've seen it on the stage and in the motion pictures. It's never happened to me.
Yes, well, I will ask you the following question.
I'll be under oath, won't I?
Yes. I will say, Mrs. Summerfield, do you actually believe your husband is still alive?
And I will answer yes.
You will answer no.
How can I answer no? You just told me I was under oath.
Because the answer is no, and the case will be dismissed.
The answer must be yes, because Everett is alive.
Our second best defense. I will ask the same question. Mrs. Summerfield, do you actually believe your husband is still alive?
And I will answer yes.
You will answer, I want him to be alive, and I try very hard to believe it.
But I don't try hard to believe it. It happens to be true.
The attorney for that Marston woman will ask you that question. What will you answer?
Yes.
That answer opens the asylum doors.
It's the truth, Walter. I wish you believe it.
Well, it's very hard to believe it.
Of course. Now, you've just got the exact sense of it. If it were easy to believe, well, there'd be no problem, would there? And that's the same with everything else. If it were easy to be an artist, anyone could do it.
Mrs. Summerfield, please let us stay on the subject.
This is the subject. Do you do what's in your heart, or do you do what's easy? It's easy for you to be a lawyer, but it's right for you to be a painter.
Mrs. Summerfield, when I talk to you, sometimes I no longer know what I mean.
Then there's hope for you.
Probably. But is there hope for you? Evening, Mrs. Marshak.
I'd rather you called me Belle.
Good night, Belle. See you in the morning.
Aren't you going to ask me your usual question?
Oh, what usual question?
Any mail? Any messages?
Well, I never have any.
Well, you do tonight. A message from a Mr. Pillow. He's the lawyer you're going to be up against in court.
Well, how do you know I'm going to be in court?
I know everything. He'd like to see you in the lounge.
Walter Owens?
Yes.
Pillow's the name. Leroy Pillow. This is Miss Marston. Julia Marston.
How do you do?
How do you do? The name goes against the character, Miss Marston.
In what way?
It seems to me that Julia is usually the heroic role of a melodrama, not the villainess.
Now, wait a minute. See here, Mr. Owen.
Oh, climb off it, Leroy. Get to the point.
What is the point?
Well, the fact is, you probably think I'm trying to swindle some batty old dame out of her estate.
You made that statement, Miss Marston.
Well, she's crazy. Do you deny it?
I'm listening, Miss Marston.
She can't take care of herself. The place is falling into rack and ruin.
Rack and ruin. Did you make that up?
It can be saved. It could make a fantastic resort hotel.
Yes, think of what a boon it would be to the economy of this town.
So, tell him your proposition, Leroy.
Mr. Owens, why can't we settle this out of court?
Settle what?
The problem.
Well, I'm not aware of a problem.
Can't you convince your client that it's in her best interest?
No, I'm afraid not.
Look, I'm not trying to swindle her out of the property.
You're not.
But it'll still be hers. In name, at least. And she'll be away in a nice place with nice little old ladies just like herself. And she can dig in a nice little garden.
Yeah, what a lovely prospect.
Owens, I'm trying to help you out.
Are you?
Why lose a case when you don't have to?
Who says I have to?
Your Honor, we have one of those unfortunate cases that occur far too often in our society. A human being reaches an age where she can no longer function fully.
Objection, Your Honor. Mrs. Summerfield's ability to function is what is at issue here.
Sustained. Counselor, you've been quite a while with your introduction. Now, may we get on with it?
How we doing?
Badly.
Have faith.
Yes, I might as well. I don't have anything else.
Your Honor, we call as a witness Mrs. Belle Marshak. Mrs. Marshak, will you come up, please?
Yes, sir.
I will.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Miss Marshak, how long have you known Mrs. Summerfield?
All my life.
You know her well, then?
Yes.
Would you say that there is something peculiar about her?
Meaning what, sir?
Or does she do anything that might be considered strange?
Objection, Your Honor. If each of us were permitted to define strange, and that were to be used as a legal guideline, who would be kept out of the asylum?
Now, let him make his point, Mr. Owens, and then I'll rule on it. Thank you, Your Honor. And Mrs. Marshak, is it strange to insist that a dead man actually exists?
Well, yeah.
Does Mrs. Summerfield, to your knowledge, claim that her husband is alive?
Yes.
Isn't it a fact that on more than one occasion she has actually addressed him as if he was actually there?
Yes.
And in your presence, didn't she actually insist that he was talking to her? Didn't she even answer him?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Well, Walter?
What can I tell you? It's not good at all.
But Sterling is an old friend.
Sterling is first a judge.
Cheer up. Justice triumphs in the end.
Who told you that?
It's supposed to.
Yes. There's been a procession, a cavalcade of witnesses up there, all testifying that you live in a never land, a make-believe world. Oh, I'm very much afraid.
You're always afraid of the odds, aren't you, Walter? But they'll always be against you. Always. No matter what you want to do. That is, if you want to do it right.
Yes. Oh, it's time we got back into the courtroom.
Become a painter. Give up the law.
After I lose this case, I may have to.
In essence, Miss Marston, why have you brought this action?
Because I'm trying to salvage something. Mr. Summerfield is no longer able to maintain the house. As everyone has testified, it's going to rack and ruin. I would like to set the place to rights.
And have you discussed it with Mrs. Summerfield?
How can you talk to her? She lives in another world. Everybody knows that. She even thinks her husband is alive.
Objection, Your Honor.
To what, Mr. Owen?
The issue of her husband's death is still before the court.
Yes, but the court has as Exhibit A this document from the United States Navy that informs us Lieutenant Everett Summerfield died in action.
Lieutenant Summerfield's body was never recovered, Your Honor. We can therefore never be sure that the Navy is correct.
I see. Is this to be your line of argument?
Well, it's one line of argument.
Yes, well, I'll weigh it with the rest. I'll continue with your testimony, Miss Marsden.
But you go into that house and you're spooked. What other word can I use? Spooked. The joint is just falling apart. And you talk to her, you know what? It's like talking to someone in their second childhood. That's the whole story. Virginia Summerfield is in her second childhood.
Your Honor, I object.
Regina, you can't object.
Why not?
It's up to your attorney.
Oh, him. He knows more about painting than he does about the law. Besides, anyone has a right to object when they hear a lie.
What lie?
This young lady has just told a lie. She said I was in my second childhood. That's not true. I'm in my first.
Well, now...
Who knows that better than you, Jeremy Sterling? Did I ever have a childhood? You can answer that question because you had one. We're both the same age, you and I. We were both raised in this town. And while you were having your childhood, what was I having? What, Jeremy? I was having floors to scrub, dishes to wash, clothes to launder. I had a little cot behind the stove in some rich lady's kitchen. I ate what was left over. I wore what was handed down. I lived alone without friends. Sometimes I was so desperate to hear the voices of children that I thought you out. Well, you were all playing in your pretty clothes with your beautiful toys. I knew you'd only make fun of me, but that was all right. At least someone was paying attention to me. Maybe you threw mud pies at me. But did the dirt ever show on my dress? Did it, Jeremy? Did it?
No.
So, I didn't have a childhood. You know what childhood is, Jeremy. You don't because you had one. Well, I'll tell you. Childhood is a time of dreams and illusions and fairy tales. And you have to have it. You simply have to have it. Or else there can't be any meaning to your life. And since I didn't have mine when I was young, I have to have it now, before it's too late. Childhood means living in your own beautiful world. And I claim my beautiful world now. Is it too much to ask, Jeremy?
The case is dismissed.
The beautiful world of childhood, the world of innocence, the world of infinite possibility and unlimited promise. So the things we dreamed would one day happen. The adventures we would know, the people we would become. It's too bad most of those dreams never come true. Or do they? I shall return shortly. Childhood, sings the poet. Wonderful girl and boy land. Once you leave its portals, you can never return again. Maybe that's not true either. Certainly so many of us strive to go back to the simplicity, the wonder of it. Yet the trouble is, childhood is so rare and so precious that usually they can only spare one to a customer. Our cast included Eileen Hetrick, Paul Hecht, Bryna Rabin, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Don't take another step. You don't want to use...
You can put down your rifle, Captain. We mean no harm.
But what do you two want?
I think you know. We want our brother's body. Let us take it. You say nothing.
Well?
We're here to get Paul's body. To take him off your land and give him a decent burial.
And where would that be?
Where he belongs.
6 feet under Carpenter soil, is that it?
Yes, Captain. That's it.
You are out of your mind, girl.
What is that supposed to mean?
Now just turn around, the two of you, and take yourselves straight back to where you come from.
But please, Captain Crane. We are not about to do that. We want our brother's body, and we are here to get it.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In those primitive societies where a strong central government has not yet taken shape, or in those where it has decayed, justice, as we know it, is not always easily enforced. When that occurs, people begin taking the law into their own hands, as happened in our country, in many places, when the United States was a little younger. The frontiers of U.S. history were often characterized by private justice and the blood feud, based on simple vengeance.
This land belongs to me. You come on it only if I want you here. That corpse can just lay there and rot.
But, Pa, you can't do that.
Who says I can't? It can lay there and be dinner for the vultures. And if anyone is foolish enough to dare lay a finger on that dead body for any reason, they'll pay for it in blood. Do I make myself clear?
Our mystery drama, The Way to Dusty Death, was adapted from Sophocles' great Greek tragedy, Antigone. It was especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by Stella and Arnold Moss. It stars Arnold Moss and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The Civil War, the war between the states, has been over for more than 10 years. But in the mountainous terrain of Thebes County along the rugged Kentucky-West Virginia border, there is still no peace. For years, two families, the Carpenters and the Webbs, have been taking the law into their own hands in the deadly feud that has robbed each side of its share of sons. It is a warm summer night. Paul Carpenter and his younger sister Isabel are stealthily making their way across the fast-running mountain brook that separates their land from that of the Webbs.
I tell you, Paul, that coat is on the other side. I know it. And Amanda knows it.
You two girls have got a feeling in your bones, is that it?
You don't believe us?
Of course I do, Isabel. Else, why would I be wandering over to the land that belongs to the Webb family in the dark of night, hoping to find a little colt of ours that's been missing since last Thursday? I believe you. I believe our sister, too. Ain't often that Amanda's wrong.
And what's more, I'm sure I know just how it got there.
You mean the little colt somehow crossed the mountain brook all by itself?
And after it crossed, somebody kept it.
I don't put it past them. What's thieving to a pack of murderers? If Captain Webb could put a rifle bullet through our father's head with no good cause.
Just in hate for all us carpenters.
Quiet. We're almost on the other side. Almost on their land. Keep your voice down, real low.
Here we are, on enemy territory. Oh, Amanda will be pleased by what we've done.
Just Watch your step.
The stable, where the coat would be, is over toward that way.
Stay close behind me.
I'm following you, Paul. Oh, this is what Papa would have done if he was still alive.
I reckon so.
Over there. There's the barn.
Lucky we got a moon.
Oh, we'll get that coat in no time at all. And then we'll make a run for it. Over the brook and home.
I can just see Captain Crane Webb's red old face when he looks into the stable in the morning and finds... Oh, Isabel!
Where? Hey, I've been hit. Oh, we gotta get out of here. But fast, Paul. Fast.
I can't get up.
Oh, Paul.
I can't see. The blood is pouring in my eyes.
Oh, Paul.
You go, Isabel. You go quick. Run.
No, I can't leave you.
You got to, or they'll get you, too.
Over this way, Harmon. Follow me.
Right with you, Paul.
They're coming. Please go, Isabel.
Don't you worry, Paul. Amanda and I, we'll be back real soon to get you.
Just take your time, sister. I think there'll be lots of time.
This way, boy. Over here, Harmon.
Who is it, Paul? Who is it?
Yeah, I got one of them anyway. I haven't completely lost the skill I was known for in the war. Right through the head.
The other one?
Got away.
Wait a minute, Paul. Look who it is.
Yeah, I know who it is, Harmon. It's a carpenter boy.
Paul Carpenter.
Yeah, I know. I knowed it all along, son.
He's dead. You killed him, Paul.
He was trespassing on my land.
And I was hoping that one of these days...
You was hoping what?
Well, it ain't important, Paul.
What do you think you're up to, Harmon?
Well, you ain't gonna let his body lay here on the ground, are you?
The carpenter fell here on my property. He's dead. And he's going to stay where he fell. Now, you put that body down.
But, Paul...
I don't want to say it twice, boy. That's better. You started to say that you was, hoping something.
I thought maybe all this bad blood between our two families might someday soon be coming to an end.
Why is that?
Well, I've got reasons. Now I'm afraid that things are going to take a turn for the worse.
Let's get back into the house before your ma begins to worry.
Things are going to start happening all over again.
Well, then you just let him start, son. Because whatever the carpenters begin, you can be sure we Webbs will finish.
You stop that crying, Isabel. I said stop it. Now.
We wasn't doing any harm, Amanda. Just trying to get back what rightly was ours. A little brown coat they stole from us.
I know, Isabel.
And now our brother's dead. They killed him. Just like they killed our pa.
Was Harmon with the captain when the shot was fired?
I guess so.
But you ain't sure.
I ran away so quick I couldn't swear Harmon was with him. But I think I heard his voice. Now Paul's dead. Oh, we were foolish to do what we did.
You've got to pull yourself together, girl.
Oh, what's wrong with you, Amanda? You got no feelings. You're acting just as hard as stone.
Listen to me, Isabel. Now listen close. Paul's dead. We cannot bring him back. I thought that Harmon and me, that we'd be the thing that would bring our two families together. Once and for all, wipe out the hatred that's been poisoning both our sides since before we was ever born.
You do love each other, Harmon and you.
Well, no one knows that. Except you and me and Harmon. Now, not only is that not to be, but the Carpenters and the Webbs will go on spilling each other's blood till there ain't no more to spill.
Ain't we already got there, Amanda? With Paul's death?
No, not quite. In this house of ours, there's still two of us.
Two girls. Two almost helpless girls.
Helpless, Isabel? I can shoot a rifle as well as any man in this county. You know that. And I'm now head of this family. The honor of this family rests in my hands.
We got lots of men who are kinfolk. Men who'd stop at nothing to get back at the Webbs for our brother Paul's death.
Well, this is one matter I want to handle by myself. With your help.
You think you can?
I'm sure I can. Now, right now, Our job is plain. At sunup, as soon as it gets light, we got to carry back our dead brother's body so as we can give him a respectful burial. Now we better get some rest.
Oh, Amanda, couldn't possibly carry Paul's body? Just the two of us?
Well, I think I know where. Maybe we'll get some help.
Where?
And never you mind.
Well, suppose we don't.
Then we'll do it by ourselves, Isabel. The best we can.
I'm scared, Amanda. Real scared. After last night, I...
Keep walking straight ahead toward their front door, Isabel. And hold your head up high. That's it.
Well, supposing Captain Crane has it in his head to take a shot at us the way he did at Paul last night.
In the broad daylight? Right out in the open?
He hates us, Amanda. We're carpenters.
I know what I'm doing. He has to listen to me.
Don't take another step, either one of you.
You can put down your rifle, Captain. We mean no harm.
What do you two want?
I think you know.
We want our brother's body. Let us take it.
Quiet, Isabel. You say nothing.
Well?
We're here to get Paul's body. To take him off your land and give him a decent burial.
And where would that be?
Where he belongs.
6 feet under Carpenter's soil, is that it?
Yes, Captain. That's it.
You are out of your mind, girl.
What is that supposed to mean?
Now just turn around, the two of you, and take yourselves straight back to where you come from.
Oh, please, Captain Crane.
We are not about to do that. We want our brother's body, and we are here to get it. With your permission or without it.
Your brother had no respect for private property. He come onto my land, Webb land, uninvited. And so he can stay there.
But he's got to be buried. You can't just let him lay there.
Why must he be buried? And who's going to make that happen? You two girls? Or your kinfolk up near Sandy River? You think maybe they'll try to snatch a dead body off in my land?
Times are changing, Captain. There is such a thing as the law. And law's beginning to come here to the mountains.
Through the great power of old Judge Calvin, I suppose.
Judge Calvin, yes. And others.
On my land, there is only one law. And that's a law of Crane Webb. It's always been that way, and no one is going to change it.
If nothing else, I think that common decency would make...
Decency? A carpenter talking of decency? The only decency I know is in the speed of my trigger finger. For over 50 years, it's been you kill or you get killed. A Webb or a carpenter. We're getting pretty close to the end of the line, girls, so if you'll just do a smart about face. Where you been, Harmon?
Inside the door. I've been hearing everything that's been said.
Here. Take my rifle, son. Get these two carpenters off in our land. Real quick.
I'm not sure I can do that, Paul.
Why not?
Let the girls give their brother a proper Christian burial.
And put an end to all the bad blood that's rankled our two families all these years,
Why not? It's no more than you would ask if it was me laying out there.
I'll tell you why not. And you two girls had better listen, too. I mean for that body out there to be a warning to everyone that this land belongs to me. You come on it only if I want you there. That corpse can just lay there and rot.
Pa, you can't...
It can lay there and be dinner for the vultures. And if anyone, you hear that, anyone is foolish enough to dare lay a finger on that body for any reason, they'll pay for it in blood. Do I make myself clear?
The ancient Greeks had a word for it. They called it hubris, meaning excessive pride, insolent, overbearing arrogance. The one sin of man the ancient gods would not tolerate. And Captain Crane Webb is such a man weighted down with pride, false pride, with hubris. How will the fates deal with his stiff-necked unwillingness to bend? Join me shortly in Act 2. We're back in the 1870s. Thebes County, somewhere along the mountainous border between Kentucky and West Virginia, where family feuding is a way of life. Crane Webb, a man who considers himself a law unto himself, has shot and killed Paul Carpenter for trespassing on his land and refuses to let the body be taken off his property or to be buried. Confronted by the two young sisters of the dead man and by his own son, Crane says,
"Now, Harmon, who sees to it that these two Carpenter girls get back on their own side of the brook? You or I?"
We don't need any company, Captain Crane. We can find our own way back.
I ain't asking you.
They're girls, Pa. Ain't the same as if they were men.
A carpenter's a carpenter, son. I'll see them back myself.
No, give me your gun, Pa. I'll do it.
On your way, Harmon, and keep them covered. I don't trust no carpenter, their women, no more than their men.
Get moving, both of you.
We're going.
We ain't afraid of you, Captain Crane. And we ain't afraid of Harmon either.
You better hush up, Isabel. And keep on moving. Fast.
Oh, stop poking me with that gun.
I'll be waiting for you, son.
Put down your gun, Harmon. What has got into you?
You just keep walking, Amanda. I'm keeping you covered till you're in your own meadow.
Real scared of your pa, ain't you? He shakes a finger at you, you jump like a puppy through a hoop.
I'd appreciate you walking a little faster.
You hear what I hear, Amanda?
I know that sound.
It's our little colt. And look, there he is. Tied to that tree over there. It's Juniper. He knows our voices.
We mean to get our colt, Harmon.
I'm not discussing colts. You keep going. Across the brook and onto your own place. Please, Amanda, I know what I'm doing. Just wait till we're out of my father's sight. Trust me. Please.
But Juniper belongs to us.
Never mind Juniper for the time being.
Harmon, what are we going to do?
I'm not sure.
We're counting on you.
I know you are.
Because if for any reason we can't, we're far from helpless, Isabel and I.
I know that, too.
No, don't come over to our side. Stay where you are. I'm sure he's still watching. Why don't you just turn around and walk slowly back to your own place?
I have to talk to you.
This is not the time.
But tonight, after dark.
I'll be waiting. You're sure he doesn't know where you are?
I just said I was going out for a breath of air.
Now, Harmon, just listen to me. Your father has lived all these years making his own laws, fitting your life, your mother's, everybody's, to however it pleased him.
Yeah, we all know he's not an easy man.
But whether he goes along with it or not, that's all about to end. There is such a thing as the law. There is such a thing as right and wrong.
What are you getting at, Amanda?
The law goes for everybody, including your father. And he has to know that no one, not even he, is above it. And that means the law of Thebes County.
You're not thinking of bringing old Judge Calvin into this, are you?
Why not?
Well, the captain wouldn't pay him no mind, you know that. He'd just laugh at the old judge.
Well, that remains to be seen. Now, you just go on back home. Fast.
Whatever you do, don't forget, my father is a very dangerous man.
I can't tell you how sorry I was to hear about Paul.
Thank you, Judge Calvin.
Can I offer you a cold lemonade, Amanda?
Oh, no, thank you.
Real hot day. Long walk from the Carpenter place all the way here to town.
No, I'm fine.
What exactly was on your mind? How can an old servant of the people be of help?
Judge Calvin, my father used to say that no man in the whole county, whether they agreed with you or not, could look at things as fair as you.
That's a real compliment.
And that everyone had respect for your honesty, for your good judgment.
Well, what are you leading up to, Amanda?
I need your help with the law.
What for? To do what?
To get Paul's body back from Crane Webb's land. So that Isabel and I can see he gets a decent burial.
As I understand it, Paul was trespassing on Webb property.
But trespassing or not, the fact is, Paul is dead. How he was killed and what led up to his death is not the question. What is important is He can't be left lying out there in the hot sun, unburied, with the birds waiting to pick out his eyes.
Well, what is it you'd like me to do?
I want my brother's body. I want you to give me the legal right to go in there and take it. Right away. A paper of some kind with your signature on it that says that I can do it.
I've known Crane Webb since he was a boy, 50 years or more. He never learned respect for anything that he considered weak.
And to him, I'm weak because I'm a girl. Is that it?
He'll never change.
All right, then where does the law come in?
Well, that's hard to say, especially here in the mountains. I could serve a piece of legal paper on Captain. He'd just tear it up. And then what would I do?
Force him some way to let us take possession of our brother's body.
Force Crane Webb to do anything? I know him much too well for that, Amanda. Besides, the bitter truth is that any judge, any keeper of the peace who dares to raise a gavel against a man like Crane may do it at the risk of his own life.
I see.
I may not have too many years ahead of me, my girl, but those I have, I cherish.
You're afraid of him. Is that it?
Well, I know the history of this county. Your father, and now your brother, are sad proof of it.
And you won't lift a finger to change that, will you? A man who's supposed to deal out justice, who claims to have been my father's friend. Judge Calvin, you make me want to be sick. You're a tired, scared old man.
No, just a minute,
I just don't want to waste any more time with you.
Now, don't make trouble, girl. There's been enough.
My sister and I will find a way to do what we think is right.
Oh, those were the words I heard your father speak. It cost him his life.
It won't cost me mine. I'll do what has to be done, with or without the help of what you call the law. Oh, don't bother. I know where the door is.
Well, I'll try to make him change his mind. But, Harmon, you know your pa. His will is iron.
It don't make sense, though, Ma.
Well, it does to him, Harmon. To him, that's all that counts. Now, I beg you to stay away from Paul's dead body. Don't you so much as touch it.
There's something this time I told you, Ma.
What's that?
Paul Carpenter was my good friend.
I'm glad the captain never knew.
And that's not all. Amanda and I, we love each other. We've been hoping to get married.
Married? To a carpenter? You're out of your mind. Your pa'd kill you first.
If I don't help her move Paul's body onto their own land, she'll never speak to me again. Never.
How could you dare disobey your father?
How could I dare think of not helping the girl I love?
Your father says there is no greater wrong than betraying your own flesh and blood. Harmon, my son, don't let your feeling for this girl turn you against your own kin. I beg you.
What would you have me do?
Try to do what you're told. Even if it means choking this carpenter girl out of your heart. You gotta try to do just that.
I don't want to hurt no one. Not you, not Pa, and not Amanda.
It's your choice, Harmon. But whatever you decide, remember, I couldn't bear to lose another son.
Once more, Isabel. Come on now, pull. With me. Together.
I'm doing the best I can, Amanda. Oh, Paul is so heavy. We can barely budge him.
Come on now, keep trying.
We'll never get him out of here. Oh, whatever happened to Harmon? Why didn't he come to help us?
I have no idea, Isabel. I am not waiting for him. For old Judge Calvin, either, or anyone. Well, there's one thing we can do, just the two of us.
What's that?
We could dig a shallow grave. Right here.
Oh, well.
And then we'll throw some earth over Paul's dead body and...
Oh, mister.
No, that way we'll be to try to give him something like a decent burial. Come on, hand me the shovel.
here.
Hold that lantern a little higher.
Oh, Amanda, how awful he looks. Oh, dear, beautiful Pa.
You can go home if you want to, Isabel. I can handle this alone.
No, wait just a minute. I think there's someone coming.
Don't move. Amanda, darling. Isabel.
Oh, Holman, we thought you weren't coming.
What are you two doing?
We're burying Pa.
Here?
Why not?
Well, if my pa catches you...
We have the right to take care of our brother.
Once we've given him a show of burial, a token, we'll have done part of our duty to him.
Give me the shovel.
Thank you, Holman.
Well, what do we do after that?
We'll cross that next bridge when we come to it. It's a little deeper, Holman. All right, there. Now, that'll be fine.
Let me try to move him over here.
All right, now. If I can remember the words, let's see. I'll sprinkle a handful of earth over him. Then I say, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection. Amen.
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 And may he rest in peace.
What's going on out there? Answer me, somebody.
It's my pa.
Blow out that lantern, Isabel. Be still. Don't move, either of you.
No. You two go. I'll take care of my father best I can.
Oh, be careful, Harmon.
Go. Just go.
I love you, Harmon.
And I love you. Now run. Is that you, Pa?
Well, who else should it be? What are you doing out here this time of night?
Well, it's too hot to sleep.
What are you trying to hide? What do you got there behind your back?
Nothing.
What is it?
It's just a shovel.
Let me have it, Harmon.
Oh, you might as well know now, Pa. Paul's body has been buried.
By who?
The girls and me.
You?
The ritual of burying's been done. The earth is scattered on Paul's flesh. The prayer's been said.
And you, my son, you had a hand in this?
Yes, I did.
You call yourself my son?
Oh, Paul, you hit me.
You brought shame to the name of Webb.
I did what any decent human would.
You just scrape off the earth that sits on that dead body. Right now. It stays unburied.
I can't do that, Pa.
You'll do what you are told.
I can't. I just can't.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means I can't. It means I won't.
Crane Webb thinks of himself as a man with a will of steel, which must not be denied. But as the poet John Milton wrote, what is strength without a double share of wisdom? Vast, unwieldy, burdensome, proudly secure, yet liable to fall by weakest subtleties. Captain Webb continues to stand up against the resistance he is meeting from all sides, even from his own son. I shall return shortly with Act 3. A vendetta, we are told, is the right or obligation a person assumes to be his in retaliation for a wrong, often a murder, he thinks has been done to a member of his family or group. Vendettas go back to the most primitive times and even find their place in great literature. In Hamlet, for example, where the young prince seeks vengeance for his father's murder. In our story, it's the feud between the Webbs and the Carpenters. Captain Crane Webb speaks to his son Harmon, who he thinks has betrayed him.
Harmon, you brought shame to the name of Webb.
I only did what any decent human would.
Scrape off the earth that sits on that dead body.
I can't do that, Pa.
You'll do what you are told.
I can't, Pa. And I won't.
You won't?
No, Pa. I won't.
I reckon you thought you were too big, maybe too old to be whipped.
Don't try it again, Pa. I'll warn you.
Let me tell you something, boy. A man prays he may beget a household full of dutiful sons who share with him the punishing of enemies, the honoring of his father's friends.
I won't listen to this.
Oh, yes, you will, boy. The man who breeds a young one that won't stand by him has done nothing but sow trouble for himself. His enemies laugh at him. Why, when I was your age...
Oh, not again, Pa, please.
I had respect for my pa. The greatest respect.
Maybe he earned it.
Harmon, maybe you just better go into the house and help your mother. Roseanne's doing some mending. Maybe you can help her thread the needles. But first, give me that shovel. Hand it to me, I said. Give me that shovel. Pick up that shovel.
Pick it up yourself, Pa. I'm going to bed.
Very well. I'll uncover the corpse myself.
Oh, Crane, go easy on the boy. Harmon is so young.
I won't be disobeyed, Roseanne. Not in my own house.
He means no one no harm.
Disobedience to authority is what ruins a country, tears down our home.
This is your own son, Crane.
All the more reason. Another thing, I will not let myself be beaten by a girl. Any girl. If the way I live is to be threatened, let it be by a man, not by some girl.
You're sick. You're sick with hate.
I will not listen to this.
You don't really know why you hate. And it's your hating that'll destroy all of us in the end.
You should be sharing that hatred with me.
I cannot share in hatred, but in love.
Good night, Rosa.
One last thing. Harmon's my only son. Your only son. And there are more carpenters than just them two girls. If anything happens to those girls, it'll be the end of Harmon, too.
Nothing will happen to Harmon. I'll see to it.
How can you be so sure?
I've done all I can, Amanda. My father's like a rock that no amount of prying can move out of the earth.
And if the rock goes on, refusing to be moved?
Well, then you and I'll have to find our way around it.
Oh, we can't depend on old Judge Calvin. My trip to him was just a waste of time.
Maybe if I would go and talk to him.
No, Harmon, I don't want you getting in any deeper than this than you really are already. There's just no telling what your father might do.
I wouldn't care.
Well, I do. For your sake. And for ours.
Let me kiss you, Amanda.
No, Harmon. Don't. Right at this moment, I don't feel at home either with you, the living, or with Paul, the dead. Forgive me, Harmon. I need to be alone. There's things I gotta figure out where no one can help me.
Can we offer you something to drink, Judge Calvin?
No, thank you, Crane. I apologize for dropping in on you after dark.
Perfectly all right. Roseanne, turn up the lamp a bit, and then leave the judge and me together.
Yes, Crane.
Now then, to what do I owe the honor of your visit, Judge Calvin?
Your next-door neighbor, Amanda Carpenter, paid me a call.
How very friendly of her.
At her request, I have here an order of the court.
For what, if I might ask?
I don't want you to take offense, Crane. It's to allow removal of her brother Paul's dead body off your property so he can receive a proper burial.
That's it.
Just about.
Put it over on the table there, won't you, Judge?
Glad to. You will respect this order, I hope. It's a law.
And if I don't?
It'd be easier for all of us if you did, Crane.
Well, I'll look it over, maybe tomorrow morning. If I can spare the time. I'm a very busy man, too, you know.
It's a law, Captain.
So you said. You know something, Judge? On second thought, I will take that piece of paper.
You're a reasonable man, Crane. I knew I could count on you. Hey, what are you doing?
There's your court order, Your Honor. And now I would appreciate your getting out of my house just as fast as your old legs will carry you.
You can't defy the law forever, Crane.
I can't? Who says I can't?
Good night, Crane.
Oh, wait just 1 minute, Judge. There's someone sneaking around down there near the stable.
What are you doing with that rifle?
Please let me get by, Your Honor.
Are you out of your mind?
Don't you worry. I'll take care of everything.
Crane, put down that rifle.
I'll take care of them good. Once and for all.
Got to be very quiet, Amanda.
I know.
Judge Calvin's up there talking with him and with my ma. We got to be quiet and quick.
Oh, you're wonderful, Harmon, to be doing this.
Don't let's talk. I'll just try to heist Paul's body over my shoulder, then carry him to the stream. In no time at all, he'll be back where you want him. Oh, he is heavy.
Can I do anything?
When I grab him here, you get your hands under his head. That'll help.
Oh, Harmon, I love you so.
And I love you. What happened? What was that?
I've been shot. There, in the neck.
Oh, my poor darling.
Harmon, be careful. Your father, he's shooting from the house.
That's the last shot he'll ever fire on this earth.
What are you doing?
Paying back my father. This time, he's more than asked for it.
Put down your gun, Harmon. It'll do no good.
We'll see. I want you to die, Paul. I want you dead.
That's one of them. Can't say they didn't get fair warning.
Crane, you'll hang for this.
Maybe not. Well, what do you know?
They're shooting back at you.
Not bad aim either. That one nearly got me. Oh, we're just gonna have to stop this foolishness. Like this.
Do you realize what you're doing?
I think I do. Those are them carpenter girls, both of them. And I reckon I got them both. Judge Calvin, Roseanne, come on down with me and take a look at the prize. Bring your lantern more over this way, Roseanne.
Yes, Crane. I'll go a little ahead. Light the way.
I hope you know what you're doing.
You are about to see, Judge Calvin, what I call justice.
I'm afraid so.
Watch out for that big rock there, Judge.
No! No! It just can't be!
What is it, Roseanne?
I thought all this killing might be ended. All this bloodshed.
What are you talking about?
There's your prize. Take a good look.
It's the carpenter girl, the older one.
Amanda, she's dead, Crane, by your hand. And Harmon, your son Harmon, he's dead too.
And he's holding her in his arms. You killed your own son. Murderer. You stubborn, self-righteous murderer.
Easy, Roseanne, easy. I had no idea. I thought that Harmon was...
You never thought. Not once. You never had a decent thought in your head.
Oh, why were they here together? His arms around her.
There's something else you didn't know. They loved each other. They were going to get married. It was their hope that all these years of feuding might be ended by their marriage.
You must try to control yourself, Roseanne.
You can be real proud of yourself, Craig. The great Captain Webb, maker of corpses.
Wife, I ask you to forgive me, if you can. I'm a killer. I look on the son I killed. I look on his bride that shall never be. They both have died too soon. And by my hand. Cursed be the hand that did this. Cursed be the day that ever I was born.
Why don't you both go back into the house? I'll ride my horse to town and see that what must be done will be done.
I just can't stay here. Oh, my son. My son.
Let me take my son up in my arms. Harmon, I didn't mean what I did. I loved you, Harmon, my son. And now you are no more. nor will ever breathe again. Never, never, never. You up there, come down and strike me. Kill me with your cutting sword.
Easy, Crane.
I am soaked to the bone with grief and sorrow. Let my death come quick, bringing my final day. Oh, let me never see tomorrow's sunrise.
We better see where Rosanna's gone to. She shouldn't be alone.
And maybe you better go to her and comfort her. I don't think she can bear the sight of me.
Captain Crane! Captain Crane, where are you?
Here. Right here.
Who is that?
It's me, Isabel. Isabel Carpenter, Amanda's sister. What's happened?
Your sister's dead.
Oh, no. No!
And so is Harmon. Both killed by the same hand.
I came to look for them. They were gone so long. And on my way past your board, Captain Crane,
Yes?
What is it, Isabel?
I saw Mrs. Crane in the barn. The door was open. I saw her.
Yes?
She was dead. Swinging from one of the rafters. A thick rope around her neck. Too wet. 2 carpenters.
Both sides lost, Isabel.
And nobody won. Nobody.
Our happiness depends on wisdom all the way. The gods must have their due. Great words by men of pride bring greater blows upon them. So, wisdom comes to the old. With those words, Sophocles ends his tragedy of Antigone. I'll be back shortly. The Antigone of Sophocles has been updated many times, in many places, since its premiere nearly 2,400 years ago in ancient Athens. A contemporary French playwright, for example, presents Antigone as a doomed young woman without hope, and Creon, her antagonist, as a wily political figure, both of them very French. We trust you've accepted Amanda Carpenter, Antigone, and Captain Crane Webb, Creon, as suitable American counterparts. Our cast included Arnold Moss, Marion Seldes, Evie Juster, Don Scardino, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
That's simple. You grow a beard, we dye dark for you, alter your hair. Add colored contact lenses to make your eyes brown. You and Carol book a 30-day in advance 1-week excursion cruise. You get into Rogeria, we make the contact for you, you turn over your passports, and James Otescu uses them as his passports to freedom.
Hey, now wait a minute. How come Carol, too?
He has a wife to bring out.
Who looks like Carol?
Enough. Chance we gotta take.
Well, how about our chances? How do we get out?
No problem.
Famous last words.
No, what? If you shave off your beard, wash out the dye, take out the contact lenses, and come back on a passport of your own that we issue, complete with entry visa.
And what if something goes wrong?
The chances we take, that's our business.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. I'm E.G. Marshall. The more one travels, the better America looks. That isn't to say that other countries do not have lessons to teach us in living. They do. And all of us should see how the other half lives, not only to improve our own lives, but to recognize how lucky we are, particularly if you penetrate the Iron Curtain, as Carol and Andrew Lake do in the story we're about to bring you.
What's the line for? Immigration or customs?
Neither. Security.
On our way in?
They wouldn't trust their own brothers.
In the socialist states, all men are brothers.
Well, I'll see you beyond the gray curtain. Hope you keep the faith.
Our mystery drama, Passport to Freedom, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Carol and Andy Lake are two clean-cut young Americans, reasonably well-to-do residents of Vienna, Virginia, a middle-class suburb of Washington, D.C. Carol's active in church affairs, and she's a den mother, although she has no children yet of her own. Andy's some kind of lawyer in a vague department of the government. Bowls on Wednesday nights with a regular group. Is active with the JCs. Normal as blueberry pie. Two ordinary young Americans, right? Wrong. This is Andy's real work. And on occasion, Carol shares it.
You sent for me, C.K.?
Oh, sure, Andy. Sat somewhere.
Oh, I can't take it standing up.
Didn't you have a beard that I remember?
Yeah, it's hard to forget. That's the only thing that made Carol consider leaving me.
How fast could you grow it again?
Well, a month, maybe.
You start growing it today.
Oh, yes, sir. What's the beard for?
Let me show you a picture. Here. That look familiar?
No. Oh, yeah, somehow. Vaguely. Hey, wait a minute. Without the beard, if he was blonde and blue-eyed, he looked pretty much like me, huh?
Which is just why you got tapped for this assignment.
Who is this joker?
His name is Eugen Zotescu. He's a Rogarian. And as of what turns up in the next month, he may be the answer to what the energy crisis is all about.
Wow, that big, huh?
It could be just that big.
Is it okay to ask how?
Have the best I have. There's a great deal of oil in Rogaria. Now, just suppose, there's a new way to crack the oil, to produce an infinitely superior product from crude which would double the efficiency of the well.
Hey, that's a wild dream.
It's no dream. Within the next few weeks, it could be a fact. If it is, and our side wants the results, we are going to have to get Mr. Zotescu out of Rogaria.
Do they know behind the curtain what he's working on?
Too right.
Hey, you're not asking much, Chief. What's the M.O.?
That's simple. You grow a beard, we dye it dark for you, also your hair. Add colored contact lenses to make your eyes brown. You and Carol book a 30-day in advance 1-week excursion cruise. You get into Rogaria, we make the contact for you, you turn over your passports, and Eugen Zotescu uses them as his passports to freedom.
Hey, now wait a minute. How come Carol, too?
He has a wife to bring out.
Who looks like Carol?
Enough. Chance we gotta take.
Well, how about our chances? How do we get out?
No problem.
Famous last words.
No. What? As you shave off your beard, wash out the dye, take out the contact lenses, and come back on a passport of your own that we issue, complete with entry visa.
And what if something goes wrong?
The chances we take. That's our business. But you've always been resourceful, Andy.
Yeah, trusty, loyal, helpful, a grown-up Boy Scout. I don't like getting Carol involved.
Yeah, neither do I.
We have to get the wife out, too. Huh?
That's the deal.
And the risky part.
You pegged it.
But to find a way to step up the oil supply by 2.
That's the beauty part.
Okay, C.K. As of today, I stopped shaving. And let me know when I booked our vacation. The neighbors like to know such things.
Yeah, I'll be in touch.
Oh, just one other question.
Shoot.
All I do is spring this guy, huh? No papers, nothing else.
No, Zotescu has it all in his head.
But a little microfilm never hurts. Not with him.
Yeah, I read you. With me, if I can get it.
That's the way I figure it.
Okay, when do we leave?
Oh, any time after your beard. Looks like you'd always had it.
Can do. I just wish I was as sure of convincing Carol the beard was necessary.
So tell her why.
Yeah, I think I better.
You going to soak in that bathtub forever?
I've been considering it.
You saw CK, didn't you?
Watch it.
You honestly think our bathroom could be bugged?
Watch it. I'll meet you by the pool as soon as I dry off.
Honest to Pete. Which side of the curtain are we on? And I'm going to be stuck with that scratchy old beard again.
The Call of Duty.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like the sound of that, yeah.
I'm not sure I did either.
It's more and more ominous. What did it have to say?
Something about marriage. About how long do we go on with this cloak and dagger bit? And when do we start to live our own lives?
Hey, has it been all that bad?
By me, it ain't been all that great. Us? Okay. But I have other notions. Like small Carols and Andys. Do you see them in your picture?
Well, I gotta face it, not right now.
How long, oh Lord, how long?
You're right, hon. Look, this is it. Once more into the breach and out.
It has to be even once more.
Well, it's a special situation, Carol. I promise you, it's really the last time around.
You wouldn't just like to quit while you're still ahead.
I can't duck this one. Oh, cheer up, honey. It may never come around.
Bulgaria, here we come. I guess it was just fated.
Stop playing, Cassandra.
It's the way I feel.
Don't do it, Carol. You're infecting me, too. Now, look. This is a breeze. We just check in, turn over the passports, and we're home free.
That's great. Only how do we check out again?
No problem. We use our own passports.
Well, it looks good on the face of it. What's such a big deal about this test?
I thought I told you.
I'm a bird brain, don't you remember?
All right, here's the general picture. Now, you dig oil out of the ground, right? It's still raw. It has to be refined to be of any use. The oil that makes the gasoline that runs the world is the last step in this refinement.
Yeah?
To crack it down, it takes huge installations, holding tanks 12 feet in diameter, 150 feet high, heat shielded by walls maybe 2-3 feet thick.
Oh, and I thought I just asked a simple question.
You want a simple answer?
You got one?
Yeah. Now, by using high-voltage diathermy for heat, it is possible, under lab conditions, to experiment in small epoxy fiberglass containers. That is how Zetescu is near his breakthrough.
Which is good for our side.
Darling, if he made this breakthrough, it is so good for either side that a lot of heads could roll just to control it.
Including ours.
Well, I didn't mean to put it exactly that way.
But you did. Andy. Oh, well, I guess we're in. But let's get out just as fast as we can.
No argument from me. All right, let's get some sleep, huh? We got 14 hours against the clock to live up or down to.
Andy, what's the line for? Immigration or customs?
Neither, dear. Security.
On our way in?
They wouldn't trust their own brother.
And in the socialist state, all men are brothers.
See you beyond the gray curtain. Hey, what took you so long?
The sisters don't trust each other either.
What?
Talk about being gone over with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah, I got thoroughly frisked, too, but it didn't take me that long. Well, what's so funny?
Her, the jailer lady, or whatever she is. It's kind of sweet, too. Just goes to prove it doesn't matter how much you regiment people or stick them in uniforms and give them guns. They're still human.
Honey, I am all for philosophy and a continuing dialogue between man and wife, but not right now.
You asked the question. It was my feet, that's all.
Your what?
My feet. Now, you know I wear size 3. Oh, I guess this is another country where I won't be able to buy shoes either.
You know, I sometimes get the feeling I've lost a handle. I mean, I hear your words, but they don't add up.
You don't have to be sarcastic. This fat little dame in there went all over me, and then suddenly she was fascinated by my feet. I thought she figured I was carrying plastic explosive between my toes. But all it turned out was that she never saw feet that small. Tell you the truth, I wish I had never either.
I love your little feet, Cinderella, but let's just move them so we can get through immigration. I'm going to be a little nervous till that's over.
Security, immigration, customs. Now what?
We just follow the tour director's orders. We get our 1-week visa stamped. Then tour bus to the hotel. Alone at last, except for Big Brother's watchful ear. All conversations conducted in the shower or with the radio on.
If we've got one.
If we don't, we do a lot of walking in the open air so we can speak freely.
But how do we contact, you know who?
We don't. It's like they say in showbiz, don't call us, we'll call you.
Professor Zotescu, I'm sorry. I thought you'd gone home.
As you see, not yet, Comrade Technician Barrow.
Is it permitted to ask something?
It is always permitted to ask.
I was only wondering, since you are working so late, Professor Zotescu, if you feel you are near the breakthrough.
As to that, Comrade Technician Barrow, I can only say... While the motor hum keeps the microphones listening, the answer is yes.
Then the timing is perfect.
There is a flaw. I am afraid Magda suspects. We must meet and talk. My house, side door after dark.
But your wife?
I will take care of Magda. Don't worry. Just tripped a switch by mistake.
Oh, I am sorry, Professor.
You should be. By now you ought to know enough to be careful around electric equipment. Any more clumsiness and I shall have to put you on report, comrade.
Andy, what did the guide have?
I think maybe I'll take a bath, Carol, or will you join me in a shower?
I was curious what Mr. Izzo wanted.
I want to get some of the kinks out after that long plane ride. The guide, she just wanted to remind us about dinner tonight and the free cocktail.
I thought I saw her.
Keep your voice down, darling. Everything is bugged.
All the comforts at home. You don't think they suspect her?
No, it's routine. But one Bulgarian is on to us.
The tour guide?
She's our contact. He slept me this.
What does it say?
You might like a stroll in the park in front of the museum just across the street. I will bring you if you stay too long. Your tour guide, Die Stürzer.
Can you trust her?
In this business, hon, you don't trust anyone. You do what has to be done. Like getting rid of this. Keep your fingers crossed. No one gets the chance to pull the chain on you.
Behind the Iron Curtain, secrecy, suspicion, and the total lack of privacy is a way of life. It's hard for us to imagine that everything that is said finds its way to a permanent record on computer tapes. Unless you find some method of circumventing the electronic ear, which 2 secret meetings hope to do. Will they succeed? We'll find that out when we return shortly with Act 2. Bulgaria, once one of Europe's loveliest and gayest countries, is drab and gray today. Its people subdued, regimented, remote. Still, there are advantages. Few cars in the streets, so less pollution. And the lovely gardens and parks, for Bulgarians love flowers and grow them everywhere. The parks and the streets have another advantage. You can talk freely, with nothing to fear but the human ear.
There's some boutiques over there I'd like to go and browse through. I might find some shoes.
I doubt it. Bulgarian women seem to start at size 7 minimum.
Okay, for you. You don't have my problem.
Well, I don't know about that. I've heard about it ever since I met you. You know, you should have been born in the Ming Dynasty in China.
Huh?
With a size 3, you wouldn't have had to have your feet bound to achieve perfection. Just let nature take its course.
Very funny. Any chance we can wander over and see if maybe some unsung Rugarian cobbler has added art to nature and made a shoe to fit me?
We gotta wait for Diana Sturza.
She could find us over there.
We couldn't talk freely in the stores. Let's keep it in the open.
Oh, I still don't believe it.
It's a fact of life, Carol.
But who'd have time to listen to everything everyone ever said?
Well, nobody does. It's a spot check. So you never know when you said the wrong thing at the right time till the knock comes on the door.
Oh, it's spooky.
Yeah. Oh, watch it. Here she comes.
Ah, Mr. and Mrs. Lake. I am looking for you, do you see?
Yeah, I guess we do. We did something wrong?
Oh, no. But I was gathering the tour together, and you were missing, so I look out and see you are here, and I come to tell you that it is mostly time for dinner. And vamos.
Gracias. And the number?
30.
Over and out. Okay, we've exchanged the passwords. We're all set.
Now we must talk quickly. The transfer will take place at the end of the week, when we get the torture. Where? At the Danube Delta, towards the mouth of the river. When we stop for lunch and get off the boat, the other will be there. You must make the transfer then.
And what about us?
Remember this name, Nicholas Chismigui.
Okay. It's like an old popular song, only so different.
Well, what do you mean?
It's easy to forget, but so hard to remember.
Nicholas will do. He will take you to a cargo boat after dark, and it will smuggle you into Turkey. And Professor Zatescu, he will use your passports to get out as planned. Oh, by the way, you'd better keep as covered up as possible, Mrs. Lake.
Am I so different from his wife?
No, just playing it safe. Now, with the beard, your husband looks enough like Zatescu to be his twin.
Okay, we're checked out. Just one thing.
Yes.
I'm puzzled. What's in this for you, Diana?
You like my tour guide accent? Welcome to Bulgaria. I do so hope you will find to love it.
But you don't have an accent when you speak to us.
My mother and father came to America during World War II. I was born on Barrack Street, Lower 7th Avenue, New York.
Then what are you doing?
What's a nice girl like me doing here? My parents are dead, but my brothers, older sisters, and all their families are here. I made a mistake and came back to see them, so I'm here too.
But you're an American citizen. You could get out.
I was, and I could. Now I'm not, and I can't.
Diana, what can I say?
Nothing. And I've said too much already.
Who is it?
Mimi.
A moment. You are sure you were not followed?
I'm sure.
How?
My cousin is a hairdresser. I'm there having a touch-up. She let me out the back door.
I suppose I must risk it. Come in.
Oh, where's your wife?
She's asleep. Brandy and the help of some drugs.
It's so dangerous. If she knew about you or us.
You know she would be the last person to be told. But she worries me. Some sixth sense.
If she is any danger to us, Eugene, we cannot let her stand in the way. Good Lord, think what I am giving up and risking for you.
It works both ways.
What does that mean?
The government knows more than any of us, doesn't it? You know you were placed in my department to be my control.
Darling. Oh, Shane, that's past history. We both know it.
How can I be sure that you are not still reporting on me?
Of course you can't, because I am. My reports, as I give them, are the basis of our whole future. Don't worry.
Forgive me, my beloved, for my doubts.
Oh, it is all we have to base our life on, doubt, till we escape.
I know. But if Magda suspects, if she makes any move, how can we?
If she makes the slightest move, it must be stopped before it even begins. If not, we are all victims.
Very well, we are agreed on that. Now, the timing.
You must hold her off, however you can, Eugene.
You know what that can mean?
There's a lot of water under the bridge already. What does a little more matter, so long as it carries us safely to the sea and freedom?
You don't mind if I have to be with her?
Oh, I have minded ever since our affair began, but I've had to accept it. I can manage to bear it as long as it's only temporary.
I can promise you that at least.
Oh, well, Aren't the Americans here yet? You said you'd made the breakthrough.
Supposing I have not.
That would be disaster for all of us.
Why?
If you meet the American agent and you have nothing to offer him...
How can he know that? A piece of film containing formulae which he would not be able to understand? By that time I will have the passports and we will be safe in America.
Safe? With what?
The future.
What future? You know we can take nothing out with us but some borrowed American clothes. If we cannot offer them your formula, we have no security.
Financially? Don't worry. I'm a scientist. Somewhere I can find a job.
Are you mad? What kind? Even if the Americans would let you. Especially after double-crossing them.
Anything is better than here.
Oh, don't be too sure. Here at least we have influence, a measure of wealth.
But no freedom.
For some of us, maybe the price of freedom could come too high.
Lift your spirits, little Mimi. The breakthrough will be made.
When?
In time, I promise you. In time.
Anton! Anton!
I thought she was asleep.
So did I. Hurry, you must leave. But I will see you tomorrow. Now, leave everything to me.
You know the promises you have to live up to.
Of course. Trust me.
For the moment, I have no choice.
Anton!
Coming, Magda. Be right there. I thought you were asleep.
Why did you close the door?
I didn't want to disturb you.
Why? Who was here?
Well, no one.
I heard voices.
Yes, one of my assistants from the laboratory.
Oh, I can guess which one. It's her. Always her. I am not going to allow you to anymore, Anton.
No, Magda, you are not yourself.
I am not myself since she made you someone else.
It is all fantasy. It is only because you...
Because I drink. What else do I have to make my life bearable?
You could work for the state like all of us.
I used to consider myself lucky that I didn't have to because of my family connections. Oh, now I'm sorry.
Wait, don't blame your personal problem on me.
Oh, but I do, Anton, I do. You turned away from me.
Magda, my work is very demanding. It takes all my energies. For the glory of the Republic, I have to spend
The devotion to party line won't put me off anymore, Anton. Once. Not now. Tell the truth. You no more care for our country
Magda, don't you realize that anything you say can...
Oh, don't cringe, little rabbit. One thing my father has bought for us, if nothing else, is privacy. We can speak safely here.
I don't believe it.
Suit yourself. I have nothing to hide.
Oh, no. The fact that the daughter of the party general commissar is an alcoholic, perhaps that should be heard.
It won't be. My father has the same embarrassments you have. But I tell you something, Eugene. What will be heard, unless we come to an accommodation, is the truth about you and Mimi Barrow.
Magda, no. You can't stir up trouble, not now.
Any time, if it's to hold on to you, Anton. Or find a way I can count on you.
Well, supposing I could tell you there was such a way. By the end of this week, all arrangements have been made for our escape from Bulgaria to asylum in the United States.
Oh?
The plan is already in operation. It covers me and you. In a week, we shall be free. You will never have to worry about the Mimi Barrow again. This is what has been torturing me for so long. So, now you know. Do you believe in me?
Oh, my darling. Oh, why should I have doubted you? Oh, it's only because I love you so much. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. I'll never be any trouble to you again.
Is this the test, Professor Zatescu?
You don't have to be so formal, Mimi. The short-wave high voltages we are using to crack the oil would drown out any possibility of anyone hearing us.
You have been avoiding me for days, Eugene. You just have to face it.
Oh? What do I have to face?
That was a mistake on my part. Everyone else has to face it except you.
It?
All the things it means. Have you made the great discovery? If you have, who do you give it to? Your country? Or do you defect? And most of all for me, if you are running out, is it with me or your wife?
I can't answer any of your questions, Mimi.
You have to decide between the two women in your life.
Not until I have made the breakthrough. If that proves out, then it is time to talk about all the rest.
And if it doesn't?
I still run. I must. If I am to be a failure, I had rather be a failure on the Western standards. Would you still want to go with me, then?
I think all I will say, Eugene, is you'd better not be.
Is that a threat? Or a friendly warning?
I let you decide.
Isn't it enchanting, Andy?
Oh, I found the museum kind of depressing.
Depressing? How?
Well, seeing what sort of people they were, or could be.
I know what you mean. All those costumes we saw from the various provinces and these colorful, delightful little village houses.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying our village museum? Oh, yes, Diana.
You get a taste of what we could be here.
Diana, why don't you get out?
It would hurt too many people. Besides, I couldn't. There's only one way out for me. Feet first.
Diana.
I'm sorry. Maybe I envy Sotescu too much. The rest of the tour is coming back. Tomorrow we get to the Danube Delta. I think you will find it by far the most interesting part of your trip. Then back to Otopen Airport and home.
Except us.
They take the high road and we take the low road.
And if we can't be back in the good old U.S. of A. before then, I'll settle for right after.
The subject of quoting Scottish verse, let's also remember another one written by Robert Burns. The best laid plans of mice and men gang aft to gley, which may be more descriptive of Carol and Andy's future than the first. Let's find out right after I return shortly with Act 3. It's axiomatic that any plan, whether for battle, for a philosophy of living, for economic advancement, or for the destruction of the world, can never be complete. For there is one element no one can fully gauge, the human factor. And of all forms of that element, the most precarious and unforeseeable is the triangle. In this case, represented by Eugene Zatescu, his wife Magda, and his mistress, comrade technician Mimi Barao.
You can stop right there, Eugene, before you go in.
Mimi?
Did you think you'd said goodbye to me that easily?
What do you mean, goodbye? Not out in the open like this. We could be seen.
Not by anyone that matters.
There is always someone following.
Not tonight. Magda managed to arrange that for you, didn't she?
I don't know what you mean.
You know very well what I mean.
Mimi, can't this wait for tomorrow? I can't risk Magda seeing us out here in front of our house in public.
But you don't really have to worry about that anymore.
Mimi, I beg you, please.
You're only beginning to beg, Eugene. But you are right about one thing. Let's do it in private. Let's go in the house.
In the house? You must be mad in front of Magda.
I don't think she'll mind.
I can't take you in there. I won't.
I think you will. Move.
No, That's a gun.
Yes, it is. Do you want me to take it out of my handbag and prove it?
No.
Then move.
All right. I'm moving. What are you trying to do?
Protect my interests. I want to make sure when you go tomorrow, I go with you. Open the gate.
Yes. What do you mean, go tomorrow?
Oh, don't be childish. I know tomorrow is the day you plan to defect. Do you think I seriously believed you were just taking a little excursion to the Danube Delta to lull your wife's suspicions?
Oh, but that is all it is, Mimi. I told you that Magda was... Oh, good Lord, we can't go in and face her now.
Oh, you're quite right, Eugene. Open the door. We can't face her.
Oh, please be sensible.
Oh, it's my best talent.
Well, then, look, go quickly and meet me at the Torture waterfront tonight. Ask for Nicholas Chismigui's boat. I shall be waiting there for you.
And how do you get rid of your wife?
Drink and a sleeping pill. Trust me.
That's just the point.
No, Mimi, you can't come in.
I am in. I've burned my boats even more thoroughly than you, Eugene, so I didn't want to leave any decisions up to you.
What decisions?
Oh, for example, which woman should you take into exile? Wife or mistress?
You know I made that choice.
I was afraid that you had, so to be doubly sure, I eliminated any doubt. This is the gun, Eugene, equipped with a silencer. It's already been used.
What?
Magda is dead. There is only one woman in your life, me. You and I are the ones who will meet and exchange identities with the Americans. Isn't that the way you really wanted it?
Why, of course, my darling.
Of course, because that's the way it's going to be. Back to your right, you will see the imposing monument in the shape of a plinth mounted on Horea's hill. This evokes the heroical days when Rugaria's independence was won, and this province of Dobruja was liberated and could join in union.
Independence.
What, Annette?
Don't tell me Big Brother can be listening here.
I take no chances. We're about to be home free.
Everything all right, Mr. and Mrs. Lake.
And so far, so good.
Enjoying your tour? If you would come to the stern, please. I show you something special.
You lead, we follow.
If you look backwards to the right, there is the wildlife. To the left, on the other bank, are our fishing villages.
I'm sorry. We're behind you. It's hard to hear you.
Because my voice is carried away on the wind. Why, I brought you here. Now, listen carefully. What about these other people? Dutch. No English. I have checked them out. We will stop for lunch soon.
Check.
There will be this restaurant. In the restaurant, bathrooms. Not for you. You go to the hotel. 4th floor, room 419. You have that?
419.
That's where Zotescu and his wife will be. You change clothes, and they come back to the tour, replacing you, and proceed from there to freedom tomorrow. You stay in the hotel room, and tomorrow you will be contacted by Nicholas Chismigui. He will take you out into the Black Sea for a rendezvous with a helicopter to Turkey.
I wish I could think of something to say.
We've all said too much already, and everything is better not spoken.
Buon diminizio.
I'm Andy Lake.
I don't have to ask. I am looking in a mirror.
Yeah, we could be twins. Okay to come in?
Of course.
Yeah, this is my wife, Carol.
Hello, Mr. Fisher.
Better if not too many names. This is Mimi.
Your wife. How do you do?
I have pleasure to meet you also.
Can we talk?
This room is safe. You have the passports?
Yeah. You have the, what do you want to call it, the formula?
in my head.
No film?
All geniuses are careless. I have microfilm. Here.
Mimi, how can
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's a calculated risk. Some things must be taken on trust. If it's a double cross, who loses all that much, huh? Quid pro quo. All right, here are the passports. I hope we serve each other equally well.
Mrs. Zatescu. Mrs. Zatescu. Oh, forgive me. So much on my mind. Yes?
Take my sun hat and my scarf. And my glasses. We're not all that much alike.
Oh, we have to trust to our husband's similarity. An American tour group. There should be no problem.
I'm sure there won't be. Good luck and goodbye. I hope in the end it will all be worth it.
No question for me. I only hope for you also.
Well, darling, how do I look?
I'd hate to tell you. You know the ads for diapers with the baby's tender bottom?
Yeah, you think I don't feel that tender after scraping off that beard? Or for that matter, feel that naked?
It's the way you look.
Yeah, so we're agreed. I just hope it is all that funny in the last degree. You know, we sprung the professor. Now I just hope we can get out as easy.
When do we go?
Tomorrow night.
Oh, I wish it was tonight.
Yeah, so do I. What do we do till then?
I could go to sleep. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, so am I. But how do we get there? I can't turn off my head. Oh, which reminds me, give me a shoe.
Huh?
Good packages come in small things. The right one, dream girl?
Why not the reason why?
That motto of the Corps. Observe. And far be it from me to suggest the shape of your heels, but one of them is loose. You see, it unscrews, and inside is a handy-dandy little place for secret documents.
Oh, you sneaky son of a gun. Don't I have enough trouble with my shoes as it is?
If the shoe fits, just wear it.
What is that?
That's a midday signal from somewhere.
Oh. Where's the guy who's going to get us out of here?
I don't know.
Something's going on.
All right, hang in, baby.
But suppose something has. What do we do?
Well, we do have passports. We could just plain fly out.
Without a plane reservation, no baggage, out of the blue?
What could they do? Our passports are valid enough. Who knows about the switch? Our hands are clean.
Oh.
There's our man now, I guess. I hope. Who is it?
Diana, let me in.
Okay, sure, right away. Diana, what's the matter?
No time to talk. Everything has gone wrong.
What do you mean?
Eugene and his mistress were stopped at immigration. They've been arrested.
Arrested? What do you mean, his mistress?
He made 2 mistakes, the biggest of which was not taking out his wife with him, trying to take his mistress instead.
Well, what does that mean for us?
We can't use Nicholas anymore.
You mean we're trapped here?
No. I came here in my brother's boat. I will see you to the meeting with the helicopter. I only hope we can make it.
Where are we heading?
To escape for you, I hope.
And you?
I'm committed now. I never thought I would leave my country again.
Are you sure you're going to be able to?
Well, there's a rendezvous with a helicopter. You should make it, except...
You sound doubtful.
I'm afraid that gunboat is turning after us.
What?
Oh, can it catch us before we make the rendezvous?
I think I see the helicopter coming in now.
Oh, hooray for our side. For once, perhaps we'll win.
You mean you're with us?
What else? I'm only held by my relatives who could suffer because of me.
Well, what about Zatescu?
What about him? He lived under this regime, accepted its subjugation, used his prerogatives to make a life. I can't be sorry for him if he defected and it didn't work. No national resource like oil or coal or whatever is wrenched from the ground. Should be exploited for any individual profit. That is his problem. The fact that he got caught.
Caught?
By such a silly little thing.
What?
Well, the secretary who was checking for immigration remembered that your lady had such a small foot. A kind of Cinderella story which led to questions on both passports.
We better catch this helicopter.
Andy, off the starboard quarter. I think we're being overtaken.
No, they're not in range yet. But that helicopter sure better get a move on before they are.
machine gun range.
Come on, Carol. Get into the sling.
I want you to go, Andy.
Do what I tell you. All right. Anyway, you got the microfilm.
Andy, keep down.
Don't lose your shoes, Cinderella. That's okay. They're letting down more slings. Come on, Diana.
I'm not going.
Don't be silly. You'll never have a better chance to leave.
I can't. They'd only take it out on my family. Hurry. You better get going before something...
Diana!
That answered everything. It's too late for me.
I can't just leave you here.
You might as well. I told you. Only way I could ever leave Regalia was...
Daddy! Hurry! Hurry!
I'm sorry, Diana. Maybe it was the best way out for you. Okay, Carol. Here I come.
Beyond the Iron Curtain we have lifted briefly lives a people in torment. To those of us from the West who penetrated, their unhappiness seems obvious. But it is their way of life, and who are we to judge whether they should or should not live with it? Everyone has problems, I suppose. We have plenty in America. Only somehow, I'd rather live with our problems. Wouldn't you? They opened the gates themselves, so we entered in. Those countries beyond the Iron Curtain, in this case, Bulgaria, a country of color and joy and wonder. Once. Scarcely that now. It would be hard to conceive of a vampire in this country, which first created that creature. There would be so little blood for him to drain from his own countrymen. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Martha Greenhouse, Ian Martin, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If your candle is burning, a gust of wind will blow it out. If your house is burning, a gust of wind will make the flame hotter and brighter. The wind and the flame. Can it be said they seem to have a kind of love-hate relationship? Or should it be said that we simply cannot predict the actions of the elemental forces of nature? In which case, what can we say about ourselves? Isn't each living creature a collection of those very same mysterious and baffling forces?
Telephone for you, sir.
I don't want to talk to anyone now.
Gentleman says it's urgent.
Tell him to call back later.
I'll do that, sir.
Who is it, by the way?
Mr. Wesley Carradine.
Who?
Mr. Wesley Carradine.
Well, that's impossible. Wesley's been dead 6 months.
But here he is on the phone, sir. Do you want to talk to him?
Our mystery drama, The Wind and the Flame, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Celeste Holm. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Conscience, said Sigmund Freud, is the perception of the rejection of a particular wish operating within us. And I take his word for it, on faith. However, I much prefer the definition by Robert Louis Stevenson, who revealed the heart of the matter when he said, conscience is the one thing I cannot bear. Well, as you can see, this is going to be a story about conscience. And the best place to begin a story is at the beginning. That's a rule. And rules were meant to be broken. We shall begin ours neither at the beginning nor the end, but somewhere in between.
Yes?
Is this the residence of Mr. Arthur Randolph Hale?
It is.
Oh, you're Mr. Hale. I recognized you.
What is it you want?
From your pictures. They've been in the paper.
What can I do for you?
Well, I have a letter for you.
Oh, please come in. Won't you have a seat, Mrs.
It's Miss. Unfortunately, I have never known wedded bliss. Although, to tell the truth, when one looks around, one is hard put to believe that marriage is really blissful. What do you think, Mr. Hale?
Well, I think that I should like to see that letter.
Of course. Here it is. From Mrs. Terwilliger.
Penelope Terwilliger?
Yes. Mr. Gerald Terwilliger's wife. I should say his widow.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Oh, I see you're having trouble reading it. As you know, her handwriting...
That woman does it deliberately. It was always her affectation to have an illegible script.
Well, you can try to squint and probe your way through it, but I can save you the trouble. I know what's written there.
You do?
Yes, Mr. Hale. It's a reference.
A reference?
A reference and a recommendation.
For what?
For employment.
But for whom?
For me.
What sort of employment? Don't tell me that you're a mining engineer.
No, sir.
A geologist, a draftsman, a surveyor, a metallurgist?
I'm none of those.
Well, what are you?
A housekeeper. And I might add, a very good one.
I don't want a housekeeper.
That may be, but you need one.
Huh? Who says so?
Mrs. Terwilliger, in her letter. I know it by heart. I'll tell you what it says.
No, this is a sealed envelope addressed to me. How would you know what's in it?
I made it my business to find out. After all, it's about me.
Well, of all the...
She writes, Dear Arthur, now that Gerald is gone, I have decided to close the house and travel abroad for a year. This leaves my very valuable and trusted housekeeper, Miss Sabina Caldwell, at liberty. Arthur, I know how you always felt about me. Now that I'm alone, I keep thinking more and more about your proposal. However, you have lived by yourself too long. You have developed slothful habits in that large, neglected house of yours. And so, I send you Miss Caldwell in the hope that she can civilize you. She will see that you eat regular meals, keep your place in order, and altogether tame you and make you fit for human society. I think I love you, Penelope.
She wrote that?
I'm prepared to start immediately, Mr. Hale. My trunk is just outside the door.
Now, wait a minute. I haven't said that you can.
As soon as the trunk can be brought into my room, I should like to inspect the kitchen.
But you just can't walk in here
If only you knew how she would sit and talk to me. For hours and hours on end. And she would talk about you.
Me?
With a sigh in her voice and a twinkle in her eye. Yes, she would say, I chose Gerald Terwilliger. I was young. I was foolish. If only I had to do it over again. There was a young engineer, Arthur Randolph Hale. What a fine, impressive name. And what a fine, impressive man he's become. A man of action, adventure. I'll pick that up.
Hold on.
No gentleman ever answers his own telephone. Oh, excuse me, sir. Are you in or out?
Am I in?
Do you wish or do you not wish to speak with anyone at this time?
You mean that Penelope would actually talk about me?
Oh, yes, at great length and considerable depth.
Will you get rid of that telephone, please?
That, sir, was my original suggestion.
I don't care who it is. Tell them that I'm out to call back later.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hale's residence. Who is calling, please? Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Hale is out at the moment. Do you want him to return your call? Oh, I see. You cannot be reached. Yes, sir. I'll say that you'll call him back. Thank you, sir. Goodbye. It was a Mr. Carradine.
Will you now tell me what Penelope Terwilliger said about me?
Oh, it's not what she said so much as the way she said it.
Now, hold on.
It's a matter of neurons.
Wait. Who was on the phone just now?
Mr. Carradine.
Carradine?
Yes, sir. That was the gentleman's name.
But it's impossible.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You're sure that he said Carradine?
Certainly, sir.
Did he happen to mention his first name?
Mr. Hale, are you feeling all right?
Answer me.
Yes, he did. Wesley.
Wesley?
He said, hello, this is Wesley Carradine. Is A.R. there?
He asked for A.R.?
That is you, isn't it? Arthur Randolph Hale?
The man's voice, was it young, old, middle-aged?
Well, you know how difficult it is to tell those things over the telephone.
Well, try. How old a man would you say that he was?
Well, not very old.
What do you mean by not very old?
Sir, I don't think you should excite yourself.
Well, how old a man was it?
Well, I would say he was about 30.
Oh, 30, I see. You're sure 30?
Well, as far as one can ever be sure of these things. Now, I think you had better sit down and try to calm yourself.
Yes, but how would you describe his voice?
I would say it was in the middle range, but on the lowish, throaty side.
Did he have an accent?
An accent? No, it sounded American enough.
Was there anything about it?
Wait, it did have an accent.
What kind?
Well, I'm not sure it would really be called an accent. It was more of a lilt.
It's a lilt.
Sort of a southern rhythm. Very musical.
It can't be true. It simply cannot be true.
What can't be true?
It can't be Wesley Carradine.
Why not?
Because Wesley Carradine is dead.
Well, if that's true.
Of course it's true. He's dead. It was in the papers. It was in all the papers.
Well, sometimes the press... And I don't say they do this deliberately, but there are times when they do exaggerate.
But he's dead. There couldn't be any doubt about it. He was murdered.
Well, then it must be another Wesley Carradine.
Are you saying that there were two of them? Two men named Wesley Carradine?
It's possible.
Two Wesley Carradines, both 30 years of age, both with soft southern accents, both who would know me and call me A.R.?
You're positive Wesley Carradine is dead?
Well, I was the one who identified the body.
Oh, what a terrible moment that must have been for you. But why were you the one to do that?
Well, because he worked for me.
I see. Didn't he have a family?
Yes, he had folks living on the East Coast somewhere. Well, he wasn't close with them.
Mr. Hale, I begin to be troubled by the tone in your voice. I begin to hear the sound of hysteria. You must get hold of yourself.
It was Wesley Carradine. It was Wesley.
It couldn't be. If Wesley is dead.
But...
there are no buts. We live in a world of uncertainty and doubt. What we believe in may turn out to be matchstick temples built on quicksand. But of this we can be sure. The dead do not telephone the living.
No. Well, how can I be sure he is dead when he...
Will you excuse me for just a little while, sir?
Where are you going? Don't leave me alone here. But don't answer it.
Now, sir, you are reacting in a most immature manner. Mr. Hale's residence. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, sir. You have a wrong number.
Who was that?
You heard me. A wrong number.
You are lying.
I'm not used to being called a liar.
He just called back.
Now, Mr. Hale.
He was on the phone again. Wesley Carradine was on the phone again.
Please, sit down, Mr. Hale. Please. And listen. A man has just called you twice within the past few minutes.
Aha, you admit it.
A man who says his name is Wesley Carradine. Did you hear that? A man who says his name is Wesley Carradine.
Why should anyone lie about...
Someone with a very unhealthy sense of humor and a wretched taste in practical jokes. Now, who would want to play a trick like that on you?
I don't know.
It is a trick, a bad joke, and you must put it from your mind. But what? Mr. Wesley Carradine is dead, isn't he?
Yes, but
Then there's nothing more to be said. Now, I understand the telephone company has a number, a special number to call if you require help in preventing harassing phone calls. Why don't you tend to that while I look in the kitchen and see about dinner?
What's that?
Well, I would assume it was the front door.
Don't answer it.
Why not? Who do you expect it to be? Excuse me. Yes?
Who's there?
Well, that's odd.
Who is it?
There's no one here.
What are you talking about?
See for yourself. Do you know what must have happened? Some child must have just played a prank. Rang the bell and ran away.
No. Look, on the step.
Oh, a small box.
Don't pick it up, don't.
Why not?
Well, how do you know what it is?
Well, let's open it and find out.
Open it?
Your name is on it. Look, Mr. A.R. Hale, 1737 East 54th Street.
Oh, there's something wrong, very wrong, Miss Caldwell.
You'll catch your death standing out here in this cold. Let's take this inside. Shall you open it? All right. I'll do the honors. I wonder what it could be. Oh, my goodness. It's a revolver. And there's a card enclosed. It's addressed to you. Why don't you read it? What does it say? Let me see. Use it well. Well, now, that's an odd thing to say about a revolver. Use it well. Must be something written on the other side, too. What does that say?
One is all you need. Wesley. Oh, Wesley.
You have to say one thing for Brother Wesley. He gets around. What makes Wesley all the more remarkable is the fact that his home base is the grave. There will be a widening of Wesley's theater of operation when I return shortly with Act Two. You can't be in two places at the same time, especially if one of them happens to be the grave. However, someone named Wesley Carradine seems to be extremely active, even though he is no longer alive. Wait a minute, some of you may be saying. Has it been definitely established that Wesley is dead? We'll take care of that in short order.
Is that a real revolver? Wait, don't touch it. Fingerprints. Mr. Hale, some vicious person is out to destroy you.
Use it well. One is all you need. Wesley.
Where are you going, Mr. Hale?
I have to see something for myself.
Mr. Hale! What are you looking for?
Yes, here they are. Some letters, some notes in Wesley's handwriting. You see? You see, isn't it obvious?
Isn't what obvious?
The writing is the same.
Nonsense.
And you can see Wesley Carradine wrote this card.
This is a job for an expert. You and I are going to the police station.
Why?
Because something of a criminal nature is taking place.
But that is Wesley's handwriting.
It is not Wesley's handwriting. Wesley is dead. Now, sir, you happen to be very important to the future happiness of a woman to whom I owe a great deal, Mrs. Penelope Terwilliger. She has sent me here to take care of you until she can come back to America. I seem to have walked into the midst of some, very troublesome situation. I'm here to stand by you in every way I can. And the first thing we have to do is to go to the police.
Will you come in, please?
Thank you, Lieutenant Bauer. Mr. Hale?
All right. Please be seated. No, there were no fingerprints on the gun.
Of course not. How can a corpse leave fingerprints?
Well, there was a live bullet in one of the chambers, and the other 5 were empty.
Use it well. One is all you need.
Mm-hmm. And on the
Suggesting that we have an affair.
Wesley Carradine.
He sent me his revolver. Don't you see? He sent me his revolver.
Well, now, why would he do that? Assuming, of course, that what you're saying is true.
I don't know.
Now, look, Mr. Hale, Wesley Carradine was murdered exactly 6 months ago. Now, you know that.
Yes, but
I was involved in that case myself. The facts cannot be in dispute. Your chauffeur stopped by Mr. Carradine's apartment at 8 a.m. that morning to pick him up. There was no answer to the bell. The door was open. The chauffeur went in, found the place ransacked, and Mr. Carradine dead of a bullet wound. Now, that's where we were, and that's where we are.
Is everyone absolutely positive that the dead man was Wesley Carradine?
Miss Caldwell, is that your name?
Yes.
Well, your police department appreciates, even solicits, assistance from the citizens of this metropolis, but please don't be an amateur detective. We have enough problems as it is.
Well, you are satisfied that the dead man was Wesley Carradine, Lieutenant?
Yes, I am.
Why? Did you know Mr. Carradine personally?
Well, what does this have to do with...
Did you know him personally?
Oh, no.
Then how could you be positive the dead man was Wesley Carradine?
No, look, he was identified by the chauffeur and by Mr. Hale.
What other identification did you look for?
Other identification?
Yes, a murder is committed. A corpse is found. 2 men say this is the body of a Mr. Wesley Carradine. On the basis of that testimony, you are satisfied that he is actually Wesley Carradine.
Mr. Carradine was, as we were given to understand, more or less a stranger in town.
As you were given to understand by whom?
By Mr. Hale.
Miss Caldwell, what are you trying to do to me? What are you trying to insinuate? I thought that you were on my side.
I am, to the finish. I'm only trying to establish that we blithely accept a fact, which may be found to be an illusion.
But why would I lie? What motive would I...
Mr. Hale, please. I have a mission to preserve your sanity.
A mission, Miss Caldwell?
It's a private matter that does not concern the police. I'm trying, Mr. Hale, desperately to somehow establish the fact that Mr. Carradine is still alive. What made the chauffeur so sure the body was Mr. Carradine?
Miss Caldwell, what you're trying to do is...
Could we talk to the chauffeur again?
There was no doubt about that body.
Well, why can't we talk to the chauffeur?
Because he's dead. He was killed in an accident last week.
Mr. Hale, there have just been a number of upsetting events, and you are quite disturbed by them. I can only hope to prove somehow that Mr. Carradine is still alive, that you were mistaken in your identification. Because if he is actually dead...
He is dead. I knew him very well.
Why was no attempt made to notify next of kin?
Because we didn't know any.
Where did Mr. Carradine come from?
I don't know.
Then actually it would seem you knew very little about Mr. Carradine.
That is right. I gathered that he had left home in disgrace.
Disgrace?
He hinted at some sort of misunderstanding. Anyhow, he never wanted to speak about it. He said that he was starting a new life.
Why would anyone want to kill him?
Miss Caldwell, we have been through all this as part of our routine homicide investigation.
That may be the trouble. You treat it as routine. A human being has been murdered. Not only are you ignorant as to who may have done it, it appears now you can't even be sure of the identity of the corpse.
We are sure. Excuse me. A man was murdered. We know that for a fact, and we found a corpse. The body was identified as that of Wesley Carradine. Okay. Wesley Carradine might not have been his right name, but he was the man who had worked for Mr. Hale here. Now, that man is dead. He was killed by a person or persons presently unknown, who then stole everything of value from his person and his apartment. Mr. Carradine is dead.
But then how do you account for the telephone call, for this revolver with his name on it?
Oh, come now, Mr. Hale. What was to prevent someone from buying a revolver and having Mr. Wesley Carradine's name engraved on it?
According to the number on this revolver, it was registered in the name of Wesley Carradine.
Lieutenant, anybody could buy a revolver and register it under Wesley Carradine's name.
No. In the first place, the registration dates back 3 years. And in the second place, only the actual applicant can register the weapon because he has to be fingerprinted. We have verified Mr. Carradine's fingerprints. Oh, and there is another thing.
Yes?
Our handwriting expert says she is certain beyond the shadow of a doubt that the card was written by Wesley Carradine.
Lieutenant Bauer, I am certain there must be an explanation.
Well, there may be harassment here, and not. We'll look into it.
Yeah, well, how do you propose to look into it?
That is a good question. I wish I had an answer.
Why would Wesley Carradine threaten from the grave, assuming that this is what's taking place?
I don't know.
Oh, come, Mr. Hale, there must be a reason.
Well, he didn't like me.
Ah, well, now, why?
Quite frankly, he thought that I drove him too hard. I paid him too little, and I expected too much.
And did you?
Well, I suppose so. But I'm just as strict on myself. You know, I tell you what I believe. And you can make anything out of this that you please. He probably resents the fact that he is dead, and I'm still alive.
Mr. Hale, if he's dead, he can't resent anything.
Look, I don't know how the police department fits into all this. Now, I can only assume that we have malicious mischief. And I've got to take down some particulars. Now, how many servants in your employ, besides Miss Caldwell here?
I'm the only one.
And how long have you worked for Mr. Hale?
How long? Oh, I'd say about an hour.
An hour?
How did you get the job?
I was sent to Mr. Hale by a friend of his, Mrs. Penelope Terwilliger.
Mrs. Penelope Terwilliger.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll see what we can do.
Mr. Hale,
What is it?
you must come down for breakfast.
No, I'm not hungry.
You haven't eaten in 2 days.
The phone rang this morning at 6:30, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Matter of fact.
Huh? Who was it? He called again, didn't he? Huh? And what did he say?
Does it matter? Why do you allow yourself...
I knew who it was the minute I heard the phone ring.
You did?
Yes.
Then why didn't you answer it?
Because I can't.
That way you'd know for sure if it's his voice.
What did he say?
Mr. Hale, I have a problem I can't help, and it gets me into all kinds of trouble. Put yourself in my position. I hear a phone. I answer it. I report it's a man. I describe the voice. You become terrified. Why? Because you insist it's a man who's 6 months dead. Now, here is where my problem comes in. I make deductions from facts, and I speak my mind. I see you react in such a violent manner. You're so distraught. I cannot help but suspect you have a feeling of guilt.
Huh? Guilt? Why should I have a feeling of guilt?
Sir, were you not responsible for that man's death?
He was killed by the robbers.
We don't know that for a fact.
What are you trying to imply?
I don't even think I'm implying it. I state it as a fact. You killed Mr. Wesley Carradine.
How do you dare to...
We could settle this with a yes or no.
Well, the answer is a definite no. No, I hope that you're satisfied.
Sir, all I'm saying to you is that your reaction tends to arouse suspicion.
Well, what do you expect? I was very close with Wesley toward the end, and I was caught so completely off guard. Well, has it ever happened to you? You're hit from the blind side without warning?
If your conscience is clear, then you must not behave as if it were guilty.
Well, no one's conscience is ever entirely clear.
But you cannot behave as if you were the man who murdered him. Well, first thing you need is a good breakfast. Wesley Carradine is dead. You are probably upset because you might have been kinder to him. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Be kinder to someone in the future, and you will have learned from his death. And now, for breakfast.
Oh, yes, I'm starved. Oh, Miss Caldwell, what would I ever do without you? Oh, God, that's the telephone.
Naturally.
You answer it.
Lay the matter to rest, Mr. Hale. You answer it.
Miss Caldwell, I give you back your very own words. No gentleman ever answers his own telephone.
Very well, sir. Mr. Hale's residence? Oh, it's you again. Never mind that. Before you even get started, you're playing a nasty little illegal game. We have the police and the phone company alerted. Sooner or later, you're going to be caught. Then, my friend, it's the jail or the asylum for the likes of you. Goodbye. I guess I told him.
It was that voice?
Yes, that ignorant and vicious person. Now, you know the best way to handle these people.
What did he say?
Don't even talk to them. As soon as you know who it is, hang up.
But what did he say?
What does it matter? Sooner or later, they get tired of the game. Their minds are too fragile to have any staying power.
He must have said something. He identified himself as Wesley Carradine?
Oh, yes. But I know his voice by now.
But did he say anything else?
I wasn't listening. Now, some hot coffee, cereal, eggs, bacon, toast. Get back into the real world, Mr. Hale, and stay there.
Oh, you're a remarkable woman.
Eat your breakfast.
You know, I wonder... I just wonder who that voice is.
Good. We make progress. Till now, you had deluded yourself into thinking it was actually the voice of Wesley Carradine, whoever he was. Now you acknowledge a rational explanation.
Well, it's obviously a prank.
I used to work for a doctor. He said, Miss Caldwell, the body, the mind, whichever, is attacked by a germ or a neurosis. It retreats at first. And then it summons all of its strength to repel the invader. Now, that's what has just happened to you. The practical instincts of a lifetime have just come to your assistance and rescued you from being overcome by superstition.
Yes, of course. I'm interested in knowing what he did say, however.
Not very much. He said his name, his alleged name, asked for you, and said he wanted to discuss a project.
What sort of project?
Said you'd know about it. He gave it a name.
A name?
Yes, he said it was the Langley Jewett proposal.
The what?
Well, I think that's what he said. Jewett Langley, or was it Langley Jewett? I don't... Mr. Hale.
Oh.
Mr. Hale, what's wrong? Mr. Hale!
What's wrong? Mr. Hale has just collapsed on the floor. That's for starters. It seems that he has been knocked unconscious by the mention of a name. Now, what's in a name, the poet asks. The answer, quite obviously, is it all depends on whose name. We'll name some more names when I return shortly with Act 3. The pen is mightier than the sword. And the word, it seems, is weightier than the fist. If you want to strike a knockout blow, perhaps a good look can be more destructive than a right hook. The greatest wounds may be those that leave absolutely no outside scarring. On with our story.
Mr. Hale.
No.
Mr. Hale.
What?
Don't say anything. Just drink this.
You said that Wesley called and...
No, sir. Wesley did not call.
But you just said...
I said a voice that claimed to be Wesley. Now drink this.
He wanted to talk about Langley Jewett.
You're going to be all right.
Langley Jewett. He did say Langley Jewett.
Mr. Hale, you must relax.
Well, how can I relax?
Because you've had a bad experience.
It was the voice of Wesley Carradine.
We know that's impossible.
But don't you see? Only Wesley Carradine and I knew about Langley Jewett.
Are you positive?
Of course.
What is Langley Jewett?
What? Oh, it's a mine. It's an old abandoned silver mine.
Yes?
You see, it's supposed to be all played out, and we could pick it up for peanuts.
What does that mean?
Wesley discovered that there's a whole untapped lode.
Oh.
Millions and millions of dollars worth of silver.
And this was your secret?
Yes, Wesley's and mine.
How do you know someone else didn't find out?
Nobody could have found out.
How can you be sure?
Because I just closed the deal for the mine myself.
And what does that prove?
You don't understand. If anyone else had been wise, I could never have... Well, I could never have stolen that mine.
Stolen?
Well, that's a figure of speech.
Well, then why did you make it sound like a shady transaction?
Is it shady to pick up a property as cheaply as you can?
What you're saying is that you were able to buy Langley Jewett because only you and Wesley Carradine knew its true value.
Yes.
Obviously, this person who just called knows something about it also.
That is why that person has to be Wesley Carradine.
If Wesley Carradine called you, then he can't be dead.
But he is. I know that he is.
How can you be so certain?
Oh.
After all, for reasons of his own, Wesley may have wanted to disappear. He murdered someone who may have resembled him. Left that someone's body in his apartment. You and your chauffeur make the natural assumption. The apartment is Wesley's. The body looks like Wesley's. Therefore, it must be Wesley.
No. That's not what happened. It was Wesley.
My dear Mr. Hale, most of our assumptions are based not on absolute truth, but what seems to be apparently true.
Oh, will you shut up?
Mr. Hale, I know you're upset, but I cannot permit...
Just stop talking for a minute, will you? Just stop acting as if you know everything. You're always gabbing away. No wonder you never got married.
I don't believe that my personal affairs...
I bet you never had an affair either. You couldn't stop talking long enough. Will you listen to me a minute? Wesley Carradine is dead. You know how I know? I'll tell you. He is dead because I killed him. You don't have to say anything. You really have nothing to add to this conversation. I killed Wesley Carradine.
You realize what you're saying?
Yes, I know what I'm saying.
You realize I could go to the police?
Oh, no. No, you won't go.
You intend to stop me by force?
Yes. You see, there's a gun on my dresser. Wesley's gun. It's got a bullet in it. I could kill you, but I don't have to, because you will not go to the police.
How can you be so sure?
What? Because you wouldn't betray me.
I have a higher obligation as a citizen.
Well, it wouldn't do you any good. All you have is your unsupported word. I can deny it.
Miss Caldwell, the police investigated that murder very thoroughly. I was a routine suspect. I had an unshakable alibi. I had spent that evening with a young lady.
She can be found. That alibi can be broken.
Well, she has since disappeared into the vast anonymity of her kind and class.
Isn't it possible she may return one day for blackmail?
Well, I have information concerning her which could be as damaging as anything she could say about me.
Mr. Hale, I'll be leaving.
Leaving?
I don't want to stay in a house with a murderer.
But you can't leave me here alone.
You've always lived here alone?
I cannot be alone now.
You're a murderer.
But you can't prove it.
Of course not. And that means the state can't punish you. But there is another punishment. There is another retribution. You'll never know a moment's peace for the rest of your life. You will always hear Wesley Carradine's voice. You will always see his face.
Oh, Miss Caldwell, please listen. You don't know how it is.
You broke a man-made law. You violated a God-given commandment.
I did. I know that I did.
Then take your punishment.
Take your punishment. You can say that. That's what strong people say. That's what Wesley said. Take your punishment.
What punishment, Mr. Hale?
I needed that mine, that Langley Jewett mine. Everything else had gone down the drain.
You had been losing other people's money. You faced a day of reckoning.
How did you know?
Oh, it's all too familiar a situation. A trustee, an executor, an administrator. You act as all three in many cases. You were false to your trust.
Don't say it. It's enough that Wesley said it. I didn't know that I was going to kill Wesley. I didn't dream of it. I stopped by at his apartment that night just to check out some routine affairs, and he...
He what?
He said... I'll never forget the way he said it.
We're not going to steal that mine, Arthur.
What?
We'll offer $10 million.
What are you talking about?
Well, now, 15 would even be more fair.
Should I get a doctor?
That's what we'll offer.
We have an option to buy that mine for $30,000.
No, but that would be stealing.
Oh, you're crazy.
Well, to knowingly buy something for the tiniest fraction of its worth is to cheat.
But it's legal and legitimate business.
It's cheating.
Oh, and you never cheated in your life, huh?
Yes, much too often and far too often. Now, Mrs. Jewett is a widow. She has children to support and educate. Now, we are stealing from her.
What happened to you all of a sudden?
I feel that I want to go home. I have to go home. I wrote my folks. They're expecting me.
Now, look, I have losses I have to make up. I can go to jail.
No, I am sorry, but if you keep sailing so close to the wind, sooner or later the boat tips over.
Well, what are you going to do? Now, forget all about this fancy philosophy.
Tomorrow morning, I'll call on Mrs. Jewett, and I'll tell her we intend to make a realistic offer for the mine.
But she is happy to get $30,000.
My mind is made up.
Millions? You'll offer millions? Where will we get those millions?
We'll operate the mine and pay as we go.
No, I won't do it.
Now, look, I am in as deep as you are. We both have to pay a price.
Well, I won't let you.
I am sorry. There is nothing you can do about it.
But there was something that I could do about it. I went home. I got my revolver. I went back there, and I shot him. Then I ransacked the place to make it appear to be robbery. The police investigated for a few weeks, and then it was filed and forgotten.
Perhaps it wasn't forgotten by Wesley Carradine. He's been trying to talk to you.
Oh, no. No. It's my imagination. Oh, I feel better now. I had to talk to someone. I had to confess to someone, and now I feel better. The weight is off of my soul. It's all in my imagination, and I can control that.
Tell that to Wesley Carradine. He wants to talk to you.
Oh, no. It's off my imagination.
I hear the phone. It's not in my imagination. I defy you. Pick up that phone. Talk to him. Talk to the man you murdered.
No, I can't.
Then I'll tell him. Yes, I know who it is. He says he will not talk to you. Very well. I'll tell him.
What are you going to tell me?
He wants to see you.
No, I don't want to. I can't see him.
Then confess you killed him.
I did.
Not to me. I don't count. Confess to the police.
No, don't make me do that.
If you want to know peace, you'll have to do that. Or
what?
Do what he told you in his note when he sent you the gun. Use it well. One is all you need.
Oh, no, never.
It has to be one way or the other.
What's that?
You know what that is, the doorbell. Are you expecting anyone? Of course you are. Will you let him in, or shall I?
No, tell him to go away.
I can't tell him to go away. You can.
How?
Confess to the police, or follow his advice.
No, I won't do it. You don't scare me. You're just a thing in my imagination. You don't scare me.
I was downstairs in the kitchen, Lieutenant. He was upstairs in his room. He was terribly upset. I heard a shot. I was frightened. I ran upstairs, and there he was, lying in bed with the revolver beside him.
You say he was depressed. He wasn't himself.
Well, you saw that, Lieutenant, when he was in your office.
Yeah. I am convinced that he killed Wesley Carradine.
You are?
Yeah. You get a hunch about people in my work. Unfortunately, you don't always get the evidence to back it. So I said to myself, here is a clear case of conscience bringing the man down.
It does look that way. He confessed the murder to me.
Yeah, I guess that's about the size of it. Except, why should his conscience have started to bother him?
Who knows?
Maybe you know.
Me?
Well, I have a theory. I don't want to bother running it down because I have too much else to do. And this case wraps up very neatly. You want to hear my theory?
I'd love to.
Well, you say you were recommended to Mr. Hale by Mrs. Penelope Terwilliger.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what if I were to get in touch with Mrs. Terwilliger and ask her to verify that? What would she say?
You won't know unless and until you ask her.
Well, I don't want to do that. Because if she says I don't know Miss Caldwell, I have no involvement.
I see.
Now, about the phone calls. You are the only one who ever answered the phone, and you are the only one who ever heard that voice. You are the one who said it called itself Wesley Carradine.
That's what it said to me, Lieutenant.
Yeah, well, let me go a little further. The revolver. Oh, you could have sent it to Mr. Hale.
But it was obviously Wesley Carradine's. Where would I have gotten it?
Well, I'll answer that question in just a moment. And the card.
Where could I have gotten a card with his handwriting?
Where? From a Mother's Day present or a birthday present? You might have saved it.
What are you saying?
If your name is Mrs. Carradine, everything falls into place. Now, you would have the old gun. You would have cards from old gifts. Oh, incidentally, what did he once buy you that he inscribed with, use it well, one is all you need? You would know enough valid inside things about Wesley which you might use to frighten Hale.
It certainly is a fascinating theory.
Oh, it gets better. Now, we are summoned to this address. We find Hale dead. A bullet wound, apparently self-inflicted. Now, he could have been napping. He could have been shot from very close range, what we call suicide distance.
Yes, I understand you found his fingerprints on the revolver.
Well, why shouldn't we? If somebody put the gun in his hand afterward.
Oh, yes, it's a fascinating theory. Tell me, Lieutenant, what happens to theories like yours?
Well, in this case, it appears open and shut. A man commits suicide. Now, I know for a fact he's been depressed. His conscience has been bothering him. But why do I have to go running around looking for complications, huh? What do you think?
I think you're a most sagacious and sensitive police officer. And I want to thank you very much.
Thank him for what? Who knows? So who killed Mr. Arthur Randolph Hale? His own hand, guided by remorse, or Miss Caldwell? Or is she Mrs. Carradine? You have as much evidence as we do. Why should we perform all the work? I shall return shortly. A little while ago, when this particular story began, we spoke about the wind and the flame. How the same wind can kill or give greater life to a blaze. And so it is within ourselves. We are the flame, Our conscience is the wind. And we blaze or sputter according to those forces within us. We do a lot of blazing and a little bit of sputtering, just to give it variety, 7 times a week, right here. Our cast included Celeste Holm, Norman Rose, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
It's recording a vibration with an amplitude of nearly 60 millimeters.
Preliminary tremors already, but our calculations...
No. It's too strong for that. What's the depth?
It's only 70 feet.
But I don't get it.
What?
Well, look where it's coming from. Transpose the coordinates.
The valley? But that's safe ground. It's solid bedrock.
It seems to be moving at a steady pace. Good Lord.
What?
Look at the screen. Look where it's headed.
Straight towards the fault line.
What's the amplitude now?
It's still 60 millimeters.
Still? Are you sure?
Whatever it is 60 millimeters. It's still strong enough that if it comes into contact with the fault...
Wait, hang on a minute.
No, I'm calling the mayor. And if he won't listen, I'm calling the National Guard.
It's no use, Sam. If it's the real thing, it's too late.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. From the time the caveman discovered the fist to our present ingenious engines of destruction, what a long way we've come. And how much further will we go? Or perhaps I should say, can we go? How much longer can our reason keep pace with our sometimes irrational inventions? If these are questions that worry us today, think how much more urgent they'll be in the future.
I'm breaking out of here tonight.
How can you do that? You're confined to a wheelchair. This is maximum security.
I'm offering you the chance to come with me.
Huh? What's the catch?
That you serve me without question for the rest of your life.
You're crazy.
And you're a fool. Because now you too will die.
Our mystery drama, The Tunnel Man, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Ralph Bell. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What are mankind's chances for survival? We talk about the balance of power and the spread of nuclear weapons. But there is another voice at table. This is the voice of nature. We all have our pet fears, darkness, thunder, but perhaps the most terrifying of all is the earthquake. The thought that the solid earth on which we stand could suddenly divide beneath our feet and swallow us is so horrifying we refuse even to think about it. We're in a monitoring station on the West Coast.
Good morning, Dr. Trilby.
Oh, good morning, Sam.
How did your talk go with the mayor?
Well, the National Guard and local army units are standing by, but He still doesn't want to order an official evacuation of the city.
But that's insane. What right does he have not to warn the people of the full danger?
As long as there's any hope that the earthquake won't happen, he wants to remain optimistic.
Politicians. They never change, do they?
Any new developments over the night?
No. I spent half the night at the telescope watching the skies.
The planets come closer and closer together. And at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, they'll be in perfect alignment for the first time in 400 years.
And their combined gravitational pulls are going to activate every fault line on Earth, including the one we're sitting on. And all we can do is wait.
Well, I think you're being a little too pessimistic. After all, we can't know for certain what the effects will be until the Earth begins to enter the gravitational arc.
By which time it will be too late.
Well, it's still only a theory, Sam. After all, this same phenomenon of planetary alignment did occur 4 centuries ago without leaving any cataclysmic upheavals in its wake. I'd say there's still room for hope.
What's that?
The seismograph.
Well, it's going crazy. What is it?
I don't know. It's recording a vibration with an amplitude of nearly 60 millimeters.
Preliminary tremors already, but our calculations...
No. It's too strong for that. What's the depth?
It's only 70 feet.
But I don't get it.
What?
Well, look where it's coming from. Transpose the coordinates.
The valley? But that's safe ground. It's solid bedrock.
It seems to be moving at a steady pace. Good Lord.
What?
Look at the screen. Look where it's headed.
Straight towards the fault line. I'm calling the mayor, and if he won't listen, I'm calling the National Guard.
It's no use, Sam. If it's the real thing, it's too late.
Wait, what happened?
It stopped. We've lost it.
The vibration stopped?
Well, see for yourself. The needle's gone back to normal.
Well, what was it? What were we seeing?
I don't know. A vibration from out of nowhere, heading straight for the fault, and then just as suddenly it stops, disappears without a trace.
Dr. Trilby, there's something else.
What?
Its direction of travel. It was moving from east to west, but the stress lines in the valley run north and south.
Yes, of course.
Now, logically, its natural movement should have been with the stress lines, not across the grain.
Sam, I think as soon as Dr. Peterson arrives, you and I'd better go out to the valley and try to find out just what it was we were seeing.
Are you the bank manager?
Yes, James Dale.
Well, I'm Ron Hankler, police commissioner.
Thank you for coming, Commissioner.
Captain Aylward said it was a pretty extraordinary situation.
Well, I don't know what to make of it.
You've been robbed now, is it right?
Well, yes. I guess we have.
Well, just tell me what happened, Mr. Dale.
I can't.
What do you mean?
I mean, I can't explain it. I think perhaps I'd better take you down to the vault and let you see for yourself. Here we are. I had the guards close the vault. I thought it best if no one else saw. You see what I mean?
Well, that hole in the floor, it looks like...
I know, Commissioner. It looks like an earthquake. That concrete is 3 feet thick, and it's buckled like plywood.
Well, it's obviously a tunnel job.
No, that's just it. There isn't any tunnel. Your men dug down 10 feet and found nothing but dust.
Dust?
Solid dust. This bank sits on hard rock landfill, and it's been churned into powder.
But you say it was a robbery. There is money missing?
Yes.
Well, is there any other way a person could have entered the vault?
Absolutely none. This is our top security vault. It has a time lock. We only open it once each day, and today we...
You found the vault in this condition?
Yes.
How much did they get away with?
That's the other thing. This vault contains over $1 million of our reserves, but all it's missing is $10,000. And not only that, but what was taken
was in new $100 bills.
How new?
Straight from the mint. Still banded.
Which means the serial numbers are still recorded.
And consecutive. A person would have to be crazy to try to spend it. Yet, right next to that money was $1 million in older currency.
Who else knows about this?
The guard, myself, Captain Aylward, and 3 or 4 of your men. I thought it best not to tell the press. People are jumpy enough as it is because of the earthquake scare.
What earthquake?
Oh, Commissioner, everyone knows the situation. The conjunction of the planets or whatever it is that's supposed to take place tomorrow.
Well, those reports are a bit exaggerated.
But
Mr. Dale, did you or anyone else in the bank feel anything?
Well, no.
Well, then I think we have to assume this robbery was man-made from start to finish.
Huh? Then how was it done?
Well, that's up to us to try to find out. In the meantime, I want your assurance that you'll keep this quiet. If people are jumpy, there's no point in giving them ideas.
Dr. Trilby?
Yes, Sam?
Dr. Trilby, I talked to the farmers over there. They've been out in this field all morning.
And?
Nothing. They didn't hear a thing.
According to our data, the tremor passed right beneath this spot.
Yes, but there's nothing here.
I know. No throw, no horizontal displacement of any sort. Now look at this. Even the topsoil isn't disturbed.
Yet the signals we picked up indicated a vibration significant enough to have caused visible damage. Now, we've been tracing the tremor's course for over 3 miles now, and everywhere it's the same story. No one's heard or felt a thing. Now, we have got to report this to the authorities.
I guess so.
It's madness for them to wait any longer. Maybe everything we know doesn't tell us that disaster is inevitable. But what about everything we don't know? Yes, come in. Oh, excuse me. I didn't realize you were incapacitated.
I can manage by myself. You're the manager of this bank?
Yes, my name's James Dale. You're...
Mole. Mr. Mole.
Are you sure I can't help you?
I've been in this wheelchair for many years.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Don't be. It's a waste of time. I was tired of walking anyway.
I see. Well, one of the tellers said you wished to speak to me about something.
I want to open an account.
But one of our officers could handle that.
I deal with the top, Mr. Dale. You are the top here, aren't you?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
I want you to tell me how safe this building is.
Safe?
Is it safe from, for example, robbery?
Robbery? Of course. We haven't had a robbery here since this branch was opened.
What about from earthquakes?
Mr. Mole, we make it a policy never to turn away a customer, no matter how large or small his deposit may be.
Mine is a modest sum, Mr. Dale, $10,000.
$10,000? I wouldn't call that modest.
I look on it as an investment.
Well, of course, your money will be very soundly invested. You'll earn a guaranteed return of 6%.
I had in mind a somewhat higher figure.
Well, in a limited withdrawal account, the rate is 8%.
How about 10,000%?
What? But that would be $100 million.
Where do I sign?
Mr. Mole, if this is some kind of joke, I'm a very busy man.
Mr. Dale, you are a very confused man.
I believe in your case we can make an exception to our policy of never turning away a customer.
Without seeing the color of his money?
Yes.
Oh, but I think you'll accept it. Here.
This money?
If you don't trust me, you can count it. $10,000 in brand new $100 bills.
Where did you get this? Guard! I'm afraid, Mr. Mole, or whatever your real name is, that I'll have to ask you to remain here while I call the police.
A large metropolitan area hovers on the brink of disaster. Its scientists probe for signs. All the known data is sifted for clues, even as the feeling of helplessness grows. And then, suddenly, the unknown. A strange tremor. An incredible bank robbery. And now the arrival of a mysterious stranger. I shall return shortly with Act Two. The mysterious Mr. Mole has been taken into police custody without resistance. Nor does he make any effort to deny his responsibility for the $10,000 robbery. But as to how this robbery was accomplished, that he does not seem willing to tell, at least not yet. However, the question which no one dares ask is what connection, if any, his bizarre actions have to the impending doom facing the city. The commissioner of police has sent for the mayor.
Come in, Your Honor. Come in.
I came as soon as I could get the city council off my back. You made it sound pretty urgent.
I'm not sure.
Those damn fools on the council want to sound the alarm and throw everybody into a panic over this earthquake business.
Don't you think it might be wise to undertake an orderly evacuation of the city while there is still time?
No. The reports from Dr. Trilby at the Mount Olive Laboratory are still not conclusive. It's still not definitely known that this planetary business tomorrow will have any effect on the fault.
Mr. Mayor, we have less than 24 hours left. Now, as a precaution, what can it hurt?
Hurt? I can tell you exactly what it can hurt. First of all, there'll be a stampede. People killing each other trying to escape, no matter how much time we tell them they have. Crowding the bridges, traffic jams, accidents. And then there'll be others who will see a golden opportunity to stay behind and run riot, looting stores, robbing banks.
We have the Army and the National Guard to keep order. Not to mention my men, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner, we've had this discussion 100 times. Now,
what is it that you're really afraid of?
All right, I'll tell you. It's that when all the shouting dies down, we'll discover the city's reputation has suffered irreparable damage. People will begin moving out for good. The possibility of a major quake has never been a secret, but up to now the city has thrived in spite of it. And you know why? Because our citizens are tough. They have confidence. They're optimists.
You just can't believe it would actually ever happen, can you?
No, I can't.
But scientists know it's inevitable. It's only a question of when.
That's right, when. 100 years from now, 200, 1,000... Now, look, if this is all you wanted to see me about...
No, Your Honor, it isn't. There was a robbery this morning at the First Pacific Bank.
Oh, Commissioner, please, I don't have time...
Now, wait, I think you should hear me out. An hour ago, we took a man into custody. He offered no resistance. In fact, he's as good as gave himself up. He wheeled into the bank manager's office and attempted to open an account with the very money that was stolen not 2 hours before.
He wheeled in?
Yes, he's confined to a chair.
What does this have to do with me?
He is demanding to see you. And I think under the circumstances...
Now, look, I can't waste time now on crackpots. I've got my hands full. How can a man in a wheelchair rob a bank?
Well, that's just it. The method he used. It seems to have been an earthquake.
What?
Yes, the floor of the vault was torn apart, and the ground beneath was crushed to a powder as if the earth had shifted.
Well, didn't the people in the bank feel anything?
No.
Well, this is preposterous.
I don't know. There's something about this man, something ominous. An incredible sense of power. And I think if we ignore him, Mr. Mayor, it's at our own peril. I've ordered him kept in complete isolation. Now, as far as I'm concerned, the less contact he has with anyone, the better. Here's his cell.
Oh, where is he?
What?
Well, there's no one in there.
He's gone.
Look, if this is your idea of maximum security...
Look, the floor. It's been chewed to bits.
Well, he must have had some kind of tool concealed in his wheelchair.
There is no tool that could wreak that kind of damage. That's 3 feet of steel-reinforced concrete.
Whatever it was, he obviously tunneled out.
I don't think so.
Well, he's gone, isn't he? There's no hole in the ceiling. There aren't any windows. And I watched you unlock the door myself. What other direction could he possibly have gone except down?
But you won't find a tunnel.
Well, how do you know?
Because this is exactly what happened at the First Pacific Bank. Look.
Commissioner, what are you doing?
I am digging to show you that there is no tunnel.
All
All right, stop raising all that dust. Look, this isn't dust, Mr. Mayor. It is bedrock. It is solid granite. It's the earth we stand on.
Sam? Yes, Dr. Trilby?
What time is it?
5:57.
Right on schedule. Pluto is almost in place. Neptune is closing. One by one, the planets are entering a common gravitational arc. One by one, the fields of pull are beginning to overlap.
We'll be reaching the edge of the arc ourselves in less than 4 hours.
Yes. That's when the real test begins, Sam. Well, if our theory is correct, the fault should begin to respond with tremors of 1 to 5 millimeters, which will increase steadily at shorter and shorter intervals.
Until 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, when the alignment will be absolute.
And we'll all know once and for all the true nature of the fault we've lived on all these years.
Eh? Who are you?
Mr. Mayor?
How did you get into my office?
Your secretary has a very usable sympathy for people with disabilities.
That wheelchair. Are you...
My name is Mole. Mr. Mole.
You're the man who escaped from the city jail, who robbed that bank.
All that was only by way of establishing my credentials.
Miss Walcott, get me the police commissioner on the phone.
You're not a very curious man, are you, Mr. Mayor? My exploits have left you unimpressed.
Now, look, I have no time for anecdotes of a petty criminal. I have more important things on my mind.
That's why I'm here. Your city is in danger, is it not?
Well, there's no absolute proof. I'm still waiting final word from our laboratory on Mount Olive.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I have some good news for you. And some bad news.
Now, look,
It would behoove you to listen. In fact, you are right. The danger this imminent alignment of the planets poses has been exaggerated by those cautious creatures who refuse to accept the fact that to live means to take risks. According to my calculations, the chance of a major disaster is well under 50%.
And just what are your calculations?
They're worth a great deal to me. I'm a practical scientist, Mr. Mayor, a very practical scientist. You see, my calculations are based on one very important assumption. They'll hold only if nature is permitted to take its course.
What do you mean?
I mean, Your Honor, that I am also an inventor.
Look, who are you? Just how did you escape?
Now you are curious, eh? We can begin to talk usefully.
Yes? Look, Commissioner, I think you'd better come over here at once. Your prisoner is in my office.
On the contrary, Mr. Mayor, you are my prisoner.
What?
But you are not alone. The commissioner is also my prisoner. In fact, your entire city is in my hands.
Mr. Mayor, what is going on?
I don't know.
Mr. Commissioner?
You. Mr. Mayor, are you all right? I brought a detail with me. They're waiting outside.
I don't think we'll need your men, Commissioner.
It seems the explanation of my movements has upset His Honor.
Well, I'd like to hear that explanation myself.
Do you know what a submarine is?
Of course I know what a submarine is. What kind of question is that?
Well, it seems Mr. Mole here has invented its terrestrial equivalent.
A machine that moves through the earth?
Precisely, Commissioner. As a submarine moves through water.
How?
By an extremely simple device. The nose of my Earthship contains a rotating unit 15 feet in diameter. This unit resembles an enormous screw, and it can turn at speeds high enough to cut through even the most obdurate bedrock.
And that is how you got into the bank?
Oh, no. The mothership is far too big for such precision work. There is a smaller two-man craft, which of course operates on the same principle. The blades of the screws are made of a metal compound, also of my own invention, which churn the earth to dust. The dust is then channeled through grooves to the rear of the craft and left just where it was.
Huh. Which explains why you left no tunnel.
The actual robbery was committed by two of my crewmen, and my escape was effected in the same manner.
Just how many men do you have?
Enough.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, sure. It's very clever. But its limitations are obvious. Well, how do you mean? This time, we won't be so considerate of Mr. Mole's condition. He'll have a nice cell on the top floor.
I don't think so.
Well, why not?
Well, because there's something else, something he hasn't told you yet.
My Earthship resembles a submarine in one more respect, Commissioner. It contains an arsenal.
Arsenal?
Yes. It has torpedoes. And at this very moment, they are trained on the three primary focus points of the fault that surrounds the city. Do you know what a focus point is, Commissioner?
I'm not sure.
They are the vulnerable points of a fault line. If those torpedoes are released tomorrow afternoon, the combination of their impacts and the stresses created by the gravitational pull of the planets will detonate an earthquake unparalleled in the history of the world.
I don't believe this. The man is mad.
Commissioner, please. He won't do it. He's got a proposition. He wants $100 million.
Well, that is ridiculous.
I have also given your mayor a list of supplies which I will want delivered to an inland location.
He's building a whole underground kingdom.
Mr. Mayor, come to your senses. The man's an extortionist. It's just a bluff. How do we know that he can do what he claims?
You saw what he did to that bank vault and to your maximum security prison.
Yes, but underground torpedoes that can move with enough speed and force to set off an earthquake.
Your commissioner has a point. Of course, it's only right that when one asks for such a sum as I have, he has to expect to put up collateral.
What are you doing?
These buttons on my wheelchair are my means of communication with my crew. I expected to encounter skepticism, you see, so I've arranged a final demonstration.
No.
It's too late, Mr. Mayor. The signal's already been sent. But you don't have to worry.
Well, what are you going to do?
I believe your window there affords a view of a small peninsula across the bay.
Yes.
There is a small spur from the main fault, which runs directly across its base. I have just instructed my men to fire at it. We should be able to see the results momentarily.
Good Lord. The entire peninsula vanishing into the ocean.
Fortunately, the peninsula was uninhabited. Such will not be the case tomorrow. If my demands have not been met and I'm not back on board my Earthship by tomorrow afternoon at precisely 4 p.m., 500 miles of coastline, including this entire city, will go crashing into the sea.
With a faith worthy of our primitive ancestors, we extend our civilization to the very brink of disaster and cross our fingers. And now, suddenly, without warning, another specter which haunts us all has become a reality. The specter of absolute power in the hands of a man whose heart is filled with madness. I shall return shortly with our final act. Someone once said that malice can always find a target to shoot at and a pretense to fire. Mr. Mole has found both, and if his demands are not met, he could very well exceed all previous marksmen. While frantic conferences are taking place through the night in City Hall, the two scientists on Mount Olive keep their quiet vigil, unaware that now another clock besides nature's is winding down.
It's a peaceful night, isn't it, Sam?
Almost midnight. In a few minutes, the Earth will enter the gravitational arc, and our precise calculations can begin.
I've devoted my career to studying this fault. For 20 years, I've sought to unlock its mysteries, to elevate the art of prediction to an exact science. And now, within a few hours, at last, I'll be able to say absolutely
what it's going to do.
Dr. Trilby, are you all right?
What? Oh, yes. Forgive me, Sam. The inhuman scientist with his distorted priorities. Well, we better go in.
I just want one last look.
It's a beautiful city, isn't it?
Why hasn't anyone left? Why are they waiting for an official edict? Look at all those lights down there still burning in practically every home and every building as far as the eye can see.
That's your answer, Sam. Lights for as far as the eye can see. Centuries of evolution and progress. And people just can't believe that it could all just disappear.
General Scarborough?
Yes?
Thank goodness you've arrived. I'm Mayor Gibbs, and this is Ron Hankler, Commissioner of Police.
Hello, General.
Did you bring the money?
Yes, the President authorized its withdrawal.
Good. I'll get Mr. Mole.
Now, just a minute, ma'am. I brought this money with me only as a last resort.
Last resort? General, what other alternatives do we have?
I think you gentlemen can appreciate the precedent we'll be establishing if we simply pay this madman off. We'd be putting the entire country at his mercy.
The entire country?
That's right, Commissioner. Nearly 1/3 of our population lives in areas vulnerable to earthquakes.
Well, there are millions of people in danger right now.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, no thanks to you.
What do you mean?
If you had ordered an evacuation of the city before now, we might have had a little more room to maneuver with this maniac. As of this evening, the President has declared martial law here and appointed me his deputy. From now on, you are under my command. And our first matter of business is to begin an evacuation at once. Tonight, we clear the hospitals and other institutions. The general evacuation, that'll have to wait until daybreak to minimize the risk of panic. The second matter of business is to consider the options we have for trying to stop this Mr. Mole.
What options?
We've been able to pinpoint the exact location of this Earthship. Army scientists are drawing up strategies for its destruction.
Well, that's suicide. It's...
Hello, Mayor Gibbs speaking.
You might as well wave a red flag in front of a bull.
General Scarborough, it's for you.
Oh, thanks. Hello. Yeah? But do you think it'll work? All right, good. Go ahead and keep me posted. Gentlemen, we may have our answer. Our scientists have been developing a new kind of light beam that may be able to penetrate the Earth. If it's successful, we can then transmit a specific nuclear charge right along its length and explode the ship.
But what if the men on board that machine get wind of this?
Impossible. The beam's frequency is undetectable by any device we know of.
But if they do, there's no telling what will happen. They may fire those torpedoes.
With their leader here in our custody?
General, you haven't met this man. He's crazy.
I think that's something I'd like to determine for myself.
Who are you?
I'm General Scarborough, United States Army.
And you want to know if I'm really prepared to carry out my threat, eh?
Well, you have to admit it's a fair question. You've been separated from your wheelchair and strapped into that straitjacket. You have no way of communicating with your ship.
It's not necessary. My men have their full instructions.
Now, look, before we give you this money, if we do, I think we have the right to ask what you intend to use it for.
I believe in preparing for the future, General. History began when our ancestors emerged from their caves, and it will end with mankind forced to return to them.
How can you be sure of that?
Because that is what happened to me.
What do you mean?
Why do you think I wear these dark glasses? Why do you think I can't walk? Look at my skin.
What happened?
Surely you recognize the symptoms of radiation burn, General? I was made a guinea pig once. I was the subject of certain experiments. One miscalculation, and this is how I emerged. Paralyzed below the waist, and allergic to the sun. I have no choice but to live as I do, or not to live at all.
So you think you can build an underground empire?
I am already in the process of fortifying and supplying the caverns beneath your country. Your government's contribution should help us considerably. You have to admit the logic of it, General. It's only a matter of time before you all blow each other to pieces.
You don't have much faith in us, Mr. Mole.
Well, why should I when I'm the one who is going to ignite the spark?
What do you mean?
Where do you keep most of your missiles, General? Underground? Isn't that right?
Just what are you planning to do?
I've been banished from the Earth's service. But I've made the nether regions mine. When the Holocaust comes, the Earth will be your only refuge. But admittance will be at my discretion.
You're mad.
But my method is flawless, eh?
Mr. Mole, I'm going to make you an offer. And I'm going to make it only once. We'll put you in radio contact with your Earthship. You will order your men to the surface to surrender.
But why should I do this?
Because at this very moment we are cutting a channel to your Earthship with a laser beam. When the channel is complete, we will dispatch a specific nuclear charge. You have less than 2 minutes to prevent that.
You could have spared yourself the trouble, General. My men will have detected this and relocated the ship.
Nobody has a detection device for this laser.
When you travel without sight, General, you realize very quickly that your other senses have to take up the slack if you are going to survive.
Scarborough here. What? I see. No further instructions at the moment.
Well?
You are right. The ship has relocated.
Light travels in a straight line, and now you'll have to start all over. But you can see it's pointless, of course.
Mr. Mole, I appeal to you as one human being to another.
Human? In my condition? You flatter me, General. Time is getting shorter. Let us consider our options, eh? Either you'll meet my demands or you won't. If you do, I leave your city in the hands of nature. If you don't, we all die.
Very well. Obviously, we can't meet your demands and allow you to go. So we must concede you the city and carry on with the evacuation. But I am telling you now, Mr. Mole, you will be left behind.
I won't be alone, General.
What do you mean?
There's one thing I haven't told you.
Which is?
Before I was separated from my wheelchair, I sent a final message to my crew.
General Scarborough.
What? Oh, Mr. Mayor.
It's nearly daylight now. Should we put the general evacuation into effect?
No.
But we have less than 12 hours.
There's not going to be any general evacuation.
We'll all be killed.
We'll also be killed if we try to escape.
What happened?
Mr. Mole gave his crew instructions to monitor the vibrations of traffic leaving the city. With the orders that if the vibrations went above a certain amplitude, the ship is to proceed immediately with the attempt to detonate the fault.
But then, of course, we must pay him the money and let him go.
That is out of the question.
Well, why?
Mole has no intention of stopping, short of destroying all life on the surface of the Earth. And therefore, we must stop him here, even though it means the death of everyone on this coast, including ourselves.
Isn't there anything we can do?
Nothing but wait. Wait until 4 this afternoon when the planets are aligned and the torpedoes are fired.
And then?
And then we cross our fingers and hope the fault holds.
But what you're saying is we're doomed.
That's right. Unless...
Unless what?
What time is it now?
7:35. There's barely 8 hours left.
All right. I want a pad and a pencil and a survey map of the area. For the next half hour, I don't want to be disturbed under any circumstances.
And then?
And then I'm going to pay one more visit to Mr. Mole.
You're back, General, eh? You reconsidered?
Not at all. However, since we're both waiting for the end, I thought you might like to pass the time.
What did you have in mind?
You play chess?
I must warn you, I am an excellent player, General. But if that is your wish, where's the board?
Here.
What's this?
A geological survey map of the area.
You have a bizarre sense of humor, General. Very well, I trust you will explain the rules to me as we go along. Who makes the first move?
Oh, you already have. And it was the wrong one.
What do you mean?
The original position of your Earthship was here. When our laser began its penetration, the ship moved here. Away from the beam's angle, it's true, but closer to the fault.
Still quite far enough away to be safe.
But you see how the fault curves slightly around your position. It creates a kind of pocket, and that limits your options.
Just what is it you're driving at?
The laser takes 10 minutes to penetrate the ground the first time, but the second time, in the same spot, the transmission is instantaneous, thus effectively eliminating that space as one which your ship can pass through.
So I am in retreat. Is that it?
Straight toward the fault.
The pawns against the king.
My calculations tell me I can force your ship into the fault zone in 28 moves. At 10 minutes a move, that's 4.5 hours, which will leave us 3 hours to evacuate the city.
And if my men see what you are doing and detonate the fault before they are within its range?
That's a chance we'll have to take.
If your plan works, it means a stalemate. And the future will be left up to nature, after all.
General Scarborough here. Yes? And the new position? Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, we've done it. They just moved within the fault zone.
Then we can go ahead with the evacuation?
That's right, Commissioner. Headquarters has already sent orders down the line.
Look out the window there.
Yes, traffic's already beginning to move across the bridges.
With 3 hours, if all goes smoothly, everyone should be safe.
We've done it. We can escape. And who knows, perhaps the fault will hold after all. Come in. Oh, Dr. Trilby, we've been expecting you.
Good day, Mayor.
The commissioner, you know, of course, and this is General Scarborough.
Hello, General. Congratulations. I just heard the whole story. I'd no idea that what was going on down here, but that explains the mysterious tremor we detected yesterday.
Yes, it was Mole's ship moving into its original position.
I'm sure your laboratory has been a quiet place compared to City Hall these last few hours.
Yes, but now, thanks to the general here, we're free.
Yes, well...
Dr. Trilby, have you completed all your calculations?
Yes, I have.
You can say for certain now what will happen?
Yes, General.
Well?
We can only hope that everyone will get out of the city in time.
Perhaps the single most terrifying thing about nature is its total indifference. It is beyond the reach of reason, independent of our concepts of right and wrong, justice and morality. We cannot always predict its movements, and we certainly cannot control it. The one thing we do know about nature is the one thing we so often forget, that we ignore it at our peril. I shall return in a moment. The brain is like a muscle, and just as some loads are too heavy for the arms to lift, so there are thoughts too awesome for the mind to bear. Our story took place in the future and falls properly into the realm of science fiction, but we thought it best to tell it to you now, while we still could. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Court Benson, Earl Hammond, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I was talking to Maribel.
To Maribel?
She accused me of killing her. I denied it. I shouted at her. I screamed. I didn't kill you.
Rebecca.
Hear me out. But the louder I screamed, the more I became convinced that I was lying.
Rebecca, what are you saying?
I'm saying I did kill Maribel.
Let me get you something warm to drink.
No, please, don't humor me.
But please.
When she first accused me...
Well, how could she accuse you? She's dead.
That's right.
It isn't true that you killed her.
It is true. Now, I know. I did kill her.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We are told that it is useful, even vital, to plan ahead. And it sounds and seems reasonable enough. However, there are philosophers who tell us that man proposes while God disposes, and that the best laid plans of mice and men gang after gley. So, what's to be done? How shall we live? I suppose I might answer, as best we can. But that's begging the question, isn't it?
Maribel, what are you doing here?
I came here to ask you a question, Miss Russell.
But you're dead.
Yes, ma'am. That's why it's so important. Miss Russell, tell me why you killed me.
Me? I didn't kill you. You died in an accident.
Why did you kill me?
An automobile accident. I wasn't even there.
Why did you kill me?
Our mystery drama, The Plan, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Kim Hunter. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Nothing will sustain you more potently than the power to recognize in your humdrum routine the true poetry of life. Perhaps it's true. Perhaps there is poetry visible to the poet as he gazes upon the sameness of every day. Well, now, consider Robert and Rebecca Russell, a comfortable married couple, fairly well along in years. Their lives have flowed along quietly, peacefully, contentedly. They don't care too much for surprises. They favor the tried and true. They will never set the world on fire, but should that be held against them?
Is something wrong, Robert?
Well, the egg. It isn't 3 minutes.
It isn't? But I did set the timer for 3 minutes exactly.
You set the timer?
Well, yes, Robert.
But where's Maribel?
Maribel hasn't arrived yet.
She hasn't? My goodness, it's 5 minutes after 8.
Yes, I know. It's not like her to be late.
She knows exactly how to handle the timer.
Well, if you don't like the egg, please don't ask for the toast. I burned it.
Oh, you poor dear.
And as for the coffee... Robert, dear, cooking has never been a particularly strong point with me. I do hope Maribel gets here soon. I'm terrified at the prospect of having to prepare lunch.
Why do you suppose she's late? This must be the first time in 25 years.
Well, today's her birthday.
Oh, so it is. I'll go out and buy her a little gift.
Now, be careful not to spoil her. I thought I'd do something extra nice for her, and so last night as she was leaving, I said, Maribel, here's $5. Tomorrow morning, you forget that bus. I want you to come here in a taxi. Start your birthday off in style.
She must have liked that.
That's probably why she's late. Some cab driver could be bringing her by the scenic route.
I think I'll go down the street and get the paper.
And you'll also pop into the coffee shop for breakfast?
Why don't you join me?
No, I'd better wait here for Maribel.
All right, I'll bring something back for you. Rebecca?
I'm in the kitchen.
I have a container of coffee for you.
I can use that.
Maribel isn't here?
No, not yet, and it's 9:30.
Something must have happened.
She would have called.
Well, have you tried her place?
Yes, there wasn't any answer.
Well, then I don't know what to make of it.
I'll try again.
Could she have overslept?
No. She has a built-in alarm clock, that one.
Look, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation.
Well, I would think so.
No answer?
I didn't expect there would be. I'm worried.
Oh, you see, there she is now.
Well, she never rings the bell. She has a key.
Well, I'd better answer it, I guess. Oh, what can I do for you?
I'm Officer Ullman of the North Precinct.
Yes, officer. Do you want to come in?
Is this the Russell home?
Yes. I'm Robert Russell, and this is my wife, Rebecca.
You employed a domestic by the name of Maribel Spencer?
You said employed. Is something wrong?
Yes.
You're trying to break something gently, officer. Is it what I think it is?
Yes.
Oh.
You'd better sit down, my dear.
Oh.
There was a card in a purse. It said, in case of emergency, notify Mrs. Robert Russell, 310 Wallace.
How did it happen?
It was one of those freak accidents.
Yes?
She was in a cab. It was coming up Garfield Avenue. That's just a couple of blocks from here.
I know where it is.
Thing like that doesn't happen once in 100 years. You got this crew. They're going to hoist a safe up into one of those new buildings on Garfield. It's just a couple of blocks from here.
Yes, officer. I know where it is.
Well, they got the thing in the sling, and the block and tackle is all rigged up, you know. They're lifting it in the air up alongside the building. Well, it's maybe 7, 8 stories high, you see.
Are you trying to tell us that...
Yeah, the cable snapped. Just broke, and this great big steel safe must have weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Maybe comes plunging down into the street.
Oh, no.
Yeah, just as this cab is coming by.
Oh, my.
And the safe, well, hits the cab, and, that's about it.
She's dead?
Well, yes, ma'am, I thought we understood that going in. She's dead. The driver's dead. The cab was demolished.
Robert, I don't think I feel very, very well.
Now, go inside and lie down for a bit. Officer, thank you for letting us know.
Yeah. Oh, there's just one more thing.
Yes?
Yeah, she has to be identified. It has to be made official, and since you're the one that's supposed to be told, then you're the one that has to,
Go down to the morgue.
Yeah. Well, I thought you understood that.
Do I have to go now?
Well, ma'am, the sooner the better, if you don't mind. Now, ma'am, the attendant's gonna roll out this, it's kind of a table, and you just look. Go ahead, Julius.
Oh.
Ms. Russell?
Yes. Maribel?
You're positive?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry to have to keep asking, but it's important for us not to make a mistake.
Important? Don't.
You're satisfied it's Maribel Spencer?
Satisfied. Yes, I'm satisfied. It's Maribel Spencer.
Okay, Julius, it's a definite. Well, now, Miss Russell, it's over. It's all over.
Rebecca?
Yes, Robert. Is it dinner time?
No, dear, not quite. But you had a very long nap.
Oh, I was tired.
If you sleep too much during the day, you're certain to have a restless night.
That's true. Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter?
Look at this room. Everything seems to be so dusty. You know what I think?
Tell me, dear.
Maribel may be getting just a wee bit too old to handle the whole house by herself.
Rebecca?
Well, darling, the cleaning, the cooking, the laundry, it wasn't all that bad while she was younger.
Rebecca, what are you saying? Maribel is dead. Did you hear me?
Yes. Yes, Robert, I heard you. It's just sometimes I wake up from sleep, a deep sleep. Weren't you the one that said when we sleep, we're in another world?
Yes, dear, but that was just sort of a literary...
But I believe it. I believe we are in another world while we sleep. And sometimes when you wake up suddenly and you haven't quite left that one and you haven't quite returned to this one, do you understand?
I think so.
So you're betwixt and between both worlds. You've left the fantasy of the one, but you're not quite inside the reality of the other. And at a time like that, I just keep forgetting that Maribel is gone. You see, Robert?
Rebecca, you'll have to accept the fact that Maribel is dead.
I've accepted it.
But you haven't.
I've just admitted it.
Every morning at 7:30, you keep looking at the door. Why?
I'm not aware that I...
You keep listening for Maribel's key to turn in the lock. You keep waiting for Maribel to walk into the house.
That isn't so.
It is so, my darling. That's why I keep saying you haven't accepted the fact that Maribel is dead.
Oh, Robert, I know she's dead.
Well, then why don't we hire another maid?
Another maid like Maribel? Never. They just don't exist.
I know we'll never get another Maribel. I mean, just another maid. You can't run this house by yourself. Now, there are various employment agencies.
I know, Robert, I know. First thing tomorrow morning.
You've been saying that every day for the past 3 weeks. It's all part of what I've been saying. You refuse to accept the fact that Maribel is dead. Now, why? Can't you tell me why?
No.
But does that mean you refuse to tell me? Or does it mean you don't know yourself?
Oh, Robert, I'm tired. I'm so tired. I just want to have a little nap.
But that won't do you any good, darling. You can't escape into sleep. You'll have to face up to it.
Please, Robert, I will. I just want to close my eyes for a little. Maribel.
Good morning, Miss Russell.
Oh, Maribel, where have you been?
I've been away, Miss Russell.
And now you've come back?
Yes, I'll come back.
To work?
No, Miss Russell. I can't come back to work.
Oh, did you get another job?
No, ma'am.
Don't you want to work for me anymore?
Oh, yes, I do.
Well, then why don't you?
Because I can't.
Why can't you?
Because I'm dead.
You're dead.
You know I'm dead. You saw me lying there, lying on the slab.
Maribel, what is it? Why have you come?
I want to ask you a question. Will you answer?
Yes.
Will you tell me the truth?
Well, did I ever lie to you?
What did you have against me?
What did I have against you? Oh, my poor Maribel, I didn't have anything against you.
If you had nothing against me, ma'am, then why did you kill me?
Why did I what? Why did you kill me? How can you say that?
Because you killed me.
No, I didn't kill you.
It's because of you that I'm dead. Why did you do it?
I didn't kill you. I didn't kill you. Didn't kill you.
My darling. Wake up. You're having a terrible dream.
I didn't kill you. Oh.
Of course you didn't.
I was talking to Maribel.
To Maribel?
She accused me of killing her. I denied it. I shouted at her. I screamed. I didn't kill you.
Rebecca.
Hear me out. But the louder I screamed, the more I became convinced that I was lying.
Rebecca, what are you saying?
I'm saying I did kill Maribel.
Let me get you something warm to drink.
No, please, don't humor me.
But please.
When she first accused me...
Well, how could she accuse you? She's dead.
That's right.
It isn't true that you killed her.
It is true. Now, I know I did kill her.
Why should she say that? We were told exactly in great detail the facts in Maribel Spencer's death. And yet Rebecca is convinced that she is to blame. To show you how exquisitely fair we play, the reason for Rebecca's belief has already been presented. Do you know what it is? Well, I'm not going to say another word until I return with Act 2. The whole question of dreams has always been up in the air. I suppose it depends on when you lived. Today, a man who is out of touch with reality is called a dreamer. But in ancient times, men looked deeply into their dreams in order to find the reality of their lives. We have a lady with us today, and she just had a dream that's an absolute beaut.
Rebecca, let's start from the beginning. You dreamed you saw Maribel.
It may have been more than a dream.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Well, at any rate, in this dream, Maribel says you killed her.
Yes.
But Maribel was killed in an unfortunate accident while riding in a taxi cab some 6 or 7 blocks from here. That's been established.
Yes, Robert.
Then her accusation that you killed her simply does not hold water.
It may not hold water, but it does hold the truth. Just ask yourself, Robert, what was she doing in that taxi?
Well, she was coming here to work.
Why was she in a taxi?
Because you'd given her the money to ride in one.
And don't you see it?
See what?
Every working day for 25 years, she had come here by bus. The number 16 bus, door to door. Then because, and only because, I gave her the money.
Oh, no. We can't have any of that.
Any of what?
Any of that misplaced guilt.
Misplaced?
Unfounded.
At 5 minutes to 7 each morning, Maribel Spencer would catch the number 16 bus in front of her tenement. It would leave her here at the corner at exactly 25 after. Is that a fact?
None of this has anything to do
Had she made her bus as usual, she would have arrived here safe and on time as usual.
Rebecca, we cannot control fate.
That isn't true. I controlled her fate.
No, not intentionally. Not consciously.
Yes, consciously.
You caused that cable in the hoist to snap? You were the one responsible for the safe falling?
But I placed her inside that cab.
But it wasn't deliberate.
It was. I ordered her to take one.
Darling, you speak as if you'd done something terrible.
I did.
But it wasn't intentional.
The results are the same. She's dead.
It was an act of kindness.
Was it? I don't know.
How can you not know?
The day before she'd finished about the house, she was ready to leave, and she said to me... I remember she said to me...
Miss Russell.
What is it, Maribel?
Might I have the day off tomorrow?
Oh. Is there any special reason?
Oh, yes, ma'am. It's my birthday.
Oh. Well, I wish you'd notified me sooner.
Or if it isn't convenient,
Well, it's just that I had...
Ma'am, forget I asked.
But it's your birthday.
I had lots of birthdays.
No, Maribel, you just take off.
I can see it wouldn't be convenient. It's not that important.
Are you sure it's all right, Maribel?
I'm sure. Yes, ma'am. I'm sure.
Oh, you're a gem, a perfect gem.
I guess I'll be leaving now, ma'am.
Maribel, I'll tell you what. Seeing as tomorrow's your birthday, why don't you come to work in style? You forget all about that old number 16 bus. Take this $5 and ride to work in a taxi cab.
No, Miss Russell, I couldn't do that.
Nonsense. Here. Tomorrow morning, you just ride in that taxi like a queen.
Well, I don't see how you can blame yourself. You were willing to give her the day off.
No, I wasn't. And she sensed it. And she was too timid to insist.
Rebecca.
No. Oh, Robert, what sort of hard, cruel, terrible woman am I?
Now, Rebecca, I won't permit you to say that about yourself.
But it's true. A woman worked for me 25 years, and she felt so frightened, so insecure that she didn't even feel entitled to take the day off on her birthday.
Why did you refuse her?
Why?
I'm sure you must have had a good reason.
No, I didn't. I didn't have any reason at all.
Well, then why?
Why, I don't know. It was just a kind of irrational reaction to...
To what?
Oh, I'll never know. It just came out, that's all. Something made me say no.
But surely you must know what that something is.
Oh, stop it, Robert. You're badgering me.
I only want to know why you didn't give the poor woman the day off.
Isn't it obvious?
No, dear.
I said no to her because it really did not suit my convenience for her to stay home that day. I did not wish to do for myself.
Oh, Rebecca.
And her needs were of no more consequence to me than those of a bird that perches on my windowsill.
This isn't you, Rebecca.
And the final insult, the supreme gesture of contempt. The $5 I casually tossed at her. Take a cab, my poor peasant. Taste on this rare occasion what is my regular diet.
Rebecca, I'm going to take you to a doctor.
Why? Am I crazy? Am I? Oh, Robert, I'm losing my mind.
Please, relax now.
I'm not mean.
Of course not.
Or vicious.
Never.
And I was a good mistress to her.
The best.
I treated her very well.
Exceptionally.
Then why didn't I let her take the day off? What made her come to work that day?
Rebecca, you must believe that there's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. There is nothing that has not been ordained.
Do you believe that?
I believe there's a plan.
A plan?
Someone said the good Lord does not play dice with the universe.
Yes.
And so all events form part of a grand design. All moves have a meaning.
You do believe it. You're not just saying it to make me feel better.
Perhaps we shall never understand it. Perhaps we may even refuse to accept it. But we're powerless to change it. It's the plan. And the plan called for Maribel to die that morning. It wasn't your fault.
And now for a follow-up on the news. Who will ever forget that freak accident about a month ago in which a huge steel safe fell some 7 stories right on a passing taxi? It killed the passenger, Miss Maribel Spencer, and the driver, Tom Horvath. The Faulkner Rigging Company is being investigated to see if there is a basis for negligence. Maribel Spencer was a household worker. Mr. Horvath drove the cab to put himself through college. He was an honor student and taking an advanced degree in chemistry. Stay tuned for another follow-up of the news on the half hour.
Tom Horvath.
Darling, please, you'll have to forget this whole business.
I try, Robert, but I can't.
It wasn't your fault.
You keep saying that, and I keep trying to believe it. Horvath. Tom Horvath. He drove the cab. I saw his picture in the paper. A bright, handsome boy.
I tell you what, let's go out in the fresh air. A walk will do you a world of good.
No, you go, dear. I'm tired right now.
Darling, try to put it out of your mind.
Mrs. Russell. Mrs. Russell. Please. Wake up, Mrs. Russell.
Who are you? How did you get in here?
I don't know how I got in here, but I do know who I am.
Who are you? What do you want? I'll scream for the police.
There's nothing the police can do to me.
Why?
Because I'm dead.
Who are you?
You know who I am. Tom Horvath. Thomas Jefferson Horvath.
I'm dreaming.
Does that make any difference?
What do you want?
I want to know something.
Yes?
I want the truth. I have the right to know the truth. Why did you kill me?
You have no right to say that I killed you.
It's because of you that I'm dead.
No.
A lady got into my cab that morning. An elderly lady. A tired, elderly lady. How tired, how elderly, I didn't realize until I said, "Good morning, ma'am." And do you know what she said? You know how she answered me? Do you know what she said?
I don't really believe I ever had a good morning in 25 years.
Now, you don't want to talk that way, lady?
I'm not a lady. A lady sits all day in an easy chair, eats little chocolate cakes, drinks from tiny glasses as thin and clear as a bubble of soap. Well, how much is this ride about to cost me?
$5 plus the tip.
$5 plus the tip. Oh, yes, there'll be a tip. But I'll have to pay that myself. It's the same with every gift she ever gave me. At the end, there's always something I must pay.
Well, lady, these days a taxi ride's not a treat.
If only I could use this $5 to buy something I really need.
Okay, why don't you?
Oh, no. The lady. She'll be watching from the window to see me get out of the cab. And she'll spend the day talking about what a nice, easy trip I had. Proving to me how kind, how generous she is. I'm afraid not to ride in a taxi.
You see what I mean? Lady? Why did you force her to do it?
I was only being nice. I thought she'd enjoy it.
Couldn't you just let her have the $5? Without strings, you forced that tired, exhausted old woman to come to work, to get into my cab. And therefore, at 16 minutes after 7 that morning, I was driving down Garfield Street when...
Please, it didn't have to be your cab.
But it was. Do you know how hard I worked to save money to go to school? Everybody said I'd be a brilliant chemist.
I'm sorry.
And now it's all gone. All because of your vanity.
I said I was sorry. What could I have done?
You could have been a truly kind, generous woman. You could have given your maid what she needed, not what you wanted. It was a cruel act. A stupid act.
No.
And when you do something cruel and stupid, you create a chain of other cruel and stupid things.
Go away from me.
I'm as far away from you as I can get. You're alive. I'm dead. Can there be a greater distance between two people?
That all depends. What is the distance between life and death? How far must we travel? How long must it take to go from one to the other? That, I'm afraid, I cannot answer. However, I can say in all certainty that you won't have to travel anywhere at all or wait more than a very few minutes for me to return with Act 3. He who has 1,000 friends hasn't one to spare, while he who has a single foe shall meet him everywhere. Death, the foe of each one of us. Where can we go to escape him? Where can we hide from him? Death has a schedule to maintain. Every stop is clearly defined. Every pickup is unmistakably marked. Everyone's life is carefully planned so that we may each find ourselves in precisely the right spot at exactly the right time.
Get away from me, please.
Why did you kill me?
I didn't kill you.
Then why do they happen? These accidents. These crazy accidents.
It's the way it is.
No. There's a reason. Isn't it cruel? Isn't it stupid? Isn't it senseless to die for nothing? The way I did? The way your maid did?
I don't deny that.
When an accident like that happens, it's because the forces of senselessness, stupidity, cruelty are being strengthened. They're being nourished and supported. And then they come together. They meet in a train wreck, a plane crash.
Please, no more.
You helped feed these forces of evil.
How? What did I do?
You put your maid in my taxi.
I thought I was being good to her.
Did you really?
Rebecca. Oh, good. You're awake.
Yes, I'm awake.
You were lying there so quietly, I didn't know if you...
I know why I killed them.
Killed them?
Well, first, Tom Horvath.
Well, who's Tom Horvath?
The cab driver.
Oh.
And, of course, Maribel. For 25 years, I've been your pretty little doll. I've been handled like a beautiful, fragile work of art.
Well, darling, was that wrong of me?
Yes.
To shield you from the coarse and terrible realities of the world, was that wrong?
Yes. I was to be admired, appreciated, and enjoyed. Kept in a safe and protected place on the shelf.
But you're a lady.
And I've been coddled and spoiled. I've been spared the agony of life.
I love you. I want your life to be easy.
And meaningless? My maid was killed. And so was an innocent young cab driver. I ask you why. And what do you tell me? Some nonsense, some science fiction mumbo-jumbo about some master plan that determines the fate of the world.
It isn't mumbo-jumbo. There is a plan.
And it called for both Maribel and Tom Horvath to die that morning?
The plan calls for thousands of people to die every morning. We're only aware of the ones who have affected our own lives.
No. Tom Horvath told me something else.
Who?
Tom Horvath.
But how...
He had no reason to spare my feelings. And so he told me the truth.
Which is?
When you do something stupid or senseless or cruel, you aid in the creation of an event that is stupid and senseless and cruel. Like that accident.
Rebecca, you're not well.
I'm not your fragile little doll anymore. I know why 2 people were killed in that accident.
We can never know.
Don't talk to me about some mysterious, inscrutable plan. The entire accident was surrounded by stupidity and carelessness and cruelty, including mine.
All right. Let us say you can use those words about your own conduct. Who else besides you helped to bring about that accident?
I'm going to find out. Officer Allman?
Yes?
Do you remember me?
Oh, yeah, you're the lady that, was it the murder?
No, it was the 2 people who were killed. The accident on Garfield Avenue.
Oh, yeah, you're, Mrs. Morris.
Mrs. Russ.
Oh, yeah, now I remember.
At the precinct, they said you would be here at lunchtime.
I'm sorry to disturb you.
Oh, it's okay. Have a cup of coffee.
No, thank you. May I ask you something about that accident?
Oh, sure.
Why do you think it happened?
Well, the cable was no good. It snapped.
According to the news, it wasn't thick enough. But how did that happen?
Well, I can tell you. But the reason I do is because you got an interest in the case. See, we're close to an arrest. Those guys are going to be picked up today.
Which guys?
A whole clique of guys who worked in the warehouse. They've been stealing cable and selling it on their own, you see. Well, a legit order comes in for so many feet of such and such gauge. You follow this?
Yes.
Well, maybe that's the kind they've been stealing. They're out of it, so they send some other gauge that looks to be just about the same, but it isn't.
And that's why it snapped?
Yes, ma'am.
Shouldn't someone have noticed?
I don't know. You're talking about fractions of inches.
Well, the boss of the crew that was raising the safe.
What do you want from him? He was only doing his job.
Was he? Well, thank you. Thank you for taking time away from your lunch to talk with me. Goodbye, Officer Ullman.
Goodbye, Mrs. Morris.
Mrs. Russell. Oh, I don't suppose it matters.
Yeah?
Are you Joseph Bessemer?
Yeah.
Known as Big Joe Bessemer?
So?
May I ask you a question?
Okay, what are you selling?
I'm not selling anything.
I just wish everybody would quit ringing that bell.
Mr. Bessemer.
Don't call me mister.
Why shouldn't I call you mister?
Because I'm a bum. I'm nothing but a drunken bum. You understand that?
I must ask you a question.
Well, ask.
I'm afraid to. I'm afraid of you.
Ask. That's what you come here for.
Let go of my arm.
Ask.
You're hurting my arm. Why didn't you notice it was the wrong cable?
You want to come inside? I've been waiting for you.
For me?
Yeah. For somebody to ask that question. But I guess it just didn't occur to nobody. I was drunk.
You were drunk on the job?
I've been drunk for the last 6 weeks. I'm drunk all the time. I'm drunk now.
But
I don't know what I'm doing. My job is all feel and being able to sense something wrong. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I could run that cable through my fingers with my eyes closed and say, hey, wait a minute, hold on. This ain't the right gauge. But when I ran it through my fingers on that day, my fingers was drunk. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. But why were you drinking?
Rebecca.
Yes, Robert.
I don't understand. Why are you wearing black?
Why does anyone wear black? I'm in mourning.
And no makeup, no... In mourning? Now, Rebecca...
I shall also do penance.
Penance now, dear...
I was part of a chain. A chain of sloth and a chain of evil. So much had to happen for 2 human beings to be killed in what appeared to be some random, senseless accident, but it wasn't. No, it was brought about by... as all of them are brought about by... Well, look at what had to happen.
Now, Rebecca...
I shall never be happy again as long as I live.
It wasn't your fault. None of you were to blame.
Didn't I just prove
you were all fulfilling your prescribed roles in the plan. You had no choice.
I had no choice but to be insensitive. The thieves had no choice.
Rebecca, listen to me.
There is a plan. I can prove it.
How?
I spoke to Professor Henricks.
Who is he?
He's the teacher. Well, he was Tom Horvath's teacher at the university. You know what he said to me? It's a tragedy, but perhaps it's for the best.
How could a thing like this be for the best?
Thomas Jefferson Horvath is a genius, he told me. And he said, I don't know, but he frightened me. I would look in his eyes. I saw something wild in his eyes. I was terrified because I could sense that soon Tom Horvath would know enough to destroy the whole world. And if the world should happen to displease him, he would do it. He had that wild look in his eyes. Now, that's exactly what Professor Henricks said to me.
I don't...
Believe it? Well, you saw Tom Horvath in a dream. Did his eyes have that wild, feverish look?
Well,
The look of the fanatic?
Well, he was. Well, he was...
That is why he had to die. That's why the cable was stolen and the wrong wire sent. Why you made Maribel take a cab. It had to come together. And all of you were only doing your assigned missions in the plan.
Oh, Robert. Do you think so?
Would you rather construct some far-fetched, melodramatic interpretation about how you were a selfish, insensitive, cruel mistress and be miserable for the rest of your life? Oh, Rebecca, what's happened to your common sense?
I was good to her. I may have been strict, but I was fair.
Of course.
I couldn't let her get away with anything. It would have weakened her character.
Now, come on, darling. Change into something more cheerful and put on some makeup and jewelry, and we'll go out to dinner.
And bright and early tomorrow morning, I shall call the agency. It took me 25 years to train Maribel. Hopefully, I shall not require as much time for someone new.
I don't know how much time it took. You may not be aware of it, but there is a problem with domestics these days. It's impossible, it seems, to get someone decent for love or money. The lower classes no longer know their place. I know mine. It's here with you, and I'll be back shortly. The bad things that happen, why do they happen? Is there a scale with good on one side and evil on the other? Is each evil act placed on the side of evil and each good on the side of good? And then, is it a question of which side fills up first and tips over of its own weight? Or is there a plan which simply subtracts evil and good from all consideration of morality and reduces them to mere integers in an equation? Our cast included Kim Hunter, Robert Dryden, Russell Horton, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
First time she came, she wanted a reading. And then she got into the spook stuff. Wanted to talk to her husband across the great beyond, ask his advice what to do with all her millions. Oh, fine. What's the harm to make some poor lady happy? I let her talk to him.
And tell her what to do?
Well, sure. Like I say, it's all pipe dreams anyway. I mean, to hear her talk, they don't print anything under a C note. Till she hands out my fee. Then she has to scrabble through her purse for change. I don't think I'd mind being crazy if I felt as rich as she does.
Candy. I got a big fat surprise for you. She may be nuts, but she is as rich as she thinks she is.
Susie?
Mrs. Hartley Loring. Hey, Candy, baby, like I said.
Huh?
I got this hunch if we play our cards right, you and me are going to end up richer than you ever dreamed.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Pick up the newspaper every day and laugh. Or perhaps more likely, weep at the gullibility of people. Whatever their motives, greed, faith in human nature, the urge to gamble, pride of ownership, Mr. Phineas T. Barnum was perfectly correct when he said, "There's one born every minute." And for every sucker, there is at least one con man who is ready to rid him or her of as much money as the traffic will bear.
I'm supposed to escort you home, Mrs. Loring.
Aren't you on duty here at the bank?
Well, yes, but under the circumstances, the bank wanted me to...
Just put the other 2 suitcases in the back seat, Mr. Wicks. I'll manage very nicely.
Yeah, but it's so much money. It's so dangerous to leave it unguarded.
Oh, it'll be guarded. I'll be putting it under the best care in the world.
Our mystery drama, The Burning Whirlwind, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Michael Tolan. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contac, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It was probably the biggest day that the Eastern Branch of Channing Bank and Trust Company would ever have. The morning the money arrived by armored truck. $8 million in small bills, enough to fill 4 large suitcases. The money belonged to Mrs. Hartley Loring, the eccentric widow of the recently deceased but long-time very rich Hartley Loring, the financier and ex-governor. Yes, it was quite a day, and Mr. Prouty, the bank manager, would never forget how it had all begun 1 week before.
Prouty speaking. Who? Oh, Mrs. Hartley Loring. Yes. Have her shown right in. Oh, dear, I knew I should have changed my razor blade this morning. Be right there.
It's Mrs. Hartley Loring.
I know. Well, my dear Mrs. Loring, this is a pleasure. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
That'll be all, Wicks.
Yes, sir, Mr. Prouty.
Won't you sit down, Mrs. Loring?
Thank you. I shan't be here long. Where is Mr. Stipple?
Oh, I'm afraid he's having a gallbladder.
How inconvenient. Not to have had one to begin with.
Oh, no, I meant an operation to remove his, yes. So I'm standing in for the vice president, as it were.
Well, I suppose you'll do. I want my money, Mr.
Prouty, ma'am, Prouty.
Oh, what's this enough? It's a funny name. Sounds like a fish.
Well, it's a very old name.
Still sounds like a fish. Also very old. Oh, no matter. About the money.
Yes. Now, which money would that be, Mrs. Loring? I mean, which of your accounts?
All of them.
All of them? But that would be millions of dollars. I mean, I haven't checked lately, but I'm sure it still must amount
about to... $8 million. I hope it still amounts to that at least. In small bills.
Yes, but just what do you intend to do with all that money?
That is my business.
Oh, of course. If about $8 million, where will you keep it?
Also my business. When may I have it?
Oh, dear me, you see that these things take arranging. Such a sum of money is, no matter how liquid a bank is, there are things to arrange.
Then arrange them, please. Now, today is Wednesday. Shall we say next Wednesday morning at 10 sharp? Please, have it then.
Well, yes. Well, how small would you want the bills to be?
Oh, nothing larger than 100. I want to make sure it's all quite negotiable.
$8,387.28.
Splendid. And now put the rest of it into the last suitcase, and I'll be on my way.
Yes. The 28 cents?
Oh, I'll put that in my pocketbook. I can use the quarter for the toll on the way home.
Oh, yes, ma'am. All right, Wicks, you can get the guards from the armored car to load those.
Yes, Mr. Prouty.
Well, just a minute. What armored car?
Why, the one to take all this money wherever you want it to go.
But I didn't order any armored car.
Oh, dear me, of course not. I mean, it's merely a service of the bank.
I don't need the bank any longer.
I do wish you wouldn't put it just that way.
What other way? It's accurate and to the point.
But how are you going to get all this money back to, wherever you intend to take it?
If you'll just have your bank guard, Mr. Wicks, is it?
Yes, Mrs. Loring. Wicks. Sidney P. Wicks.
Wicks will be quite enough. If you'll just bring the bags out to the parking lot, please. It's the big green Packard 8-cylinder limousine. The license number...
Oh, I don't think I'll need the plate number. I'm sure I can pick it out.
Very well. I'll be waiting for you.
Shall I do what she says, Mr. Prouty?
Oh, goodness gracious. Why wasn't Mr. Stipple here to handle this? I wish I'd had the gallbladder. Oh, no, what am I saying? I don't know what I'm saying. Yes, Wicks, yes. Get it out of here. The sight of so much negotiable cash makes me sick.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Mr. Prouty. Especially since it doesn't belong to us.
Would you get it out of here?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. And Wicks?
Yes, Mr. Prouty?
Are you armed?
Why, yes, sir.
Well, you better ride with her and see that cash gets safely to where it's going.
How do I get back?
Well, if you have to, take a cab. Thank heavens there's enough left in a checking account to cover that.
I'm supposed to escort you home, Mrs. Loring.
Aren't you on duty here at the bank?
Yes, but under the circumstances, Mr. Prouty wanted me to make sure that...
Just put the other 2 suitcases in the back seat, Mr. Wicks. I'll manage very nicely.
But it's so dangerous to leave all that money unguarded.
Oh, it'll be guarded, all right. Don't worry. I'll be putting it under the best care in the world.
Well, please, let me see you home just the same. It's Mr. Prouty's orders, and I wouldn't want to disobey them.
Very well, Mr. Wicks. If you insist. Climb in.
Well, wouldn't you like me to drive?
Not at all. I never feel safe with a man driving. Come on, get in. Men are much too excitable and so easily distracted. Hang on, here we go.
You always drive this fast?
You consider this fast?
Well, never mind me. How about the cops?
Oh, the police don't bother me. They know I've been driving for over 50 years. Never had an accident.
Somebody up there must like you, Mrs. Loring.
Of course he does. He takes care of me because I take care of him.
How was that again?
Oh, you wouldn't understand. Oh, I'm glad you came along after all, Mr. Wicks. I want to make a stop. And while I make a short visit, you can stay in the car and make sure people don't come gawking and putting fingerprints on it and...
The car? What about the money?
Oh, I'm not worried about the money. Nobody knows it's here but you. But my packet is something else again. You can't miss it.
Well, Wicks, you certainly took your own sweet time about getting back.
I couldn't help it, Mr. Prouty. She stopped somewhere on the way home and told me to wait in the car. She was gone like for an hour.
Oh, where?
I don't know. I was scared to leave all that dough lying around to go find out. She just went to some old house, climbed up the stoop, and then disappeared in the door.
And she didn't take any of the money with her?
No, sir.
You got it home to her house, safe?
Yes, sir. That's where it is now.
Yeah. Did you carry it in yourself?
Yes, sir.
And where did you put it?
Well, I just left the suitcases in the hall like she told me.
Why, she didn't put the money away somewhere?
Not that I saw.
Oh, dear me, dear me. Is she alone in that house?
It looked like it.
Well, then, you're the only witness that money got back to her house safely.
I guess so. That is one screwy old day.
Oh, why did this have to happen to me? Why couldn't Stifel have been here to handle it? I tell you, they've had me on the carpet downtown as if it was my fault that the bank had lost all her deposits. I've just been sick with worry. I'm sure they're going to hold it against me, and I was counting on promotion. I tell you, just thinking of it makes my blood race, and I feel faint.
Hey, what is it, sir?
I can't.
Holy Toledo.
Hey, somebody get a doctor fast. It's Mr. Prouty. I think he's had a heart attack.
Hey, Sid.
You calling me, ma'am?
Yeah, you. Are you Sid Wicks?
That's right, but I don't think
sure you know me. What are you giving me? Candy Kiss.
Candy Kiss?
Mm-hmm.
Is this a rib or... Hey, not little Candy Kiss, a belly dancer from the Carnies.
Oh, in person, not a picture. There's a little more of me now than in them days. What are you going to do? A lot of years gone by. Hey, you're looking pretty good, Sid.
So are you, Candy. Don't badmouth yourself.
Oh, maybe there's a little life in the old bag yet. Hey, are you with the cops or something?
The cops? Nah.
Well, I seen you coming out of the precinct house, so
Oh, no. That was about one of my bosses at the bank. Dropped dead of a heart attack today.
No kidding. A robbery or something?
No, just, well, it seems like he had a history of heart trouble, and all of a sudden it just come over him. Death due to natural causes. That's the way they list it.
Here today, gone tomorrow. You never know, huh?
Oh, that's life. How come you thought I was a cop?
Well, you got a uniform on.
Oh, yeah, that. I forgot. I'm a security officer at the bank, see?
Oh, so that accounts for you wearing the uniform.
Yeah, that accounts for it. So, how does it go for you, Candy?
What am I going to tell you? Up, down, and more down. That's a long story. But I got a little grift going for me now, so maybe I shouldn't complain.
Still in the business, huh? What's your line?
You remember Madame Chanda with the Carney?
Oh, the fortune teller and the medium?
Yeah. Well, she died back here a few years ago.
Well, she would have been pretty old.
Oh, you ain't kidding. Anyways, the last few years she was, crippled with the arthritis and stuff. And anyway, she knew things were kind of tough with me, so I moved in with her, and she trained me. I took over her store when she died.
How about that?
Yeah.
So you're still in the old game, huh?
Oh, more or less. You sound like you miss it.
You said it. Best years of my life.
Oh, you were some spieler in your day.
Yeah, I could ballyhoo pretty good.
The best. I never thought you'd drop out.
Well, it breaks, kid.
Yeah. Hey, my place is just around the corner here. You want to come on back for a cuppa and a heart-to-heart?
Why not? Maybe you could read me a free fortune in the grounds.
I use instant. Enter the secret abode of Madame Chanda. Look deep in the crystal ball, and I will find your fame and fortune. Hey, you don't like my act? What are you looking so funny about?
You don't know what a coincidence this is. Hey, I got a hunch.
What kind of hunch?
Maybe you're going to bring me luck. Maybe both of us. Look, I brought you a client this morning. An elderly type lady named Loring. Mrs. Hartley Loring?
Not me.
Now think. Tall, gray-haired, old-fashioned clothes, big hat. Like one of them old-time English queens.
Oh, Susie. You mean Susie.
I don't know her first name. I only know Mrs. Hartley Loring.
Well, I don't know from Mrs. Hartley Loring. I only know from Susie. What time this morning?
10:45. From then until after 11:30.
That was Susie.
What did she want?
Oh, who knows what Susie wants half the time. I think she's just lonely and wants someone to talk to. But she's a harmless nut.
You mean she comes here often?
Off and on, several times a month.
Well, what does she want?
Well, first time she came, she wanted a reading. And then she got into the spook stuff. Wanted to talk to her husband across the great beyond, ask his advice what to do with all her millions. Oh, fine. What's the harm to make some poor lady happy? I let her talk to him.
And tell her what to do?
Well, sure. Like I say, it's all pipe dreams anyway. I mean, to hear her talk, they don't print anything under a C note. Till she hands out my fee. Then she has to scrabble through her purse for change. What the hell? If it makes her happy, let her play big shot. I don't think I'd mind being crazy if I felt as rich as she does.
Candy, I got a big fat surprise for you. She may be nuts, but she is as rich as she thinks she is.
Susie?
Mrs. Hartley Loring. Hey, Candy, baby, like I said.
Huh?
I got this hunch if we play our cards right, you and me are going to end up richer than you ever dreamed.
Well, what do we have here? A number of fascinating pieces in a complicated little jigsaw puzzle. How do they fit together? And if we could fit them together, would they reveal enough of the whole riddle to be able to know just what's going on? I have to admit, even with a head start on all of you, that I'm not quite sure. Suppose we all have a closer look when I return shortly with Act 2. I believe it was Winston Churchill who said something to the effect that Russia was a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. Well, we seem to have the same sort of thing here. A rich and eccentric old lady who withdraws $8 million from the bank. A security guard who hasn't forgotten that he started life as a flim-flam artist in the carnivals. And an ex-belly dancer turned spiritualist and fortune-teller. 3 wildly diverse people suddenly locked together by coincidence. Or fate. For what purpose?
You gotta be stringing me, Sid.
It's straight goods, Candy.
$8 million in small bills.
That's right.
There ain't that much money in the world.
There is. I saw it.
And she has it in her house now?
I hope nobody else has got to it yet.
Where?
Well, that's what maybe you could find out.
What for?
I don't think I have to tell you.
No, I can't take Susie's money like that.
We don't have to take it all. Like maybe half, or say $3 million apiece. That would leave her $2 million.
Oh, come on. What are you talking about? What do you think I am?
A miserable 2-bit grifter who got trapped behind the 8 ball and never had a chance in life with a big score. Just like me.
Oh, you had kind of heavy going, that's it.
Yeah.
But you got a good, steady job now.
Bank guard? Peanuts. This keeps me afloat. A lousy rented room and food at some greasy spoon. Good job.
What happened to you, Sid? I always thought you were headed for the big time.
What big time? There ain't any carnivals left since television. Who needs a broken-down spieler? And as a flim-flam or a con man, I was always small time.
Hey, you want another cup of coffee?
Yeah, sure. That was good.
You know, I got lazy being by myself. Instant coffee all the time, you know. I'll heat it up. You know, when there were others around, I always made it right from the bean. Grind fresh and all. I was proud of my coffee. Yeah, you get lazy being alone.
Don't I know? I mean, I've been that way all my life. And so's the old lady.
Who?
Her, Mrs. Loring, you know, Susie.
So she's what?
Alone. She hasn't got anybody. You're the one that said it.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I mean is, all that money, she's old enough to kick off any day. Where do you want it to go? The state, federal taxes, some charity?
Well, maybe she's got relatives somewhere.
If she has, does she need you to have just someone to talk to, like she said? If she has, where are they? They don't keep her company. Do they deserve any cut?
Oh, yeah, I dig you, but... Well, we wouldn't take it all, huh?
No, like I said, leave her a cool couple of million. Her age, how's she going to need more?
Of course, there's no guarantee she'll be back to see me.
But if she don't come, I'll find a way to get her here.
Yeah. And just what is it I'm supposed to do?
Look, Candy.
Yeah?
She says to me, the money will be guarded. I'll be putting it under the best care in the world.
Oh, well, what does that mean?
That's what I want to find out.
But if it's like a vault or something, how could you get at it?
If it is, you got to find some way to con her into getting it out of there. And keep her busy while I heist it. We got a deal?
Well, Maybe I'll think about it. Oops, there I go, letting the coffee boil over.
No, here, I'll get it. Now, you sit still.
Kind of nice. I ain't used to be waited on.
Want me to pour?
Hey, would you?
Sure.
This is real cozy.
All the comforts of home?
Yeah.
Cream? Sugar?
How do you take it?
Regular.
Make mine regular, too. Sid.
Yeah?
Did you mean what you said about me?
What was that?
Oh, you know, I shouldn't badmouth myself. I looked pretty good.
You look a lot better than that to me, kid.
Gee, I think I'm dreaming. This can't be happening after all these years. You want to know something, Sid?
Yeah, tell me, Candy.
I think we are going to be able to work out a deal after all. Who is it?
It's Susie, Madam Chanda.
Susie? Just one moment, little one, and I will bring you the present. Oh, forgive me. I was in deep meditation.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam. You must forgive me, but this is really urgent.
Urgent? What can be so urgent? I have not seen you for almost a week.
Yes. Matters of great import, you see. Decisions to be made, and then, of course, my time is not quite my own.
It is not? Why?
Oh, I am under the command of someone greater than I. Greater than all of us. Can I have a sitting right away?
A sitting? For what purpose?
I've got to reach Toto.
Toto?
It's my husband. Hartley, Mr. Loring. In the hereafter, I need some advice from him.
Oh, Susie, I am not sure that today...
But it's urgent. It's quite urgent. You've never refused me before. You know you put me in touch with him.
The medium knows nothing, Susie. She is an instrument only through which you may find communication with the other side.
Well, you've served as that before, even though I do wish...
What do you wish, my child?
I wish I could talk to my husband directly, instead of going through that tedious little twerp Merkin.
Merkin?
It's the leprechaun voice that is my contact with the supernatural and my beloved Toto. If only I could speak to Hartley directly.
Is it that important?
Well, it concerns a great deal of money. And Toto was always better about money than I am. Of course, he knew so much more because he made it.
A God-given talent.
And therefore, render unto Caesar those things which are Caesar's.
Huh? I do not follow you.
I want to give it all away. Back to where it came from. And I want Hartley to tell me how, and if I am doing the right thing.
Yes. Well, we must make every effort to reach him. But some things cannot be done immediately. I need time for preparation, for deep meditation, for preparing to gird myself for this projection beyond the stars.
All right. How long?
How long? Oh, let me see. Today is Tuesday. Let's say Saturday. That is a good day for the planets to conjoin in the house of your rising star.
It is? It seems so far away.
We must all learn the virtue of patience.
Why?
Because only through patience can those of us who deserve achieve what we desire.
Hello?
Sid?
Candy?
Yeah, she was here.
Susie?
Susie.
And?
She's coming back again on Saturday.
You mean you didn't find out today?
No.
But why not?
Oh, it's too tough to explain on the phone. Couldn't you come by tonight?
Yeah, well, sure. If I had my way, it'd be every night.
Glad to hear that, Sid. It's just the way I'd like it.
Marriage?
Why not?
Well, at this day and age, who needs it?
Maybe we do.
You don't trust me?
Who said that? No, I just figure if we're going to break any laws, look at how good it is we couldn't be forced to testify against each other.
Who said we're going to have to testify?
Oh, just looking on the safe side, in case. But it ain't only that.
Well, what? What?
I don't know. It's just to have things nice. Old-fashioned. You know, I I mean, like a ring and all for me, and maybe a church wedding. After all, it's only fair. With the dowry I'm bringing and all.
The what?
The hope chest, like. How many girls you gonna find can maybe put your hand on $5 or $6 million?
But we could just split down the middle.
I don't want to split. Do you?
Well,
Now,
I
you
just...
listen good, Sitwicks. Once I ate my heart out over you, and you walked away from me. I'm gone again, okay, but this time, I'm not letting you off the hook.
Okay. We'll get the license and all by Saturday. Enough of the jackpot question. How do you get her to tell you where the dough is stashed?
Oh, she won't tell me. I'm in a trance. I don't know what's going on. I'm a medium.
Oh, yeah. We can't have her sicken the cops on you when the money disappears.
Oh, don't worry. She won't. The way I'm going to set it up, she'll know where the money went, and it'll be A-okay with her. Now, here's the way the gaff is going to work.
What time is it?
Oh, now, don't get in an uproar. She'll be here any minute. You all set?
I'm as set as I'll ever be. It's a good thing her husband was a governor. I remember his voice pretty good. And I may not be able to promise you a clean government, but by the Lord, Harry, I promise you the dirty linen will be washed in public. How do I sound, Candy? Like him?
I wouldn't know. I never listen to them politicians. Oh, what's the diff? There'll be so much filter on the sound system. You could talk in like Billy Graham and come out sounding like Rocky Graziano.
Oh, wait a minute. That's not good enough.
Oh, sure it is, honey. Don't you know anyone comes looking for a voice from the beyond? They make it sound the way they want. They want to believe. That's the only way any con game works. Now, you better get in the closet. She'll be here any minute.
Okay. You sure this is going to work?
Oh, one thing I learned from Madame Chanda. Big time, small time. A sucker is still a sucker. If you've got as much faith as they have, it's a lead pipe cinch.
Well, there it is. The trap is set, all ready to be sprung. And the innocent victim is about to put her foot in it. Strange feeling, isn't it? That these are such amiable crooks, one is almost tempted to be on their side. Are we to be lulled into thinking, even for a moment, that crime should pay? I'll return shortly with Act 3. The moment of truth has arrived. The curtains have been drawn, and closing Madame Chanda's small studio, the lights dimmed, the Madame herself has gone into a trance. Strange flickerings of light flutter in the gloom. There are breaths of air, murmurings of alien voices. The music of the spheres hangs trembling in the air.
A grieving woman sits waiting for the sound of a well-loved voice. She is torn apart by decisions beyond her power to make by herself. Through the agony of my body, her message flows out to you, her husband. Will you not put aside the shroud and call back to her, listen to her prayer, and send her an answer?
Who calls me? Who calls?
Toto, is that you?
Look in the crystal hemisphere. Can't you see me?
I can't. It's all smoky.
Then hear my voice. My voice. Can't you hear it?
Yes, but it's very hoarse.
Why did you call me?
It's about the money, dear.
What about it?
I took it out of the bank because of Mr. Nichols.
Who?
Mr. Nichols. You know, he writes that wonderful investing letter you always subscribe to. The one who thinks all the banks are going to fail.
I remember. Where is the money now?
At the house.
You thought it safer there?
Oh, yes.
so there would be enough left to give away.
To give away?
Oh, Toto, stop repeating everything I say. You know I have to. Only I'm not clever enough to know who's most deserving. So I'm just leaving that up to the Supreme.
To the Supreme.
Now, there you go again. To someone greater than all of us is all I mean. He'd know much better than we what to do with it, don't you think?
I suppose. But how's he going to get it?
Oh, he wouldn't have any trouble, I shouldn't think. Except maybe with the bank. I didn't want red tape. Was I right?
Of course. You're always right. But where is he going to get it from?
Well, I wanted only one place. But there was only room in the big trash can for $5 million, and the other 3 I stuffed in the wood box. It's so bulky, really. But I wanted it in small bills because nobody likes to bother with big ones, really.
I'm in complete agreement. But in the trash can?
Oh, I didn't leave it with the rest of the garbage. I'm not that silly. I have it all ready just inside the garage door. So he can come and collect it whenever he's ready. Toto, do you think I'm doing the right thing?
Susie, my dear, I couldn't have arranged it better myself.
Oh, I'm so glad you're pleased. Now, I shouldn't disturb you anymore. I know this is a bad time for you. It's usually when you were taking a snooze.
Yes. Well,
You mustn't be embarrassed. I just wish I could join you.
Ah, sweet. But there's no hurry.
Oh, I don't know. It hasn't been a bit the same since you've been gone.
In good time. Not yet. Not yet.
I'll live out whatever's allotted. But I'll tell you the truth, dear. I'll be quite ready whenever it comes.
Hey, come on, Candy. What's the matter with you?
Oh, I don't know. Just leave me alone.
We're sitting on top of the world. Everything's falling into our hands. How come you turn on the waterworks?
Oh, she was just so kind of sweet about him. I hate to be a part of conning her.
Oh, women, how can you figure them? Look, we made her happy, don't you see?
Yeah, but it was a lie.
All right. Forget Mrs. Loring. Look at us. Everything's coming up roses for us.
How?
I'm going to go out, hire a rental truck, and stick a sign I paint on it saying, like, Ace Garbage Disposal. Then, just as sweet as you please, I drive up and pick up that trash barrel from the garage.
But she's not going to let you take it.
She's not going to be there to stop me.
How come?
Because I've done a little checking up on her.
Hmm?
Every Sunday morning, she goes to early church service. The janitor lives in my boarding house, and I checked it out with him. She hasn't missed a service since her husband died.
All right, but when she gets back and finds the money missing...
That's the beauty part. She'll figure it just went up to heaven like Elijah's fiery chariot.
I don't know. Look, suppose she blames me.
How could she? The power of positive thought, baby. You got us snowed into believing you don't know anything that's happened when you're in a trance. And anyway, you and me, we won't be here no more, Candy. We'll be long gone.
Gone where?
With 60 times 100 G's, the world, Cupcake, the world.
But I don't have no passport.
Who does? So we'll do the States until we pick them up. Who's going to be looking for us? We got it made.
I don't see why you had to drag me along.
I got to have a lookout. Besides, I may need help loading the garbage can with all the money.
Yeah, is my hair all tucked into the cap?
Yeah.
I don't see why I had to wear this loose old shirt of yours.
Candy, sugar, without it, you couldn't pass for a man. No way.
I must look terrible.
I wouldn't worry. Nobody's going to see you. I hope. Hold it.
Shh. What is it?
She's starting the car. She'll be coming out of the driveway any minute right past us.
She'll see us.
Not with the sun on our windshield. But just in case, we'll duck when she passes. Watch it, duck. Well, there she goes. And here we go. This is it, Candy, baby. We're about to strike it rich. Come on.
Suppose someone sees us.
You know the house can't be seen from the road? Let's go.
The garage door is open.
Yeah. And look, there's a big trash can there. I'm so excited, my palms are sweating. Can you imagine, Candy, that... What is it?
I tripped on something. It's a Bible.
A what?
A Bible. Oh, Susie, she must have dropped it getting into the car. Sid, suppose she comes back. Come on, let's get out of here.
Not without the
Oh,
dough.
never mind the dough. We can get that.
Holy cow. It's here. The money's here, just like she said it was. Come here, Candy.
I don't want to, Sid. I just want to run before something...
Now, without the $5 million? Give me a hand.
It's her. She came back.
Well, get back in the shadows. Maybe she won't see us.
She's coming in.
She just came back for the Bible. Let her find it, and then we'll... What?
I still got it in my hand.
Well, then throw it out before... No, hold it. It's too late.
Oh, now, where on earth did I drop my Bible? Must have left it in the house. I'll just put the light on, so...
What did you do?
I had to stop her before she recognized us.
What did you hit her with?
I don't know. The first thing that came to hand is this spade.
Oh, Sid. Her neck's at such a funny angle.
I never meant... I only wanted to... Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's dead.
Oh, let's get out of here.
No, wait, not without what we came for.
What did you bring the money back here for?
Close the door.
All right. But, Sid, we got to run.
Not now.
Now, more than ever.
Don't you see? That's the way we'll get caught. Sooner or later, they're going to find her body.
But they won't know the money's missing.
They'll find out through the bank.
Then you'll get involved.
No.
Huh?
No, I've been thinking. It's a lucky thing old Prouty had his heart attack. Nobody knows I knew anything about the money. And anyways, I'm going to have an alibi.
How?
Well, we got married this morning, just like you asked me, didn't we?
But that was before we went to Susie's house.
That's right. So before we left, I set her watch back an hour to right about that time. When I hit her, it got broken.
We won't get away with it.
Sure we can. We got to lay low. Just go on like always. I'll keep working at the bank, and you keep on here reading the future.
Well, it won't be much of one. What about the money? Can't we use it?
No, we can't take a chance.
But what are you going to do with it?
Hide it. Bide our time.
Hide it? Where?
Take up the floorboards. Dump it in there. Get rid of the trash can and turn in the truck. And then we take it easy.
Oh, we'll never be able to take anything easy again.
Come on. Hey, what's that you got in your hand?
Huh? Oh, a Bible. Maybe I'd better start reading it.
You just concentrate on reading the crystal ball.
Oh, God, forgive me. God, forgive us.
Candy.
Who's that?
Susie calling you. Come, look in the crystal ball.
Oh, no. Oh, forgive us. Forgive us. I'm so sorry.
So am I, Candy. That money was meant for the Lord. It is His, not yours.
Yeah, but don't you see this? There's no way to return it now without us getting involved.
Are you so sure? Look in the Bible.
The Bible?
My Bible.
Huh?
Where I have been reading. The passage I have marked. See it?
Yeah, I guess, like, right here.
2 Kings chapter 2, verse 11. You see it?
Yeah.
What does it say?
And behold, there appeared a chariot of fire, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. I don't get it.
Remember what Mr. Wicks said, prophesying in his ignorance.
What?
that when I got back and found the money missing, I would figure it just went up to heaven like Elijah's chariot?
Yeah, he did say that.
There's your answer, Candy. And there's the fireplace. If you want to seek forgiveness, set the money afire. Burn it, Candy. Burn it.
Let me through. Hey, watch out. Let me through.
All right, buddy. This is as far as you go. You can't get through.
But that's my building.
Don't matter. You can't get through the fire line.
What happened?
Some dame burning paper or trash in the fireplace. Set the chimney on fire. Whole building's going up like a torch.
Paper? My wife, Candy. Get out of my way.
Hey, watch it. You can't go in there.
I got to. I got to get that.
There's no one left in the building. They already brought the woman out.
Officer, why didn't you tell him his wife was dead already?
Who had the chance? Crazy guy. He'll be burned to a crisp.
Above the burning building, lifted in the updrafts of air sucked by the heat, the scraps of blackened paper fall upwards like black snowflakes, swirling and eddying as they climb towards heaven. Mrs. Hartley Loring's money is ascending, like Elijah, to its last resting place. And Candy and Sid have paid the ultimate price for their greed. I'll be back shortly. Suspension of disbelief. So often in telling our tales, we ask for it, and you're kind enough to grant it. I mean, can you honestly believe that a woman would withdraw $8 million from a bank and keep 5 of it in a trash can? Fortunately, we don't have to ask you. If you read the papers, you must have read the news story on which this tale was founded. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Mary Jane Higby, Bryna Rayburn, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We've been promised a lifetime of 80 years and 10. Civilization has created science which can add considerably to that expectation. Civilization has also created an entire witch's brew of sicknesses and psychoses which can dramatically shorten our existence. The whole business has always been a two-edged sword. One side of the blade kills, the other cures.
But you cannot condemn that young woman to death.
I cannot. Why?
Because, well, she's the victim. The weak, defensive victim.
And what of it?
But it's against the law.
My dear, the supreme law is the law of nature. And the law of nature always condemns the weak and defenseless to death. Doesn't it?
Our mystery drama, The Guy de Maupassant Murders, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynn and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. So much of life is a gamble. Our fate is always in the hands of complete strangers. The drunken driver, the impersonal sniper. Each of us who lives in the midst of human society is, in effect, hostage to fortune. Only our Maker has the supreme power to create. But anyone, everyone, here below, has the terrible ability to destroy. It is late at night, and while the street is fairly well lighted, it is nevertheless deserted. On the corner, we have a bus stop and one of those telephone stands, you know, where the phone is out in the open. A young lady is nervously depositing a coin in the slot. And now she begins to dial.
I think it's 1434. Oh, hurry, please. Please, answer quickly, please.
Police.
This is a special number for that killer, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Do you have any word
I think I'm being followed.
Where are you? Quickly.
Maybe it's my imagination.
Lady, where are you?
No, it's not my imagination.
Where are you? Jerry, get a trace.
A man, he's coming toward me.
Run. Yell for help.
Can't move.
Lady, where are you?
No, don't shoot me.
Run. Scream.
I won't tell the police. I won't say where I am. Just don't shoot me.
Lady.
Oh. Fifth and Boward.
Jerry, every car to Fifth and Boward.
Big man, black raincoat, black.
Lady. Lady.
Good morning, Mrs. Mullins.
Good morning, Your Honor.
That's a somewhat scanty-looking breakfast, Miss Mullins.
It's nutritionally balanced, Your Honor. You asked me to follow the diet laid down by the doctor.
Well, there should be moderation in all things.
If you were capable of moderation, we wouldn't need the diet now, would we?
Game, set, and match to Mrs. Mullins as usual. What's new in the paper?
The mysterious killer has struck again.
Has he?
The mysterious killer. The mad killer, the unknown killer.
Yeah, he is all those indeed.
Well, the killer. According to the paper here, he claimed his fifth victim last night.
Has he killed so many people already?
Oh, yes, Judge. And all with a bullet from the same .22 caliber weapon. A young woman named Cora May Prentice, it says. Aged 30.
Age 30. What a waste. What a waste.
Happened at Fifth and Boward. She was waiting for a bus. She saw a man approach. There was a phone booth at the corner, and she was able to dial the police.
Could she tell them anything?
Oh, poor woman. She was paralyzed with fear.
I can imagine.
And she managed to say he was big, black raincoat, black mustache.
That's all?
Yeah, except for the usual little note placed on the victim's chest with just the words, "Thou shalt kill."
Let me look at that newspaper for a moment, if you please.
Oh, sir, your coffee's getting cold.
Where do they describe the killer? Oh, yes. Yeah. Big, black raincoat, black mustache. Why, bless my soul. The woman could be describing me.
Oh, Judge.
I'm 6 feet 3 inches tall.
Oh, Judge, you have a great sense of humor.
I weigh 230 pounds. I'm under a strain. I'm on a starvation diet.
Oh, 2,500 calories a day hardly comes under the heading of a...
And I have a black mustache.
Judge Wilmot, I hardly think
I also wear a black trench coat, rain or shine.
Well, Judge, what are you going to do? Turn yourself in? Confess?
Poor girl.
Yeah. All 5 of them. Poor girls. Will they ever catch this killer, Judge?
Eventually.
But how?
Well, you see, he were to stop now...
Yes?
I suppose he'd be home free.
What do you mean?
Well, there are no real leads. No hard evidence. If he got rid of that .22 caliber revolver, the one that fired all those fatal bullets, how could he ever be brought to book?
But do you think that will happen?
No, Mrs. Mullins. He's under some compulsion. Keeps driving him.
What sort of compulsion?
Oh, he may not even know himself.
Well, do you think he knows what he's doing?
That's a complex question. He may know what he's doing while he's doing it, but after he's done it, he may not know that he did it.
Then are you saying that this man might be leading two separate, unconnected lives?
Yes.
And while he's in one life, he's not aware of the other?
It's possible.
Then how will he ever be caught?
That's a problem for the police.
Oh, it's a problem for everybody who walks the street at night.
And if he chooses victims, seemingly at random, in more or less deserted places, it does become a serious situation. But he'll be caught.
How?
Oh, he'll give himself away.
You mean confess?
The killer has a problem of vanity. He's the center of so much attention, the focus of so much activity. He wants to take a bow. All this fame is something he wants to enjoy. He'll find a strange way to make sure he's caught.
How will he do it?
Oh, he'll drop clues deliberately. He already has.
He has? What are they?
The little note he leaves with each victim.
Thou shalt kill.
Yeah, there's a meaning in it somewhere. Well, I believe he has monopolized enough of our morning. I must be off.
Oh, you haven't finished breakfast.
I am not hungry.
Well, will we be going up to the summer house this weekend?
Oh, yes. I know I'll have an opinion to write. I find inspiration in the pure air of the country.
When Fred gets here, what shall I tell him to bring up?
Whatever supplies you may require for the kitchen. My fishing gear, naturally. Oh, and have him stop off at Simmons Hardware and get me a box of .22 caliber cartridges. I may want to do some target shooting.
Didn't he buy you a box of those .22 cartridges just a couple of weeks ago?
He may have. I just don't know where they all go. Another of your dietetic masterpieces, Mrs. Mullins.
You call it what you like. It's keeping you alive.
But is life worth living under these circumstances?
Well, as some gentleman or other said, think of the alternative. Now, just get up from the table right now and stop thinking about food.
Yeah, all I can really do is to think about it. I get so very little of it. Where's Fred?
He had to go back to the city. He'll be here in the morning.
He'd better be. I want to take the boat out.
Now, this would be a good time to sit down and start writing your opinion.
Now, you're to quit hectoring me, Mrs. Mullins.
Hector? My. I thought that word went out of style 40 years ago.
It may have. They haven't replaced it with anything better.
Oh. I can tell by the mood you're in that you've decided against the defendant. Poor fellow.
No, Mrs. Mullins, you know I never discuss my cases.
That's not true, Judge. You do it all the time.
How can you say that?
In your own way.
I think I'll go out for a walk.
Good evening, Judge Wilmot.
Dorcas. How are you?
Just fine, Judge. I never did get a chance to thank you.
For what?
Now, don't pretend you don't know for what. I'm so grateful.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
It was everything, Judge. When George died, I didn't know what I was going to do, how I was going to keep the store. But thanks to you, I got the post office.
Well, I'm really happy things are working out for you, Dorcas.
Yeah. You know, Judge, I gave up the car. It's only a half-mile from the post office to my house. A half-mile walk along this deserted road at night. It doesn't bother me at all.
It shouldn't. Not up here.
Now, a couple of minutes ago, I saw you coming towards me. I didn't know it was you, but it was the figure of a man. I couldn't make out exactly who it was in the distance, but I wasn't the least little bit scared. In the city, I'd have been frightened out of my wits. That's the difference.
Yes, that's the difference.
But I often stop to think, what is the difference exactly? Is it that we have more respect for the law out here?
The law?
Yes, Judge. The law.
You seem to be interested in the law, Dorcas.
Yes, sir. If my folks had any money, I believe I'd have gone to law school. I always wanted to be a lawyer. The law fascinates me.
The law.
Judge, is something wrong?
The law. What do you know about it?
Judge, are you all right? You look a little sick.
Do you know what the law commands us to do?
Judge, if I don't get going, the kids will start to worry about me.
The law of nature. It can be expressed in one word. Kill.
Oh. Yeah. I never looked at it that way.
You have a right.
A right? What kind of a right?
The right to know.
The right to know what?
The right to know why I'd have to kill you.
Judge, what are you saying?
To kill is the law of nature.
Judge,
To kill is nature's law.
Look, Judge,
We obey her. We are the children of nature.
Please.
Her word is our command.
Let go of my arm.
You have children.
I
You insist they obey you.
Oh, yes, Judge. Yes, that's why I have to get home.
They must obey you because you know best.
Absolutely. So I
You
better
must
get
all
home.
obey our mother, who is nature, and her command is kill.
You wouldn't. You're not going to shoot me.
Nature commands it.
Please. Please. Why?
Oh, it's you.
Yes, Mrs. Mullins, it is I.
You're allowed to have 1 cup of coffee, no cream or sugar.
How unspeakably generous of you, madam.
Did you have a nice walk?
Oh, yes.
Anything happen?
What could happen?
What could happen? If anything, our story proves that we live in a world of infinite possibilities. Are there any more surprises? Can there be surprises in a world that has seen just about every barrier to belief broken and shattered? Well, we've given you the murderer in Act 1, but don't think you aren't in for some surprises when I return with Act 2. Nutritionists tell us we are what we eat. Psychiatrists tell us we are what we hate. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume, A, that secretly we ourselves want to do those very things that we condemn in others, stealing, killing, and so on. Or, B, that we eat things that we don't like, which means that most people are either frustrated or suffer from indigestion, or both.
Judge, may I present my brother, Lieutenant John Altman of the City Police?
How do you do, Lieutenant?
Judge?
Have you had your breakfast?
Well...
Join us. I hope you're not hungry.
Oh, Judge.
Nasty situation, I understand, Lieutenant.
Well, it's the killer.
Does that mean he's up here now, too?
I'm in charge of the investigation back in town. This thing happened last night. They asked me to come up and see if there's a connection.
Is there, Lieutenant?
There has to be. He left that same little note. Thou shalt kill. And we've just got the report from ballistics. It's the same gun.
What's he doing up here?
He's probably on vacation.
Poor Dorcas. All those children are orphans. Were there any clues?
Some kids driving home from a dance saw her body in the middle of the road. And that's all we have. Well, that's not true. We do have something else. I received a note from him the other day.
You did, John?
It's been printed that I'm in charge of the investigation, so the killer looks at me as his, I guess you could say, opponent or antagonist.
Oh, what did the note say?
It fits in with "thou shalt kill." He writes, "Why, then, is it a crime to kill? Yes, why? On the contrary, it is the law of nature."
And?
And that's all.
That's all he wrote. There's no way to trace the writing or the paper?
No, I'm afraid not. What's your theory on this thing, Judge?
You're dealing with a madman.
Oh, we know that going in.
He suffers from one of the forms of amnesia. He obviously has periods in which he disassociates himself from the world of reality and wanders off into another world of illusion.
Or perhaps what we call the world of illusion is for him the world of reality.
That's true. I had forgotten for a moment you were a teacher of psychology.
I didn't teach psychology. I taught literature.
Forgive me, Mrs. Mullins.
Actually, psychology is derived from literature.
You got her started, Judge.
The psychologists stole everything from the writers. Well, after all, the Oedipus complex was discovered not by a psychiatrist, but by a playwright.
Oh, Martha. How did it feel to grow up with such a smart sister, Lieutenant?
If I were smart, I'd have chosen a profession that paid me a decent pension, so I wouldn't have to spend my so-called golden years as a housekeeper for a man who insists on digging his grave with his teeth.
She really is a delightful lady, Lieutenant.
All right, now that message he sent you, say that again, John.
Why, then, is it a crime to kill? Yes, why? On the contrary, it's the law of nature.
That's it, John.
Yes.
Precisely the way it was put.
I memorized it word for word, Martha.
Are you sure he wrote, "Why then is it a crime to kill," not "Why is it a crime to kill"? I mean, you're sure about the word then?
Positive.
Is there a point to this, Miss Mullins?
There's a literary feel to it.
Well, the killer could very well be a literary person.
You see, why is it a crime? I mean, that's a question anybody could ask, but why then is it a crime is obviously part of an argument. It's been lifted out of a context. He's quoting somebody.
Who?
I don't know, John. It's like a thought that has been developed by a novelist or a dramatist or an essayist.
Well, is it familiar?
Yes. I have a feeling that I must have read it somewhere before.
Martha, here's why I asked you down here. Another note came in the mail this morning. Here, read it.
Every being has the mission to kill. He kills to live, and he lives to kill. John, he's quoting somebody. I mean, this is familiar.
What is it?
I've read it. I know I've read it.
Where?
A long time ago. Why then is it a crime to kill? Yes. Why? On the contrary, it is the law of nature. Now, that's the first note he sent you.
Yeah, that's right.
And now the second note. Every being has the mission to kill. He kills to live, and he lives to kill. Fits together. It follows. It flows. It's part of the same sentiment.
Okay. I buy it. Now, who wrote it?
Mission, kill, nature, crime. Those are the 4 key words.
Well, maybe the killer wrote it all himself.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Why not?
Why not? Well, I suppose I was going to say that the writing is too polished, too poetic, too classic to be the work of some mad killer, but that's not the real reason.
Tell me the real reason.
It's too familiar. I know that I've read it somewhere before.
Well, can you try to remember?
You know what the trouble is, John? Some people haven't read enough. And I, on the other hand, have read too much. Do you think he'll send us another note?
I don't know. The medics have given us a profile on this guy. Shy, repressed, quiet. Maybe lives with his mother. Definitely not married. In fact, they all seem to agree he somehow doesn't make it with women.
Well, what's your opinion?
I don't know. Anybody can be a killer.
Well, of course, that's true theoretically.
It's true practically, too. We used to think people had problems because they didn't have money. Look at all these kids we keep arresting. So many of them have all the money they could ever spend.
Maybe they didn't have love.
Okay. So anybody could be deprived of love. So anybody could be the mad killer.
Anybody?
Don't search for the obvious nut, for the funny-looking eccentric. As it says, he may be walking among us.
Oh, the identity is hidden somewhere in those notes. The ones that say, thou shalt kill, which he leaves on his victims, and the ones he just sent to you.
You know what I'm thinking? Even if we could find out where he got those quotations, what would it tell us?
What would it tell us?
It would just tell us what books he reads.
Oh, John, that could tell us everything.
Taxi! Taxi!
Yes, sir.
Take me to 18 Morrissey, please.
1-8 Morrissey, right. Music bother you, sir?
No, not at all.
Some people don't like it, but you know, they're too timid. Is that it? Yeah. Yeah, timid. They're just too timid to say, driver, turn it off. So they sit there and they have a miserable ride.
Yeah. I'm having a very pleasant ride, thank you.
Are you going to ask me the question?
The question?
I get it every time. What's a good-looking girl like you doing driving a cab?
What are you doing driving a cab?
Making a living.
Is it a good living?
Oh, I don't complain. If I did, who would listen?
Is driving a cab what you want to do?
No, I'm an actress.
Oh.
And I'm, as they say, at liberty.
I understand.
And this beats waiting on tables.
I imagine it would.
And it leaves the days free for making rounds.
Rounds?
Knocking on producers' doors.
Oh, I see.
You know, you're one of the very few people who didn't pop off at me at being a lady cab driver.
Well, you must admit it's kind of a novelty.
Oh, not all that much of a novelty anymore. You know, you'd think there's some kind of law that says that...
Law?
A law that says that only men can drive cabs. Well, I understand there used to be such a law. Women couldn't get a hack license. But it's been repealed.
There's only one law.
Or maybe it hasn't been repealed. It's just nobody pays any attention to it anymore.
There's the basic law of nature.
You'd be surprised how many laws they still have on the books that nobody knows about.
The law that cannot be denied.
And that nobody even tries to enforce.
This law must be enforced.
For example, I know for a fact we have a law that says you can't lead a white horse through the street on Sunday.
Stop for a moment.
Now who's going to lead a white horse?
Young lady, I said stop for a moment.
Yes, sir. Is something... No.
Good evening, Mrs. Mullins.
Good evening, sir.
Something seems amiss, Mrs. Mullins.
You've been out. I suppose you haven't heard the news.
News?
Oh, obviously you haven't. The killer, the mad killer, the mysterious killer, whomever, whatever, has claimed another victim.
When did this happen?
I heard it on the news just a few hours ago.
His seventh victim, I believe. This thing has gone too far. Something will have to be done.
Yes, sir.
Who was it this time?
The girl's name was Julia Tate. She was an actress.
Actress?
Yes, but she was moonlighting as a cab driver.
No. Now, that is a shame. Girl probably spends the whole day looking for work in the theater. Then at night, she takes on this difficult and hazardous job driving a cab.
Yes, they found the usual note, thou shalt kill. I'm sure they'll find it was done with the usual .22 caliber gun.
I'm sure that somewhere he left something behind that must incriminate him.
Yes, sir, but the problem is to find it. And as my brother, Lieutenant Altman, would say, to know what it is when you do find it. I'll answer it, sir. Judge Wilmot's resident. Oh, yes, John, wait a minute. Yes, I'll write it down. It's Lieutenant Altman. He's just received another note from the killer. All right, John, I'm ready. Man kills, yes, without ceasing to nourish himself. But since, in addition, he needs to kill for pleasure, It is not enough to kill beasts. He must kill man, too. Long ago, this need was satisfied by human sacrifice. Now, the necessity of modern society has made murder a crime. Is that all, John? Yes, it flows. It has to be part of the same thought, part of the same piece. Let me try to remember some things, John. Yes, right. Goodbye.
Am I to understand the killer has been sending more notes to the police?
Yes, he seems to be expressing quite a philosophy of life, or I should say, death.
I hope he puts a stop to it before long. People will soon be too terrified to walk the streets.
Where have I heard those words before? Where have I read them? I know it's familiar. It's on the tip of my tongue, too.
Miss Mullins, I've had a rather strenuous walk this evening.
But you're required to. That's doctor's orders.
It made me hungry. I was thinking of a little snack.
That, sir, is out of the question.
Why?
Well, you defeat the purpose of exercise if you eat back all the weight you've just walked off.
But walking makes me ravenously hungry.
That, sir, is your problem.
You know, Martha Mullins, there are times when I could kill you.
Let's drop the curtain right now. We'll never get a better line than that one. Talk about your double entendre. You get it tripled right here. Well, now, what does he mean? Of course, I'll kill you is often used as an epithet, but usually by those who have no intention of doing it. Here we're dealing with a man who has already killed 7 people. What's another one, more or less? We'll have the grand total ready to add up in Act 3. No man, we are told, is a hero to his valet. This does not mean, however, that he cannot serve in that capacity to his housekeeper. Judge James Marshall Wilmot is certainly cast in the heroic mold. He is tall, imposing, brilliant, famous. Of course, he has a bit of a problem, but so far, only you and I are aware of it.
John, I know I've read those words in the note somewhere before.
But where? Think.
Well, I said it was written in a classic style.
Who wrote it?
Well, it has to be a classic author. Although
what?
Although it could be modern, too.
Oh, somewhere, somehow, sometime, there has to be a break in this thing. Why can't it be now? Police. Yes. Where are you? What's your name? Uh-huh. No, don't be afraid. Just tell us. Where? No, don't do anything. If he goes away, forget it. Don't you try to follow him. Right.
What is it, John?
Jerry, we could have something. A woman is looking at a guy sitting on a park bench across the street from her window at number 51 Baker. You got that? Throw a circle around it right now. I'll be there in 3 minutes. Guy fits the description. Yeah, fast, but no sirens.
Oh, John, let me come with you.
Now, Martha.
John, you know there won't be any danger. In 30 seconds, there's going to be an entire army of the police.
All units. Suspect still reported to be on the bench. Do nothing to alarm him. Make no aggressive moves. Just stand by. I will make the approach. Jerry and Art ready for backup. Over. Martha, he can't get away. Got no place to go. He's surrounded, cut off. Oh, if he's the killer, do we have this guy? Can we be this lucky?
John, I think something has just clicked into place. It's about those notes.
They don't matter anymore. If we have the killer.
I think I'm getting close.
Got a hunch we've nailed him. Finally. I better calm down. I'm getting too excited. But I want this guy so badly.
John, did you ever have something just at the top of your subconscious that's trying to surface?
Here's where the park begins. Baker Place. And here are the benches. And look. 100 yards ahead. Big guy just sitting there.
John.
Yeah, he's wearing that black raincoat.
John.
And that black mustache? All units, stand by. Jerry, Art, start walking across the street. Get on either side of him. Slowly.
But John, that's...
Perkins, Rossi, pull up, park.
But, John, it isn't the killer.
Now, we'll take him.
John, that's Judge Wilmot. Look, can't you see? It's the judge.
All units. False alarm. He's not our man. Let's go home.
You can't be serious, Miss Mullins.
Yes, 20 police officers. We're about to pounce on you, Judge Wilmot.
But whatever for?
Oh, Judge, I keep telling you, you fit the description of the killer.
Nonsense.
But it's the only description that exists. You're a big man. You have a black mustache. You wear a black raincoat.
I can't do anything about my size, although, goodness knows on your diet, I'm sure to shrink down to nothing.
You could shave off that mustache.
This mustache, Mrs. Mullins, is 35 years old.
And get rid of that raincoat.
I happen to fancy black. It's a fitting color for a judge.
All right, don't say I didn't warn you.
About what?
Nervous people in this town. Somebody might take a shot at you by mistake.
Well, I should hope so. I would hate to think anyone would want to shoot me on purpose.
Oh, seriously, Judge. You live in a world of your own.
I deny that.
It's true. You see, judges have the power the rest of us don't. They have the power to judge.
Everyone has the power to judge.
Yes, but only a judge has power in his judgments.
Very well put.
You tend to lose sight of the problems of ordinary people because you're not an ordinary person.
I feel quite ordinary.
Oh, no, you don't. You flaunt your own personal attitude of freedom. A vicious, sought-after killer dresses exactly as you do, wears a mustache like you do. And you recognize the fact that it's dangerous to walk around looking the way you do. Are you deliberately provoking the police?
There is no psychiatrist like the amateur psychiatrist.
And another thing, Judge, I also know something the police don't. You have a .22 caliber pistol.
Are you saying that I'm the killer?
You're amused. Can't we be serious?
Right now, I believe I would like to take a walk.
In the streets? At night? With a jumpy public and maybe some quick-on-the-trigger characters all over the town?
One thing you should know, Mrs. Mullins. When I get the urge to take a walk, or something equally salubrious, I give in to it.
Please be careful.
Why am I required to be careful?
Lieutenant Altman. Yes, Inspector. I know. I've just been through with the media. I know your problem. I know the mayor's problem. I know 8 people are dead. And we're still on square one, ground zero. Why shouldn't I lose my temper? Everyone else has. You want my badge? You can have it. I'll quit. Just tell me what you want me to do. Well, that's exactly what I am doing, the best I can. Yes, sir. And what do you want?
You asked me to come down and see you, John.
Oh, Martha, come on in. Sit down, sit down. Oh, you don't know what it's been like.
What do you want to see me about?
Another note from the killer. Yeah, what do you make of this?
We condemn and punish the assassin, but as we cannot live without yielding to this natural and imperious instinct of death, we relieve ourselves from time to time by wars.
What do you make of it?
I know this. I know this passage. I even remember the rest of it. It goes, then a whole nation slaughters another nation. And do we despise those selected to commit this wholesale murder? No. They are loaded with honors. They are given rewards and titles. They are proud, respected, loved by women, cheered by the crowd. Oh, I remember it. I remember. It's a story. Well, no, it's not exactly a story.
Well, what is it?
Well, maybe it is a story of some kind. Oh, of course. Guy de Maupassant.
All right. What about
it? It's called, wait a minute. Oh, it's so many years ago. I was still at college. Diary of a Madman.
Okay. We know that our killer has read a story.
It's more of a fragment.
Whatever it is. By de Maupassant.
Yes.
We know now that he uses parts of the story in his notes to the police.
I remember them. These are word-for-word quotes.
Okay. Now what? I've been in a sweat to find out where he got that language from. Now that I've got it, I really don't know what to do with it.
Oh, good Lord.
What is it, Martha?
I know who the killer is.
You do? How? Well, tell me.
I know who the killer is because I just happen to remember who the central character in Dyer the Madman was.
No, Mrs. Mullins. What is this?
It's dinner, Your Honor.
Oh, no. It's a mirage.
It's a highly edible mirage, then.
You have food on the table this evening. Not merely some tasteless, desiccated form of grass.
It may have been a form of grass, but it was neither tasteless nor desiccated.
Meat, potatoes, gravy, pie. What is this?
A hearty meal. You're entitled to one.
I should say so. No. Well, this is a treat. Pardon me while I fall to.
But, Judge, in your library you have the works of de Maupassant.
And also Balzac and Stendhal and Anatole France. Those are the writers.
But, Judge, are you familiar with a de Maupassant story? The Diary of a Madman?
I don't think so. Well, what's it about?
It's a diary of a madman who happens to be a judge.
Oh, the bench is filled with mad judges.
This judge is a homicidal maniac.
Oh, no, Miss Mullins, that's going a bit far.
Yes, he's obsessed with the idea of killing. He sees it as a beautiful, natural act.
No, that's a bit far-fetched.
And because of his august position, he is, of course, above suspicion. You never read it?
It isn't in the least familiar. What divine spices did you put into this meat sauce?
The mad killer who's terrorizing our city.
Must we talk about him now?
Those notes that he's been writing to the police.
Mrs. Mullins, not while we're eating.
Those notes are taken verbatim from the de Maupassant story.
And these potatoes. Oh, superb.
I have this book from your library with the story in it.
Let's make a note to read it sometime.
You have read it, Judge.
What? What are you saying, Miss Mullins?
Don't you see in the story you've underlined the very words? Yes, and here in the margin, your comments. How true, how perceptive. That's your handwriting.
I don't understand. I have no recollection of...
Judge Wilmot, you are the mad killer.
Mrs. Mullins, this is a monstrous accusation.
Your .22 pistol could prove it. Ballistics will show that it's the murder weapon. Where is the pistol?
You are actually accusing me of being this loathsome killer? On what evidence?
The pistol could prove it.
What pistol?
All right. You got rid of it. But you're guilty.
No.
Why? Why did you read that story and become inflamed by it?
I don't even remember reading it.
You don't remember reading To kill is the law because nature loves eternal youth?
The law? Oh, yes. Right. The law. Now I know what you're talking about. The law. There is nothing more beautiful and honorable than killing.
Where is the gun, Judge?
We must kill in order to live. To satisfy the stomach hunger and the bloodlust.
Judge, let go of her. Judge!
What?
Judge, it's me, Lieutenant Altman. Judge!
Mrs. Mullins, I don't know what I'm doing. What was I trying to do to you? This is most embarrassing.
You'll have to come along with us, Judge.
What? Come along where? Oh, what for? I think all of you owe me an explanation, but I shall not listen to it on an empty stomach.
John, why don't we explain things to the judge over dinner?
How do you explain to Dr. Jekyll that he's also Mr. Hyde? Well, I don't know how the explanation went. However, I do know that when dinner was over, everybody in the room went down to police headquarters. The mad killer is caught, and the city is tranquil once again, and shall remain so until next time. The inspiration for our story was the celebrated Diary of a Madman by Guy de Maupassant. Although this title refers to just one small sample of his writings, it is most revealing, since the entire body of de Maupassant's work can be called the Diary of a Madman. He himself went mad. Each day, in numerous and subtle ways, his madness became more intense, and each day he wrote and wrote some of the greatest short stories in the world. Were they great because he was mad, or did they drive him mad because they were great? Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Marion Seldes, Martha Greenhouse, and Nat Poland. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I didn't mean to do anything wrong. Listen to me. You didn't listen to me that morning, and so I had to... Will you listen now?
Listen? To what?
Listen to me.
What do you want to tell me?
I don't want to tell you anything. I want to ask you something.
Yes?
Can you forgive me?
Forgive you? Why should I forgive you?
Because I didn't mean to kill you.
Does that excuse you?
No, but...
Then why should I forgive you?
Because...
You did kill me. It's true.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by X-Lax and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Said the angry old wolf to the tender young lamb, "You think I've got the time to count your crimes, you pup. Your guilt consists in this: I want to eat you up." And so it goes. We now question the innocence of the victim. After all, what right do girls have to be beautiful, or men to be rich, especially when there is so much hunger for beauty and wealth, and so few people have them?
Hey, why don't you watch where you walk? What do you want me to do, kill you?
You can't kill me.
What do you mean?
You've already killed me once.
What are you talking about?
And you can't kill a person twice.
Hey, what are you saying?
Isn't that what's called double jeopardy or something?
Our mystery drama, The Wintering Place, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Was it a dream? He keeps asking himself. Was it a dream that morning, that golden August morning in the woods, with the light filtering through the trees, the dappled pattern of sunlight casting a series of shimmering shadows on the turning leaves? Was it a dream? He keeps asking himself. The girl standing there with long yellow hair and deep blue eyes and flashing red lips and excited voice. Was it a dream? Oh, please, please, he prays. Dear Lord, have mercy. Grant that it was only a dream.
Hello there.
You startled me, Mr. Baring.
I'm sorry, Martha.
My name isn't Martha.
It isn't? Well, you look just like...
I'm her sister, Robin.
Oh. Well, how do you do?
I'm here on a visit.
Are you? I hope you enjoy it.
Oh, I will. It's the most beautiful country.
Are you writing anything in that notebook?
Of course.
I mean, that's a silly question. Naturally, you're writing. I saw you.
I'm a lepidopterist.
Yeah, I beg your pardon?
A lepidopterist.
Yeah, I heard you, but I still don't know what...
Of course, we begin as biologists, and we become naturalists. And then we specialize. And my specialty is the order Lepidoptera, or the butterfly.
And you make a living at it?
Oh, yes, I teach at the State University. All about butterflies.
Well, is there enough to it?
Oh, my goodness, yes. I've made a life's work out of it.
Well, that don't beat all.
Surprised, Mr. Barry?
Hey, how'd you know my name is Barry?
Well, when I arrived the other day, my sister drove through Main Street, and she pointed out all the important people in town.
I'm not all that important.
She said you're the biggest landowner in these parts.
Oh, what do I own? A couple thousand acres? Why, back in Texas, where my folks come from.
I understand this is your land.
Yes, I do own this piece.
And I'm probably trespassing.
Oh, no.
I have an idea that this stretch of woodland might be part of the migratory route of the monarch butterfly, Odana plexippus.
For a pretty girl, you come out with some words that are jawbreakers.
Well, butterflies go south for the winter.
Oh, like birds?
Oh, yes. Some of them go all the way to Mexico.
Oh, I thought a butterfly only lived a couple of days.
Oh, and some have been known to live for 9 months.
And they go all the way to Mexico?
Mm-hmm. All the way and back.
Why do they do that?
Well, they respond to mysterious biological urges.
What's a good-looking gal like you getting all involved with these insects for?
How many times I've been asked that question.
You have such a pretty smile.
Oh, thank you. You know, if you look very closely at the top of those trees...
And such a beautiful voice. It's as sweet as music.
You think they're leaves, but they're not.
Robin?
They're monarch butterflies. Hundreds of thousands of them.
Robin?
Many of them will never see Mexico. They'll die en route. Die young. In the full blush of their beauty.
Robin.
What is it, Mr. Baring?
You're so pretty.
Oh, please, let go of my arm.
You're so pretty.
Mr. Baring, please let go.
No, I've been so lonely.
Please.
For so long.
You're hurting my arm.
I don't want to hurt you.
Please let go of me.
I wouldn't hurt you for the world.
I'll scream.
What do you want to scream for? What if somebody hears you? No. Just be quiet. There's nothing to scream about. I don't want to hurt you. I only want to look at you.
Somebody help me. Please.
I told you to shut up.
No.
Pauline, come in here.
Yes, Mr. Baring.
I want to go over these accounts with you. You're spending too much money.
Well, Mrs. Baring didn't seem to think so.
Now, that's another thing. Mrs. Baring is gone.
You're telling me?
What does that mean?
Well, I'll tell you what it means. Somebody has to tell you. It might as well be me. Something's come over you, Mr. Baring.
Now, you just look here.
No, I'll say my piece, and then you can fire me. Oh, you changed since your wife died. I know how you loved her, and I know how you miss her.
Nobody can ever know that.
Well,
You take your misery out on everybody. You used to be a nice, kind guy. Look at you now. You're out to get everybody. You just wait for a person to make a mistake so you can jump on them.
That isn't true.
No? Well, you say you want to go over the accounts with me. You're going to wind up giving me this lecture about how inefficient I am, how I waste your household money.
Well, I have the figures here.
Good for you. And you know what we'll find out? If I had exercised more care these last 30 days, I could have saved you the grand sum of $3.98.
Well, it's the principle of the thing.
$3.98. And you got more money than you could ever spend if you lived to be 1,000.
There are other things involved here.
Yeah? Well, you tell me about them.
Well, you're always forgetting.
Okay. Score point for your side. I got a bad memory. I can't remember things. I always forget things, so what?
So what?
That's how I am. But I always was able to make this house a pleasant place to live in. You have to admit that.
Yeah, I admit it.
You gotta make up your mind. Am I worth it? I forget things all the time. And I'm not the thriftiest housekeeper. But am I worth it? Do I stay? Or do you want to hire somebody else?
Look, I'm not myself anymore.
What I just got finished telling you.
I don't know what gets into me.
Well, you'll have to put a stop to it.
I'll try.
Okay.
It's just that I miss her. I miss her so much.
I know.
I didn't think you could ever miss anybody that way.
You know what you ought to do. Marry again.
How could I ever get married again? She's cold in her grave.
She's been dead a year.
I could never marry anybody.
Now, who's making that kind of racket? All right, hold your horses. I'm coming. If it isn't the merry mailman himself.
Pauline.
Now, what, Bob Fuller? What's the racket for?
You got some special mail for us,
Mr. Baring, listen.
What is it?
It's just terrible. A murder.
Murder?
Well, what are you saying?
There has been a murder.
Who? Where?
Somebody better get on the phone quick.
Well, who's been murdered?
Just call the sheriff.
Tell us, Bobby.
It's a girl.
Who?
I don't know that girl.
Which girl?
You know. What's her name? What's her name, Martha?
Martha's been murdered. Martha Penrose?
No, not Martha. Martha's sister.
Robin?
Yeah, the one that's been visiting her.
Murdered?
The college teacher with the long blonde hair.
No.
Yes, she's dead. I seen her.
Where?
You know where the woods begin at the edge of the creek?
Bobby, you sure?
Well, look, I was taking a shortcut like I always do.
Bobby, how can you be sure she's dead?
And there on the path just ahead of me was...
Should we call a doctor? Let's run out there.
Pauline, she is dead.
But she's laying out there.
Nothing can happen to her now, Pauline.
This girl is dead?
Yes, I covered her with my raincoat. Listen, Pauline, you want to pick up that phone and call the sheriff, huh?
Yeah, I'll do that.
And somebody's got to break the news to Martha Penrose.
What's the sheriff's number?
Look, I don't want to be the one to tell Martha. Oh no, sir.
I'll just tell operator.
I found the body, and that is enough for one person.
Hello, who's this, Jennifer? Oh, Georgina. Connect me with the sheriff's office, will you? It's an emergency.
Oh, I will never forget that beautiful yellow hair with the bright red blood.
Hello, Sheriff. Yeah, this is Pauline over at Frank Barron's place. Sheriff, you want to get over here right away. There's been a murder. Yeah. He says he's on his way.
Oh, that poor girl. To be murdered like that.
The Lord giveth. The Lord taketh away, Bobby.
Then it wasn't a dream.
It wasn't a what? What'd you say, Mr. Baring?
Huh? What'd I say? When?
Just now.
I didn't say anything. More coffee, Sheriff?
Well, thanks, Mr. Baring. It's been a long day.
I asked Mrs. Taylor to set up coffee and sandwiches for your deputies.
That's very kind of you.
Has anybody found anything?
No, not yet. Sorry to say. We've been combing the woods.
I hope you get him.
Yeah, so do I.
Martha Penrose is such a fine woman.
Yeah.
To have a thing like this happen to her own sister, And out here, of all places?
And who ever thought we'd have murder?
What'd the doctor say?
Well, yeah, she was beaten up pretty bad. And what killed her? She hit her head hard against a tree.
Was she, had she been,
Yeah. Doc said she'd been criminally assaulted.
It happened on my property, too.
Well, it could have happened anywhere.
Sheriff, do you realize what you just said? You said it could have happened anywhere. I guess that's what the world has come to, and a thing like this could happen anywhere.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
And there are no clues, nothing to go on?
No, she was just taking a walk. Now, she had a notebook and a pencil. We found those lying by her body. And Martha said she had an expensive gold watch. I was missing.
Well, the killer must have taken it.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Well, what do you aim to do now, Sheriff?
Well, I'll ask for special investigators from the county. I mean, they got the resources and experience. A hick sheriff like me? What do I know?
I'll get it, Pauline. I'm on my way out.
Good morning, Mr. Bering.
Well, there's not much left of the morning, Fuller. You should have been here with the mail an hour ago.
Yeah, well, some days we get a heavier load than others.
Still, there's no reason for the mail to be this late.
No, I guess not.
I should report this.
Look, Mr. Bering, I know it's my fault. It's just that I don't take that shortcut through your woods anymore. After what happened last week, I get butterflies in my stomach just thinking about it.
What did you say?
Huh?
What did you just say?
I didn't say anything.
Yes, you did. What? You did?
Mr. Bering.
Why did you say that?
But why did I say what? Hey, let go of me.
Why did you say that? What are you trying to do?
Let go of me.
Mr. Bering, stop it or I'll have to call the sheriff.
Well, what is this sudden violent rage on the part of Mr. Frank Bering? Evidently, when the mailman said what he did, it was like touching a match to a fuse. But what exactly was it that was said? And why should it affect Frank? Well, if you were really paying attention, you'd know exactly what that dynamite word is and why it can make Frank blow up like that. Meanwhile, we'll keep him sizzling till Act 2. Suspicion always haunts the guilty mind, said Mr. Shakespeare. And for a mind that is filled to the bursting point with guilt, we give you Mr. Frank Bering. Mr. Bering is haunted by guilt. He's consumed. He's devastated by guilt. And with good reason. He happens to be guilty of murder. But so far, only he knows that. So far.
Mr. Bering, stop it. Let go of him. Let go of Mr. Fuller.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Bering, what got into you?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
What did you want to try to knock me down for anyhow? Look, I'm just doing my job.
Look, I'm sorry. Okay?
No, it's not okay. Just because you're the big honcho in this part of the woods doesn't give you the right to knock people around you.
Look, Bobby. Mr. Bering hasn't been feeling too good.
You keep out of it, Pauline.
I said I was sorry.
Look, you don't like the way I do my job? Okay. That is your privilege. Report me to my supervisor. But don't you figure you can lay a hand on me. Do you understand that?
Oh, sure. Sure he does. Now, why don't you go about your rounds, Bobby?
Here's your mail. I hope it's all bills.
Mr. Bering, why'd you do a thing like that for?
I don't know.
I'm not sure that's a good enough answer.
Ever since Emily died,
I don't know if that's a good enough excuse either.
I'm just not myself, that's all.
You jumped on him because he said something.
I just lost my head. I don't know why.
He said something that set you off. What was it?
I can't remember.
But you were ready to kill him. What'd he say?
I tell you, I don't know.
Oh, yes, you do.
I don't remember.
I'll help you remember.
Now, look here. What business is that of yours?
You were mad the minute he walked in.
I just happened to lose my temper, that's all.
You were mad at him because the mail was late.
Maybe I was.
And he said something.
Now, look, Pauline, I'm late enough.
Now, we'd better have this out.
I have to leave.
If you leave before we get to understand this thing, I won't be here when you get back. Now, I recall. He said he was late because he no longer takes the shortcut through your woods. He said, after what happened last week, I get butterflies in my stomach. Just thinking about it. And then you jumped on him. Why?
I don't know why. I can't tell you why.
Do you know how many butterflies there are, Mr. Baring?
Robin, listen. I didn't want to kill you.
The answer is there are thousands of different species, butterflies and moths.
I didn't even want to hurt you.
All under the heading of Lepidoptera.
I've been so lonely I could die.
Lepidoptera is made up of two Greek words.
Emily had the same golden hair.
Lepido, which means scaly, and ptero, which means wings.
And the blue eyes.
The wings of all moths and butterflies are covered with scales if you look closely.
When you talk, your whole face seems to light up just like hers did.
The monarch is a fascinating creature in all of its life stages.
And I just had to touch you. That's all I wanted to do. Just touch you.
Egg, pupa, larva, chrysalis.
I didn't mean to do anything wrong. Listen to me. If you'll only listen. You didn't listen to me that morning. And so I had to... Will you listen now?
Listen? To what?
Listen to me.
What do you want to tell me?
I don't want to tell you anything. I want to ask you something.
Yes?
Can you forgive me?
Forgive you? Why should I forgive you?
Because I didn't mean to kill you.
Does that excuse you?
No, but...
Then why should I forgive you?
Because...
You did kill me. It's true.
Yes, but I didn't mean to.
When you killed me, I was 32 years old.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I worked so hard all my life. All my short life.
I didn't want to kill you.
I never had a chance to enjoy life.
There was only something I could do.
There is.
Tell me. I'll do it.
Confess.
Confess?
Go to the sheriff. Confess that you killed me. It's the only way I'll ever forgive you.
No.
Then I'll never forgive you.
Oh, please, Robin, please.
You must confess. Confess, and I'll forgive you.
I can't. I can't. I can't.
Well, maybe you can't, but I can.
Huh? What? Pauline?
You say you can't tell me why,
What do you mean I can't tell you why? I can't tell you what?
Well, what have we been talking about? Why, the word butterflies made you jump all over poor Bobby.
Butterflies?
Yes. That poor girl who was murdered. Martha's sister who was visiting. She was involved with butterflies.
Oh?
And you feel guilty about her getting murdered, don't you?
Me? Well, why should I feel guilty?
Why? I don't know why. Maybe because it happened on your property. So what if it did? You don't have any cause for guilt. What could you have done about it?
I better be getting along. I got a lot to do today.
Mr. Baring, take a word of advice from me. A lot of hard things have happened to you. First, you lost Emily. And now this terrible murder on your property. You'll have to keep your mind very busy.
And that was the Mozart piece we promised you. Turning now to opera on today's Gems from the Classics, we have the beautiful aria Un Bel Dì from Puccini's masterpiece, Madame Butterfly.
No. Oh, no. No. Hey! What do you think you're doing walking out in the middle of the road? You want to get killed?
I can't get killed. I'm already dead.
Wait. It's you.
Yes, it's me. Robin.
Where are you going?
I'm going to the place where they go for the winter.
Where? Who goes for the winter?
Where they go. The butterflies.
Look.
Remember I told you they go to a warm southern place?
I must be going crazy.
Many of my colleagues say it's Mexico.
Okay. I understand. I've got a guilty conscience.
But I think that here in Southern California...
But it wasn't all my fault.
We have the climate and the conditions.
You were stupid. I didn't mean to hurt you.
To provide a wintering place. And I think I know where it is.
Please, go away from me.
Don't you want to come with me?
Come with you? Where?
To the wintering place.
Wintering place?
So few people have ever seen one. I never did myself. But my professor, my old professor, he described it. There's nothing like it anywhere on earth. Beautiful butterflies. They cover the trees like another coat of foliage. And they change the entire light and color of the forest.
This is just my imagination.
And most of the time they lie dormant. But then, as if in response to some mysterious primeval urge, they flutter their wings. And suddenly, the colors of the forest change. As millions and millions of butterfly wings create unbelievably breathtaking kaleidoscopic designs. Brilliant reds and yellows and browns and blues and greens.
Gotta get out of here.
Come with me. You'll be one of the very few people in the world to have ever seen the wintering place. Come with me.
Go with you?
Stay with me.
You
wanted me?
No,
Confess. Admit it.
I only wanted to look at you.
That isn't true.
I just wanted to hold your hand.
You wanted me. The way you wanted Emily.
No.
When Emily was young.
No.
I'm a young Emily. The Emily you fell in love with.
No.
I have her hair, her eyes, her smile, even her voice.
What you're saying isn't true.
But I am not saying it. You're saying it. Aren't you? Aren't you?
Yes.
Then come with me. It's what you want to do more than anything else in the world, isn't it?
Yes.
We'll go to the wintering place. Such wonder, such beauty. We'll lie down under the trees, and we'll stay with the butterflies for as long as they do. We'll come back when they do, and we'll live as they do, because they're the wisest and the most beautiful of all the children of nature. Say you'll come with me.
Yes. Yes, I'll come with you.
And you'll live with me. Always. Promise.
I'll live with you. Always.
I'll make you so happy. Look in my eyes. You know I will. I'll make you as happy as Emily did. Do you believe me?
I believe you.
Now we shall leave for the wintering place. But first...
Yes?
First we must stop.
Stop? Where?
You must visit the sheriff, so that you may confess.
Confess? Confess what?
Confess you killed me.
Oh, no. No, I won't do it. I can't do it.
Do you want to come with me? Stay with me? Live with me and be happy forever in the wintering place?
Yes.
Then you must go to the sheriff.
Yeah, but I...
If you won't, I will leave you forever.
Oh, no. Please.
Then tell me, you will go to the sheriff.
How do you suppose it'll work out? Will he confess? Or will he dismiss the whole business as a figment of his imagination? Well, don't speculate. Relax. You'll get the whole thing neatly laid out for you in Act 3. The scientists tell us that we can neither create nor destroy matter. Well, we admit we can't create it. That is, after all, the exclusive prerogative of a higher power than ourselves. But destroy it? Isn't that within our abilities? Actually, long ago we discovered the act of murder, and far too frequently do we practice it. But do you destroy a man when you kill him? Isn't there something vital and dynamic that lives on? Mr. Frank Baring is having his problems.
You must go to the sheriff and confess.
Confess that I killed you?
It's the truth, isn't it?
Yes.
Then go. Oh, Franklin.
You just called me Franklin.
Of course.
Only Emily would ever call me Franklin.
I know.
Well, how do you know?
Because I'm part of Emily now. And when I tell you to go to the sheriff and confess, it's also Emily who's telling you.
No, but to go to the sheriff and...
Franklin, would Emily ever tell you to do anything that was wrong? Will you go, Franklin?
Yes.
I knew you would. We knew you would, Emily and I.
Will you come with me?
No, it isn't permitted. Go. We'll wait for you here.
Will you?
And then we all go to the wintering place together.
Sheriff.
Oh, hey. I'm glad to see you, Frank. Sit down.
Sheriff, I came here to...
Well, I see you got my message.
What? Message?
Yeah, sure. I called you this morning.
Why would you have called me, Sheriff?
Well, Pauline answered the phone, said you hadn't come down to breakfast yet, but I see she gave you the message to drop in and see me.
No, she never gave me any message. Oh, that woman, she can't remember a blame thing. How many times do I have to tell her to write things down? Well, that's no good. Even if she does write down a message, she forgets where she puts the blame piece of paper.
Oh, what are you getting so worked up about, Frank, huh?
Because she always forgets to tell me.
But she must have told you you're here, ain't she?
Well, I'm here because... Sheriff. Why did you want to see me?
Good news.
What do you mean?
They got the killer.
They what?
Yeah. They got the fella that murdered Martha's sister, Robin. The state cops picked him up near San Francisco. You know that watch she was wearing? Fool. He tried to pawn it.
If it's the same watch...
It is the same watch. Well, Martha identifies it positively as the one she bought for Robin the day she graduated. No, it's the same watch.
Where's the killer now?
Frank, I know how you feel and what you'd like to do, but the law has to handle it.
Where is he?
Downstairs in the lockup.
Could I see him?
I have to talk to him, man. You can stand outside the cell. Well, what do you got to say for yourself this morning, Eddie?
I'll tell you the same story I give to the state cops.
Well, that wasn't much of a story.
Hey, look, what do you want from me? I was down this part of work.
What for?
You know what for. Try to make a fast buck. I don't deny it. Well, I'm cutting through these woods, and there she is laying there on the ground, and she is dead.
Now, if you come across a dead body, aren't you supposed to report it to the authorities as a good citizen?
But I'm not a good citizen. I'm a hood, a punk. I don't deny it. All I gotta do is report this, and the cops say, Buster, you're the one who knocked her off.
Mm-hmm. And how do you get me past the watch, Eddie?
The watch?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, there's a sunlight shining through the branches of the tree she's laying on the sea, and it shines on his gold watch. It almost takes my eye out. If it wasn't for the sunlight, I'd have never spotted the thing. This had to go at least 7, 8 bills.
That was your mistake, Eddie. You should have left it on the wrist.
Yeah.
So you were walking along the woods, minding your own business, and you came across the body, huh? Now, that's your story?
Uh-huh.
Like I said, ain't much of a story.
But it's true.
Oh, good luck with it. In front of the jury.
Is there a chance he might be telling the truth?
Like you got a chance of being elected president of the United States, Frank.
You're convinced he's guilty?
Well, look, he's got a record.
Yeah, I understand that for theft.
And for the other thing, too.
What other thing?
Rape. Now, he's had one conviction and beaten a couple of others.
What? That meek-looking little...
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to believe.
Yeah. This one's what they call an incorrigible. No, he'll be put away for good. And we'll all be better off for it.
Yeah, I guess so.
And this thing is over.
How's the steak, Mr. Bering?
Pauline, this morning the sheriff called me here at the house.
He did?
He left an important message. As usual, you forgot to give it to me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bering.
I'm convinced you did it on purpose.
Why would I do it on purpose?
I don't know. I don't care. But the next time you forget about something, you're finished. Fired. Do you get that?
Yes, Mr. Bering. I get it.
You didn't confess.
No, I didn't.
That boy will pay for you.
Well, he's a hardened criminal. He deserves to be put away.
Can you live with that?
Yes, if I have to.
I don't think so. Emily doesn't think so either.
I was going to confess.
Yes?
I went there to his office for just that reason.
But you didn't do it.
I couldn't. I tried, but...
Yes?
I looked at his face. The sheriff's face. He wears those glasses with the steel wire frames. And he scared me. I couldn't open my mouth.
Poor Franklin.
I should confess, I know that. It's the right thing to do. It's the only thing.
Then why don't you do it?
I'm afraid of saying it to the sheriff.
I understand.
You do?
Of course. He's such a strict, righteous-looking man. Write him a note.
A note?
Just write. Here. A pen and paper. Pick up the pen. Write. I'll tell you what to write. Dear Sheriff Bonham, I confess to the killing of Robin Meadows. It was unintentional. I just was overcome by a terrible urge that I couldn't control. I will sit here in my room and wait for you to come for me. Sincerely yours, Franklin J. Barry. Yes, that looks all right. Now, fold it and place it inside the envelope and seal it. And address it to the sheriff, Town Hall, Eucalyptus Falls, California. Good. And in the drawer, there's a stamp. Good. Place it on the envelope. That's right.
No. Wait.
For what?
Let me think.
We can't wait, Emily and I. We must go to the wintering place. Now. Do you want us to leave without you?
No.
We will. Oh, Franklin, how we love you, Emily and I. How we want to be with you, always. Please, Franklin. come with us?
Yes, I want to go with you. Pauline!
Yes, Mr. Baring. What is it?
What time are you going downtown in the morning?
Oh, just about 7:30.
Mail this letter for me.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Baring, I will.
Now, make sure you don't forget.
Don't worry. I won't forget. More coffee, Mr. Baring. Mr. Baring.
Huh?
More coffee.
Pauline, what time did you go downtown this morning?
Oh, usual time, 7 o'clock.
Last night I asked you to do something.
You did?
You know I did. I asked you to mail a letter.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Did you mail that letter?
Did I mail that letter? Oh, of course I mailed that letter.
Oh.
More coffee?
You sure?
Oh, sure, I'm sure.
Where did you mail it?
Where? I dropped it in a mailbox.
Which mailbox?
Which mail? Oh, the one beside the fork of the road, just as Route 46 becomes Main Street.
Oh.
Is everything all right?
Tell me, where it has that card on the box. You know, did you ever read the card on the box, the one that tells what time the mail is being picked up?
Oh, well, I think it said at 11:45 in the morning.
You sure?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Well, what time is it now?
Well, I have 11:30. Well, Mr. Baring, aren't you going to finish breakfast? Now, what could have gotten into him?
Well, Mr. Baring, I can't do that.
All I want is my letter.
Now, look, you put a stamp on a letter, you drop it in a box, it's the property of the U.S. mail till it's delivered to the addressee.
Now, look, last night I wrote a letter, an important letter. All night I've been thinking about that letter. And I changed my mind. But it was already dropped in the box.
Well, how do I know it's your letter? Now, I give you a letter you claim you wrote to somebody and get myself fired from my job, lose my pension?
I have to have that letter. That's all there is to it.
I should go out on a limb for you? What do I owe you anyhow? What did you ever give me but a hard time? Just let me pass.
I mean to have that letter.
Get your hands off that bag. It's the property of the U.S. mail.
All I'm going to take is that letter.
Now, you get your hands off of that. Are you crazy?
I'll kill you if you try to stop me.
What? Hey, now, wait. You just put that gun away.
I warned you.
Now, let go of the bag. Oh.
I told you. Now, I'm going to take that letter. Where is that letter? The letter? Where is it? Where is the letter?
He just shot poor Bobby in cold blood.
Well, he was real upset this morning, Sheriff. But why would he shoot Bobby?
It was about a letter that was in the mailbox. Bobby had just picked it up, and he wanted it back.
Oh.
What is it? What are you saying oh for?
The letter wasn't there.
Oh, how would you know?
Because I forgot to mail it. Here it is. He asked, and I was afraid to tell him. He'd have fired me. I wonder what could have been in this letter.
Well, it's going to be Exhibit A in a murder case. So I guess we're going to find out.
And they did. And so you see, they not only had Frank Baring for one murder, they also had him for two. And he not only got to go to the wintering place, but also to a summer, spring, and fall place as well. I'm not going anyplace. I'll be right back. The wintering place, the secret place of security and safety, so precious to every living creature, where we renew ourselves for the constant struggle for existence. And wherever it can be found, we must go there, no matter how long, arduous, and perilous the journey. Why, even the fragile butterfly can travel 3,000 miles to get there, and back. Our cast included Robert Dryden, E.V. Juster, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Today's tale has never been completely explained. Not by science, medicine, or philosophy. An incredible story of an ordinary girl called Trilby, who became the greatest singer of her day. Today, we would say she was hypnotized by an extraordinary man called Svengali. But even that wouldn't explain it all. For Svengali was indeed a magician. In fact, a monster who left in his wake a trail of horror and broken lives.
Trilby, he mesmerized you.
Is that sinful? Is that bad?
He gets you in his power, and he can make you do anything he pleases. Steal, even murder. Anything.
There is something about him, it's true. Even now, I feel strange when I say his name. Svengali. Svengali. Svengali.
Our mystery drama, Trilby, was adapted from the novel by Gerald du Maurier, especially for Mystery Theater by James Agate, Jr., and stars Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Imagine Paris of the late 1800s. Paris of Puccini's La Bohème. Bohemian Paris, the Latin Quarter, the singers, musicians, young painters learning how to paint, young models modeling for their supper and dinner, too. This young lady is fast becoming one of the most famous of all. She is certainly the best-known French model ever written about. Meet Trilby.
That is my name. Trilby O'Farrell. Not O'Farrell. O'Farrell. Lots of people make that mistake. I just think of myself as an ordinary 18-year-old who models the face, the hands, feet, the altogether, for the painters and sculptors here on the left bank of Paris. People tell me I suddenly became a world-famous singer, sang concerts all over. I don't remember any of that. Truly, I don't. All I could ever sing was Sweet Alice, Ben Bold. I'll sing it for you sometime. I'm very tired now. I'm sitting here with lots of people all around me. Some of them are crying. I don't know why. I don't like making people unhappy or making trouble. And that's what I said to Billy that first day we met so very long ago.
Come in. Don't stand there in the door.
My name's Trilby O'Farrell. I was modeling upstairs.
Well, I'm Billy Baggett. We're all painters here, the three of us.
He means we hope to be.
That's Taffy. The other one by the window is Sandy. You modeling for Durian?
Yes, a statue of a French infantry drummer boy. That's where I'm wearing this silly outfit.
Well, you can tell Durian that's the biggest joke of a uniform I've ever seen. Hi, I'm Taffy, Talbot Wynn.
Taffy was in the Crimean War. That's how he knows all about uniforms.
Well, I got so stiff holding that flag and that drum that Durian said I could walk about for a few minutes. And my head was killing me. Oh, you have a piano. Is one of you a musician?
None of us, but it's handy to lean against.
Oh, nobody plays your piano?
Can you, Trilby?
Me? I've a tin ear. Oh, but I can sing one song.
We have a crazy musician friend who doesn't own a piano. He comes here to practice.
Hello.
Hello. My name's Sandy. Sandy Laird. Go on, come right in. We like interruptions.
You wouldn't have anything for a headache, would you? I have terrible neuralgia in my eyes. I've always had it. It just comes on and then there's nothing I can do.
Sandy, Taffy, anyone got any suggestions for neuralgia?
Strong coffee and close your eyes, I'd say.
Well, sit down anyway, Trilby. We may have some leftover breakfast coffee I could heat up.
Please, I don't want to make trouble for you.
Svengali knocked. Svengali knocked the door. This time you can't say Svengali didn't knock. Good morning, gentlemen. Svengali has come to practice the piano.
Not this morning, Svengali. This lady is suffering enough already.
How do you do, mademoiselle?
Oh, please excuse me. I don't feel very well to meet many more new people.
She poses for Durian upstairs.
And I was just about to heat up some coffee for her.
Maybe Svengali can help. Your name?
Trilby.
Now, Svengali will sit in front of you. Trilby, look straight forward. Look into the whites of the eye. Whites. Keep, yes, looking. Concentrate. Concentrate on the eye of Svengali.
Well, she's smiling.
Is the pen still in the hand?
It is almost gone.
Svengali wishes all pain to go.
It was the most peculiar sensation of my entire life. I had been looking into his eyes, and then the two eyes of Svengali became one eye, and it got larger and larger until that one eye was all I could see, and around it were sparks and flames shooting out, and in the very center of that one eye, it was dark and so deep and dark. I could hear as though from the back of a very long tunnel, I could hear the voice of Svengali.
Ma petite Trilby, no more pain, ma petite.
The strangest feeling, like being carried to another place. A beautiful feeling. I cannot really describe it. Covering me with peace.
Is she asleep? Her eyes are closed.
She is not sleeping. Say it to her. Ask her.
Are you asleep, Trilby?
No.
Then open your eyes and look at me.
She cannot open eyes. Now, she will not be able to open the mouth. Ask her.
Why couldn't you open your eyes, Trilby?
No.
She is trying to say something, but it is impossible. Now, she shall not get up from the divan. Go on, ask her.
She's bound by a spell. She can't move.
Svengali will now set her free.
Oh, it's gone. Oh, it's gone. My headache is gone. Oh, Mr. Svengali, thank you.
That's unbelievable. unbelievable. She's dancing about like a madman.
Oh, now I can go back upstairs to Dorian's and pick up my flag and my drum and pose for him without feeling like I'm dying. Oh, how can I thank you? How can I thank you enough, all of you? It's a terrible affliction. I've had it all my life.
Ma petite. Mademoiselle Trilby, there is something you can do for Svengali, if you would be so kind.
Oh, anything.
Will you permit Svengali to look into your mouth?
My mouth? Well, certainly.
What do you see? When this young lady was moving and laughing, Svengali suspected, huh?
Oh, is there something the matter with me?
Au contraire. On the contrary, dear lady. The roof of this mouth is like the great dome of the Pantheon. What a sounding board. But it is a great and sorrowful pity you do not also have musical organization. So it is. What God has given with one hand, with the other he has taken away. Svengali goes now. He is delighted he had made the pain disappear. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
You have to go, Svengali? You haven't practiced.
Another time. Now I am late. Au revoir, Taffy. Sandy. Au revoir, ma petite.
Oh, he's a strange one, isn't he?
I can't get over it. He never touched the keyboard.
Oh, I'm so terribly grateful to him, but I don't know, he sort of reminds me of a skinny, hungry spider. Well, he cured my pain. You don't know what a blessing that is. And if it happens again, and of course it will, I'd go back to him like a shot.
I don't know, Trilby. I'm not so sure I wouldn't rather have any pain than have it cured in that unnatural way. He mesmerized you. Did you know that?
You mean he talked to me?
I'd heard of it, but I'd never seen it done.
Well, is that bad?
Well, they get you into their power, and they can make you do anything they please. Steal, even murder. Anything.
Oh, you make the cold shivers run up and down my spine when you talk like that, Sandy.
All I'm saying is, be careful, Trilby.
Yeah. Yes, I suppose there is something about him, but without him being in the room, I do feel sort of strange when I just say his name. Svengali. 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 I could not get him out of my thoughts. In the middle of the night, in the street, when I was walking, he would appear to me, unexpected. Billy told me he was a great musician who had not yet made his mark, a composer of music, a conductor, and a teacher. I knew he must be a genius. Only a genius would not care, going around looking shabby and dirty, and his hair long and black and oily, and his beard scraggly, not an appetizing man at all. And his eyes, impossible to describe, so bold and brilliant and jet black. I had to see him again. Something compelled me. The best way I found was to cook for the three painters, sew a little for them, take care of them, and of course they never suspected why.
Trilby, for a Parisian model, you prepare food like a Parisian cook.
Well, I had a younger brother to practice on, and my mother.
And I like the way you darn my socks.
To say nothing of how invisibly she can mend a shirt.
You see, you please us all.
Well, not everybody is so happy with me.
No? Who? Whoever he is, he shall have to answer to the three of us.
Oh, Dorian upstairs, he's not happy. He keeps asking, why can't I stay longer when I pose for him, and what do I have to do downstairs, and why can't I come tomorrow? Well, at last I had to. I promised him I'd sit for 3 days in a row.
3 days we don't eat.
Oh, back to the bistro on the corner for us.
I'm going to pose for him in the Altogether.
In the Altogether?
Oh, well, why not?
Well, Trilby, that means...
Oh, what do I care? He's doing a statue of Venus. It pays twice as much. And after all, I am a professional model. They all do it.
Hey, Billy, what's the matter? Why are you leaving the table?
I'm going out.
But you haven't eaten any dinner, hardly.
I've had enough.
You've hardly touched your roast potatoes. Don't you like them?
Goodbye.
Oh, Billy! Billy, come back. Oh, I must go after him. Excuse me. Please excuse me.
Sandy, I have a sneaking idea that Billy is in love with her.
I've had that idea for some time.
Are you for it?
How can I be against it? How does she feel about him?
I don't know.
I don't know where Billy went. What was wrong?
Oh, nothing, I'm sure.
Well, didn't he like my cooking?
Well, of course he did. We all do.
You know, I never see your friend Svengali anymore. Doesn't he come here to play the piano?
Svengali?
Yes, you know, the one who cured my terrible headache that day.
Yes, we know. Svengali. Listen, Trilby, take a tip from me. It's not wise for you to be interested in him.
One must remember that hypnotism, 100 years ago, was thought a mysterious and frightening experience. And it was pretty avant-garde for Du Maurier to make it the basis of his novel, Trilby. Even today, there are many who believe the hypnotist can cure where the doctor cannot. But what did it do to the life of that young model, Trilby? I shall be back with some of the answers in a few minutes. Trilby was fast becoming one of the better-known models of Paris. It's no wonder that Billy had fallen in love with her. Then, suddenly, one day, she disappeared. Winter became summer, and summer again became winter. The three young painters returned to London, and within a year, Billy was discovered. He was William Bagot now, the famous artist whose works hung in the National Gallery of London. His two friends, though not as well known, also painted. Sandy did portraits, and Taffy turned to commercial art. But what of Trilby? Since this is her story, we let her tell it.
I knew Billy Bagot loved me, but I also knew I could not be a wife for him. I knew one day he would be a great artist, and me, a nobody. It would not be good for him to be married. The only other person in the world I really cared for was my little brother. And that day when he suddenly took ill and died, when Johnny died, I didn't wish to live another day. We buried him in the country near where I was born. I came away from that funeral a little crazy, I think. I cut my hair off and I dressed like a man. I walked all the way back to Paris alone. The pains in my head that started the day Johnny died never stopped. When I reached Paris, I was going mad from the torture of it. And so I went to see the only person I could think of who could cure me. Svengali.
Trilby. Ah, yes, Svengali remembers. Come in, little one. Entrez, ma petite. It has been a long time. And little Billy, Taffy, and Sandy, how are they?
Oh, I don't know. They moved away to London. I haven't seen them.
You still pose for Dorian?
No, I haven't in a long time. I went home. My little brother died.
Ah, ma petite Trilby. Svengali is sorry to hear that. Sit down, my child, here by the fire. And what are those peculiar clothes you are wearing? The trousers of a workman and that cap on your head? Take it off, Trilby. Oh, you have cut off all your hair. And you are crying.
My head hurts so. You were wonderful about it once, Mr. Svengali. Do you remember? I've never forgotten.
Tell me, have you eaten food, child? I will get you coffee and bread and butter and then take you to the Rue Savanarola for a good hot bath. And then you sleep.
But please, can you make the pain go away?
Of course. Has Svengali ever failed He's Trilby.
Yes? Who is it?
Bengali.
What? Where am I?
And how is my little bird this beautiful morning?
Oh, of course. Now I remember. Oh, I feel fine again. Oh, I slept so well.
For 2 days and 2 nights.
For 2 days and 2 nights, that long? Oh, whatever can you think of me?
What are you going to do now, ma petite?
Well, I don't know what.
A long time ago, you may have forgotten, Svengali asked to look into your mouth. Svengali told you he can make you sing.
Oh, I can sing already. Do you know Sweet Alice Ben Bolt? My father taught it to me.
Do you have a place to go, Trilby?
No, I gave up my room when I went to the country where my mother and my brother lived. I mean, where my brother died.
Svengali does not like tears. They are wasteful of the soul.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can live here, Trilby.
Oh, alone? With a man? No, I mean no disrespect, but
Who said alone, huh? Martha. My old aunt, Martha. She takes care of me. She can take care of you, too. Ah, Martha, come in, come in. I want you to meet Trilby, Svengali's new pupil. Oh, she is going to become a great singer someday.
Who is it? Is this the house of the great William Bagot, painter extraordinary?
Billy, my boy, open up. Sandy. Kathy, what a nice surprise.
Where do you keep your glasses, Billy?
Glasses? What for? What's that bottle?
Champagne, dear boy. Ah, here they are.
What are we celebrating? Sandy, you're doing another portrait of Lady Curzon.
Oh, don't mention the dear rich lady's name. I've done her portrait umpteen times. And now I'm starting in on her favorite horse.
All right, then. We drink to Lady Curzon's horse.
Oh, no, we do not. We drink to Trilby.
To Trilby?
Oh, don't pretend innocence with us, Billy. We've just come from the National Gallery. That is her portrait that just hung there, isn't it?
Yes, we stood there. The years rolled away. So we just had to see you, Billy, and tell you what you made us feel.
It is a marvel. It's just the way we first saw her 3 years ago, standing there in the doorway of our old Paris studio, wearing that French drummer boy's outfit. It's an extraordinary work.
To Trilby.
Sandy, do you mind if I don't drink to her?
To you, then, my boy.
It's so hard for me. I can never forget her.
So she turned you down. I think, especially now, you'd want to drink to her.
Why especially now?
Oh, Billy, my boy, you sleep, eat, and live painting, so I'm not surprised you don't know what's going on in the rest of the world. Haven't you heard about La Svengali?
La Svengali? You don't mean that noisy, conceited musician who used to come and bang on our piano, Svengali?
La Svengali is a singer with a range of contralto to soprano who's been touring Europe and Russia, making audiences weep, thrilling them with music the like of which hasn't been heard in 100 years.
Well, who is she?
I've never seen her.
Talk is she's a pupil of Svengali's, a young girl. They're married, and only he conducts her concerts, never anyone else.
I know what you're thinking, but it couldn't be her. Not Trilby. She absolutely could not sing a note.
Taffy and I were thinking of taking a trip back to Paris. Visit the old studio, the old streets. La Svengali is giving a concert there. What say? Why don't you come along with us?
To Paris? Oh, I don't know.
If it's really Trilby, we want to hear what that crazy old horror Svengali has done. If he's really been able to take her and create the greatest singer of the century.
No! Idiot! Imbecile! I know you have absolutely no ear whatsoever, but cannot you remember one blessed thing Svengali is teaching you?
I'm sorry.
Svengali does not want your sorrow. All he asks for is your concentration.
But which piece of music am I studying? I don't remember. I don't know where we are. I don't remember anything.
3 years, morning, noon, and night, 6, 8 hours a day. Svengali is taking your voice, note by note by note.
I try.
Well, and you succeed, my singing dove. There is no end to your notes. Each more beautiful than the other, velvet and gold, beautiful flowers, pearls, diamonds, rubies, drops of dew and honey. You are truly a phenomenon, ma petite Trilby, but dumb. Stupid as an ox. Now watch me. Look at me, look. I want you to remain on one note. Make it go through all the colors of the rainbow. Make Svengali happy. Make Svengali sad. Make him laugh. Make him cry. One note.
I will. I will. Svengali, I will. I can. I can.
Of course you can. And you will. With Svengali, you don't need an ear for music. Your eyes, the eyes of Trilby, watching the eyes of Svengali.
I will. I will. I can.
Watch. Look. See. We begin.
It's hard to believe that could have been Trilby up there.
Good heavens, Sandy, how could you doubt it?
Yes, it was. It was her. Our little Trilby didn't have such talent. Nowhere near it. This Lost Svengali is a true musician, and that takes years of study. She's no simple-minded, ignorant little...
Sandy, will you stop it?
Sweet and friendly girl. This is a woman. There is suffering on her face.
I can only go by my feelings, and it is her. Heaven knows how this angel of music came to be.
Oh, Svengali taught her. Did you see her eyes glued to him? Every movement he makes conducting the orchestra?
Lord. Billy, you've got to remember you're not a little lovesick boy anymore. You are William Baggett, the William Baggett, a world-renowned painter.
And I'd give it all up if I could be in that monster's shoes. There she is, married to him. Did you see the way they took the curtain calls together? Hand in hand. Master and pupil, husband and wife, smiling and bowing together. She holding on to him with all that love.
I know she saw the three of us. She looked right at you, Billy.
Yes.
And at that moment, I could have sworn her eyes, I don't know, became very wide. And then did you see Svengali suddenly turn around at the conductor's podium and the look he gave us?
Yes, I did.
I must say, it did make me wonder.
It made me sure it was Trilby.
Oh, I'm so very tired. What is this place we're in, Svengali?
A hotel in Paris.
We're in Paris? I'd love to take a walk to my old neighborhood in Montmartre tomorrow. May I, Svengali?
Tomorrow we are going to London on the first boat train.
Oh, you never let me do anything anymore. I don't have any fun. We used to have so much fun. Well, now it seems to me that I'm always asleep. And when I wake up, I'm wearing some silly long dress and gloves like I'm wearing now. And Marta has to help me take this off. Oh, why do I sleep so much, Svengali?
Perhaps you are still a little sick from the long walk you took, that unnecessary walk to Paris after your brother died.
Will you stop that? I don't want you ever to say anything again, not one word about my Johnny. You stop, you hear, you mean old man. I hate you. Oh.
And Svengali would slap you again and again if you talk to him like that.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. What did I say? I owe everything to you.
Ungrateful stupid who cannot sing a note to save her life, who cannot tell one tune from another. I have made you, created you.
What are you saying? Made me what? I know I cannot sing.
Don't waste my time. Go to bed.
No, I want to know.
Svengali can do anything. He has made himself a singing machine, a Stradivarius of flesh and blood. It is I who am the senior Trilby. Me, Svengali. I sing with your voice, Trilby. Now, go to bed.
Frightening, isn't it? Now we know. There were two Trilbys. Svengali's Trilby, a sound box, and the Trilby who was loved by the painter and who could never forget her. Where will it end? I shall be back in a few moments with Act 3. We are in London. For 2 nights in a row, La Svengali has given gala recitals at the Drury Lane Theater. Sandy, Taffy, and Bill attended both nights. On the second night, they were certain La Svengali was Trilby. They agreed, yes, her face was older, certainly the face of a woman who has experienced unhappiness, but an air of mystery surrounded her, almost as if she were unaware of what she was doing on that stage. The 3 friends, in formal dress, as indeed everyone was in the audience, sat in the second row, waiting for the concert to begin.
I thought I'd gotten all over her. As you said, I was a boy then, and I'm a man now, but Trilby is still in my blood. And it's so hopeless. She's the wife of Svengali, and together they've conquered the world. Last night, during the concert, every song, I saw the way her eyes followed him. Svengali's a great musician, Sandy. Everybody can derive pleasure from music. You don't find a painting making people weep the way music does. People don't shout and scream and applaud paint on a canvas the way they carried on last night right here. Yes, I'm jealous, unhappy, and it's also hopeless.
But it's over, Billy. You have to accept that.
Forgive me for carrying on like this. I'm sorry. I truly am.
Sandy, is it true that Svengali is not conducting the orchestra tonight?
I thought he always conducts for her.
Haven't you heard? Backstage gossip has it that they were rehearsing this afternoon, and Svengali interrupted Trilby several times. Got very excited and struck her with his baton.
What?
Then she fell on her knees and
Good Lord.
and cried out and begged him not to hit her. She said something like, "I'm singing the best I can." And when she was on the floor, he kicked her. The first violinist couldn't stand it, and he made a grab for Svengali. And the next thing anybody knew, he'd cut Svengali with a knife.
I never heard a single word. They must have hushed it up.
Yes, cut him across the back of the neck. They sent Svengali back to his hotel, and I understand the doctor has absolutely forbidden him to conduct this evening.
That's extraordinary. So someone else is taking over.
Just look around you. The place is crowded to the rafters. I can't see one empty seat.
Yes, there's one there.
Huh?
That lower box, the one nearest the stage.
Box holders are notoriously late. Whoever it is, better hurry. The conductor is raising his baton.
I see by the program her first song will be without accompaniment. Like the one she did in Paris that brought down the house.
Here she comes.
Oh, she's magnificent. She never looked so beautiful.
Taffy, look at Billy. Poor Taffy's crying.
Well, at least he's letting it out.
Look who just walked into that empty box.
Svengali.
He can see us. He's looking right at us. Oh, would you clap your eyes on that face?
Strange, isn't it? As though it were frozen into a laugh.
Trilby, sing, my sweet. You don't need to keep looking at him. Music is in your heart. Sing.
Oh, she's opening her mouth, but good Lord, it looks like she's trying to sing, but no sound's coming out.
I can't take my eyes from Svengali. His eyes, they're glazed, unseeing.
Trilby, sing! You don't need him! For God's sake, sit down. What in heaven's name?
She's fainted.
Billy, come back here. He's running on the stage.
Taffy, look in the box. Svengali has fallen over. You can't move an inch backstage here.
Well, this is the door, sir.
Yes, who is it?
Billy, how did you make it here before we did?
Hello, Trilby.
Trilby was just singing Ben Bolt to me just now.
Oh, Taffy, dear. And Sandy. Oh, what is all this about? Oh, I'm so happy to see you. Imagine what a surprise it was when Billy walked in just a minute ago. Where on earth am I? Oh, it's been so long, my dear friend.
Trilby, are you all right?
Of course I am. What's the matter? What are those funny looks between you? Why are you all dressed in black with white ties if you're going to a ball? Hmm? Where's Svengali? I want to go home.
Where is home, Trilby? I mean, where are you staying in London?
Oh, it's some hotel near Hyde Park. Isn't that stupid of me? I can't seem to remember. Where is Svengali?
Well, he was in a box, Trilby. I'm afraid... I think he took ill.
Dear little Billy. How pale. How very pale. You don't eat enough. Doesn't anybody cook roast potatoes for you anymore? I'm so glad to see all three of you again. Tell me, where are we now? What is this place? This room, this funny little room with all these mirrors. Where am I?
Daffy, I think we ought to take her to Billy's place in Fitzroy Square. He's got the biggest house of any of us. Billy, will you mind?
No, of course not.
And Trilby, come along with us. We're all going over to Billy's.
Oh, I'd love to.
Good morning, Trilby. Did you sleep well?
Oh, come in. Come in, all three of you. Do you know there was a doctor here this morning after I was up and dressed? He said he was a friend of Billy's. Nice man, but I wasn't sick, so I didn't know what he was doing here.
Well, he's an old friend and a very fine doctor. I just wanted him to see you, Trilby.
I slept marvelously. Is this your house, Billy? They sent me my clothes and the trunk from the hotel so I could get out of that awful Greek or Roman thing I was wearing last night. I can't think where I got that. Must have been out of my mind to wear that. I can't seem to remember. Why do you suppose I wore it? What is the matter with Svengali? Is he dead? He must be dead. I have a feeling. He is dead. I can see it in your faces. He had heart disease. I'm sorry. He was always very kind to me.
Yes, Trilby, he's dead.
No, I was looking at my hands this morning, and they're all black and blue, as if somebody had hit them. And I have a terrible bruise on my side. I should have told the doctor, because I don't know where I got those.
I'm afraid it was Svengali. He struck you while you were rehearsing.
Struck me? Rehearsing? What are you talking about? Svengali never struck me. He was kindness himself, always. And what would I be rehearsing?
The songs you were to sing at the Drury Lane last night.
Sing at the theater? I never sang at any theater. Oh, was that big place we were in a theater? I did see him. Oh, yes. Svengali, in the box opposite. He was looking so strangely, like he was laughing about a secret or something. And he was staring straight out at me. And then I thought, why is he laughing at me? Oh, it's fuzzy in my mind like a bad dream. What was it all about, Billy? Was it a dream?
Trilby.
What?
Don't you remember singing in Paris at the South Play and in Vienna? And St. Petersburg in the Winter Palace?
You're pulling my leg. What nonsense. Now you're thinking of someone else.
You were never in those places?
Oh, yes, I was. We were in Vienna and St. Petersburg, Svengali and I. He played everywhere. But I never sang there. Good heavens.
Trilby, can you remember how long you've been married to Svengali?
Mm-hmm. Months. Years. I forget. You know, I looked for him in Paris when I was so awfully sick. I was much worse than that time in your studio. Remember? When he cured me?
Was it the same old neuralgia?
Oh, no, much worse. I went sort of crazy when my little brother Johnny died. And this terrible pain in my head. It's funny, isn't it? Poor Svengali. Tell me how he died.
Quite suddenly, I believe.
Oh, I hope he hadn't much pain. Billy? Billy, what are you doing over by my trunk?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, yes, you are. You found something. What is it?
Just a picture.
Well, let me see it. I want to see it. Bring it here. Oh, I've never seen that picture before. How did it get in my trunk? And Marta put it there before we left Paris. Look, Taffy, Sandy.
Well, it's splendid photograph of Svengali. He must have been quite young.
But the eyes are the same. Those big black eyes with all the white showing. I'm so very tired. I'm sitting here with so very many people around me. Why are they crying? I don't like to make people sad.
My dearest Trilby, how like an angel you sang.
Why are you all crying?
Because you have been singing so beautifully.
I have been singing?
Oh, yes. For the past quarter of an hour.
It was like a voice from heaven.
Well, I feel so tired. I don't think it's quite fair of you to joke with me when I'm so very tired. I was singing just now.
Holding on to that picture of Svengali and singing your little heart out.
I'm so tired. Do you mind, dear friends, if I just close my eyes? You go on talking. I don't mind that.
Trilby. Billy. Is she asleep?
Trilby. His photograph. It slipped out of her hand.
Svengali.
Oh, good Lord. Is she dead?
Yes, Trilby was dead. Within minutes, the doctor arrived, and, incredible as it may seem, he said that Trilby had been dead for at least half an hour. Dead for the past half hour. That would mean from the moment she had begun to sing her last song. This extraordinary story is not quite over yet. I'll tell you the rest in a few minutes. Not long after the death of Trilby, little Billy, known to the world as artist William Baggett, also died. His close friends said he could not bear the memory of Trilby dying with Svengali's name on her lips. They say he died of a broken heart. And that is the end of the story. The strange account of the most beautiful singing voice the world had ever heard. And the fantastic haunted man by the name of Svengali, who breathed musical life into the soul of his Trilby. And when he died, took that soul with him. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Ian Martin, Mandel Kramer, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. From 1861 to 1865, the people of the United States were engaged in a murderous civil war. Those years of conflict were the most costly epoch in all American history, not only in money and in hundreds of thousands of wasted lives, but in the complete breakdown of our society. It became, in many places, what was called a war between brothers, especially in some of the border states, where the sympathies of the citizens were sharply divided between the causes of the North and those of the South. And death was a constant companion to them all.
Tomorrow morning, sir, when my neck is snapped by the tightened rope, and I hang dangling in the air, I will still be alive. In pain, but alive. And once I'm finally what you call dead, all it will mean is an end to that pain.
Your conclusion?
Why go to the trouble of causing me pain one moment, only to end it bountifully the next? It seems hardly worth the trouble.
Our mystery drama, A Matter of Conscience, is chiefly based on the Ambrose Bierce classic short story, Parker Addison, Philosopher. It was especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss and stars Christopher Tabori. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It was early in the autumn of 1861. The American Civil War was only a few months old. To most Americans, the idea of hunting down and killing their own countrymen was still an unusually disturbing experience, and a little unreal. The thought that the enemy they were shooting at, and who was shooting at them, was not from another part of the world, speaking a strange and alien tongue, but another American, still took getting used to. But it wasn't long before that changed. Whatever compassion there might have been began to give way to the cold, unrelenting hatred of the enemy.
Detail! Cut! Detail! Ready? Aim! Fire! Corporal, have your men pick up the body of the prisoner. Convey it to the place which has been designated. Assign 4 men to dig the grave, then bury the body immediately. By order of the commanding general.
Would you care for another egg, Parker?
No, thank you, Mother.
You hardly touched your breakfast, son.
Not very hungry. Well, Mother, you must stop fretting about me. Remember, I'm a big boy now.
You're the only son I have. You with your father going off to the war. You're the only man left in this big house.
That won't be for long, Mother.
What are you saying?
I can't stay out of the war much longer.
Parker, you're so young. I need you, Parker. I need you desperately. So before you decide to do anything rash...
I'm going to have to leave you, Mother. I, too, am going off to war.
Parker, no.
I've already signed up.
When do you go?
This morning.
This morning?
The Union regiments that arrived last night have taken the town. The Southern troops were badly beaten. They're in retreat.
I know that. But just the same, I wish I had waited. Obviously, there's nothing I could have done to stop you.
Thank you, Mother.
Your father, all the rest of the boys in gray will be very proud of you. And I'm sure Lorinda will be the most proud.
I'm not so sure.
Have you told her your decision?
Not yet, Mother. I wanted you to know first.
Well, she has the right to know. Lorinda's going to be your wife.
Mother, it's quite possible you all may not be so proud of me.
Why do you say that?
My deepest convictions, what I believe about this war, are not, I fear, exactly the same as yours and Father's, or even Lorinda's.
We all have a right to our opinions. That's what we've always tried to teach you. And if your philosophy differs a little from ours...
My philosophy differs more than a little, Mother. I've signed up with the Union Army. I'm a sergeant in the Army of the North. I waited for my mother to burst into a flood of uncontrollable tears. Instead, her jaws hardened into two iron bands. Her eyes became burning coals of fire. After a silence I thought would never end, she finally spoke.
Parker Anderson, am I to believe what you have just told me? That you have joined the enemy?
I've been struggling with my conscience for weeks. My sympathies, Mother, are with the North.
Then we'll just have to get along without you. Parker, you're a traitor to your country. And a traitor to your loved ones. You must do what you conceive to be your duty. But your father and I taught you. It's been our way of living, always. But I never for a moment dreamed...
I'm not ashamed of my decision. Don't try to make me, please.
I understand. Now, I would be most grateful if you would leave this house. At once.
Wish me well, Mother.
I can't do that, Parker. Not to the enemy of my country. Not to a stranger.
My mother's words lashed across my face like the sting of a whip. I knew it was utterly useless to try to justify, in her eyes, what I was about to do. Within an hour, I was standing at attention before Colonel Herman Braille of the 4th Indiana Infantry.
Mr. Addison?
A correction, sir. With your permission, Sergeant Addison.
I beg your pardon. You signed up with us yesterday, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
I understand you're a local boy. You live right here in this town?
That's correct, Colonel Braille.
And still you wish to fight on the side of the Union? On our side? What might be called the side of the enemy?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Call it a matter of conscience, Colonel. I have searched and examined the issues of this war carefully and most seriously. My sympathies are completely and unwaveringly with the side of the North.
To the point where, if it were necessary, you are prepared to give your life for our side?
A correction, Colonel. My side. Yes, Colonel. I have a fairly well-developed sense of duty.
Only fairly well-developed, Sergeant Addison?
Well, you might call it slightly above average.
At ease, Sergeant. Now, please be seated. That chair over there.
Thank you, sir.
Sergeant Addison, a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Have you any thoughts on how you might be of the greatest service to the Union cause, to the Army of the United States, and more specifically to this regiment?
I leave that decision to my superior officers, sir.
I'm aware of that.
Without intending to sound boastful, I can say that I'm a first-rate shot around rifles since I was 8 years old.
I see.
And for whatever it may be worth, I've had as much schooling as any boy my age.
Very good.
I've been riding since I was 5. I know horses.
Excellent. And you surely know this part of the country fairly well, would you say?
Much, much above average, I would say. There's hardly a foot of ground within 30, 40 miles of here I wouldn't recognize as well as I would my own face.
And then I think my question has probably been answered. How you might be of greatest use to this army. Sergeant Addison, we need certain information very badly and in a hurry. By sometime late tomorrow night, the hour is not yet set, we pursue our attack on the enemy with everything we've got.
I follow you, sir.
We give him no relief. However, after yesterday's battle, we're not sure how many of his troops he may be able to regroup or what fresh forces he may have in reserve. He may be preparing to counterattack in strength.
I understand, sir.
At the moment, we're not sure exactly who would be attacking, what specific regiments, their number, their disposition, their morale.
We have only an approximation of all this intelligence. We must fill in the blanks as fully and as quickly as possible before we dare move.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Addison, do you think that you could get this information for us?
I could try, Colonel. I would do my best.
I would not order you to do this, understand? Should you refuse or hesitate, I would not hold it against you.
I volunteer, sir, to try to get the intelligence you require.
Spoken like a brave soldier. We will provide you with a Confederate uniform, rank of sergeant, I believe. You'll be supplied with false identity papers, a name other than your own. You will represent yourself as having been separated from your own company and regiment in the confusion of yesterday's battle. Maybe even that you were wounded. Yes, wounded. Good idea.
Then what, sir?
You will slip unnoticed, we hope, beyond the enemy lines under cover of darkness. Tonight. Once you have penetrated those lines, we'll give you 12 hours to gather your information and make a safe return.
And should I not return within 12 hours?
We'll assume that you're in fairly serious trouble, Parker. If you should be so unfortunate as to be discovered to be taken prisoner as a spy, the only questions you're required to answer under the Articles of War are...
Name, rank, army identification number.
Nothing else. Oh, one more thing. If you're taken, there's nothing we can do to help you. We won't even acknowledge you. You're as good as dead. Johnny Reb, with no disrespect to your former friends and countrymen, is especially sensitive to being spied on.
You're right about that, sir.
Particularly by a man they would regard as a turncoat, the lowest, vilest kind of traitor. Hardly worth the rope by which they'd hang him to the nearest tree.
I'm not unfamiliar, Colonel Braille, either with the concept or that behavior. I promise to do my best to avoid such an uncomfortable and embarrassing end.
One slip, and you're finished. Remember that. Here are your false papers. They were all prepared. I knew I could depend on you.
Thank you, sir.
I salute you for your courage. Let's see now. Who are you? Oh, yes. Sergeant Shelby Worth of the 7th South Carolina.
Well, I sure do appreciate them kind words, sir.
Now, be careful, Parker. The next time we meet, I do not wish to see you hanging from the limb of a sycamore, a rebel rope around your neck. That would not be very amusing.
No, sir. Death is not usually very amusing.
Finally, I want you to know that we trust you. All of us, with our lives. Completely and implicitly. As if you'd been one of us from the very start. Above all, we respect you.
I'm extremely touched. Thank you, sir.
Good luck, my boy. Lieutenant Howard. Come in, Lieutenant. The man who just left this room is Sergeant Parker Addison. You're to watch him like a hawk every minute that he's here. He is to suspect nothing. I don't trust him any further than I can throw him.
A man who can turn his back on his friends, his family, and his country is a man with whom we may have small sympathy. At the same time, he is a man whose deep moral convictions many of us are compelled in some strange way to admire. This is the course young Parker Addison has chosen. Where will his courageous choice take him? Directly to Act Two. As night began to fall, Parker Addison, in the uniform of a Confederate sergeant, slipped unnoticed through the Southern lines. There was enough of the lingering daylight for him to see that the fighting of the previous night had been hard and murderous. The taste and smell of battle were still in the air. Among the splintered trees lay wrecks of men and horses. Stretcher bearers hurried about, carrying away the few who showed some signs of life. The dead were piled up like so much cordwood, while trenches were being dug to receive them.
I raised my hand to my head. It was crudely bandaged to give the appearance of a serious wound. I limped slightly, as though I had taken a shot of grape in the leg. Before long, I joined an endless moving line of suffering men, their faces drawn, their ragged uniforms spattered with crimson. A grizzled old soldier hobbled up to me.
That were a pretty good fight last night, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Never seen our boys put up such a fine scrap. Never.
That they did.
Even if we did take some of a licking.
Well, we can't win them all, old man, can we?
Well, ain't that the truth? Well, where were you hit?
Piece of shrapnel caught me here, right here over my right eye.
It give you much pain?
Enough. Hoping I don't lose my eye. Oh, then I caught a little grape here in my leg. How about you?
Why, I took a big one here in the groin. Blood just keeps pouring down into my boot. Where you from, Sergeant?
South Carolina. Got separated from my regiment. You?
Kentucky, 7th, Company C.
You lads hurt bad?
Bad enough. If 1 out of 10 of us is still a living, we'll be doing pretty good.
1 out of 10? How about the others? The other companies?
From what I heard, we're not in very good shape. Not good at all.
Where do you think you boys be now?
We couldn't say.
Did you have any cavalry support or artillery?
Oh, we did, but...
Who is your commanding general?
Well, commanding general. Now, you just wait one solitary minute, mister. You're asking a lot of questions. Questions that ain't really none of your dang business, so it would appear.
Oh, I didn't mean
to... What makes you so dang nosy, anyway?
Soldier, you're absolutely right. It is none of my business. Why, I was just hoping that things were not quite as bad for all of us as they seem.
Well, I can understand that. You know, a couple of weeks back, young fella come along out of nowhere, just popped up, started his smelling and his sneaking his way around our company, poking a lot of questions at us.
What happened?
We poked one too many. Turned out to be a dang Yankee spy. But, we took good care of him, we did.
You did?
Oh, you should have seen him flapping around in the wind, strung up on the branch of an old oak tree. Funniest sight you ever did see.
Any idea where this column we're in is headed?
This column of the Walking Dead. Word was passed along that there'd be some kind of field hospital somewhere up ahead. A couple of miles more, maybe.
Oh, I see.
The army surgeons will do their best to patch us up and put some of us together again in good enough shape to get us back to fighting. That is, if we live long enough to get to ever see them surgeons.
We kept limping along in the black night. The whole long struggling line of us. Suddenly, down near Whitewater Creek, we blundered onto a hastily thrown-together field hospital. By the light of their crude lamps, the doctors were busy sweating over the wounded men. 3 or 4 soldiers, rifles at the ready, stood about as guards. Before I could get out of sight, one of the officers spoke to me.
You're next, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
Now, what seems to be your trouble?
Now, if you don't mind, sir, I'd just as soon took care of my old friend here. Oh, I think he's in much worse shape than I am.
Now, you sit down on this log. Now, bring the light a little closer.
No, please take care of the old fella. I can wait. He's been hit in the groin, and he tells me that...
I will make the diagnosis, Sergeant. Now, sit down. Now, first,
Let's get these filthy rags off your head and see what you've been hit and how. Just how badly.
Why, it really isn't all that bad.
Will you stop being a hero, Sergeant? Now, we got all the heroes we need piled up out there like so many fallen logs. Now, you just sit still.
The wound, it doesn't trouble me all that much.
Now, look, Sergeant. Some of these men are on the brink of death. Now, if your wound doesn't trouble you all that much, now, please tell me what in heaven's good name you're doing here. Now, why aren't you with your regiment, Sergeant,
Worth, sir. Shelby Worth. See, I just got separated in the last night's little fracas.
Oh, how?
Well, I can't really say. One minute I was with my boys, and the next I just wasn't.
I see. Now, just hold still while I snip these stinking rags off your head.
And I really would rather you did.
Sergeant, you let me see your papers.
I don't believe I can do that, sir. Just as I became separated from my company, well, somehow, in a way I can't explain, my papers got separated from me.
Who are you, Sergeant? Who are you?
I just told you. I was hit by shrapnel last night.
Sergeant Worth, whoever you are, you weren't hit by anything. There isn't so much as a scratch any place on your head. Now, you stay where you are. Hey, where do you think you're going?
I'm getting out of here, but fast.
You hold on there. Sentry, after that man, the one who's running. Over there. Shoot. To kill.
Only the velvety darkness of the night saved me. That and the fact I knew exactly where I was. Like a rat scurrying around in a trap, frantically sniffing out the one opening that would mean freedom, I began to run in the direction of my home, my pounding heart ready to burst inside of me. When my feet would carry me no more, I dropped, exhausted, and lost consciousness.
Parker? Are you all right?
Where am I? Who is that?
It's me, Lorinda.
Lorinda?
Oh, yes.
Oh, what on earth are you doing here?
I had a feeling, I can't explain it, that you might be in trouble. Serious trouble. I came to look for you, my darling.
I don't understand how you found me. Well, anyway, one thing's certain. You got to get out of here.
I'm going to stay with you, Parker.
No, that's crazy. You can't. We're right in the middle of the fiercest fighting of the war.
You must stop talking. You must rest. And then you got to come back with me.
I can't do that, Lorinda. We're at war. I'm a soldier.
I can see that. Your uniform.
No, you don't understand. This is not my uniform.
Not yours? How can that be?
I can't talk about it now. We're in the gravest danger here. You've got to leave, Lorinda.
Not without you. I won't. Parker, I love you. I'm going to be your wife.
I know, my darling. And I love you, but please go back home. I'll take good care of myself, I promise.
I'd be much happier if you came with me. You'd be safer. Parker, come with me and rest.
Come with me. You're under arrest. Come with me.
Who are you? Where'd you come from?
That's the man, Captain. The one who ran away while I was examining him.
Thank you, Doctor.
Where's Lorinda?
Who?
Lorinda. The girl I'm going to marry.
I don't know what you're talking about. You fell, hit your head on this rock, and passed out.
Passed out?
And now, Sergeant, or whatever you are, on your feet. Keep moving straight ahead. And remember, the shooting end of this rifle is sticking right into the small of your back.
A while later, I was led into a wall tent about 8 by 10 feet, lighted by a single tallow candle stuck into the haft of a bayonet. An old rag carpet covered the earthen floor. A tattered leather trunk, a chair, and a roll of blankets were all else that the tent contained. At the further end, a silver-haired general sat at a pine table, busily writing. The captain who had arrested me was posted at the opening of the tent. Rain was drumming down on the canvas. I beg your pardon, sir. I believe, General, you want to see me.
Oh, yes, of course. So I did. Prisoner, Oh, no. We'll follow the rules of war. State your name.
Since I'm to lose that at daybreak tomorrow morning, along with everything else, I, too, will follow the rules of war. The name, sir, is Parker Addison.
Your rank?
A somewhat humble one. You see, commissioned officers are considered much too precious to be risked in the perilous business of spying. I'm a sergeant. A lowly sergeant. I did have hopes of promotion, had I been fortunate enough to succeed in my mission.
What regiment?
I'm afraid I can't answer that.
Why not?
Besides being a somewhat improper question, begging your pardon, sir, improper from the point of view of the Articles of War, my answer would give you a good idea of whose forces you were facing.
And?
I came into your lines, sir, to obtain such information, not to give it.
You admit, then, that you are a spy for the Union Army?
It would be useless as well as untrue to deny it.
That you came into my camp disguised as you are in the uniform of a Confederate soldier?
True. Would the General permit me to ask a somewhat personal and perhaps irrelevant question?
Well, what's that?
I noticed that there's a large nail driven into the tent. There, where the captain is standing on guard.
Yes.
From it is suspended a sword belt supporting a long saber, a pistol in its holster, and, if you'll permit me to say so, absurdly enough, a large, long-bladed, double-edged Bowie knife.
Well, what of it?
A most unmilitary weapon, wouldn't you say?
Perhaps. A souvenir of my days as a civilian, when I would go hunting in the company of my son. I once had a son.
I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you. Any more questions?
No, sir. And thank you.
Captain?
Yes, sir.
Please take this paper to the Adjutant General immediately, and then come back at once.
Yes, sir. And, the prisoner, General?
I'll take care of the prisoner. Just do what you're told.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Addison?
Yes, sir.
It's a bad night, isn't it?
It certainly is. For me. I can only hope that things will be clear by morning. For both of us.
In times of war, an ordinarily gentle person, in almost no time at all, will often be transformed into a hardened, impenitent mechanism who can sleep soundly on a hill that trembles with the thunder of great guns, play cards among the dead faces of his closest friends, or, without blinking an eye, calmly and coldly assign another man to what? I shall be back shortly with Act 3. A stormy night in the autumn of 1861, somewhere in the South. One of the earliest battles of the Civil War has just been fought. The driving rain cascades in torrents upon the canvas of the Confederate general's tent. The elderly officer sits at his rough pine table. He has just given a folded paper to a sentry with the order that it be delivered immediately to the adjutant general. The general's young prisoner, a spy for the North, stands before him at attention.
You are aware that what you have done is a capital offense, the punishment for which is death?
I am, sir.
Can you guess what was written on the paper I just handed the sentry?
I'm usually not very good at guessing, sir. It may be my immodesty, even my vanity, but I venture to suppose that I was mentioned in it.
Your assumption is quite correct. The memorandum to the Adjutant General is an order to be read to the troops. It concerns...
My execution. Correct, sir.
It also contained notes for the guidance of the Provost Marshal in arranging some of the details of that rather special event.
Special, sir.
It was not every day that a Northern spy falls into our hands, particularly a Northern spy who was born and raised right here in the South.
I hope, General, that the Provost Marshal will arrange the spectacle with taste and with intelligence.
I'm sure he will. One question.
All you like, sir.
Have you any arrangements of your own that you might like to have carried out? Any messages to your friends, your family, your loved ones? Do you wish to see a chaplain?
A chaplain? At daybreak? At 5 in the morning? No, I couldn't think of being so inconsiderate of another man's sleep. Oh, besides, I could hardly expect to secure a longer, more pleasant rest in heaven by depriving a chaplain of his rest.
Do you mean to go on to your death with nothing but these silly jokes on your lips? One hardly jokes about death.
I would have no way of knowing about that, sir. You see, I've never been dead before. This is all very new to me.
And you will not be serious. Isn't there anything more important you can say at a time like this?
Isn't there anything more important you can say to me, sir? I know that death is supposed to be serious, something one should not treat lightly. But I've never heard this from any of those who have actually experienced it.
I see no point in discussing this any further.
One thing I'm sure of all the dead men with whom you, in your soldierly occupation, have strewn your path, I'm sure that few have shown any noticeable signs of either pain, suffering, or regret.
To me, the very thought of death is horrible. Yes, I have seen men die. And I admit I've been the cause of many of those deaths. To see a young life snuffed out as you would blow out the flame of a candle.
Then why do you add me to your long list?
Meaning?
You could order your men to release me. Under the circumstances, such procedure might be considered understandable, if not reasonable. One last point.
Yes?
Suppose I made an attempt to escape. Here, this very minute.
Well, you wouldn't dare.
But if I did, what would you do? No, don't tell me. You would lift the revolver you are courteously concealing in your lap.
You are aware of that?
You would fire. My stomach would be filled with several ounces of lead. After perhaps half an hour of pain and agony, the last pain I should ever know, then I should be what you call dead.
So what is the point you're trying to make?
Tomorrow morning when I am hanged, when my neck is snapped by the tightened rope and I hang dangling in the air, still alive, in pain, but alive, I'll be looking forward to the moment of my actual death. But it will mean that my pain is ended. Death is very kind about such things.
You think so?
That's why I ask. Why? Why go to the trouble of causing me pain one moment only to end it bountifully the next? It follows that it would hardly be worthwhile to hang me at all. What do you think, sir?
That death is terrible. And you can go on talking from now until you're made to stop. When you die, your death will be the most terrible of all. To you, and as you must realize, to me.
There was a long silence. The storm had ended. The general sat there impassive, as if his eyes were mounting guard over me, while his mind concerned itself with other matters. Finally, he drew a long breath, shuddered, as if he had wakened from a dreadful dream, and, as though talking to himself, kept repeating,
Death is terrible.
This man of death.
Death is terrible.
General, you sent for me?
Huh? Who's that?
Captain Hesterlick, your provost marshal.
Of course. Come in, please.
Thanks, sir. I got your message from the Adjutant General.
Yes, of course. Captain Hesterlick, this is the Yankee spy who was captured inside our lines in a Confederate uniform. He has confessed.
Yes, sir.
I believe the storm has passed.
Yes, sir, it has. It's clear night, moon shining.
Good. As I wrote the Adjutant General, you're to take a file of men, conduct the prisoner to a firing squad, and have him shot.
Shot?
Yes, sir. At once.
No, you can't mean what you're saying. And I'm not to die until morning.
I never said a word about your dying in the morning.
Of course you did.
No, it was you who have been speaking in terms of tomorrow morning at daybreak, not I. That was an assumption of your own. You die tonight.
But why? Why are you doing this? General, I'm to hang. I'm not to be shot. Well, it'll take at least 2 hours to erect the gallows. You wouldn't hang me from a tree, would you? And certainly not shoot me.
What difference does it make?
Spies are hanged, not shot. I've my rights. Rights under military law.
Captain Hesterlick, proceed with your orders.
Yes, sir. Prisoner, face the opening of the tent. The point of my saber is quite sharp. Now forward, toward the tent opening.
It was 3 short steps to the tent pole. I sprang toward it like a cat. Seized the handle of the long Bowie knife that was hanging there. Thrust the captain aside, leaped upon the general, and with the fury of a madman hurled him to the ground. The table was overturned, and the candle was extinguished.
Help me, Captain, help me!
The provost marshal pounced on me. In no time, the 3 of us, a welter of limbs and bodies, fought and clawed at one another in the pitch-black dark.
Get that knife away from my throat!
The tent collapsed upon the 3 of us, and beneath its heavy folds, the struggle went on. The captain, on guard outside the tent, had obviously fired his rifle to attract attention. Soon the drums began to beat the long roll. Bugles sounded the assembly. Swarms of half-clothed men, dressed as they ran, rushed into the moonlight, fell into line. When all was under control, the men stood at arms, while an officer and the men of his escort tried to bring order out of the chaos I had created. Someone lifted the canvas of the tent that had covered the 3 of us.
You, our prisoner.
Yes?
Stand up, if you can. What happened?
I can't say, sir.
Captain Tasman? Dr. Tasman?
Captain Hesterlick is dead. That Bowie knife, the general's Bowie knife, is stuck deep into his throat.
And clenched in his hand, his own saber, streaked with blood up to the hilt. You, how'd this happen?
I don't know.
Look to the general.
Now, you're hurt here. Let us help you.
No, I think
He's taken at least 2 sword thrusts. Now, one in the thigh and the other in the shoulder. He's lost a great deal of blood.
Do what you can.
I was dazed and shivering. It was as though a heavy white fog had settled on everything about me. I could not raise my right arm. It was broken. I shrank from whatever help was offered me, cowering on the ground, babbling a torrent of words I could not understand myself. My face, swollen by blows and stained with blood, felt as though it were a ghastly white. The whiteness of a corpse. I heard a voice say,
No, he's not insane. He's merely suffering from fright. Overpowering fright.
Officer, somebody?
Yes, General.
The prisoner needs to be taken out at once, and he's to be shot.
The general's mind is wandering.
The general's mind is not wandering. Those were my written orders, and they are still my orders. March the prisoner away from here. Line up a firing squad and execute him. Well, did you hear me? Execute this spy at once.
Detail. Finish, huh? Detail. Ready? Your order has been carried out. The prisoner, Parker Addison, is dead.
How silent everything is. How very silent.
Is there anything else, sir?
Make sure the prisoner's body is taken to his home and placed in the family's burying ground.
Where would that be, sir? The prisoner had no identification.
His home is quite near here.
But he was from the north. A Yankee.
No, he was not.
You knew the prisoner, sir?
The man you have just shot to death was Parker Addison. My son. My only son. And my body is to be placed next to his.
Of course, General Addison. Of course.
Thank you, Captain. I feel so calm. No suffering. No pain. Maybe this is what Parker meant by death.
The Civil War finally ended, having reaped what it thought was the harvest of perpetual peace, by this one bloody trial of sharp war. The nation tended its wounds and did its best to soften the agony and torment of 4 long years of a war that often pitted brother against brother, or, as in this case, father against son. I shall be back shortly. Ambrose Bierce, the author of the short story on which this dramatization was based, has been praised for being among the few American writers of the past 100 years with the uncanny ability to reveal man as a proud but helpless figure in the clutch of a ruthless destiny. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Arnold Moss, E.V. Juster, Earl Hammond, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.